Hey man, I'm trying to get it.
Yeah,
Yo,
that's what's
Poppy,
up, man.
let me ask you something real quick, right, Poppy? Let me ask you something real
No
quick.
questions, no autograph. Nah, I'm just playing. Go ahead.
So, because me and
Hold on,
you
hold
were on
on,
the
house house. Hey, level, I'm finna end the other live next level.
All right.
All right.
Go ahead, Sauce.
all right. So here, damn, I forgot how America looked. God damn. But anyway, remember you were saying that like what's happening to Shannon Sharp is not right, right?
Yes, yes, I say
Poppy.
that. I say that. I mean, yeah. Can you listen?
Okay, okay,
Are
hang
you
on,
listening?
hang on, hang on. Yeah. But hang on. We got
Okay.
that part right. So, and niggas was like, well, he should know better, he should do better, he should know the game, right?
Yeah, I ain't
Right.
like that part, but yeah.
All right. Okay. So then let's use that same logic to Shador, right? We know that in the NFL, no nigga's gonna be bigger than the Shield. His pop is an NFL alumni. So by that same logic, should have said, well, that nigga do the game, right?
Uh oh, he got you there.
Wait, you comparing Shador Sanders to Shannon Sharp?
I'm
Yeah,
comparing the
No,
logic. I'm
he just
You
comparing the
you
did.
said a
logic.
no, but
20
yes.
20 21
A
20
logic.
year old cat should have
See,
known the game.
No, he's talking
no,
about coming from like a Hispanic. His dad know the game. His dad knows
that
what
is
to
an
say, what
NFL
not
alumni.
to say.
But
Exactly.
but his
Yeah,
dad.
I think Hink hit that point on the head, right? He said, "Yo, his critique was if Dion hadn't showed his hands, then they might have got away with it or whatever." I don't disagree with that.
Okay, because my whole point is this: in America, as long as niggas ain't breaking the law, I think we should have their back and stop criticizing them. You know what I mean? So, like in the case of Shador Sanders, the black community should have his back. Same thing with Shannon Sharp, should have his back.
With
So
Shannon Sharp.
why
I
should
agree.
Black Americans have Shannon Sharp black back again?
Yeah,
Because he
we
didn't do
gotta agree
anything
with
wrong.
that.
He didn't do anything
He
illegal.
didn't.
Let's go, Rilla. Let's
Let me
go.
bow this. Hey,
Nah,
Freezy.
Rilla, let's
I'm
go,
just
Rilla.
showing y'all real quick how close I am to the lakefront. This all the bad stuff they be saying about Chicago, right? This is a golf course right here that we wasn't
Nah,
Man,
allowed on at one
Rilla,
point.
Rilla,
It's literally where they building the presidential library, not too far from here.
Rilla.
Really,
Talk about
we know Chicago is very ugly, man. I don't even know what you've been doing there, bro.
Rilla.
Well, the lies you
I
tell,
want
the
I want
lies
to
you
ask Rilla
tell.
about the. I want to ask Rilla about
stop.
these old
You see that?
football.
You see that lakefront right there?
Nah,
Rilla,
That
Hey,
Chicago,
look
Rilla,
that look like a
Chicago,
pool of water, bro.
Hey,
bro,
Rilla.
hey, Hank, I gotta hit you
Yeah,
offline, G. I'm about to hit this estate sale and check out some vinyl. I'm gonna hit you offline.
Well,
but
hey,
what's the weather? What's the
it's
weather?
funny you say that, Rilla, because I just came from a show last week and I picked you something up, dog. So I'm sending it your way. I still got your
My nigga
address, so
Hank, man. Hey, hey, stop doing it. You
God
gonna
damn,
make
man.
this a competition, Hank. I got you.
uh,
It,
hey, I was
it looks
about
like
to show I was about to show it
what's,
I was about to show what I got you, but I want you to be surprised. I ain't gonna do you like that.
My man Hank, man.
what
That's
what is
love,
the weather in
family.
Chicago? What is the weather in Chicago? It was cool
Oh,
to
you
see
said
you.
what's what in Chicago?
What's the weather in Chicago today?
Oh
This is like
man, it's like 47 degrees right now.
God
It's
damn. It's
cold in the
April.
mug. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Chicago
hey,
is
yeah.
Rilla.
No,
that
this is
lake.
May.
The lake
Yeah.
Hey,
ain't that
Rilla,
cold, bro.
I ain't gonna let you skate
Yeah.
from the Shannon Sharp. I want to hear about these old dudes, man.
What about them? Oh, y'all don't want to hear me rant about the nastiness of old niggas with 19-year-olds again, man. No. Y'all don't want to hear me talk about it. Let somebody else talk about it.
So, but anyway, no, but you talking shit, Poppy.
Okay,
Chicago
so
has
should black
amazing
men
infrastructure.
be in unison with him like they should be in unison with Shador?
Man, if you a nasty Nate nigga, handle your business, man. You know what I'm saying? You, if you a nasty Nate, love playing with these little girls and get dumb prizes for playing with
But
young tenderonis, then yeah, go ahead
all
defend
I'm
them.
saying is we got to look at the bigger picture. Was it
What's the bigger
immoral?
picture?
If was it immoral, I'm with you. I'm with everybody here. That was immoral. But was it legal, and does it give the right for the U.S. to now siphon money, hard-earned money, from a man who did not break the law?
What U.S.
So
entity is siphoning money from him?
He's going to
so
civil
what
court,
was
right?
immoral?
Yeah, but what
What
U.S.
was immoral about
entity?
what he did though?
The criminal justice system.
That's not
But
criminal
what was
justice. That's a
immoral?
civil litigation.
You said it was.
Like civil
You said it was
litigation is part of the
immoral.
criminal justice system.
What did he do immoral? Let's have that. What did he do? What did he do wrong?
Well,
Period.
I don't.
Immoral.
Immoral. I'm not there because, they're saying that he's dating teenagers, but still that's immoral. I'm not here to debate whether it's moral or not. For me, I think it's immoral. It goes against my sensibilities.
Okay.
However,
Okay.
I do not think just because he violates my morality, he should be falsely accused of something he didn't do.
Okay. Now when
Yeah,
you
I
say
think we talked about that with the
accused,
SA charge, but it's still not criminal. It's still in the civil court. My bad, whoever that was talking. My bad. Go ahead,
no,
fam.
I would just say when you say falsely accused, I mean he did try to settle for $10 million though.
Well, because we know the law. We know.
Yeah, that's just to keep it hush. Yeah.
Yeah.
That don't necessarily mean guilt, so I think that part is important too, right? That don't necessarily mean guilt.
Yeah.
Well,
Settlement do not mean you're guilty. The man better ask.
My overall
according
point
to
is
court
not
of public opinion, according to public opinion court, it is considered guilty. That's pretty much what you saying.
Yes, him, but we also know that 85% of the people are dumb as shit. We know that too.
But my point is this: it's not even about the case. It's about how are we going to apply logic. For example, with Shador, we're all in unison. We can say this is wrong, right? But then, even though what's happened to Shannon Sharp is wrong, people going to criticize him and say, "Well, he should have known better. He should have known the game." Right? So I'm just saying, how can you reconcile that? How in one situation where you know the game, but it's not his fault, then in the other situation you're gonna say, "Oh well, he should have known. He should know how it is, so it's his fault." That's what I'm saying. I just don't. I don't understand.
You got a bunch of civilians. Wait, but you got a bunch of civilians saying what their moral position is on Shannon Sharp. I don't see where media pundits have come out and eviscerated and ostracized him for what he did.
No, I'm not.
That's two totally different things.
But you missed the first part of my question because
feed it to me.
Hold on, before you do that, hot sauce, let me do this. Shout out to Fantastic. Thank you for your $60 cash cap, my brother. Thank you, bro. He said 6K strong. Thank you, Fantastic. Fantastic. I didn't want to show the whole.
Heavy work.
I didn't want to show the whole cash cap because I ain't gonna it seemed like that was your government, so that between me and you, Fantastic. I ain't gonna do that. Shout out to Fantastic, man. Shout out to my dog Fantastic for the $60, man. Fantastic is the official sponsor of tonight, the initial sponsor of today's show, of this live stream right here. To become a co-sponsor or official sponsor, it has to be $60 or more. Thanks to Fantastic. Shout out to Fantastic, man. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you. Let me give him the big no cap. Cap-tivity. All right, let's get it. Y'all go ahead, hot sauce.
So I wasn't talking about pundits. I was just talking about the commentary from yesterday's panel and this panel. I was just saying that. I wasn't talking about.
You talking about the panel. My bad. Go ahead, bro.
The panel remarks yesterday to the panel remarks today.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
all.
Okay.
Everybody take time and, hit the like button on the way in, stop what you're doing. Go back, hit the like button,
But it's all good. We can move on. I just wanted to holler at Poppy about that. So, but yeah, that's all. We can move on.
Yeah, but hot sauce, man, it's all good, man. These niggas right here, they haters, man. So they won't understand.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Go ahead and get you a 17, 18-year-old tenderoni, man.
No. Don't go there. Don't go there.
Go get you a 19-year-old.
I clearly said that me personally, I wouldn't go down that road. However, the man,
see what I'm saying?
The man didn't do nothing illegal, bro.
Why?
if hunger
Hey,
was a
Blanca,
nice
I
thing,
gotta
right?
ask y'all that. I gotta
Go ahead,
ask y'all this. Why do we do this, right? So we
do
having a
it.
conversation around morality, and for some reason
Right.
we keep interjecting. Well, it wasn't illegal,
Mhm.
right? We're not
Yeah,
talking about legal. Yeah. We're not talking legal though.
because
We just having a conversation around taste,
right.
right? What we consider, in the communities and the society that we're building, what we think is acceptable behavior and standards. That has nothing to do with the law. The law actually is born out of what the consensus is of the people in terms of what they deem as acceptable behavior, which is why in most states now, weed is legal, right? At one point it wasn't, which is why alcohol is legal, which at one point it wasn't. It's based on the consensus of the people. So if the people say, no, that's nasty behavior. If you say, well, that's nasty behavior, and stand on that without the but I wouldn't do it, then that's just what it is. I don't know why we keep bringing the law into it.
The problem is
Because
that the
the
law,
law is charging. No, I mean, it's not criminal. Go ahead, Hassel, go ahead.
well, see, the problem is this. This is my problem. The law is being used in a way to target black men, making them the face of SA, and not only that, it's designed to take away black men's wealth so they cannot pass it down to the next generation. I could understand if this was a one-off, but every it's like every year. Here's one celebrity that can't pass down his wealth. Here's another that can't pass down. Cosby can't pass down his wealth. And see, and that is my issue, right? Because this is siphoning wealth, and he's like he lost the ESPN job, he lost the $100 million deal. You know what I mean? So that again, losing wealth
did
that could
did
be
did he
passed.
did he opt into that situation or not? Right?
I'm
Like,
sorry.
listen, this is what I'm saying. The game is the game, right? So we know that anybody with money is a target, black,
Right,
white, or indifferent. So you gotta
right.
move. You gotta move like you got something to protect. So that's why I keep
And
saying he earned the situation that he in.
Come
Okay,
on, man. I don't agree with that at all, bro.
no, it's fine.
That's
But Shadora
crazy.
and
Wait,
Shadora and
wait. He didn't
Sanders,
earn that, Poppy. He didn't make those decisions.
So you're telling me he earned his way into that man being put in false, a grape accusation? Like, how, this is the
I'm
part
not
that
talking.
pissed me off about you niggas, bro. I
Hold on.
don't
Let me
get it,
walk
that
somewhere
nigga.
where I could.
I
Wait, wait,
don't
wait.
get it, that nigga
I'm
was
not
buying
talking about
pussy, my
false
nigga. They put a
allegations.
false,
Okay.
but that's what he been accused for, bro.
Is he being charged in criminal court?
Jesus Christ. They put that on,
No,
you
no,
know,
that's just a
no,
yes.
no,
Okay,
your
cool,
question,
cool.
no,
I
no,
agree
no,
with
no,
you.
no.
No, I agree with you. Go ahead, Poppy. Go ahead,
No,
please.
he's not. It's civil.
So it is okay.
It's
So it is
civil,
okay.
right?
Okay, but
Yeah.
still, bro, is
So
it
I'm gonna say
okay
out
for,
top so we could get past this. No, it's not okay for somebody to put a false allegation on anybody, right?
and that's my only problem
And
about
in
this
the
whole
same
situation,
and the
bro.
same breath, wait, but this is what I'm saying, Poppy. Okay, Hank, when you talking to Lil Hank, right? You giving him all aspects of the game and telling him what to watch out for, right?
Yes,
You
sir.
telling him what pitfalls. And we had this conversation about Shannon Sharp. This man been in this space in the public eye for over 3 decades, fam. He's supposed to
Cool.
know better.
so so wait,
That's the
wait,
point
wait.
I'm making.
Chicago Gorilla. Hold on 1 second. Fine, I accept it. He earned this situation. Then I'm going to turn around and say that Shadora and Deion Sanders earned the situation that they are in.
Okay, cool.
You can say that. You can say that, and that's
Right.
true.
Okay, cool. Now what?
Okay.
But the
No,
point about situation with Aaron Cole, I think that's the point that Hassel's trying to make, bro.
right. That's the point. That's
Wait,
the
wait, what's
point.
the point? Because
Well,
in the
like
same way, Poppy has said, hey, you can't put false allegations on somebody and da 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 da, and we can have that conversation. You can still say, hey, that's wrong what they do in the fam and try to humble him and make an example out of him. You can still call that out.
yeah,
But I'm
but he
not finna
earned
sit up here and throw my cape on for somebody that's 57 that's supposed to know better.
no, but we see you're missing the point, sir.
Well, look, hey,
The
let me
No,
say
I'm
this real
not. I
fast.
don't like when y'all do that. Ain't nobody missing no point. I'm listening to you.
No,
you
let me say
very
this.
much
Let me say this. Well, we can't act like there's not no old fools out here. We can't act like there's not no old fools out. Even elders could be dumb as hell and make stupid decisions because they never
I
learn.
agree.
Just because they older
I
don't mean
agree.
they know. So I think
all right. Well,
Shannon
then
Sharp
Yes.
situation, even though hold on, man, let me finish. I don't cut nobody off.
you cut me off.
I
But
just
it's
think
cool.
Shannon Sharp never knew the game. He got away with his athleticism because he was a maybe a handsome, big, strong young man who plays the sport, who's always got the girls that way. He couldn't go and be an ugly dude like Poppy and just go pick up a girl with his mouthpiece. You understand what I'm saying? He couldn't just do that. So he had to use other aspects about him in order to get the woman. And so he got away with it for so long. So he never really had to learn all the ins and outs of the game because the women always came to him.
Okay.
If another dude who had to work like Poppy, I'm almost finished, brother. If it was another dude who had an ugly dude like Poppy who had to work and get it, he gonna know all the ins and outs because he gonna know the schemes of the game and all that. Shannon didn't know that. He didn't have to learn that because he had that privilege. I'll leave that. So, Poppy, you know I'm just messing with you, big brother.
I can't.
I don't get insulted by light skinned guys that are half white.
So I'm sick of y'all talking about my complexion. I'm sick of this shit.
Earned this situation, then me and you do not have any point of contention. Then I'll leave it at that. Then me and you don't have any point of contention.
I just don't see the connection between the two. I don't see what is the connection between the two.
There's a big
I don't either. I don't know why they came up, but I'm just talking about the Shannon thing.
Yeah, I don't see that connection either.
It's okay, but it's a big connection because at the end of the day,
So make the connection.
Hot sauce is like we should rally behind these men just because or because they didn't do anything wrong or because what are you saying?
You should rally behind both of these men because number one, they didn't do anything outside of the law, and number two, this type of aggressive legal system to literally steal money away from black men needs to stop, and that's why it needs its support, regardless of, in my humble opinion, regardless of what your morals feel, right? This is wrong. Using the legal court system to siphon money from men, in my opinion,
it's no legal court system involved besides like whatever
civil going court. On. Aren't they going to civil suit?
But whatever's being alleged against him with that young woman, how do we know it? Have it been proven that he's innocent or not, or didn't do whatever she said he did? You know, have it been proven?
The woman is going to say in one breath, he essayed me, and then the next breath say, "Hey, I want your baby batter or whatever to have black babies."
her specific claim is that he put it in her ass and she didn't want him to. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's the exact claim.
What I'm saying, but like, have that been proven outside of whatever? You know, like, have it been proven yay or nay? That's
not her goal.
But aside from that, I'm just trying to get to the. That's it. I'm trying to cut straight to it. I want to see the connect. All right, so hot sauce. Let's just say system, right?
Right.
Both of the systems, people are using the system against both of them. Other than that, I'm not trying. I don't see the connection between the two.
That's the connection. That's the connection I'm highlighting. The connection is you're using the legal system to rob ultra high net worth black men.
How's the legal system going against Shador though?
Well, I mean,
time out. Do you understand how many millions Shador just lost, bro? Do you understand that?
Yeah, but they don't have nothing to do with like a legal system, really.
Yeah. It doesn't have anything to do with the legal system.
So hot sauce, don't caveat it. Just say system, right? Because I'm trying to understand your point.
Because he's right. It has nothing to do with the legal system, so he's right about that. So I will give him that point.
Yeah, I see you're going with it now, though. I see what you're saying, though.
Yeah. Just the system.
Here's the only thing. I think it's clear and distinct differences between the two, right? Because there's a position taken with or against Shannon, but Shador is no position taken. There's no excuse as to why they did what they did, right? And one is Shador is seemingly going through something preemptive that he is going to do something. Shannon is that they're saying he did something. So I don't see the connection. Whereas you're saying we should have the same response.
Okay, so my connection is this because here's the sentiment. Sentiment yesterday was like, well, if you know how things work, you should be smart enough and wise enough to not put yourself in that situation, regardless if you're the victim or not, right? Same thing. So right. So that's the point of contention. Now we know how the NFL is, right? We know how the NFL is, right? If you're going to be too flamboyant, or if we have a petty gripe against you, we don't like you, whatever, they're going to. Well. That's my understanding of the NFL. Then I'll say that. That's my understanding of the NFL. Right? They're gonna make you pay. They're gonna be petty with it, like with Colin Kaepernick, right? They're gonna be petty with it. So knowing that, why are we not saying, well, Deion Sanders should have known better?
We again, if we just making it this, because I want to get your point. That's why I'm giving you as much as what you say as I can. The NFL was petty, right? We never seen them do this before ever. We never seen them do this before with a draft. Colin Kaepernick, them putting a claim that he violated something, he's not following policies, that's one thing. Cam Newton saying that he's whatever, and they saying, well, we don't see you as a fit. Lamar Jackson, well, for some reason, you're not the MVP, even though we watched it. Those things are after the fact stuff. This stuff here with him, Deion couldn't have ever seen that. Two things that I think is important, and I'll give it back to you. One, Shannon Sharp's issue is recreation and hobbies, or what he's doing in off time. Shador's issue is professional. And he's made no afflictions on anybody. I reemphasize he doesn't have any work history issues. Shannon has a habit of, I think he had, and I'm saying this and I'm done, they're recording with another lady while he's courting this other lady. Right. And he's being messy in his private space. Right. So I don't see the connection.
So, well, the connection again is just the sentiment saying that finish. Go ahead, and then I'll respond.
Well, let me rephrase what I said. We made connections. I just think there are considerable. I mean, I heard what you said. I think those are considerable differences that would lead you to say, well, no, you shouldn't respond the same, because they are dramatic. Like in every instance, it's like dramatically different, because one's hobby, one's hobby and recreation, the other one is professional. Even if you just say the system they're using is.
I can agree that the context is different, but I don't think the context is so different that where we can treat this as a separate response. Because at the end of the day, in both situations, I would say, yes, Deion don't know how the NFL will respond in a petty way, but he's been there long enough to know that, okay, they're going to respond in some sort of petty way. Now, to the degree,
hot sauce on that. I should agree with you on that hot sauce.
To the degree, I can agree with you. We've never seen this before. But to say that as an alumni of the NFL, as a part of the fraternity, that no type of petty response will happen, I can't buy that. I can't buy that.
I think the reason I agree with hot sauce and we should have the same response is because when you see a brother done wrong, whether it's prematurely done wrong or after no matter when he was done wrong, he was done wrong. So I do agree with hot sauce that we should have the same sentiment towards Shador and Shannon, because there were two brothers that was done wrong by the same organization. I don't think it matters when. I think it matters that they were.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Pastor, because Dan, you're asking us to jump on some criminal case, somewhat what JP did with that dude that killed the people in his city, his state. Yes.
Hey, Brownie.
We deleted. I'm sorry, my bad, Freezy. Deleted people, and so now you telling us, we need to jump on just because he's. No, I'm not jumping on that bullshit. You shouldn't jump on every bullshit that just because the dude look like us. We need to sit back, watch, and look at the facts and analyze it from there, and then go from there. But it's just automatic off the rip. No, I don't agree with that.
Hank, you can correct me.
I'm standing with Shannon. I'm standing with Shannon, Shador, and Carmelo Anthony. I'm standing with all of them.
Real quick, right? Hank, you can correct me, right? Because I think we convoluting a lot. The thing with Shannon is about a civil case with a 19-year-old. I think y'all made it clear that we're not, the false allegations, nobody's supporting that if they false, but we're not in the point where we can say they're false or not. We can assume with the evidence given that, yeah, it's probably false and it's definitely a shakedown. I think that's independent of the criticism that I think people are giving Shannon, whereas you're 52, 56, 57 years old and you dealing with this little 19-year-old. And I heard you I seen, it could be a rumor, you give up, you pass on Delicious for this little 19-year-old that you just won't play with. You know, if this 19-year-old was just a prostitute, that'd be a different conversation. But you're courting this girl in some way or leading her on. There's going to be consequences, clear and concise consequences with dealing with 304s, thoughts, whatever in 2025. Girl power, all this. This is too apparent and obvious that that's going to happen when you're 56, 57 years old on the internet, constantly criticizing young dudes about understanding their business, criticizing your co-partner. I mean, your co-host in Chad on Chosinko about being professional. When you crossing the lines, when you got so much at risk, versus Shador just being what he's always been, being a great player that he's been, watching his dad get a $50 million or $30 to $50 million, I could be wrong, $30 or $50 million extension in the same industry. I understand what you and Pastor are saying in terms of just being behind him, but like I'm not going to just support a nigga just because I think they're getting falsely accused without actually pointing out, hey bro, but you did do this wrong. Because I think that's what makes us men, is when you do something, you go, hey bro, that's cool, I get it, they wrong, but you could have did this better. I think that's the part that makes us who we are. Yeah, go ahead.
It's fine. It's fine.
We can't move. We can't move off of just because of stuff like that, because then we're not acknowledging the bullshit that they did wrong. We just gonna say, oh yeah, we're gonna ride with you, but now we're gonna accept the bullshit.
Yeah.
Dude, you made a decision. You made a decision. Now it's a self-decision. Now you gotta live with your consequences. We teach our kids all the time. There's consequences to everything you do. If you do this, there's a consequence, whether it's a negative or a positive. So I'm gonna do the same way with a grown-ass 56-year-old man as well. There's consequences to every action you do, whether it's positive or negative.
So we're going to the fact of, she's too young for everybody's taste. Okay, fine. Hey, I'm with you on that. But when it comes to getting into a civil lawsuit case, and I know I think you're 1,000% right. You ain't gonna have me jumping on the guilty person bandwagon. Facts, okay? Even I can understand that, because whatever, I can understand that kind of, but at the end of the day, right? It's tribalism, right? It's tribalism. It's us and it's them. We can criticize behind closed door. We don't have to criticize on in front of everybody. And if this guy is being railroaded, which most likely he is, then we, as the black community and black media, etc., should be like, no, this is railroading, regardless. Because at the end of the day, he did not do anything that the law says is incorrect.
He did nothing illegal. He did nothing illegal. Like, look, so we tend to get mad at black men when the results don't come out the way that society wants. Now, when Bill Belichick and his little 24-year-old girlfriend,
let me let my play here real quick. And because we have this model minority attitude towards ourselves and police ourselves, it allows the outer group, the mainstream group, to even police us even tougher. And I'll pass it back on that.
And I agree with that, because we're not giving Bill Belichick the same smoke, and his situation is worse. And he's on a college campus with more young girls.
Yeah, he's 75 with a 25. He going now publicly with a 25-year-old girl.
Chapel Hill, and we have no smoke for him.
Girlfriend and boyfriend. Girlfriend and boyfriend with a 25-year-old girl.
Jerry Seinfeld.
Yeah, but he's not being accused of SA. See, that's the difference. Nobody had an issue when he first got with the woman, the OnlyFans. Nobody had an issue with it. It wasn't until these allegations came out, that's when the issue arose. Nobody has issues when you see younger men or younger women going with younger people. We don't have no issue with not most of us.
So you don't think Bill Belichick doing the same freak shit with that same girl? You don't think Bill Belichick doing the same freak stuff?
Until he get an allegation, though, Pastor, it doesn't matter.
No, I disagree. I think people I think people do have a problem with Shannon Sharp dating younger, and this allegation just allow people to emote their true feelings because
We don't
nobody
give a
is
damn
really
about
saying
them
that.
old ass heifers. We don't give a damn about
Right?
them old ass heifers mad because he's not dealing with
It's
them old heifers.
it's not
No,
the
no.
allegations
They
on
may
his
say,
face
"Oh,
though, but hot sauce.
you nasty."
It's
But here's the commentary, right? Oh, you nasty old ass niggas laying with young girls. That's the commentary, which I agree with.
Yeah, I said
But
that. I said that. Yeah.
yeah, so people have a
Yeah, I
problem
said
with
it.
that.
but here's the other thing. It's not the allegations on his face. It's not even just the numbers, the age difference, right? It's about the fact that
Yeah, I'm good.
nigga,
I'm
you
sorry.
got these text
I'm on this
messages.
call.
You got this text messages, and this little girl was saying 25,000 for each cheek. I want you to put a black baby in me. Like
Yeah.
that right there lets you know that this ain't what you want, fam. That's not even it. And I think that's what guys are criticizing him on. I don't like that he's getting what he's getting. I don't think none of this. He don't deserve any of this. Shannon Sharp, I'm talking about.
But
Yeah, that's all I'm saying, bro.
We know Shannon's. But okay, so because that's what I was saying. I'm thinking we're trying to make. I think even Kink is saying this. I'm distinguishing these claims in this shakedown from Ado. Yeah, bruh, why the fuck are you 56 dealing with a 19-year-old? Deal with an escort or stop playing around with these girls and their feelings, or they're gonna throw you under the bus. You gotta know. You have to know this because you're 56. I'm 39. I'm telling the young boys, the 30-year-olds, younger 30-year-olds and 20-year-olds, the same shit. I'm telling them
No
shit. You
doubt.
56 and you make us look crazy.
But it's a
Is
shakedown.
that wrong? I said keep it going.
It's a shakedown.
Keep
It's a
going.
shakedown.
I'm not
All right,
gonna
well,
tell no
Okay.
50-something-year-old guy that he can't date no 19-year-old girl, especially if you want to go with this feminism and women power. That is like older women and of age men trying to dictate to of age young girls what they
But
can and can't do. It's their body, their choice. We
that's the
cannot
point.
dictate what they can do. We either believe in feminism or not.
yeah, but Pastor, it's more than obvious. Like, who want to say that nigga is a dirty motherfucker? Like, especially if a bitch is over 30 years old, she gonna say that. You see what I'm saying? Because they know, them all hoes, they know that they won't be able to fuck with that nigga. But guess what? All these old ass hoes on this YouTube shit, my nigga, that will get that nigga the pussy in a heartbeat. All of them. You see what I'm saying?
So listen to this. Old sick MFers need to leave young folks alone. Give them a damn. Give a damn if you 50, they 25. That's too big a age gap, man. I'm telling you, that is the real sentiment. And because he has allegations, now it allows people to give their disdain. While Jerry Jones is 75 with a 25-year-old, Seinfeld married an 18-year-old, and let's not even talk about the director who adopted a Chinese girl. They
Woody,
married her.
Woody,
okay.
Yeah, Woody.
Woody.
Yeah.
Let me chime in real
Yeah,
quick.
but
I'm glad you threw the different
Okay.
race in hot sauce. Let me ask you this. Like
You're
on
welcome.
the bigger picture, let's say
Mhm.
like Shannon Sharp did nothing wrong, because like you said, the age of consent thing was legal, and he didn't. And let's say it was like she's making it up. And even let's look at the Carmelo Anthony case. Let's say he was defending himself. When you see that case, even the Shador Sanders case, when you see stuff like that, do we need to prepare like younger black men to know that even if you're in the right, people can still put you in the wrong or accuse you of being wrong? Like, do we need to have that instilled in us to know as black men that we can still be wrong even though we doing right?
Yes, because
If
That's the
perception
men
is
are doing.
reality.
not
Perception
no
can be
no
reality.
no
So
no
yes.
no no. As long as we are not, as long as we don't dominate financially, no, we can't do that. No, we cannot. No,
I
no.
disagree. We can do that because
Mhm.
perception is reality.
Until we have enough businesses that where we can hire our own and work with our own, no, we can't do that. No.
Yes, we can because perception is
What can we do?
reality. When you have to understand that how you are perceived can be your reality. Because
No,
what we're
absolutely,
dealing with,
I agree with that. I agree with
hot sauce. I
that.
would like to finish. I would like to finish what I was saying right quick, man. So
Oh no, you got it.
what we're seeing with Shannon Sharp is it's a perception thing that's causing this reality. What we're seeing with Shador is a perception thing that's causing his reality. Even with Carmelo Anthony, it is a perception thing that's causing that reality. So you're going to have to eventually cross that bridge with young men in a conversation. That's all I want. You got it.
So listen. Don't get me wrong. From my point of view, that's is gross. Okay, from my point of view, it's gross. But at the end of the day, we don't. I feel that the black community don't have the luxury to criticize our ultra net worth wealthy men that can build businesses, invest in it. Well, I'm not even going on there. I just don't think we have the courtesy as doing that right now. I get it's wrong. I think that should be something more of a internal internal lashing than an external lashing, because at the end of the day, right, he really didn't do anything illegal, right? And from all evidence from her side, the essay seems like a false allegation. I'm using the word seems that way, but I just don't think it helps black men in America to go to agree with this, because it to me it just goes to the narrative of black men are the face of debauchery, sexual deviance, and things like that.
I would agree with you with that, right? I think, man, we definitely, because what you said earlier is they trying to make us the face of SA. In addition to that, it was said earlier, I think, no, counter to that, not in addition, counter to that, I think it becomes a thing where when you bring up whether it was legal or not, it begins to seem like we're just doing whatever we can get away with. And I think that's the problem.
Everyone is doing what they can get away with. That's why we have laws. Yeah. Everyone is literally doing what they can get away with. That's the reason why they created laws.
To protect the criminal, right?
Okay, cool.
No, that's to protect us all. It ain't about this being a criminal, because at any point we can get into at any point they can deem what you're doing as criminal.
But
so that's just one of the laws.
But
we know we have
you can do criminal and still ride the totem pole like along like you said, as long as it is still legal, you know. But what's legal here might not be legal there. So I don't know.
Because when you have that as a standard and you've been alive long enough, you know that there are these things called habitual line steppers.
Right.
So if your boundary is, well, it's legal. Well, about 10 out of 10 niggas that say that, 2 of them didn't cross the line. And that becomes a problem.
Right, but
you know
but that's why we have the criminal justice system for those line steppers, right?
And then you have the appellate court.
Indeed.
Then you have the appellate court that even challenge that.
But that's in a respondent situation. The thing I'm addressing is when you have so many people saying that in relationship to what we're talking about, 2 out of the 10 probably didn't cross the line. One of them probably went too far. The other 8 that really mean it when they say it, those 2 that cross the line are going to keep using y'all's cover.
But see, okay, so basically what I'm going to say is this, and the brass tacks of it all from my perspective. When we follow suit, when we condemn a man like Shannon Sharpe, when we agree to the shakedown, right? In my humble opinion, it's a shakedown. I respect everybody else's opinion. But for me, it's a shakedown, and I'm not going to change.
I'm willing to down the hell with you.
Okay,
I'm down the hell with you. I will.
Okay, so, and I think that when we agree, it's very dangerous because it allows these shakedowns to continue.
And the way you stop those shakedowns from continuing is to do what the guy asked the question: should we tackle this with young men prematurely to make sure they don't fall into these traps? The only way that you keep this from going forward is hot sauce to do that. And I know you don't want us to be the face of depravity, but unfortunately, we're going to have to cross that bridge.
I don't have a problem educating boys on, okay, if you're 56, 20-year-old might not be a great idea. I don't have a problem with that. But my point is what I have a problem is that when a shakedown occurs and we go along with it. I have never heard any other, okay, so let's look at NFL owners. I've never heard another NFL owner criticize
Robert
Jerry
Kraft
for being for throwing rocks at the what is that, the Brown versus Board of Education, right? He was there throwing rocks at niggas. I never heard anyone criticize Jerry Jones for anything of of his crew.
No, but it's even worse than that. Though nobody criticized Robert Kraft when he got caught at the fuck place in Broward County, Florida. He got caught on a fucking prostitution ring stink, my nigga. Yo,
Yeah.
when they bust out the doors, that homeboy was getting some pussy, bro. Nobody say nothing about that.
You know why, Poppy? Because they doing it too in their respective cities or states. So why would they sit
You're
there
right, Hank.
telling each other? Because then, look, you remember what Jay Gruden's, John Gruden's brother did? He was a coach at the Redskins. Or
With the
Commanders,
Redskins,
I'm
yep.
sorry.
Yeah, the Commanders,
I
yeah.
won't be politically correct. But you remember that? How
Commanders.
they
Yes.
just said, I hit a lawsuit, and all of a sudden that shit went away because he had emails on Snyder, on all the shit he was doing. That shit went away. Why? Because they paid him off because he didn't want to implicate all the other owners in the situation. There's a reason why they don't tell on each other because they want to keep each other's secret covered up.
But Hink, is it
Right.
different when you black though? Is it different when you black?
We don't stick together like that. That's our problem.
Agreed.
Okay, so that's why I brought up. Could it be a day where the players reunite and like do a sit out?
They're
Like
not going to do it.
we're not
They
gonna
did,
play.
they did it already.
They're not going to do it. Because they look, let me say this. They already showing that we were willing to replace you. It happened back during the strike back in 1987. When the Redskins won the Super Bowl, most of those players were scabs. They crossed the picket line. They're not going to do it. They will replace you. We will find another John, Dick, or Harry to play this game. It doesn't matter. If that means we'll do it for a year, we do it for a year. They did it with the referees. They replaced the NFL referees with college referees, Division II, NAIA referees. They will replace you. You're not going to stop this machine, dog. You're not going to stop it.
Nothing stopped the train. Nothing.
Yeah, NFL don't give a shit. Like they rough
They
like
don't
that.
care.
But see, but this is my
Okay,
point
so
though.
but how did the
Hold on,
NBA
hold on,
players
let me
gain
finish my
their
point.
power? Oh, okay, I guess because they more visible than the owners. Okay, I guess.
Let me
No, they
let
had
my-
David Stern.
They don't. Their power is illusionary. They don't
Right?
got. They just traded Luca like he was nobody.
Because-
They their power.
They got more power than out of every sport, but trust me, it's control. It's not like they just get to do what they know. LeBron still get told what to do.
Oh yeah, most
But at
definitely.
the end of the day, right? Because the thing about it is, yes, we can teach our black men to be better, do better. No, I don't think anybody has a problem with that. But again, we're kind of going like agreeing with the subjugation. Okay, we're agreeing with the shakedown. Because at the end of the day, yes, we can teach our men to do better, fine, but we can still also say we disagree with the shakedown as well. Can't we do both?
But
Because
the,
if
the
we
thing,
just
the, okay, answer.
We could use that as an example. That's what we could do.
hold on,
We can use that as an
please
example, saying, "Hey,
let me finish. Please let me land my plane. If we just quote unquote educate with then without giving pushback, isn't that consent to a shakedown?
no."
Yeah, but
Look, let me say this.
But
We
here's the
can agree
thing.
to do this.
Well,
go ahead.
no, I'm saying I can answer this question to be it's yes, but at the same time, if we're just supporting you and we don't check you, it stop you from making us look crazy. It look like we just validate any fucking thing you do.
Absolutely.
Then it validates our credibility.
I don't have an
And
issue
that's
checking,
what
right?
I said that. I said it earlier, though. I said it earlier. It's like we in agreement with it. If we don't criticize or correct the man or bring it to his attention, hey, dog, you know you was wrong. I don't like how they doing you, but you was wrong for what you did. We have to do that. Look, we need to use what Shannon going through as an example for our sons. That's what you could use it for. Use it as an example. Teach your kids to know better. But guess what? Not every kid's going to get it.
Exactly.
Some kids got to touch that hot stove. Some do. Unfortunately, that's what's going to have to do.
But the point is, the stove is not hot in this case, right?
No, it's hot.
It's
Oh no, that thing is steaming hot. That's a $50 million lawsuit.
Yes.
It ain't
What do
hot.
you mean?
The,
Okay.
It's
the white
100.
man is telling you it's hot, right? Because he put that 50 million on it, but the stove ain't fucking hot,
Shit.
right? Right.
Posting you
So
your
my point is,
podcast, posting you ESPN, that stove is overly hot. It's sun hot.
no. The stove is cold as shit. They just took the house from you.
Oh, okay.
The stove is
I'm
cold.
glad you think so, bro.
Nah, he moving like Willie Lump out here, man. Like
Man,
we got to be able to call a thing, man.
Bro,
I bet you if you ask Shannon, and puts an honest serum in her, I bet you say, yeah, this motherfucker hot a bitch. I try to offer 10 million. She didn't get my way.
She ain't even want the 10 million.
Nah, 15 million. I'm gonna half of whatever you gonna get from that podcast.
She going for humiliation. She want that nigga to be uncomfortable, and she
Yeah,
want
man,
She's
I
not gonna.
Shit, I don't know how much hotter need to get, though.
It ain't hot. Because here's the issue, fam. Yes, correct him. Yes, check him. But still give pushback. Hey, this is a shakedown. If the stove is hot, then it can't be a shakedown. Because the stove is hot, the consequences are justified. You feel me?
Why do we keep saying that it's a shakedown? Like we understand the shakedown. We understand that the shakedown's gonna happen. Isn't that the point of what Deion Sanders did with bringing the Brittany Renners in to warn them against the shakedowns?
I didn't interrupt anybody. So if it's a shakedown, then the stove cannot be hot because a shakedown is unjustified. If the stove is hot, you touch it, you got second and third degree burns. This is justified, right? But we all, well, at least me and World Class agree that this is a shakedown. Thus, for
No, we said it's a shakedown.
Yeah, it's a
the stove cannot be
shakedown.
hot.
I don't know why brother, you honestly, you just said the same thing for the last 2 days. Like I get that you want to repeat it, but you just said the same thing for the last 2 days. It's a shakedown. We know it's a shakedown, right? The point that for me, I'm saying for me, I'm the one that said, a 50-year-old having sex with a 19-year-old. I'm the one that said that's nasty. Right. And I don't care whether it's legal or not. I don't care whether it's legal or not. I don't say that that's two consenting adults or none of that. I say that's a 50-year-old having sex with a 19-year-old. That's that part, right? Now she's shaking him down. I expect that. That's what 19-year-old girls do with their sugar daddies. That's what they do. They shake them down for some bread.
And you said the same thing for the last 2 days, and I haven't been saying it for the last 2 days because I was talking about the logic of decision behind.
No, we having the same conversation. So since you're repeating, I'm repeating too. It's all good.
Okay, good then. I don't know what the extra commentary is for then.
Okay,
really, I don't think nobody's disagreeing that it's a shakedown. We all get that it's a shakedown. It doesn't look right. We know she's trying to go after him. That's a fact. It's a shakedown. But the point is, just like we had the same conversation yesterday, Shannon should have moved better. He has money on the line. He has endorsements on the line. He should have thought better and used his head and been smarter.
You probably get tired of hearing that. But he is 56 years old, making $100 million deals. You would expect somebody at that age with children, if you're going to deal with women that's going to protect your cash and not put it at risk. And so it's just the way he's moving.
Next level, world class. Okay, this is for you. This is for you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, listen. I do not disagree. The way he moved was incorrect. What I'm saying to you is that this type of stuff emboldens shakedown of other Black people down the road. Sometimes we have to kind of sit back and analyze what is going to be the best move for the group, not the individual. And when we silently consent to this, in my humble opinion, we are agreeing to do this again to the next innocent person. And that's where my biggest issue is. And
but only way it affects people down the road is if they get with a 19-year-old girl and they over 40-something years difference and they get accused of SA. That's the only way. Other than that, it's not. It's not going to affect us down the road. Not what he did is something totally different than what down the road. As long as we're not essaying a woman, And it ain't got to just be a 19-year-old. Just any person, period. How's that going to be? It's going to affect us down the road with what he's doing. He made a bad decision.
So you can't stop nobody from fault.
No, no. I'm just gonna say I rest my case. I'm just gonna leave it there. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
You can't stop somebody from finding.
We're gonna do a quick pause, real quick. Let's get the likes up. We got 100 people watching with only 40 likes. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up.
Yeah, make sure I hit the like button. You definitely can't. You can't stop. Any random person can file a lawsuit against you. The court gonna take the money for the filing fee. You know what I'm saying? Okay. That's one thing, right? The other thing is you control what you can control, and the way you're moving was a certain way, and we just like if you're looking at the future, because I'm looking at your comment of your statement of if we do what we've been doing, you basically can sit and it happen to the next person. Again, I think nobody has said that this is okay in what she's doing, but it's public and it's not private, and you have allowed your private to come over to your public because of the selection of human that you picked.
I doesn't
relate to your life.
No, go ahead. Good. I will respectfully disagree. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. No, it doesn't, because the person he selected has nothing to do with his life. No, in no way, shape, or form could she relate to your life. So when you're dealing with, that leads you to having a conversation that's reflective of those text messages that you had, where it's just carnal. It's just fucking. There's no bonding or no bonding anyway. And if you're going to do that, cool, but get an escort. Get you a 19-year-old escort if that's what you're going to do. I don't want you to do it, but if that's what you're going to do, you can't be doing both and playing both sides. You can't have one foot in the dope game and have one foot out. Because one side going to snatch you. So you playing with this little escort like chick, but then you talking I love you stuff, or y'all got a deep relationship, and you can't do both. Pay her, send her on about her business, or build a relationship with the girl. Because when you play with these young girls, that's what you think a 56-year-old would know with grown children older than the 19-year-old girl. You would think he understands that eventually she gonna get pissed and she gonna do something crazy. And that's what we're criticizing. I don't think that in and of itself is saying the next shakedown, we gonna support it. Now, you could be saying, if you taking it ain't the people that's doing a shakedown that's encouraged, maybe, but dumb people are encouraged to do dumb shit. And she's still at risk of losing a lot of money if she can't prove her case in court, because they count as suing. So that's just what I say.
Well, the money he lost.
That's not the point, bro.
But the point, the situation, what I'm saying, right? Because we're looking at things as a one-to-one situation, and it doesn't work like that. So, but anyway, I rest my case. It's fine.
Have anybody heard of Trevor Bauer?
I rest my case.
He's a baseball player, man. They did the same thing to Buddy, man. He was in line to get a $200 million contract by the Los Angeles Dodgers, bro. Somehow came and put some crazy. She said that Buddy raped her. Now Buddy was playing in Japan, bro, just because of the accusation. Turned out to be was a big old lie. The point is, bro, like these hoes, my nigga, they're gonna continue putting false accusations on niggas, man, for no reason, man. Because there is nothing happening to them. That's the bigger picture here, bro. And that's crazy. And this actually happens in every level. I know it happened to the rich niggas because obviously they're gonna be on the headlines, right? But it happened to the poor and broke ass niggas too. When them hoes go file for child support on you niggas, man, them hoes be lying. Oh, he ain't give me no money. When the whole time your ass be giving that whole money for the past 3 years. So now you behind 3 years. That's a lie too. That's a lie too, right? I hope you know that.
That's what I'm saying. It's not a one-to-one. When you allow. Never mind. I rest my case. I'm gonna keep my word. But
man, you can't keep saying you rest your case, but you keep bringing your goddamn case back up.
No, I brought it up, bro. I want to. I'm letting it go. I'm letting that shit go. Good point, Poppy. That's all I'm gonna say. Good point. Great point.
Yeah, like this goes every. Matter of fact, this happened more in the lower levels than the high levels, bro. The only reason we hear that highly was because millions at stake. You see what I'm saying? But the plumber guy in your neighborhood, the electrician nigga in your neighborhood, man, the whole lot on him, bro. They got something go. They got something called the. I don't know if you're familiar. The Innocent Project. It's a group of lawyers that go defending people that actually were innocent of a raping case. It's a lot of niggas every day getting out of jail, my nigga, because of that shit, bro. Because and these hoes do that shit, my nigga, because they know that nothing is gonna happen to them, bro. They know that. That's what they keep doing. Like in this shit, with the Shannon Sharp shit, my nigga. If this nigga took your pussy, why don't you take your ass to the police? How about that? Why you want the money? Why you want the money from the nigga? I don't care. The nigga is a trick. He's the biggest trick of all. I give a fuck, bro. But why you gotta put that jacket on, buddy?
I'm trying to think about what's the statute of limitations on rape in whatever state that was in, because 3 years seem like it's within statute of limitation. Why wouldn't you be filing criminal charges?
Usually, rape is 10 years in every state. They're trying to make it. They're trying to pass the law federally to make it 20, but usually most states it's 10 years.
Should be LA.
Between 7 and 10, depending.
So she's within her. She's still within the 10 years, right? Yeah, she has to be.
Of course. They start talking to Hungary when she was 19 in 2022, 21, if I'm not mistaken, around that area. And he just ended up talking to the hoe in January. And then in February, he was in court trying to negotiate with the bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a shakedown. I just don't think, I understand your concern. I don't think it really applies with respects to the criticism we given him. I don't think it encourages it because of the ages. I think the ages sponsors another conversation in and of itself, 57 or 56 and 19, because counter to that, Tracy Ellis Ross, same type of deal. People don't want to call her, they ain't gonna call her nothing. But it's okay for her to want to date younger people around. I think she even named 26, 25.
They call them cougars.
40.
They call them MILFs.
And cougars. So cougars and MILFs are celebrated. It ain't no name for niggas. It's no okay name for, unless you want to call them sugar daddies. But you could be a 20-year-old sugar daddy. You know what I mean? So
she's never going to have to worry about any type of false accusations. You don't have to worry about that. And see, that's the point. This going with this, not pushing back on this, allows false accusations to continue to happen, whatever shape or form. It doesn't need to be a one-to-one. The point is, false accusation, believe on women without checking. This continues to embolden that type of behavior of false allegations. And I don't understand how people. I don't understand how people can say no to that.
Because I in this situation, I think because he jumped out in front and he addressed exactly what you're talking about, making sure it's clear that this is don't believe all women. I think he attacked the guy encouraging her because he knows her a little bit more. But I think when it came out and her age and everything, like they were trying to stay discreet. Now remember that they were trying to stay discreet, calling her Jane Doe. He the one that basically doxed her. And then when they retaliated, it's like, well, wait. When they, the phone called and it was like, well, the phone call ain't really a thing. They talk kinky. It's like they're trying to make it look like something that's not, validating that it's a shakedown. But then when you look at them text messages and you look at her claim, it's like, okay, my nigga, you doing like you gotta move better. And I think that's all people are saying. I don't think nobody is talking about canceling him that's criticizing him. Oh, he don't need to be on ESPN. Everybody that's criticizing him still wants to see him on ESPN. That Lakers and 5 shit he do is hilarious. Everybody want him back. Like he was literally just going viral.
He's getting canceled though.
Say it again.
He is getting canceled.
But I don't think by the people like myself who's criticizing his and I know you speaking to the that's nasty or whatever. I get that. It's those, I guess, feminists or whatever the fuck you want to call it. People that want him to be canceled want him to be canceled. It's people that just don't like seeing successful niggas do anything. We don't give a fuck about them. Those of us that have a mind of our own that's going to process the information, we are clear and concise what the fuck is happening. At the same time, OG, you 57, you 56. If Hank was doing something similar, I would hold his ass accountable because he knows better. I expect the elders to move in a different way than the young niggas. Why y'all call them? He's just the way he's moving is just not.
Yeah, but that could be time for that. Oh, well, I guess what I'm saying is, let's do that later. Okay, let's do that later. Let's preserve the income first.
Well, okay, but addressing it now does what exactly? Because you say he's going to encourage it. How exactly? Addressing him now.
For us addressing him, criticizing him now, still allows false allegation to prevail, right? Because it teaches white supremacy how to package a false allegation.
When they did it to the Pirates of the Caribbean nigga,
Johnny Depp.
All right, whatever the fuck his name is, Johnny Depp. It was the same result. If you're right, you're right, right? That is, we can't take. Here's what I'm saying. Let's just make it clear. We can't take away the advantage that they've already created. That is their advantage. Shock and awe, quick fix. That's the advantage they have. If you're looking at warfare, you're looking at the field, you're looking at media warfare. That's the advantage that they've created. It's not going to disappear this century. They've worked on this for a long time, for 100 years, 80 years minimum. They worked on this advantage to be able to. We call it mainstream media for a reason. That's implied in that. When they want to push a narrative and they want to push a candidate over another person, you know, people with short attention spans are going to go for it. We can't do the same things that the people who are going to go for it do. At the same time, I got to correct you right now. Even as a parent, I got to correct you right now. I'm not going to wait later. When you showing off in the store, you're going to get corrected in the store. You also going to get corrected in the house, or in the car and in the house. But you're going to get corrected right now.
Well,
now I'm not going to.
I think that's where we're just going to have to disagree, because
there's
always something to be done. Now, whether it's going to be in my generation, probably not. But we need to start chipping away at it.
So I guess I'm kind of confused on. So what do you suggest people do? Not hold him accountable? Is that your stance? So everybody should just like say, "Oh yeah, you did the right thing," and we know it's a shakedown, but not hold him accountable for how sloppy he moved. That's what I'm trying to understand. What is your stance on what do you think people should do right now?
I think we should start holding the civil court accountable, saying that if this is truly
there you go,
then let's take it.
I don't disagree with that.
I
don't disagree with that either.
There you go.
Yeah, the court definitely got it, and I'll be telling people all the time: these courts, attorneys, judges, senators, they have bonds that you can address, and they keep incentivizing. And I agree with you; they incentivize the attorneys to do this bullcrap. This one guy is known to be doing this everywhere. He was the same guy. He's in Diddy case. He was the same guy that's in Deshaun Watson case.
Yeah.
He literally got famous because he was the one that racked up 20 holes to put it on Deshaun Watson back in 2020. So when he got that $200 million.
This is the danger in what y'all saying with this, right? So if you're saying reform the civil courts, right, then that would also have implications of when people don't receive justice in the legal system and they have redress in the civil courts, right? What you guys are suggesting will also have implications with that. So if somebody say somebody get done dirty by the law, and then they go sue the city or whatever in civil court, right? That has implications. No, don't mess with it. It is what it is. The game, to me, the game is the game.
But really, that already is being going on in New York all the time. When a man get wrongly convicted, he do his time, and they find out that he was, and then they overturn the sentence. The homeboy usually turn around and sue the state or the city, whatever. He usually get millions of dollars. It happens all the time. We just don't know about it.
No, that does not happen all the time. That's the point.
Listen,
right?
Bro. But the thing is, you won't hear the cases. But what I'm saying is, the cases that I read, these people get 2 million here, 4 million. It was a guy that did 17 years in Buffalo, New York. He got like $4 point something million, bro.
Let me ask it this way, Blanco. Other cases that go to civil court and they're suing for wrongful imprisonment or whatever, they got beat by the law or whatever. Like you think about the Rodney King case or stuff like that, right? How many of those cases actually settle and they win?
I wouldn't be able to tell you the percentage, bro. I wouldn't be able to tell you like an exact number.
Probably a small percentage.
So
The point is really
uh,
that we wouldn't know about it because we're not looking into that. The reason I know about this case is because I heard about it and I read about it. You see what I'm saying?
no, but that's public information. Those are not private cases. They're public information. They're civil cases. But my point is that's a redress that people have as an alternative to the legal system. So I think stick with the if somebody puts a false allegation on you, sue them, hit them or criminal charges. Either way, I'm cool with that.
So
I'm cool with that.
correct me if I'm wrong. In the OJ case, first it went criminal, then civil. She's going straight to
That's
civil.
correct.
If so, she's going
Yeah.
straight to civil. What I'm saying, go to criminal first. If it's you,
There you go.
that's a crime. So go.
Y'all got to remember too that the justice system was never supposed to be equal. The justice system was never supposed to be equal.
That's the
So you play your hand how you get it. Some of us don't get what we deserve as far as, being misused or abused or whatever like that. So we can't look at the law all the time for justice. Sometimes you got to take justice in your own hands. And I know personally, coming from DC dudes, they take that shit in their own hands. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I see it.
Yeah, I think, but I'm speaking specifically to a culture. Like you have those redresses that exist, but the culture that the attorneys set, where they know they can shock and awe, they know they can run game in the media. They are like the medium that really pushes the culture, the country really to be in a fucked up state that it's in. Is really these assholes. And I think, and like I said, you can find a bond number in your state. You can find a company. You can make claims against it. But I just think to Hot Sauce's issue with the whole deal is these people yet and still they have an advantage. I don't think that's going to change anytime soon when it comes to the shock and awe. And the thing that you can do is control what you can control. What you can control is being 56. And again, like I said, this is the position I'm going to take, especially with the status he has in life. You should be moving with a chick that's going to protect your money, even if that means escorts that you keep on payroll.
No, he definitely should be held accountable because he's making money off of. He definitely should be held accountable because he's making the money. He's making money off the community.
Bro, you on the internet.
Yeah.
You on the internet, my nigga. You cannot hold no one accountable. You just start with that bullshit, bro.
Yeah, he got to be held accountable to a certain extent for representation.
You don't know that man. What you mean hold them accountable? What that even means? You don't know you.
The public is holding them accountable. We just having a say so on the media, but the public is getting to them already. And you got to understand that this is it's big powers at hand doing this, yo. This is bigger than us, to be honest with you. It's bigger powers at play that actually kind of put Shannon in this position. All right, so we think that we know a lot on this internet game shit, but it's bigger powers that's actually controlling the narrative. That's what we keep forgetting. And so this is already planned. And so now they got us talking about it like it's something supposed to be important. But at the end of the day, I mean, if we looking at Shannon every day on Undisputed, on ESPN, and he's supposed to be a black representation, because we do, as black men, we do listen to Shannon. He could be from the country. He may got that, that arrogant swag down there, whatever. But we listen to him. And we kind of knew when he built himself up, personally, that I think that we should have known that he was going to get targeted. And my thing is this, too, like, everybody is being targeted, even rich people. So I can't blame the powers that be all the time because they do get targeted just by unnecessary shit too, as well. But I also think that all these industries and companies, they all having a hard time with their public image and also with how to hire people. If you're looking at most of these companies right now, even the federal government, bro, they have a hard time recruiting talented people to get in position. You want to know why? Because they plan towards the media. I'm telling you, most of these people, private companies, small industries, they all having a challenge recruiting good people because that DEI stuff that they planted, you get what I'm saying? And now they got to keep rehiring. And that's what's going on right now. Most companies, they mad about the people that got in position. And you know what I'm saying? They got to keep trying to put their business back in position. So it's a bigger hand. It's a bigger power at play, bro. I'm telling you.
I don't know about that.
You don't think Tony Busby had rich people on his line trying to look? You heard about what Shaq? I don't think if y'all what Shaq was doing.
Tony Busby is a 2-bit lawyer trying to come up. That's what he's doing. That's his whole get
But
down.
he don't have millionaires. He don't have billionaires and millionaires. He don't have billionaires and millionaires on his line right now, setting up niggas. You don't think so?
Where do you have proof of that?
I don't know in what world you live, but JC and JC lawyer Alex Spiro just panned that boy, bro. He just put that man on the blender. I don't know why. I don't know what world you live.
That is true, but
so obviously you don't got that much rich like that, bro. JC got rich.
Yeah.
Tony Busby is
nobody takes him serious.
Yo, Tony Busby is the lawyer from Breaking Bad. So that's what he is.
But all you need is one case to win, Poppy. All Busby needed was one case to win, Poppy.
No,
so
the thing
it doesn't matter.
What he does is blackmailing, right? Because this is what the nigga does. Most 90+% of these people are fucking these hoes normally. They fucking these bitches go and suck on these niggas. So what they do is when they whatever relationship they got going on, 6 months later, a year later, this lawyer is reaching out to these hoes, my nigga, like, hey man, did he mistreat you? Did he took your pussy? Did he slap you or something? So now these bum ass hoes get promised things like they're gonna get some money. So now the Tony Busby, what he recreate the story. Tyrone Blackburn do the same shit. It's a lawyer out of ATL. He's trying to put a case on TI.
So what do you think about Jeffrey Epstein then?
What about him? The nigga with the PDF.
Him, the one who killed him. I don't mean to use that word. The one who took himself out in prison. But then the other dude that just went in. He just went in court for another case. What's his name? Allegedly, right?
They took him. They took him out. Everybody know what happened.
Are you talking about Weinstein?
Yes.
Jeffrey Weinstein. I couldn't think of his name.
Yeah, but Weinstein, they stripped that boy of his phone.
You know, Jeffrey was actually doing some wild shit. I hope you know that. I don't know why you even bring that name up. Like, what you bring the name up for? That motherfucker was actually dirty as shit.
Your point, artifacts. Your point is just that they got connections. Like, what's your point? I'm
yes, my point is, it's bigger powers at B. I think that's where we missed the mark at, bro. It's bigger powers playing a game of chess.
Jeffrey was connected.
And it's all important. It's all important, Poppy. It's all important, bro. All of these dudes that's in powerful positions, they're playing a game of chess with each other. And I'm telling you, and it's something. Just more people will get offended nowadays of what's going on. I don't know what's going on, but I think it's just more bigger power people playing a game of chess at the top, bro. And they're using certain pawns. And Busby is a pawn. Busby is a pawn, bro.
Where are you getting your information from?
You got to do your research.
I'm asking.
I can't really give all that on it.
Shayroom.com, the Shayroom.
Okay.
I will say this though, to his point. I heard another take on the situation where they were basically saying that they are really trying to line Busby by trying to show using the Shannon Sharp situation as a distraction to try to line Busby up to show that he is not credible, to show that, he'll just bring up charges on anybody and try to shake people down because it's a bigger picture as far as Busby still being tied in with the Diddy case and some other stuff. I don't know.
Yes, ma'am.
That take on another channel.
To me, it makes sense.
No,
to me, it makes sense, fellas. Think about this. Hold up.
Why would they line? Well, Busby just lost to Jay-Z. They don't need to do anything with Shannon Sharp in order to prove that he's not a credible lawyer. Nobody takes him seriously to begin with.
What?
So y'all don't think that's retaliation?
But
Jay might be retaliating. He may be using Shannon. Jay might be retaliating.
No,
You
Jay's
gotta be
suing this
fucking
his
with me, man.
retaliation. Let me go on mute. Y'all have at it, man. I'm not
Yeah, for real.
following what y'all saying.
Hold
Yeah,
on,
I'm lost too.
I get her point.
Here's the bigger connection that I'm seeing: the sexual nature of men, and a lot of people don't talk about that. They only want to talk about it when some pop up, like the Harvey Weinsteins and the Bill Cosby and this. Like you was speaking to it when you was speaking, like, even if that's not the case with Shannon, like nasty, like freaky old niggas, like it's a lot of people that have a lot of it's some lot of
Well, they don't do it by themselves unless they gay.
Come on with that.
Freaky niggas. Like, that's why they make the pills. There's industries that exist for that.
I don't think a lot of people are aware of that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a lot of men that still move with a you know what I'm saying, thinking with their dick mentality, and they get put in situations like the Shannon Sharps and shit like that.
Yeah, but the thing is, that's the easiest way to catch a man. It doesn't matter the race, religion, bro.
And that's
Listen,
time.
that's one time. That's one thing we all got in common: Chinese, black, green, blue, alien. We all love to fuck, bro. So that's the easiest way to get your ass in a court case nowadays, especially you rich, my nigga. The point here is, I don't care if that nigga was freaky, whatever he was doing, right? It's way easier to prove those sex cases, bro, especially in the civil court, gang. I don't know if y'all understand how easy it is to prove that shit, because you don't need to be 100% to prove him guilty.
Right.
You don't
have to prove he didn't. Right.
Yes, 71% would do it in civil court case, bro.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck they gonna prove to justify 50 mil. That's shit crazy.
She would never get 50 million. That whole just play herself, my nigga. Because even if Channel lose the
Poppy,
civil
how
case,
you know
bro,
that, Poppy? How you know that, Poppy? How you know she might cash
okay,
in?
cool.
Nigga, she
okay, cool. No, okay, cool. I can tell you how easy it is, bro. Everybody's familiar with O.J. Simpson, right? He won the criminal case, but he lost the civil one. He's supposed to pay the Brown family $30 million. Guess how much he paid them people? $170,000. That's it, bro. Just because you lose a civil case, that doesn't mean you're gonna have to pay them. There's so many ways around that shit, bro. It's not even funny. That hoe will never see $50 million.
Yeah, that's the same thing for Tasha K.
That hoe will never be. That hoe will never live long enough to get 50 million, nigga. That hoe will lucky she get 3.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. You're right, because they even said with OJ passed how much money he had in like different trusts and different accounts that went to his kid, so they couldn't get to it.
The rapper, the game, my nigga. He lost a civil lawsuit case. That nigga put his property on the other. He did a bunch of legal things. That whole haven't seen a penny yet. Just because you lose a civil case, my nigga, you still got to live yourself. That doesn't mean you have to pay all that money, bro. That's not how that works, bro. Now, companies, that's different. A person is way for you to get around that too, bro.
Like World Class was saying, how you maneuver out here matters, man. And old man definitely was doing a little bit too much. That's all I gotta say.
I agree.
Yeah, I was trying to get clear on Hot Sauce's point, but I just think I get his point about, you know, if we keep responding the same way, they'll continue to be confident that they can keep playing with us. But I think the two things against that is that dumb people are dumb. They can be tricked into doing anything. The little girl, whatever her name is, little white girl, easily can get manipulated by this popular attorney guy to think they got a case where they don't. And the other thing is, this is the advantage that they have. They've created this media system to where they know the public opinion. They already decided what the public opinion is because of what they're doing with Shador right now. You gonna do what we say, or we gonna fuck you over. You know what I'm saying? So that's the only connection I can see in that direction. It's just how you move is important, and then once you in this situation like they both are, how do you respond? Yeah, we want to respond like, you know, we're people, we want to move cohesively, but I got to look at your behavior like I'm looking at Shador and I'm looking at Deion Sanders and go, yeah, I can support them through and through because I see that shit is fine. But when you 57, 56 years old, you're dealing with a 19-year-old and you playing both sides, whereas you're not taking it serious, going to take her forward, and you kind of treating her like a little thought or a little jump off or SA work or SEX worker, and you at 19, it's like, I can't rock with you. Get a go. If you're going to do it, don't let your private spew over into your public. You're going to deal with some 19-year-old little escort chick, deal with that and be discreet, man, and follow the rules. But if you're going to meet a little girl at the gym, think you're going to, whatever, fall in love, keep it discreet, and to keep playing games, it's going to be consequences, bro. Just the fact that you're 57 and 19, if and when it comes out, you got to be prepared for the smoke. So I think he's prepared for the smoke. He's responded in a way that I like that he responded, but I'm not going to let you off the hook. Men are not going to let you off the hook for what you did. But we got his back in terms of I'll be able to.
Exactly.
You know,
we got it. We're not going to stop following. Yeah. We're not going to stop following and watching Shannon Sharp because of this.
No, you cannot cancel. You cannot cancel Shannon Sharp, bro. Shannon Sharp, yo, every time the men's go live, he has 60, 70, 80,000 people watching live. In football season, he be having 100, bro. A man with a strong following, he ain't no canceling, bro. That cancel shit, it's for poor people made themselves feel good, bro. You cannot cancel somebody with a big name like that, bro. They got a fan base that would travel everywhere for him. That ain't gonna happen, bro. Maybe
so
TV
being held accountable means
maybe TV ain't gonna fuck with him, but he don't need TV no more, though. He got 2 channels with like 2, 3, or 2+ million subscribers, bro. The money is gonna be there. He haven't lost no $100 million contract. That country is on pause right now. He haven't lost nothing yet. He just going through. He just gotta know how to weather the storm right now. But that money is going to. He got. Go ahead.
So we should use the same narrative when it comes to a dude like Stephen A. Smith. Now he may have a different character, but remember when Stephen A. was on his way to the top, they used him as well. They suspended him. They tried to embarrass him, and it seems like they try to do that with a lot of us black men, especially the black men that get to the top. They look to embarrass them some way, somehow. So I do agree with that point, but we should use that concept for every black man that's in position of power. Like, what's the difference? What's the difference? Stephen A. ain't no difference.
What was he suspended for? Because he made a comment.
For comment.
Yeah, for comment. See, he been suspended twice.
Right. What was the comment around, though? I'm asking because I don't know, so I'm really asking.
I forgot, brother. So it was about.
That's what he was saying earlier. Yeah. We talk about blindly supporting people without understanding or having all the facts first. I don't remember what it was that he did or said that got him suspended. I do remember him being suspended, right? And that's his employer teaching him a lesson. This Shador situation is different. And I think we have to be able to, like, what does a nigga have to do in order us to say, hey, fam, that was wrong. You out of pocket for that. Like, what does a nigga have to do?
That's interesting.
Call that when somebody pull a blinky and somebody transition to join the elders. Like, if you're an old fool, we got to be able to say that. We got to be able to say, no, that's, she's shaking them down. That's wrong. Right? Or people that put false allegations should be locked up. I agree with all of that. All that is correct. But I'm not going to sit up here and act like, fool that puts himself in positions is a victim.
Absolutely.
That's true. That's true. I agree with that.
To Hot Sauce's point, what he's suggesting, and I think he in the chat, what he's saying is, let's stand together publicly, irrespective of what the issues is. He said the words "get to it later." I was changing it to reprimand our own in public. In private. Right? That's what he's positing. I don't think that's.
Then that leads to what Hank was saying, world class, about JP in the courtroom supporting the old boy, right? Like, I think we have to listen. I think all of that's important. We gotta be judicious about how we approach it, though, right? You don't support everything and everybody blindly. Like, if it's wrong, it's wrong. You call that out and keep it moving. I think we should be doing on, bro. I agree with that at all. Like we should not be doing a pile on. It should be, yo, you an old fool. How you get caught up in that? Right? Like how you get caught up in that? And it is what it is. He got to go through his process. That is what it is. But I don't think we blindly, and I'm super black. I don't know if y'all know. What books I was looking at while I was at that estate sale, right? But we gotta be able to set the tone and call a thing while also standing in solidarity. I don't know how other ethnic groups do it when they chastise other people. I do agree, like it's out public out, or maybe we just don't know about it. We don't see it or whatever. I don't know how to come up with that, but I do know we got to be able to call a thing and still move in solidarity as a people.
I agree.
I mean, just giving credit to his idea. I still at the same time, the issue I see with what Hot Sauce is looking at, I don't think it's a bad idea. Just the problem I see is that anybody can start to fake like they us. Anybody can start to pretend that they with us just to get us to support them, and do the flipping, switching bait type shit at the end and on the back end, acting like they the victim, but you're not the victim. You actually participate in it. But that's probably like too advanced in terms of like warfare and shit. But I think simple stuff like this, if it's public, because we've seen it, it's public. Even like DDG, what he went through with his girl, right? They ain't this kind of completely opposite, but just when we see something public, and I can go, the baby being kept from DDG. DDG is clearly and concisely a good dad. Why is she doing that? Reprimanding the girl on you shouldn't keep the baby away. From what we see, we got enough to make a comment publicly because it's a public situation. When this stuff is brought public, the text messages is brought. I'm seeing 25,000 a cheek, put a big black baby in me. If it's brought into public, which he could say that encourages doxing. I don't think the doxing, I would never encourage in it. But when you seeing shit like that, it's like on the backside, like, bro, you leading right now. You one of the guys. If it's so-called black people media, Shannon Sharp name coming up. You can't be moving like this. And it goes back to Kevin Samuels' point about us being represented and having an image. I think out of all the things he said that I ain't like, our image, we need to actually protect our image, which goes to my point. We need to submit to our own that we groom when it comes to public relations. Because a lot of us are not good enough, and you would expect people in that business that has that training, like Shannon Sharp, not to be moving like this. That's the thing that's disappointing. Because we look at he said a lot of why he's a person that you could look at what he said about his grandma. My grandmother told me this. My grandmother told me that. You would think he would be one of the wise ones, and it's disappointing. I'm not gonna quote cancel him unquote or shun him, but because we all make mistakes. He could probably end up being the best elder of all time when he gets to his 70s. But I think at the same time, when you have so many different young dudes, the way Anthony Edwards is moving, completely crazy. We floored that boy about that. Pause.
Uh-oh.
So when you got these young boys moving wrong, and then you got this OG moving wrong, we got to call the OG out. But
equal accountability.
I can't act like I don't. Yeah, because the way some of these young boys are moving is crazy, and it's dangerous because they got eyeballs on them. Pause, and they're gonna mimic the behavior.
But also to your point, think about that, right? So now, Shannon Sharp in a position where, and I said this the other day, now you can't go to them young boys and have their ear in earnest like that, right? Because now they gonna say, well, you got caught up. How you gonna tell me? And I deal with that all the time with these young bloods. Like, hey, how you telling me and you got blah blah blah, right? This is part of the challenge. Why they don't respect old heads now, right? Because we tell one thing. Right, we tell them one thing, and then they see the results of another thing that we did. So it's gonna be hard for Shannon and build them young cats.
I don't know about that, Rilla. I look at it the other way, Rilla. Now that he got beat by the bud, bro. He kind of like, now the kids will be more inclined to listen to him, bro. I believe so.
Absolutely not. I'm gonna tell you why. Because this is the thing y'all don't want to hear. Or not you, Blunt, but I'm saying, we keep saying this. 57. If you're living by the principle that you're trying to teach me, I can see the result of it in your real life. Because you deal with these young in the street, and they say the same thing. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but really, but
Go
you wanna hear from someone. Damn, somebody got crazy background noise. You wanna hear from someone that have gone through some real fucked up situations in
right.
life. Why do you think Deion Sanders brought that whole Brittany Renner to Jackson State? Because he needed to bring a real life hoe over there so he can show them. Now that
Right.
Shannon Sharp that got caught up fucking with the hoes, now he actually can say like, hey man, listen man, I'm over here man playing games with these young bitches man with a fat ass
No,
man.
sir. No, sir.
This is what you gotta look. This is what you gotta look at A, B, and C. And I think a young boy would be more inclined to listen to him. That's what I would listen more to him than anybody that haven't gone through nothing in life,
No, sir.
bro.
No, sir. You're more inclined to listen to Deion Sanders because he navigated the same landscape that Shannon navigated, and at best or at worst, he could tell you I got hit in a bad force, right? But he ain't gonna tell you about no scam. The young chick that
I agree.
no, listen again. I'm you what I hear when I'm talking to these young. I'm applying it in real time because we use these cultural references in minds. So I'm saying based on when I'm talking to these young bloods and they're saying, okay, well if you so smart, how come it ain't work for you?
Mm-hmm.
That's what they
That's what
gonna
they
say.
say.
Yeah,
That's what they
they
say.
quickly
If you
because
if you get
or maybe a Steph Curry. I don't know, maybe a Steph Curry. They definitely would listen to Kobe. Right, if he was still with us, they would listen to a Kobe or something like that. Because again, you're navigating the same. Now, Kobe, that would have been a good one because he got bit, but wife didn't leave him. You know, he stayed the course and redeemed himself. And my bad, I'm in the whip, so that's all that noise back there. But you understand what I'm saying, Blanco? Like it's the difference between me going to them young bloods and trying to tell them about street life. I don't live it. I ain't been in it. I'm a L casual observer. Whereas somebody like her who well versed with the ins and outs of it, yeah, they could listen to you and believe you because you ain't get with anything. You know what I'm saying? Well, I don't think you got an F on your report card. You know what I mean? That's the difference, man. If I caught up in some, they ain't finna listen. If your way was so good and you just got all this wisdom, then how come it ain't working? That's exactly what they're gonna say, fam.
Yeah, we gotta have a broad perspective, yo. We gotta have a broad perspective because I do think that the youngins do look at the criminal underworld as something that's something to look up to, when we all should be looking at the dudes that's supposed to have done it the right way, went to school, got their education, built their business, and got to a certain level. We got to be a healthier balance of how we look at these people because one way ain't gonna work, Poppy. Because I understand. Exactly.
I'm certainly not celebrating the criminal, but I was just using that as an example. But hey, all the criminals are now. Ain't no criminal underworld. That's a myth. They each other on Vlad and Adam 22. Man, I'm on mute.
Yeah, that's real shit. That's real shit.
They said the girl was typing 25K. Did Shannon actually pay her that? Is there any evidence that he paid her any money? Because they talking about, I heard like 4 or 5. I've seen 4 or 5 people say that.
25.
I've seen like 4 or 5 people say that
yeah.
I've seen like 4 or 5 people in the stream or the last stream say that he ain't want to pay for his daughter wedding, which is his right. It could be a lot of different reasons, but I mean, if he don't want to pay for a wedding, he don't want to pay for a wedding. She might got her own goddamn money. Who knows? We don't know their life.
Pay for the wedding, but he won't pay for them cheeks.
Right.
He probably don't like.
That's crazy.
He don't like the nigga.
Yo, Dr. Dre daughter was crying about how Dr. Dre didn't take care of her and she was homeless. I think this woman was well into her 30s, right? Sometimes we just don't know these situations. Some these fathers, some of them, we don't know if he may have gave her a trust and she broke the trust, or she might have spent all the dough in the trust or whatever. Who knows? I don't begrudge him if he didn't want to pay for her wedding, but I do think it's extremely foolish that this man is in this situation. It's unfortunate and it's extremely foolish. And I think this is beyond a cautionary tale. I'm on mute.
Yeah, ain't nobody trying to give up $10 million. Don't give a fuck how much money you got.
Okay, but let me ask you this, world class. Could this go to what I was speaking to earlier, as far as like thinking with your dick mentality, like how some men may do?
Mm-hmm. What you mean? What? Just the Shannon Sharp situation?
Yeah, like how some men like literally be so lost in like seeking sex and so lost in that to where they're blind into, you know, and they getting put in situations, and it's situations where they like real deal criminal situations and stuff like that, and they can be probably even innocent, but they get put in situations because they thinking about like straight up sex and not thinking like logically. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you got to look at to be fair, like if to the degree in which he works a lot. He got basically 3 things where he like the hottest in each area, right? So with the little bit of time that he has, I guess it's like some compensation issues. Like he want the pleasure to match the work, and you want a place where you can let your guard down. But my nigga, you're not married. That's what wives are for. When you grinding like that, you be around your wife, or wives, or whatever your situation is, or women that you can trust. Then you can let your guard down. But you letting your guard down with a 19-year-old that's thirsty, hungry, vicious, trying to come up. That's on you. But to your point, that is an issue for males when they haven't addressed their insatiable desires, and make them satiable if they can. And something that that each man has to deal with. Whatever your addiction is, whatever your desires are, you got to address them dead on, and get down to the root cause of why you want what you want the way you want it, so you're not engaging in excess and overdo shit.
Shout out to KT.
This also the media age, so more people are going to be put on display now that we got social media and stuff like that. So remember back in the days, you didn't have as much media attention as you got right now. So I mean, more brothers going to be just put on, you know, the screen pretty much.
But to my point is what I'm saying is, like, I'm sure y'all all knew of somebody, probably went to school with, or have somebody in your family, or even a friend that didn't, not saying put in no situation like Shannon Sharp, that even probably embarrassed himself or whatever just by like craving sex and thinking, just straight thinking like with his dick instead of thinking with his head. You know what I'm saying? Just any kind of little situations like it, I don't know, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah,
I just
keyed,
think
all that. Yeah.
What'd you say, really? Go ahead, really.
I was saying, yeah, to your point, yeah, we know what you're talking about, because we see cats with their cars keyed up, or they, you know, get trapped with a baby, or, you know, call up in child support system, all that stuff. Yeah. We know plenty of cats, self included, that was out here moving and thinking with the small head and not the big head. You dig?
Yeah,
I'm on mute.
That's just to my point. I think like that's the bigger point that I was thinking, even to the Shannon situation, for as like how people saying, oh, he should have knew better, but he was thinking, he thinking about, you know, having sex with this 19-year-old. He thinking about having relations with her and stuff like that. He not thinking logically like, damn, okay, this might not be right or something like that. And a lot of men be in those situations. You know what I'm saying? Even if they in the right. And yes, it can be.
But I don't think that's out of the norm, though. You don't think them rich white men do the same thing? You know, it's just how you get. You know, it's how you guys, how you move.
That's why I was speaking to the sexual nature of men. That's why I was
so fucking, so niggas gotta stay away from fucking then.
No, I'm just saying men need to be more aware, alert, and attentive of what they're doing and in the situations they putting themselves in.
So even when let's say they're doing it, obviously we ain't talking about a nigga taking pussy. I don't think nobody stand for that. Let's take that out of the equation because people love to do the streams over here, right? Take that away. Put that to the side. Nobody's down with that. If a nigga and a bitch get together, right, and they start fucking, and this whole get mad and put a crazy accusation on you, now the nigga got to stop fucking them, right? So he can 100% exclude himself from any false accusation. Then that's what you're saying, right?
No,
Right, because I don't think it's It's,
no, what I'm saying is like I'm saying how people just literally think and have sex on their mind and they vision is blurry is what I'm saying. I'm not saying that's
Shannon, go ahead.
The accusation can come out of anywhere. I get what you're saying, but in this case, what we speaking to for us with Shannon, like how everybody just agreed, like yeah, he could have did better, whatever the case may be. Ain't nobody just say, oh yeah, he's a predator or whatever the case may be. Did nobody even give him that jacket? People was saying
what I hear. No. I heard people say that, and I think but go back to
right here now when everybody was just discussing it. That's what I'm saying.
But go back to what World Class say. Shannon is the wrong example for you to use because Shannon works extremely hard. We know that from his football days. If you go back to his football days, Shannon was one of the hardest working dudes on the team. So he's been disciplined the majority of his career. So I think it's just he's just a terrible example to use for your point that you make it specific.
That's what makes it even more important, though. That's what makes it more because you're right. We do know him to be disciplined. We do know him to be hardworking. We actually know that he hasn't really had anything on his jacket until he really got heavy in the media. Like he ain't had nothing heavy on the jacket. Now we moving sloppy.
It's funny. It's funny.
What head you think Shannon was using when he encountered this 19-year-old?
It's funny how like literally we're in 2025, right? Yo, it's funny like around 2022, 23 they were calling the man gay because they never seen him with a bitch. Now this nigga taking puss.
No, ain't nobody
it's funny,
saying
bro.
nothing about taking anything. Like no, ain't nobody saying nothing about
No, I'm talking about the accusation. I ain't say that you said. I'm talking about what is reading in the paperwork, bro.
Yeah, hey Blanco, I told the story when I used to work at the Zone in Atlanta. He used to come through with nothing but bad snow bunnies all the time. So I when they were saying the man was going any particular way, that was well known that he was gonna pull up with a bad snow bunny.
Damn. Yeah, you did say that. I heard you.
And he tipped good. Mute.
Yeah, Shannon Sharp was one of the main guys. First of all, he established the Ravens culture. He's like the fucking main one, and he changed like the eating habits that a lot of the best guys got. He's known to be disciplined. You can even see how old he is now. His body is still in shape. Obviously, he's not. He can't play football, but so it does make it worse when he's not. It's just disappointing that it's him. You know what I'm saying? Not that he like white chicks, because I don't understand when niggas like white chicks. But that's another conversation. It's that the girl was young, and it's more so how he moving than her age for me. Because the age gap conversation is. I'm not even on the fence on it. I don't think we really had the luxury of just saying, my wife is guaranteed going to be 5 years older than me, 5 years younger than me. Sometimes it can be 10. I don't know. It's no way to quantify it for me. So my thing is how he's moving, and how hard you make it for these young guys to listen to you and listen to us when you moving like they moving. It makes it really. It's just frustrating. It's just frustrating. So what I think guys do have to the next level is the point he bringing up. I don't think. Again, they bring up the fact that only a few guys is getting vagina anyway. So I think it's probably the bigger thing that men have these insatiable desires and unsatisfiable desires when you just thinking with your dick because you don't get no pussy in your life. Or the guys that get too much or get enough and you make bad decisions because eventually law of average is going to play against you. You know what I mean? Niggas gotta move different, bro. You gotta
I agree. It's character.
you gotta think.
It's character building. I agree with it's character building with them young dudes because when we talk about being your authentic self, I think Shannon is just being his authentic self, and that side just got exposed. Right? We want black brothers to be who we are. That's what makes us. That's why you see certain people that's getting to the bag and getting to where they need to be at because they develop their character. And then you can be who you need to be to get what you need to get. So, but I think Shannon is just like you say, he got that struggle outside of doing what he do on the media tip. So
I think personally, and I apologize because I know I'm just hopping in, right? Salute to everybody on the panel, salute to everybody in the chat.
What's going on?
What's up, everybody? And I do want to say, like, I feel sometimes we put too much expectation on these people, right? Like, no offense, how we just saying Shannon Sharp had pretty much the perfect career. Something happened like this. I'm not debating whether or not it's right or wrong, but it was a legal action. We can get into all that extra stuff, but I'm just saying he made a mistake. We're people. No person is perfect. Like, and I think it's kind of wild of us to say, well, for him to be able to connect to our youth or something, I think the youth will connect with him more. If y'all watch Nightcap, his numbers is up. I'm just keeping it a bean. His numbers is actually up. Like, so I think youth will connect with him more because now they see, okay, he ain't just this perfect image that people like us as adults, maybe the older generation would say, yeah, be that positive role model. But the youth want to hear from somebody who done fucked up too. Because they don't feel like they can relate to people who are perfect because they're not perfect people. I'll land my plane.
Yep. So again, and I gotta ask y'all, what youth are y'all speaking with when y'all say this? Like, what conversations are you having? Right. But I'm saying, what black youth are you speaking with that's saying, yeah, actually, like I'm saying specifically, if you put them in a room full of kids, they gotta listen, right? They may seek his advice on a whole bunch of other things, like how do you handle your money, how do you get this podcast popping, all these other different things. He very well may be able to give advice on, and they'll listen to him on that. How to navigate this space with these females is not going to be one of them. He done lost a lot. He done lost a lot of credibility in that world. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah. I mean, nah. I mean, listen, in terms of, I don't think nobody, let's be real here. It's not really youth that's in like the manosphere places looking for, or the gender war places looking for how to treat other people. Let's be really frank. It's mostly like people 30 plus, probably 40 plus if we keeping it being late 30s, 40 plus, right? Like youth not actually over here like that or out there like that looking for those answers. They look through it, they find it through experience. Like they trying to go have the experience and then they'll come to their conclusions of this is how you do things, right? But like most people not actually looking for how to get bitches and shit. No offense, apologize to any females up here. And even the same goes to the opposite. Women not looking to like Tasha K for how to get dudes. I'm not saying it isn't a group, but yeah, that's not majority of people, of even us black people.
So KT, do you think you think people would, you think the young niggas was watching Nightcap the other night because he more credible or because he just viral right now?
Nah, I think it's because he more credible.
Oh, not credible, more relatable, I should say.
Yeah.
So let me switch it down. You think they're watching it because he's more relatable, or because he's just super viral right now? Because I doubt if it was a bunch of young niggas.
And to be more honest, I would say more relatable. Like it's kind of like the Tory.
Yeah, I think that word is better than what I picked. I think that the increase in numbers has more to do with the fact that he's viral right now. A lot of that's content creators and people that watch other content creators, versus it just being a bunch of young dudes that say all of a sudden because you moving like we move. And I think that's something you don't want. Oh, I'm gonna start listening to you because you just as low as me. How do we maintain a standard when we ingratiating young dudes listening to older dudes solely because they fucked up? Well, because
Right.
like when
Because a
I've
lot of
had
the youth
conversation, and I'm
don't
gonna say
look
this, and I'm
at
gonna
it the
shut up.
way we do, right? We have a set pit. How would you say? Like we already got our conclusions. You know what I'm saying? Not saying whether or not he did it, but period, he's right or wrong because he was in the situation. For the youth, that's not really what it is. They looking at it and saying, well, let's take a little bit of time. And no offense, let's be real, we've all been children. What your peoples tell you don't do is what you almost always do. So it's going back to that Tory Lanez and making the stallion joint, right? It was a lot of people just all of a sudden fucking with Tory because it wasn't the fact that they felt it was right or wrong. It's the fact that they were saying, hey, everybody making him out to be guilty and we don't even fucking know. And it don't even seem like that because this woman could be like this and that and the third. Like in America today, the villain wins. People don't really like the hero. They like the villain they can relate to. That's why Joker was a hit. You know what I'm saying? Like shit like that.
But that Tory Lane situation, he caught hella smoke too. Niggas was scrutinizing him, saying how he could have moved in that situation too. So I don't
Man,
think
let's be real. I'm not saying it's not a group of people because it's all nothing's absolute, right? Not everybody's not just gonna say this dude right, that person's wrong, or whatever, right? But we can admit, all of a sudden, now people taking up for Tory Lanez. We ain't never even seen viable Tory Lanez like that. Not saying that it wasn't a bunch of people saying, "No,
you
fuck
saying,
that, he ain't
yeah.
wrong."
I see a lot of people taking up for him, but yeah, I see what you're saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like that's the I'm not saying this to that point yet, but I think people don't realize that's kind of what's about to happen to Shannon. People until some court shit happened, and then just like Tory Lanez, people was wild in support of him. He got found guilty. People kind of just left it alone, like didn't even talk about it no more. And that's probably what's about to happen with Shannon also, because it's the I think we don't understand a lot of times the things we want to have a positive effect, at least recently in modern time, it seems to have the reverse effect.
I think as black men in America, I think we wildly underestimate our historical relationship to this judicial system. And cats better get familiar really, really quick. I'm on mute.
I will say this. I have 6 nephews, right? They're in their early 20s to mid 20s, right? And if we're looking about what do we think that the young dudes are thinking, or are they going to be relatable to Shannon Sharpe in this situation? I'm inclined to say, as far as this particular situation, they're saying no. They're saying he's dumb. He's dumb for what he put himself in. They are laughing at him. They don't want to be in this type of situation, and they don't think that it was smart. They're like this old lame, to be honest with you.
Big facts.
That's what these young dudes think about old men that put themselves in these situations. Because even today in this climate, the young dudes think that they're even smarter than this. They're not going to be looking to Shannon Sharpe in this situation with this girl and thinking, yeah, we can relate to him more because he's been through something. No, they're like this old fool. And that's just what it is.
And you got to remember, look at him, some young tenderoni out of their pot.
No, listen to me.
So you're telling me that your cis nephews is saying that Shannon Sharpe is done without looking at the totality of the work. Is that what you're telling me, that your cis nephew came to that conclusion?
I'm talking about this situation, not Shannon Sharpe's work ethic or him being a player, him with these deals, podcasts, endorsements. No, this particular situation, getting caught up with this young broad, they're not looking up to old men like this. They're like, these niggas are done. We're smarter than this. We're moving better than this. That's what they're thinking.
Right.
These young dudes are
okay. You got it.
I'm not talking to that point. I'm talking it's nothing about the girl. It's about a black man being, again, as we say to black people, the system against us. Like they'll relate with that.
Yeah, so you saying they resonating with being falsely accused and not being condemned in public before you ever had your day. That's what you're saying. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, but what Rilla was saying and I was saying is, when it comes to, I'm giving you advice time. when it's time to put on your big boy hat, when it's time for you to meet the OG status that you claim or that you at, that's where the credibility is lost. Not a young man's interest. A young man's interest is going to be fleeting in comparison to what the OG or the elder knows he need to know. So when he makes his mistakes, that's when we got to put on our hat. And when we go to say, hey, you shouldn't do that, and you Shannon Sharp and you 57 dealing with a 19-year-old, you can't control yourself and you 57 and she 19. This little nigga is like 21, she 19. If he can't control himself at 57, how are you going to tell him to do it at 21?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
man, y'all gotta hear some of these shorties be talking, man. They, especially for some of these shorties that didn't like grow up with their dad in the house and all this other stuff, and you coming up trying to tell them stuff, hey, they quick to try and read you your right, man. Nah,
right.
Baby girl, spot on with that. In this situation only, that's what she's speaking to. I agree with her.
Exactly, right. I do too.
They're not like, oh yeah, look up to him because he's been through something. No, they're like, this nigga's stupid. Seriously.
I've said in this live and the last live, it's him being 57, she being 19. Not just that she's 19. A lot of people take that as a priority. Nigga, how you moving? And at your position, y'all get escorts to and through. Some 40, some 21, some 30. Y'all got that. If you gotta, at this point in your life, we expected you to be picking women. And I say this again, I can't say it enough. Picking women that's going to help you protect your bread. Not you picking chicks. Exactly. And if you do an escort or you paying for pussy, you know what I'm saying? If you are paying for pussy, cool. That I ain't nothing I can do in your private life, my nigga. But the way you moving with a little girl, like you really gonna move a relationship forward when this girl is younger than your daughter.
World class.
You have to know because you raised one of them. You gotta know
girl.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like that's in my mind, I'm 39, it's a little girl. My goddaughter is 24. So you would know if you play with her and play in her face what she's gonna do. You just gotta understand it's gonna come with it. I know a lot of things that when men say certain things, it's like all the feminists are saying it, all the simps are saying it. Hey man, just tell them they right, keep it pushing. I'm telling you that as an adult, when you 56 or you 39 or you 41 or you 32 and you dealing with a 19, 21-year-old, they don't have the maturity of the women in your age range. If you play in their face, they gonna retaliate.
No, more than likely, they're still a childlike mindset at 19.
Hey, but we talk about somebody that's from we talking about somebody that comes from a class of people that would put the law on their own parents. At that age, they will put false accusations on their parents. And have CPS all up through there and the potential of them going to foster care and all that other stuff. Yeah, you got to know how to move different. Absolutely 1000%. I ain't condoning none of that shit. Yeah, you 57 and you an old fool. And man, you gotta deal with what you gotta deal with. I'm gone, man. I'll holler at y'all in a minute.
Yo, enjoy your day, boss.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. I don't see the flaw in what's being said about it. Because I know these chicks are going, listen, these little sister hoodlums out here are going to run game, nigga. They're going to do what they do because that's how they live. Mm-hmm. But I think it's just certain instances. Like, it wasn't like, again, what he's done isn't going to get him canceled. It isn't going to get him, he's not going to lose the things that he owns. But I can't emphasize enough, like, the way you're moving. Anthony Edwards, who's in the playoffs now playing the Lakers in 5, which is fucking hilarious. That nigga did the same. He doing the same shit. You at risk the same way. Like y'all 57, 23 years old, y'all moving the same. And that's nasty, wicked work. That's wicked work. But I do understand what you're saying, KT, about empathizing, the young dudes empathizing with being criticized and condemned without trial. That's a point. I'm not going to dismiss that. I just think specifically when it's big boy time, when it's dad time, when it's OG time, and I gotta advise you in another direction, and I'm not living that. It makes it hard for me to have ability.
But look, and the only reason I'm gonna bring this up is because, like, I still be with the YNs. I'm not gonna lie. That's my little cousins. Mm-hmm. I mess with him hard. We done had talks about this, and I ain't gonna lie, I ain't met no nigga 25 and under who done heard about this, and they on some shit like, man, fuck that nigga. They like, man, that's bullshit, bro. Niggas trying to take niggas down because they got the bag. They hating on another black man. Like they don't.
There
I
you
get
go.
what we saying because we adult enough to understand. You know what I'm saying? Like looking at the age gap, but you got to understand these the same niggas praise Bill Belichick. You know what I'm saying? Like he brought Bill Belichick bitch like 22. They're like 68.
Yeah, I'm just hearing about that today. I ain't heard about it. I'm just learning about that.
They out there cracking jokes and shit about this, and he go with her like be pulling up to the college parties with her and shit. Literally sent the UNC college campus pieces for the parties and shit. Like, man, come on, bro. And they out there like.
And that's what I've been hearing too, bro. Like every person that I have been talking about channeling is just, man, this bum ass hoe trying to tear the nigga down, bro. That I ain't heard this whole part. There's all the other crazy shit that people talking about. They checking that nigga down, bro. Simple as that. That hoe putting some crazy accusation on that man, bro. That man don't deserve that shit, bro. And yet, can he move any better? Yes, of course, bro. But that applies to everything, fam. That applies to everything in life. Just because a nigga decides to go get some pussy, now you calling a nigga the rapist now? Come on now.
Yeah, I mean, I ain't gonna lie, but I agree with you though. I don't. Me personally, I understand looking at the bigger picture. Why you 50 something fucking with a not even 20-year-old?
Why?
Like,
Why?
Exactly.
That's nasty work. Still,
okay, let me throw this in there. Okay, does it say something about your character or says something about your mentality, like who you choose to date or like your type of person you choose to date?
Personally, yeah, but when it comes to being famous, no. Like prime example, let's look at Kanye. We've been forgiving Kanye long before he came out talking about he gave his cousin head and all that shit, right? Like he been wild, but the nigga make good music, so motherfuckers be like, you know, separate the person from the music, but at the same time, you letting the person live. That's the society we live in. People not looking at what, if that's the case, Karl Malone, you know what I'm saying? It's a bunch of people through history we can point out did wild shit. And nobody was like, man, get rid of that nigga because he did some wild shit, unless he does something that they don't like personally. People don't really, we're not in a day and age where people insert the fact over their emotion and opinions. That's why most of the time we don't debate facts anymore. We're debating opinions. You get what I'm saying? Like, we won't go by the statistics at hand or the facts given or the definition of the word. We go by like, well, this is what I thought the word means. Or, you know, well, this statistic could be a lie. And like, I ain't saying it can't be, but this is what's at hand.
Hey, Tyranny.
Good morning, y'all.
Hello.
Tyranny,
What y'all
what's your thoughts on age gap relations when it comes to older men and younger women, or even older women and younger men?
My husband's 8 years younger than me.
Yeah, 8 years younger than you, but not 40. That's a huge difference.
She's a predator. She's a goddamn predator.
No, she not.
That's 2 high school cycles right there, man. You know, 8 years.
Is that not borderline? Is that not borderline?
I feel like older men date younger women for sex, but I feel like older women date younger men for love. I mean,
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I mean,
Girl, that's
you can find love with an older guy too.
Say it again.
Lord,
I feel like
let's see
it's
how we
not
justifying it
determined
right
by
now.
age.
You see how we are justifying.
I don't
Right.
think it's really determined by age.
Some better.
I mean,
But the thing is, for the most part, bro, in the real world, man, like everybody dating close to their age. Like Literally, like you barely see those crazy like gaps. Like,
Yeah, 8 years
you know what
versus
I mean? I'm
almost
pretty sure it's a stats for that, right? Now, when it comes to that gap shit, bro, as long as it's consensual and everybody's cool with each other, I honestly don't care, bro. Like if Hunger is 20 something, this guy is 58. They're legal enough, nigga. I
okay.
mind my
I have a
business.
question, Poppy. So how would you feel if your daughter was 21 and she came home with somebody that was almost 50? Would that change your perspective?
Or Shannon
I
Sharp's
would
age.
I would have to look that very closely because once she's 21, she pretty much like I don't mind. Like she still would be my daughter, and I would have some serious questions. Don't get it twisted. Why making you go this way? What's going on here? You
Yeah,
see what I'm saying?
I
But
think
once she's an adult, and this applies to everybody, man. Once your daughter's out of your house, she grown. There is no you
yeah,
cannot
but
control.
I
If
think
that is the case, hold on. If that is the case, y'all wouldn't come home pregnant with no husband. If the man got all this control.
okay, so but I feel like men's point of view and their opinion would be completely different if it was their daughter. It sounds cute to say I would ask questions, but
Mhm.
most fathers would flip all the way out. I'm just saying, I know mine would.
Some of these
What
fathers will
age is
see it
you
as
say? What age is your?
I just say some of these fathers will see it as, oh, he 50, do he got money? Can he take care of us? Shit, what can he do for the
Not
family?
mine. Oh,
Man,
sorry.
men,
My
I
dad
would
said
say
it was
like
very awkward.
it'll be
most
awkward.
people do let their daughters do whatever they want past a certain age, like he was saying. I mean, that's the facts. That's what I'm saying. We
Of
could
course.
like you said, that's how your dad is. But we know most people not like your dad because most dads not even present, at least in our
But
community.
the
Most of
thing,
our dads
Right,
but
not
the,
but
even present.
right, but I you're right. It is my dad and I have a very close relationship with him, but still, even though I'm gonna move how I want to move anyway,
there you go.
I'm just
There you
pointing
have it right
out,
there.
hold on, I'm just pointing out the fact that it's easy for men to play like it's cool until it's somebody that's really close to them. That's
No, it's
the
not
only point
cool,
I'm trying
but
to
it's
make.
reality. We
I know
can't.
it's reality, but it's a sick. Hold on, Riaz. Hold on, Riaz. It's a sick reality, though.
I
I
mean,
don't
we
think
can't.
it's about control after your
Right.
daughter's grown. I think it's about guidance and giving them some, type
Yeah.
of instruction.
Absolutely.
It's not about trying to control their life, but it's about, hey, giving you guidance. I don't know, baby girl. This might not be the move. You know what I mean? He's old
Agree.
as I am.
Right.
Usually,
But this is the
usually
thing
when a girl,
too. The
usually when a
father
girl's
can
like
say that.
20, right, and she bring a man home, you already don't mess with the nigga already for the most part. Just usually how that goes.
It's just weird to me. I'm not gonna pretend like how old was she? 19. He was late 50s. That is like a spirit of perversion in my opinion because that's still a childlike mindset. Not only is he an
Exactly.
adult, he way grown. He old as hell.
Us as
Right.
mothers, we do see
Got
it like
Well,
that.
grandkids.
But
so
I think men
so
are way more chill than us women. Like they really this is why daughters get along with fathers more than mothers. Because fathers are way more chill. So they're gonna be like, okay, daughter, this who you choose? Okay,
yeah,
cool. As long as that nigga don't put his hands on you, I'm cool. That's how most
yeah, that's
men
fair.
think.
Can
Mm,
ask
I don't
ladies?
I
know.
don't
Ask
know. I
Feel
ladies.
think
like
that
this
Can,
though.
y'all
can
That's
are
why
thinking that
son
age range.
basically gets on with the mother more though. I'm more closer to my mother than my father. I get on with my father very well though. He nice, he cool, he can be chill though. But I just know the other side of him as well though. And I get he my dad though and he got love for me. I'm always gonna be more connected to my mother no matter what though. Literally, she
yeah,
understands me on a
I can
deeper
see why
level.
too.
No, she
No,
understands me on a deeper level though.
Yeah, sure.
Nah, my mama understands
So
me on a deeper level. She
So
understands me
what
on a
was your
deeper
so
level. She been through with me all the way. Even though I'm on the spectrum, she
no,
actually figured out and tapped
I know
into
you
how
are.
to connect with me. So
Let,
that's
mhm.
let,
why
let me
I'm
ask
always
Oh,
you
gonna
okay,
something.
do
okay.
whatever it
So
takes to
can I
please her.
What was
can I?
your question,
Oh,
World
damn, you
Class?
still talking?
That's good though,
Wait,
Riaz.
So
what?
can I?
That's good.
Let me ask you something real quick, Molo.
Sorry,
You
sorry,
were
Ma.
speaking on the
Again, I was
age gap
talking. I did not
with the
hear you.
19-year-old. Like
Mhm.
there's a such
Can I
thing as like
oh, that's
a
so slow.
teen fetish, right?
It's sick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm, okay.
Yeah. So can
People
I
need to
ask
be
the
locked
ladies
up.
what if what's your
And I'm not
19-year-old daughter, right? What
implying
would
that
be
to this
the
case
what
stuff. To this case stuff, not implying.
Sorry, I just got here.
with with the ladies, right? All three of y'all.
Mhm.
With your 19-year-old daughter, what's the oldest age you would be comfortable with your daughter marrying, dating?
Oh, I don't know, maybe late 20s. I would say that's difficult because my parents are 8, 9 years
Yeah.
apart.
Okay.
So
Mhm.
I would say
Okay.
maybe a good nothing over 10 years, but even if it's over 10,
Mm.
okay, cool. But that 40-year gap is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I'll get you
FNL.
on that. My
Riaz, you're not a
parents
woman.
thought,
Riaz, you're not a woman. Hold on. You're not a woman. Hold on.
okay, but
FNL,
I
you
was
know,
just trying to
Tyranny.
No,
say
not
though.
Riaz.
Okay.
I'm pretty much in agreement with Mo. 10 years, 19, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
with the
19. Yeah.
19, I would say, 20s. But when it gets to being 45, 50, 60, I think that's too much of a gap. That's too much. What do you really have in common besides his sexual attraction?
That'd be my point.
Exactly.
Tyranny.
Okay.
Tyranny and the ladies in the chat. I think Quantum said 5.
Okay, so
No, I mean, I think I said black
Usually,
women. Oh, okay, go ahead.
when you see those big old gaps, bro,
Ladies,
it's a
ladies.
transaction. Wait, I thought y'all was done.
Oh,
No, we're
really?
not,
No.
Poppy.
Tyranny ain't go.
Yeah.
Tyranny
That
can
this
It's not.
answer.
Hurry up, there,
no,
nigga.
it's just
Shit,
go
taking off
home.
fucking days. Shit.
No,
Poppy,
she
shut up.
different, though, man. Nah, she different, though,
No,
man,
my
and that's
baby. There,
okay,
go
though.
ahead, baby.
No, okay, look, okay. I think us as black women, we know what's up. But this is Shannon Sharp and a Caucasian woman, right? And we know most Caucasian women come up off the black man. Most Caucasian women come up off the successful black man. So this young 19-year-old white woman, this is what they do. They find a rich,
No, I was
successful
actually
black
Answer
man.
the question, baby.
I
Please.
am answering a
I was
question.
actually
If I was a young Caucasian woman, my mother's going to teach me to go after that black man's money. That's what she's going to teach me. Us black women, we're like,
Nah,
no,
you
absolutely
pulled the
not.
political
no,
answer.
no. I'm saying I'm saying Tyranny as a
Shout out
mother.
to the titty
If you have a
bitch.
19-year-old woman, if you had a 19-year-old daughter, what's the oldest age you could see yourself allowing your daughter to? What you comfortable
Allowing
with? I guess. Yeah, whatever. If you had to say so, what would be the cap in terms of letting your 19-year-old daughter marry or be in a relationship with?
the cap that I would
If she
say,
could get
no,
your
you
blessing,
can't date
basically.
this man after this age.
Yes, ma'am.
Or you would have a concern.
Right, because like my 19-year-old telling her what to do. Mm, if she's 19, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
Let's just say like, I mean, if she said he's 20, cállate tu boca. If she say he's 20, 27, maybe 28,
What the
I don't know,
shit
y'all.
was
I
that?
don't know.
So 10 years then. That's the
Mhm.
guy. That's the limit right there, right?
We'll say 10 years. We'll say, okay.
Yeah, I think 10 years is the consensus. That's why thank you. I appreciate
Okay.
y'all because I think
Wait,
10
I was
years is
gonna
usually
say, though,
people
I
like that.
tell you the age difference
Hold on,
between
Ryan.
them.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, fam.
Okay, sorry, I can't wait.
Every time that you see those crazy gaps, bro, it's a transaction going on. There is no way around it. That younger is talking to that guy because he probably got deep pockets, and that guy is probably want to be seen with his pretty girl on his arm. It's a transaction going on. I don't think it's a lovely thing. I don't think it's like love going on in there. It's a transaction going on for the most part when you want to see those kind of situations outside.
Go ahead, Riz.
I think
Right.
oh yeah, go
Okay,
ahead, Riaz.
I get
Go ahead,
you,
Riaz.
though. Okay, both my parents are like 2 years apart from each other. My mom's like 48 and my dad's 45. So that means my dad married at 19 years old and my mom was 21 when she got married, though. What do you think of that, though? A 19-year-old man marrying a 21-year-old woman, is that okay?
That's fine.
That's perfect.
I mean, they're only 2
That's
years
wonderful.
apart. If
Yeah,
it's only a couple years, I mean, I don't see the problem. Either way, whoever's older or younger.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, well, I walked in the house with my girlfriend when I was 19. She was 32. My mother flipped the fuck out.
Okay.
I
She
bet.
flipped it. She chastised the shit out
And
of
see,
her.
it's
She was
not
For
just
terrible.
sure.
the men, it as well as the women. The women are wrong. That's sick
Well,
to me.
But
if I did that thing though, I think
is
both
it
my
is it
parents are gonna flip though. If I pulled that kind of stunt, I feel like both my parents are gonna flip. They're not gonna basically, I'm gonna basically agree with me. Both are gonna flip on me though. They're saying, why'd you do such a thing though? Like it's not that it's not that they don't respect that. It's just that pretty much though both of us, my parents, they actually just know something that I don't though. And knowing what I've got though, it's easier to take advantage of me. And I ain't wishing no worst case on me whatsoever though. But it's true though. I'm on the spectrum, so basically I have to. That's why I have to let them basically help me find who I want to get married to. Because me being on the spectrum, I'm not excusing. I'm not saying I can't be independent or I'm not capable. I'm very capable of almost anything, but I just rather let them help me do it though, because I don't want no. I'm not blaming anybody, but you get what I'm getting at though. It's more for
Yeah, I
safety,
get it.
man. My mom is more
Mhm.
concerned about safety, not the person like. Not about safety for me though. So,
Right.
so
And my mom
basically.
was 18 when she met my dad. I think my dad was like 26. But they've been married. This year will
Mm.
make 45 years that they've been married.
Okay.
Uh,
I
when
mean,
I
it's
was born,
basically.
when I was born, my mom was when I was born. My mom, well, she was about to turn 25, and my dad was
Hmm
35.
Okay.
It was literally 10
I
years
was
apart.
pretty much a teenager though when I was playing. The only time though I pretty much expressed my feelings to a girl that was the same age as me though. I pretty
hmm
much were either the same age or I was a year younger or older, I guess. Probably 1 year apart from each other, I guess.
Okay, well, do y'all feel the same way if y'all son dated an older woman?
I would be
Mm,
pissed off.
Why?
mm,
Yeah, I
Isaiah and
would.
Matt bet not walk through
yeah.
my door with somebody half their age. I have something to say, even though they're gonna do what they want, but I will absolutely voice my opinion. It's sick
Mm,
on the woman's part. It's a
yeah.
So
problem
you'll be
either
like,
way.
girl, why you with this
Yeah,
young
20,
ass
20
boy?
I
No,
yeah,
don't have
with
a
it's
a
pretty
problem with
29
much
year old
the
woman, but
no. I
What
feel like you're
man is he
gonna pretty
dating
much
at
tell
Nah,
your
I
29?
know
son
why you
that
there.
don't do that though. Nah, you're just basically doing the parents thing. It's not a gender thing for you though. Whether it's your son, your daughter, whatever though. You're just basically doing what a normal parent would do though. This pretty much shows some concern. I mean, I feel like my mom or dad would do that though. They'll probably be like, both of me will. They'll both. If I actually tried to pull something off like that, both of them would literally do that to me. I feel like that's what they
ain't
did.
this your fault?
I told the truth about,
Yeah, I don't know what's going
flirting
on
with a girl literally. Wait,
here.
is
We got
this
two
wait,
people on the spectrum.
I know this is a weird question, no, but when I was 18, I literally told a girl she was my
Ernie and
wife.
Miss Young Red, they are both on the
Oh
spectrum.
wow.
That's okay. I'm letting y'all know I like young men, and if my husband fuck up, I'm
I know you
baby.
do. I know you do.
Crazy.
Isn't okay,
I
Tyranny,
got
how much
You a
younger
goddamn
though?
predator.
Sorry, I
How
don't
much
know.
Girl,
younger?
Sorry, I
I
gotta
like.
clear up,
Look,
man.
I feel like the younger the man. Okay, look, I feel like a
But
young
there
man
should
knows
be
what
a
he's getting
limit
himself
though, right?
into.
How old are
Tell
you?
your
Early
story.
30s? There should be a limit.
No, I'm
I'll
talking
Okay,
about
probably
tell a
be
story.
Or am I
I feel
tripping?
like,
big, like,
Tell
huh?
your story, Tyranny.
You should.
Tell your story,
I'm
sister.
saying, I feel like a young man know what he getting himself into when he dating an older woman. He
I
already know
under,
what's up. So he better be on
I
his A game.
understand.
Hold on,
Wow.
Okay,
let me
okay,
finish.
I'm
He
open.
know he better be on his A. Hold on, he
Tyranny.
know he better be on his A game when he's dating an older woman. So
Yeah, you
look,
know,
I'm not gonna deal with no
he know
old man
your
that don't.
goddamn tubes are tied, and he could
Hold
drop
on, let me finish.
them seeds in you. That's what he
okay.
know.
So,
I'm
so
done.
how
Let
much?
me
Hold on,
finish though.
Riaz.
One,
Hold on.
Yeah,
sorry.
let me
How much?
finish.
Okay, go ahead. My bad.
No, you good. You good. Damn it. Okay.
I
So
was gonna
what
say
I said,
hint.
I know what he's getting himself into. He know what he's getting himself into when he dating an older woman. And I'm not finna go deal with no old ass man that don't want to change or don't want to grow or don't want to learn.
Boom.
Because we
There
know
you
the older
have
you
it.
niggas get, Y'all don't want to learn. Y'all don't want to grow, and you think you know everything. So goddamn me, if I'm 40, shit, I'll get with a fuck you mean 23, 24-year-old. Fuck you mean, goddamn right. He gonna provide for me. He gonna take care of me and my kids.
Girl, how?
What you think about that, Mo?
How would you say?
Turn out
Okay, so can I respond? Can I respond? That's cute, right? That's cute or whatever that you want to talk to somebody young, but more than likely, all he can offer you is sex, unless that's all you want. But I
Nah, a
still think
younger
it's
man.
sick. Hold on, but I
No.
still think that's sick because that's well for me. That's somebody like if I'm 40. Well, when I turn 40, my son will be 18, but it's still kind of like giving you could be my son vibes. I had
Why you
one
think
incident.
you can
Hold
offer
on,
sex?
but when I was
Wait.
this was like 2 years ago when I was still smoking. The guy that was giving me my green, he was like falling in love with me. You are so beautiful. I know I'm only 21, but I have a lot to offer. I make six figures at 21. I accept you and your boys. I understand you divorced, all of this. I had to literally like block this person. I kept saying,
Okay.
you are young enough to be my son. It's just weird as hell to me. All this
You know he was
But
running game on you,
that's I
right?
think it's insulting to say that a younger man can only offer sex.
and you
That's
want
why.
to the mindset. You
No,
almost
I just
you're
told
half
you
the same age.
a young man know what he's getting himself into when he's dating
Okay.
an older woman with kids. So it's not no mindset. He know what he's getting himself into. So a young man can offer way more than just penis. Not every young man is on that tip anyway.
Okay,
This is when women
right.
start thinking that all
Well,
men are the same,
no,
and they're
ma'am,
not.
but he's 22. Get with
I
somebody
didn't
that
say 22.
oh, you said you would be 40 and you would get with somebody that's 22 or 23. Am I the only person that heard that?
Yes, I didn't say 22 though.
What age you say?
I said
I think
23,
you said
24.
23.
Oh, same thing. Anyway,
Wow.
One year difference.
Okay.
anyway,
Okay.
so
Can I
basically,
do
Same
something?
difference.
Please, I'm sorry. I
weird.
can't hold it no
It's
more.
still Riz, you're making
I
me
see.
look
Hold on,
bad.
Riaz. Put on mute,
But
Riaz.
it's still weird, right? If that guy's like 22 or 23, get with somebody his age. It will make more
Trouble with
sense.
attitude.
Like what does he have to offer you? So you're saying basically you
Yep, but I
relate
like a younger
to
man. I
somebody
mean,
with that young mindset, basically.
not all young men got the same mindset.
If you're 40, what do you have in common? Is what I'm trying to figure
I
out.
don't know, but I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. I like younger men, and if a younger man
Okay.
come at me
Damn.
and he's willing to offer what I
Um,
need,
okay,
I
bro.
know
we
you are.
good.
Okay, bro.
We
Okay,
good.
Shout
bro.
out to
You
Ice
being
From
Cube.
what
predator
Shout
vibes.
out to Ice Cube.
can I say this to kind of
Shout out
mind it
to Ice
out?
Cube.
From what I've
Yeah.
seen, like, okay, I can see if it's a younger man, I'll say 28, 29, 30s on up. Okay, right.
Right.
But, if it's from what I've seen, because I've seen women that date men that are way younger, let's say 20, 21, 22, 23, like she said. In
Mm.
those situations, most of those men where I have seen it are looking for a sugar mama, someone to live with, someone to
Exactly.
come up off of. And that's
Come
just
on,
what
baby.
I have seen.
Can you make me
Yeah,
happy? Can
Wow.
you
it
rub my
kind of
feet?
gives
Can you buy me
to
stuff? Can
me.
you pay
Oh
my
my
bills? I
God.
don't
You
give
know
a
what it?
damn.
Hold
Not you
on,
being a
Eminem.
master
You know
I
what it
want y'all to
manipulator.
see
gives
what's
though?
going on here.
It gives
I
it
want
low
y'all to
key
see what's
gives
going on
it
right now.
key gives
How
desperation.
young
You
you
gotta get
let,
close.
let, let
achieve
it
the
rip,
character,
Hank.
and
It
there's
gives
Hank, let it rip.
nobody.
desperation to me
Let it
a
rip,
lot of
Hank.
times
Listen,
with
clip.
women. It gives
I'm trying to figure this
desperation
out,
as well.
Poppy. She's talking about this
No, no, no.
predatory, right? And then it got flipped on a man. What if a man was saying the same goddamn thing, turn and say, "We will be ripping
Y'all
his
do.
ass."
Y'all
Exactly.
Ain't
date
nobody
them.
saying
Y'all
nothing.
date young women all the
We
time.
are ripping Shannon's ass right now for what he
That's
doing,
Y'all
not
date
for what he doing for a
young.
young woman.
No
But
Y'all
let me
date
tell you
young
who's not
women
getting ripped.
all the time, bro.
no not.
Predator ass tyranny. She is
I
not
am.
getting talked about. This
I'm holding her
conversation needs to
accountable,
be had.
Hank.
And nobody is
Y'all can't
analyzing it.
hold me
Nobody.
accountable
I'm
for.
The
not.
people in the chat ain't
Y'all
said one
can't
goddamn
hold
thing.
me.
We'll let
Y'all
this
can't hold
slide.
me
And if it's
accountable
been a
for
hard ass,
nothing.
I can
allow
get
this
my
to be a home
thing.
saying the
What
same
the?
crap shit
What
Bernie
the
saying.
hell
I
y'all
like
gonna
these
hold me
women.
accountable for?
Some women
Huh?
can do everything for me.
Hold on, but he just saying
Come
he
on, bring
just
me a
What we
young
saying
talking
man.
about?
nobody has anything to
Come on,
say to you. I'm
villainize
just
this
letting
man.
him know I called it out. It's weird.
What y'all gonna
I'm
call
Right
it?
on,
I
sorry.
call
sister.
by myself. Hold on,
Right,
y'all being
right on,
hypocritical on
sister.
this motherfucking panel, cause y'all can't
It's
call me out
weird.
for a
Right on,
motherfucking thing.
sister.
Well, all I'm
If
saying,
I
you don't
like
have to
younger
get
men,
rowdy with
let
me.
me talk. Let me
You
finish.
don't
Let me
have
get
to be
5
rowdy
words
with
in. Let
me.
me get 5 words
Regardless,
in. If I
you
like
don't
young
have
men, that's what the
telling
fuck
me
it
to
is. I'm a grown ass
okay.
woman. Who the fuck gonna
I
tell
know it
me
is,
that I
predator.
can't like young men? Now I can see if I'm out here making a young man life miserable. That's one mother.
He may be Mills. He just ain't said it yet.
It's
I'm
weird.
gonna abuse it. I'm gonna
Sure.
domestic violence.
It's
I don't
giving.
know what y'all talking about, baby, but it is what's
You
over here
know
with
what?
me.
Go
I
find
like
out.
young men. So,
Tell your
so I'm talking
truth,
about what can he
Trinity.
do for me? Is he
That's
is he
cool.
Trinity.
working? He probably will be
It's
working. You're
weird.
not giving me if you ain't got no job.
It's weird,
You're not
I
giving
baby.
know
me
he
if you ain't
ain't.
got no money in the. Can I finish?
Shout
You're
out to
not
them.
giving me
Yeah,
if you
you
ain't got
Shout out
no
to them
can.
money in
boys
your
that
bank,
But
team yard.
and
everybody
you're not.
talking.
Okay, I'll let y'all go. Go ahead. Y'all try to tell not
Shout out to
40
them
year old
boys
ass
at the
about what
schoolyard.
the
I just
fuck
Trinity.
I
said
got
it's
going on.
weird.
It's
That's
on
all,
way.
sweetie.
I'm sure what some things y'all do is weird. You just not on here talking about it.
Oh
But
I
like
shit,
I
here we
said,
I
go.
don't have
if
anything to
I date
share.
a man,
I'm talking about it.
if I date a man and if he
I'm
got
just
money, he
talking
don't need my
about it.
money. If I date a
I
man and he
know that's right.
loves me the way that I want to be loved, because y'all be dating for
No,
superficial shit. I'm dating
not
for
me.
love. And if I feel like, hold on, if I feel like this man can make me feel good, period. And I'm not talking about with PP. If he can make me feel good, why the fuck not?
Okay, Halle Berry.
Why the
But
fuck not?
Okay,
I
Master
can
Mo.
find that
That
Okay,
in
doesn't
Master
make
somebody
Mo. We
any
that's
see you,
not.
bro.
sense.
I can find that in
It
somebody that's
makes
not
him my
me.
man.
That's
My
fine. I can
man.
find
Me
that in
on that.
somebody that's my age and not the age of a
What a
child
man, what a
almost.
man, what a man, what a mighty good man.
Exactly, para mí, no tú y tú solo terni,
Oh, there
okay?
you go.
I mean, I'm
Is
not
that what you did to turn him out? You was sucking
I'm
on that
saying,
man's balls in Spanish? Is that what you did?
I need to stop
Like
speaking Spanish
Uh-oh.
because
This is some
y'all fall
wild
in love
shit,
with y'all hear
Trinity.
Spanish. No, I
This
mean,
is
no
some
disrespect
wild
about
shit,
anybody.
sister girl.
I'm just saying, I
I'm not
like what I
going
like.
I'm
there.
just saying.
I'm
Well, you
good.
got your claws in that,
Who
that
the fuck do you
man.
think you are?
You put your
Okay.
fangs in that young boy, didn't you, Tyranny? He didn't
And I'm
stand a
just saying,
No,
chance.
I don't like when it gets to all the
This is
rowdy
crazy.
fussing, acting
Because I
ignorant.
know.
I'm not doing that.
ain't no
No
acting
jabber.
ignorant. Y'all talking about
I
holding me
said when it
accountable.
does.
Hold me accountable for what
I
as a
said when
grown
it
ass
does.
woman. That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
and I did. All I said was I thought it was weird.
Damn.
And
Okay, that's cool.
hold on, let me finish. He said that we going in on Shannon Sharp, but nobody is going in on tyranny. All I said was
You ain't been on tyranny for
let me
what?
finish,
Okay, I'm
please.
sorry. Go
All I
ahead.
said was I am asking the same questions that I had towards Shannon Sharp. So I'm fair. I hold anybody accountable. It's not gender specific with me.
It goes
That's
both
all
I
I'm
ways.
know.
saying.
I know that's right.
And it's not
Accountability.
personal
Hold
when
him.
I'm talking
Them
about
girl.
accountability. It's not directed towards you. You just happen to be the person, I guess, that's talking
Good.
about it. But I'm just saying,
No, no.
male or female,
Hold
if
up.
it's
Hold up.
awkward as
Don't
hell, I'm gonna speak up.
hold against
Period.
her. She wrong. She
Hold up,
wrong for
hey.
this. Sister, she
Yeah,
wrong.
and
No,
I
I'm
called it
not.
out.
How y'all
It's
gonna tell me
weird.
I'm wrong for liking younger men?
In your mind, you're
It's
not,
weird.
Tyranny. No,
But
no, Tyranny.
tyranny,
In your mind,
younger
you're
is
not
not
wrong.
a
But
problem.
in reality, you are
Younger,
wrong.
I have dated a man younger than me, what, probably 3 years. But when it gets to like 20 years, I think that's weird as hell.
It
I
is.
That's
mean,
why,
that's your opinion. Like I said, there's things that y'all do
yes,
outside this
because
camera that's weird
I
as hell, but
so
y'all
I
just
can
don't talk
you
about it, and
you
that's
can
fine with
you
me.
can
But
assume
I don't see
yeah.
nothing wrong. Hold
I
on,
never
I
said
don't see nothing wrong if
I
a
was
man is
And I tell
saying,
you
perfect.
one thing, you won't hear me
I
talk
never
about
said
dating a
I was
younger woman
perfect.
like the
Exactly.
10,
I'm
20
not
y'all,
years
trying
younger
y'all,
than that.
y'all,
everybody is perfect, but 20
but
year
y'all
difference
dating
is
young
weird.
women. Y'all might be disingenuous. That ain't nothing to do with me. But y'all
Oh,
date
we
young women
be
all the time.
disingenuous.
Y'all talk to
Okay.
young women all the time. How many girls do we know that was in high school saying they was dating a man how much older than her?
I don't
So
know. It
we
didn't
know
apply to
y'all
me.
do
I
it.
don't care.
Whatever.
Well, them
Y'all can
some
be on this
dumbass little
panel
girls.
disingenuous all y'all want to, bro.
I mean,
I don't care. I'm too grown
I,
for that. A
I,
lot of y'all
I
women
know
only
that's
date
right.
I
white white man. That's out of line.
Just because we don't
God
agree
damn.
with you
I
doesn't
don't
mean
Where
think
the
that
white
that
man
we're
come in there? What do they got to do anything?
it doesn't
So let
mean
me
that
ask
we do weird stuff or whatever you're trying to
Y'all
say.
do.
We're
Everybody
dealing with
does
this
something
topic.
that somebody don't agree of.
I understand
Everybody.
that, but we're talking about a 20-year age gap, somebody young enough to be my son, I'm not going to bend on that.
I
It is
didn't
lit
say
and
20. I
progressive.
said 23, 24. So if I was 40, that's
Okay,
17.
girl, it's the same thing.
God
Are you
Yeah,
damn.
serious?
that don't even make sense. You just come on now. 17 years.
Man,
That's
anyway, what's up, Just Jay? Hey.
Good day. Can y'all hear me?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
hear you.
okay.
How y'all
Hey,
doing
that's
Thank
today?
you,
Jay.
Cassandra B.
Good
This
child.
is wild. This is crazy work, tyranny.
Sorry.
Oh, is he still
I'm
instigating right
sorry.
now? Because I could go back on mute. I'm
he
not
definitely
sure.
going
Yeah,
viral.
yo.
Let just say
I
it
want to hear
So I
what
is.
Just
wanna.
Jay got to say. Can we hear Just Jay?
Yeah, y'all have a good conversation
All
about
right.
tyranny's love life. I'll talk to y'all later.
I can
Love
care
y'all.
less. You
Uh
make
oh.
it.
Oh, wow.
You shouldn't
Well,
be
Okay.
talking about even in
I
your
definitely
absence.
don't give a fuck
Just because you
about
left, you
people's
don't get
personal
talking about some stuff.
lives.
Bye.
Anyway, I don't give a fuck about people's personal lives, but what I will say is for people that have a certain moral standard, that will vary, right? That's going to vary from person to person. And this is why these conversations continue to happen. So there are some people, because men will try to weaponize what this person just got up on the panel and said about how they like young men, et cetera, et cetera. That's their fucking business, right? Because obviously, as long as shit legal, we good with everything, as long as it's legal, right? And it is what it is. Ain't nobody breaking no law. But if you look in the fucking chat, what I said still stands. It doesn't change. I have no problem with certain age gaps. I truly do not have a problem with certain age gaps. If people are over 30, do what the hell you want.
Right.
But that's my personal
Mhm.
standard, and everybody's standard is gonna change. So if you got a 32-year-old chick and she want to date a nigga that's 78 years old, you over 30. I don't give a damn. I personally think that we ought to be more mindful, and this is just a personal thought. Again, everybody don't think the same, and it is what it is. But these people under 30 and these 20-something-year-olds and these barely legals, lead them people to themselves. So that be my
Exactly.
standing. I'm not saying that people don't date older or younger or whatever, but to me, the same shit she was saying sound no different than the shit niggas say. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like he know what he getting into, and you know whatever she was saying. Like this shit is wild. This shit
so
sound just
weird.
like them dudes. Like
Weird to me.
you know what time it is. You know what I'm saying? Get over here, and rub my
God
knees. Like what the
damn. This is crazy work. Boy, this is crazy. If that was a man, and now we're making a joke out of this goddamn bullshit. Boy, this is crazy work right here.
Good to see you.
This is
But like I said,
crazy.
it's still predatory.
I'm just saying, world
Yes.
class.
So you can use me laughing and weaponizing the troll, but like I said, it's still predatory behavior. So
Come
if
on.
you're gonna stick
Come
to
on,
the
Just Jay.
Absolutely.
On both ends.
We know
legal, then
exactly
y'all
what
do
it
what y'all
is.
want. Y'all fuck on who y'all want to, because it's legal. But people keep avoiding the fact that the average man that has women in his life that he actually care about do not want no damn man fucking on the young women that is in his life. I don't care if they're his daughters, his cousins, his nieces, his you know what I'm saying, his aunties or whoever. They do not want certain men around the women in their life. And to me, that is part of the problem, because my thing is, if you don't want certain men around your damn the women in your life, why is that? Because at the end of the day, a lot of men ain't gonna be honest because they know men ain't shit. My daddy ran my boyfriend from around the house, and he was the same age as me. Listen, he ran his ass from around the house, y'all. I was looking through the window, and my little eyes was watering. He ran that motherfucker from around there, and I heard helpless ass niggas getting on the panel the other day talking about you can't even parent these girls, as if my daddy gave a damn about how I felt. My daddy didn't give a damn about how I felt. He know how young men move because he was a young man at one point in time, but he got his ass from around there. So to my whole point, to me, it's about having a moral standard. This isn't about legality. People keep bringing up legal shit. Legal shit, like we know that he is within the realms of what's legal. So to me, these conversations are more about moral standing. It's not about the fucking legal aspect. I don't understand how we not getting that. So I can imagine if a dude twice my age or even 3 times my age was coming around the house. My daddy would have beat the living shit out that man. And the average man that cares about his life would have did the same thing. So I don't know why people be acting confused.
But the
Well, let
thing
me
is,
let me
just
say
Jay,
this.
on the
Let me say
situation
this.
with Shannon Sharp, right? Is that man wasn't coming around Hunger's father. You see what I'm saying? At the time, the quote unquote father find out, they already probably did what they did. You see what I'm saying? This is like a
No, I
rare
get that,
situation. This
but
is
I'm
not like
speaking to the
normal
mindset of men, though,
situation
Poppy.
because
Just
you
to be clear,
because
I'm sorry.
yeah
Hold on,
because
baby.
you
I'm speaking to the mindset of men. I'm not saying that Shannon went and introduced himself to her father or something. Because let's be clear, it's different levels. Because from my understanding, this young woman is a sex worker, right?
OnlyFans, yeah.
Okay, so yeah,
OnlyFans.
just be clear. I ain't saying that, so I get it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So first off, shout out to all the women in the chat and on the panel that held her accountable. To Hank's point, because that shit was wild. It was like deja vu all over again. But that's why I asked the question I asked earlier to kind of put a standard on it for women. If it was your 19-year-old daughter or son, what would be the years, right? 10 years. So if you put a standard on it, then we can have a conversation and then we can have an expectation. The only thing I think is a caveat to that is that I think what Tyranny was saying when she goes, not all the young ones think alike. There are exceptionally mature, whatever, 19-year-olds, 21-year-olds, whatever the fuck, however you want to look at it. And at the same time, there are ridiculously immature 30 and 40-year-olds, to where it becomes when I've seen this being posed, this issue being posed on other channels, they say, well, the men only want to get with them because they want to control them and they predators. Y'all have just displayed the same way, right? The opposite direction, it could be the same thing. So I want to ask y'all, the ladies in the chat, when it comes to that thing, right? When you have an exceptionally mature 19, let's just say 19 to 21, is that a little bit okay? Does that make it all right? Could you see it happening where you would allow your child to deal with the 10-year-old plus gap? If your child like exceptionally mature or whatever you would call it. Does that
I
make it
need
all
to
right?
know how old a child is.
Well, and let's say it's your 19-year-old, 20-year-old, or 21-year-old. They're exceptionally mature. They on a trajectory. They find somebody running somebody 30, 40 years old, the average 30, 40-year-old. Does that
Use
make it okay?
21 because that's when you can drink. That makes more sense.
Now Poppy say
Yeah,
they need to
okay.
be able to at least go to the club.
No,
Child,
no.
I can't. Shut up, Poppy.
21.
No,
Let's make
21 you
it
can
fair
go
so
to have a
we
drink
don't get into this
at the
now.
Outback Steakhouse bar and shit. That's make more sense.
Okay, I get it.
I
So
wanted it to be 19 because people are more sensitive about their 19-year-old and 18-year-old than they are their 21. Because 21 is usually like the cutoff with, all right, nigga, you on your own, male and female. Because when you put it 19, 18, you still got that parental, oh no, that's my baby. Because I want the pure response out of, let's say your baby is mature. They wise, they hang around their grandmama and them. They talk like their grandmama and them. They mature. They don't give you no problems. Does the exceptional age range, right? The exceptional children in that age range make it okay? Or does that allow for people to be accepting of a age gap of 10 plus years?
for me personally, I don't have a problem with age gaps. As a 19-year-old, I would still side eye if my child brought home a woman that was 10 years his senior. My son older than 21 now, and I still was side eye because I'm trying to figure out where that person's coming from. So to the point that everybody don't think the same, that's absolutely true. Everybody don't think the same. My point is, for me and in the way I see things, is inappropriate on different levels because people need to be amongst their own cohort, right? So if we looking at how things generally go, people typically, right, even though things are going to shit, people get together, they have kids, and then their children become a certain age, and then they have kids, and then they have grandchildren. We're in a time now where the fucking grandchildren and some of the younger kids is the same age, you know what I'm saying? Damn near the same age, you know, and everything is so mixed up. And so to me, that's one of the reasons why people
Right.
need to move the fuck on. People date in their own range. So if we on this family community shit, that's one reason. I truly think it does depend, and I say that with the most care and caution, and it depends for both sides. Honestly, it truly does, because I've seen age gaps that work okay. But to me, like Poppy said earlier, most of that is transactional. And from the stuff that I read, a lot of times people date with huge age gaps because of it's some personal insecurity about their own age. And this is just stuff I read, y'all. I'm not saying it's absolute. It's stuff because they're insecure about their own age, or because they don't relate to people within their own age group. And to me, that's a level of immaturity. So my thing is, what is it? What's going on that is not allowing you to connect with people in your cohort? That's the thing that concerns me. So I'm not saying that it doesn't happen, and I'm not saying that every person that has an age gap is you a demon, you a deviant, you're nasty, you whatever. I do think a lot of it is predatory and transactional, and that's for men and women. Because okay, I'm 50, I can't relate to dudes my age, so let me go ahead and find this 30-year-old. Because what the word be? Oh, because I could groom him. I can manipulate him, I can shape him a little bit more. All that shit is manipulation. So anyway, I'm gonna pass it. But yeah, it truly depends. But I think it's more so about people not being able to relate to their own age group. And to me, that speaks to the issue, not necessarily the age gap.
That's fair.
Right.
That's fair. That's fair. I think the point of why can't they relate to the age gap? Some things, like that's why I said exceptional, because you have some young people that again are exceptional, that are ahead of their class, that develop way faster than everybody else, so they're getting experiences that their peers aren't getting. That's on, sports, whatever. Sometimes they're in sports, sometimes they are, exceptional in education and stuff like that. That's why I just generally blanketed the exception. Those could be some reasons, and being the fact that they are exceptional, they are in contact with probably more adults, and then you build relationships, or you start to see a type, or you start to be around adults, so you're around more marriage people, so you start to like the married, be attracted to the married people versus people in your age range. I bring it up because, and the reason I'm asking these questions, like I'm asking because, again, like I said earlier, I was 19, a young lady was 32 that I met at work. And then from there, it was kind of like the same thing. But when I'm in these relationships, they're telling me stuff that I wasn't getting home, and then I wasn't getting from talking to girls my age. And nonetheless, I'm still young and they're still old. So older, my mom flipped the fuck out. But at the same time, I still learned a lot, right? I still learned how women are supposed to clean themselves, or what they say when we're not there. That's what I learned about the group chats. I learned a lot. So, but that doesn't make it okay, and that doesn't mean I wasn't at risk. You know what I'm saying? So I'm thinking from those standpoints, because as a dad, right? My son he's gonna grow up. He could experience the same stuff that I experienced. Older women flirting with him, calling him her boyfriend and stuff like this stuff that I experienced. So when they do, if he is to find a young lady he may be, let's say he's 16, and maybe some girl to like him that's 21 or 22. What happens is, and this is my point to y'all as parents, what happens is I want him to be in a state, and I can address it now. I want him to be in a state where he's transparent with me, where he'll trust my words, he'll trust my wisdom, and I'm not putting him in a position where he go, I don't want to tell my daddy because I just, you know what I'm saying, I like this 21-year-old vagina. I ain't gonna tell him. And I don't know, my little boy is not a virgin no more. He's 15, 14 years old, and he's scared. Because when we respond like we've been responding, right? And we should respond like that. If they're listening, they'll be like, oh shit, I ain't never gonna tell my mom. I ain't never gonna tell my daddy. And that becomes a problem. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to put a conversation on the floor to where we're thinking about them when they're in this situation, so we can bring them to the conclusion we're gonna have either way. Not that it's gonna change our decision, but that we think about explaining to them why it's so wrong that you're 19 and she's 32 or 35, other than because I fucking said so. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, ladies, can I say something quick before y'all start? Okay, so also I wanted to point out that, in my opinion, older people have a societal responsibility to pass the torch, right? Because my mindset is coming from It's coming from a communal standpoint, right? Because I'm still a part of society, and I personally do care about how I impact others, right? So I think that older people have a societal responsibility to pass the torch. And if y'all look and y'all see what's going on, older people are less and less willing to pass the torch. They begrudging as fuck. So it's not
Right.
the age factor is a issue on some levels for me because we understand psychology a lot more. But now it's about passing the torch. I'm talking about older women and older men. They do not want to pass the torch. That's a fucking problem.
It is.
And for lack of better terms, it's throwing the fucking ecosystem off.
Uh-huh.
But the thing is, just Jay, that is that since so,
We know since the beginning of
so
time, but it's more and more prevalent. We know this.
no, I'm not gonna say that. What I'm saying is like from a long time, right? Usually, and this is coming from women. Women like to talk to older guys. That's what they say, right? This is not something that men came up with on their own. They said all that all the time, right? Cool, no problem, right? If they want to settle down, let's just use the 21-year-old example, right? With somebody, they all come to the internet to say the same exact thing. They want a man that make $200,000 every month, whatever these crazy numbers, right? They need a man to have their shit together, right? Who is more probable to give them that?
Well, I mean, if we're gonna do the
22,
Google,
20,
that's cool.
a boy that going to college with them that is around the same area, they're the same age, 21, 22, 23, around that area. Or the older guy that is like 35 to 40 years old. Who's more closer to give them that?
Listen, my love.
I don't think that's a
We
good
know how
argument.
this goes. We know that older men offer stability. I am not
Right.
knocking that. I'm not
Right.
knocking that because I have dated older men. We live in a time where people have more wiggle room, right? And people still
Right.
want security. Women do want security. And so, like you said earlier, that's part of that transaction. So, so,
Right.
so, so my thing is though, what Next Level was trying to touch on earlier, he was trying to touch on from what I gathered, and I could be wrong, but he was touching on deviancy. And what I realized with men in general, they avoid to talk about deviancy. They just say, "Oh, it's legal," but to me, that is part of that problem. And I'm not saying that women cannot be deviants. I'm not saying that. It is more prevalent amongst men, but yes, we know that men offer stability. Older men offer stability. They represent stability. It ain't because a chick
Yeah.
trying to fall in love with an old motherfucker. We know that.
Right.
Yeah. No, but I was trying to. I'm talking about more like when people say they okay with a 10-year gap, but no the 20. That makes no sense because you should be saying more
Yes,
like
it does.
either you okay with you should be saying either you okay with a gap or no. It should be like in between. Well, I'm
Why
okay with the
not?
gap
No, it
It's a moral
matters.
because
standard, though,
I,
babe.
I, I,
Like,
It is
why not?
I'll
different.
tell you why, just Jay. I'll tell you why. Because there is no difference a 10-year gap between a 10 and a 20. You
When you
still a
over
gap.
30, it don't matter. So did you hear me earlier when I say, in my opinion, right?
I
Because
wasn't
again,
saying that what you're saying for what
I
other
know,
people were
but
saying.
I'm just using the example. I know you're not rebutting what I'm saying, but I'm just using the example. Earlier, when I said people
Yeah.
over 30, I don't care if
Right.
man or woman, if y'all over 30, do what the fuck you want. See, because that's
I
based
agree.
on my moral standard. But to me,
Yeah.
when people are in their 20s, I do pay attention to age gaps a lot more. I really do. When you're dealing with people in their 20s, I'm paying attention. And I'll be lying if I said I
Be-
wasn't.
Because usually the way I look at it, because like I say, this is like a stuff that happen like rare. We don't see it in our real life. We don't see stuff like this. A young girl or a young boy that is 21 with a 50 year. We don't see this thing, right? But when we get to see it, usually it's a transactional shit. Let's say a 21-year-old girl with a 50-year-old nigga, trust and believe that girl actually quote unquote prey on that man because most likely that man pockets are deep. And homeboy actually had a homegirl because he wanted to be seen with something pretty, bro. So it's a transactional thing, bro.
It
But
definitely
we know
is. But let's be
that.
clear.
That's
She
the
proved to be
thing.
the apex predator, and that's why niggas is mad. She know that man wasn't gonna do nothing but fuck on her and use her up. And this is, and see, that's what I think men don't realize in general. A lot of these women know this. Older women catching on, and these young girls already up on game. They know. Well, I won't say older women catching on. Older women been knew this. We just was less
Exactly.
accepting of it, but we're more accepting of it now. These young girls already know what time it is. They know that these men just want to fuck on them and use them up. That's why they are lining pockets.
Yeah, and Poppy, you keep saying, "Oh, it's just transactional." We're aware of that. We're just saying it's still weird as
So
hell. That's
if it
all.
is transactional, I don't want to hear about no big thing shit no more. Because if it is
It's
transactional, I mean
weird.
you know of the rip, what's
Okay,
going
it's
on.
not
You
okay.
can
It's
still be
not okay
victimized,
though.
Poppy. You got to stop that shit. That's like y'all
Exactly.
saying when
No,
a
no,
man is a sex worker or a host, she can't say no. You see what I'm saying? This is what I mean when
no, no,
I'm
no,
talking
no, no,
about
no, 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 no,
deviance.
just Jay. But
Yes, sir.
I'm not talking about that. You going somewhere, girl. Nobody's okay with somebody taking pussy
We're
or
What you
saying
mean
take.
it's
Nobody talk
victim?
about
She
that.
can't
transactional
be victim.
as if
Okay,
we
so
don't
stick to what you're
know.
saying. So she
No,
can't be
no, no.
victimized.
When I'm saying is to like kind of claim victim and make up shit. That's the part that I'm talking
No,
about.
we're just pointing out that it's perverted and disgusting.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, though, but
And let's
okay.
be clear, all deviancy isn't illegal. So for the people that want to start windmilling, continue to windmill. I don't give a fuck. This is why I'm laughing at big old freaks like Shay Shay. we know.
Exactly.
Let that nigga want them
Them-
them them barely legal fucking
Now,
fingers up his ass. We got it.
Exactly.
We know it's
now,
legal.
just Jay, are you
Okay.
aware? Are you aware that what they were doing is called what is it? BDS, whatever that shit is.
Yes, I'm aware, and there's still
Right?
consent with BDSM, and then you also have a level of BDSM that is where you is consensual non-consent. That's how murky the shit get. So when you play these motherfucking games, you better be careful who the fuck you play with. I'm
That
well
is
aware
so
what the fuck is
true.
going
That is
on.
true. Yeah.
And he went and got that young girl because he wanted to pound on her like that. So I don't know why we just keep acting like shit don't be, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. And she was willing to pay the price. But to act as if this 50-something-year-old man was not impressionable on this girl in no kind of way, considering what we know about the brain. So now we just gonna throw out how the brain work now. Just like that lady, y'all saw the principal not too long ago. That woman that got arrested telling that boy to rub her feet. Man, I would have knocked that bitch. Listen,
Yeah,
listen,
that's weird as
Yeah, I saw that
hell.
last in the
listen.
beginning of the week.
Listen,
I saw that.
people out here
Yeah,
nasty as
can
fuck.
I have a
This is somebody
Right.
question?
who is
You
in
be
a
my
position that
son.
is supposed to be leading, and you over here manipulating and leaving this horrible impression on this young man and asking him to rub your damn feet.
Right.
Like, it's shit disgusting, y'all. Like, I get that our
It
morals
But
was.
that was like a
are
teacher
different, but we have to
situation,
draw the
right?
fucking line
No.
somewhere.
That was
Okay,
like a
so
teacher, right,
can
Just
I
Jay?
have a
Yeah,
I
she
know I
was a
saw the
fucking
story.
principal or
question?
something. Don't quote me, but the bitch she worked at the school.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
different right there.
wait, can I have
Mhm.
No, she's
my
still a
go,
fucking
please?
deviant and she nasty
Yeah,
as
and
fuck.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
he
agree.
got
I
in
think they said she
trouble.
was the principal.
Let
Yeah.
me
Yeah, she
check
was
y'all
like a
before
some
I
sort
get
of
thrown
teach.
off.
I
Let me
think she
hear
was
something.
a.
Let me go on mute.
I think she was like a teacher. She was some teacher, something like that. I
She
don't know
was
about
in
the principal
position to
part.
be fucking leading, not taking
Yeah.
advantage. That's my
Yeah,
whole
there
Right.
point.
you go.
This old bitch should have been over there
Right.
teaching them motherfucking mathematics and teach a motherfucker how to read or some shit.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. You can start to manipulate people young, and it traumatizes and ruins them. Who
Okay.
your punishment is to rub my feet. That's weird.
Okay, ladies, I'm sorry because I threw it off. It was a question asked. Did y'all answer the question?
Can I
What was
have
the
one go,
question?
please?
Hold on,
Sorry.
Riaz. Let me check with the ladies right quick. Did y'all answer the question about the 19-year-old dating the 19-year-old son dating an older woman? If y'all would be okay with it?
Oh yeah, I will be pissed.
Yeah, I would too. I think he put in if the kid was.
You breaking up?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you good now.
Much better.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that
Better.
didn't you say world class if the kid was mature for their age or something like that? Um, Either way, I think that I would not be okay with that because we know that a human brain really doesn't develop all the way to even 25. And in some studies, they say even older than that. So either way it goes for me, I wouldn't care if the kid was mature for their age or not. I think too much of
Okay.
an age gap is just not healthy. It's just not healthy. And I think that
Yeah.
it leads to, I agree with almost everything Just Jay said, to the point of it makes you think of, well, why are you not getting along with people in your own age group? What insecurities do you have that you can't get along? And also, I wanted to say, You know, I always hear. I think Poppy might have said something about, the women are looking for money when they're that young, dating that old. Well, of course, we see that just like in this situation. But when it comes to, you know, all these women that are looking for 200K or whatever the number that was said, how can that even be possible? Because how many people make that much? So I think we have to be realistic here. Most women are not just going around looking for somebody that makes $200,000 a year, because most people aren't making that. Most relationships are 50-50, 40-60, either which way number you want to look at it. They're both putting in.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just a one side, it's the housewives and I don't have to do nothing. That's not the majority of the situations here.
100% agree with you. I'm telling you what, literally every girl that jump on Pop the Balloon, what's the other show? Kendra G, the pineapple bullshit. They all say the same. I know this is not something I make up. This is something what women say. At least 90% of them.
We know
I
it's
need
not
this
made
kind
up.
of guy.
We know it's not made
Yeah,
up, right? But if we
yeah,
want to get into the
yeah.
conversation, I'm sorry, I cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm done.
Lo
Go ahead.
siento, papi.
No, go ahead. I'm done.
Okay, so to the point, right? We know that this is a thing. So when we talk about all this shit about men being leaders, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and then when we're talking about older adults passing the torch, et cetera, why is it that, okay, because I've talked about on the panel of the chat, I've talked about how younger dudes have checked for me. I've had dudes approach me that's the same age as my son. I done had a couple of them that's younger than my son, and I run them the fuck away from me.
Right.
We know that it's something in this motherfucking water, because some of them damn children look grown. I'm talking about they look grown as fuck. We know this, but you can still tell that they have a childlike aspect to them.
Right.
Even some of these boys that I be seeing, they be all muscular and six packs and shit like that. You'll see their body, and then you look in their face and their eyes. You can still tell when people are fucking young.
Exactly. That's why I was
Their bodies be looking like a damn grown man body. You know what I'm saying? From Wakanda Forever. But then you look in their face, say something totally different. So I guess again, everybody different. But for me, that shit is that's a mind fuck. I send them people on their motherfucking way. Even dudes that I've had that have approached me and still wanted kids. I used to want kids probably a couple years ago. I'm fucking over it now, right? But even when dudes will approach me and I got to the point where I ain't want kids no more, let me go ahead and send you on your way. Even so, why we don't have this, like we people in general don't think about other folks. They only think about what's in their circle. I have enough integrity to say, dude, you ain't had no kids. You want to have kids. I'm not at the point where I want to have kids no more.
Right.
I'm not finna get in a relationship, because you got some people that'll do shit like that too, right? They're getting in a relationship with somebody, man or a woman, knowing they don't want to have kids and the other person don't have kids. That is awful. You send people on their way. I'm attracted to you. Yeah, you look good. Yeah, I might want to fuck on something, but nah, really and truly, at the end of the day, it's not fair to you. Let me send you on your way.
That's one of the first things
This shit is right or wrong.
Right. That's one of the first things I ask.
This is a good point of the conversation.
Yeah, does the person want children? If you do, I already know, like, to the left, like, let me release you back to the public, because I'm not having any more children.
Yeah, send people on their way,
and don't let them not have any.
If they really want that person, they'll try to be with them and not give a fuck about what that person
is selfish.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah, I agree.
Wouldn't this exact conversation sponsor age gap? If men in y'all exact age range, y'all exact age, still want women, right? If they want to be with y'all, but y'all don't want children, wouldn't that cause them to want to go younger, or vice versa?
And
I've already made a point for men that are building families. I understand why they would date someone younger that is still of childbearing age. Let's be clear, I can still have children. If a man would want to choose me as a primary source to have children, no. If a man chose me to have children with at this point, he would do it because he loves me. So
Right.
let's be real.
Right.
I don't have a problem with age gaps. Men, in my opinion, have a little bit more wiggle room, even though some of these niggas think just because they 60 and they still got sperm, their sperm be swimming around in circles. You know what I'm saying? But that's a whole nother thing. They sperm already
Don't be a hater.
but they can still have children. I understand that men have more wiggle room in that regard. A man can decide he want to start a family at 40 or 50. I don't necessarily think it's ideal, but it's definitely doable. They have that wiggle room. So I can see a man in his 40s, 50s getting with a woman in her 30s and wanting to have children. I still think
Right.
that
And
that man should leave women in they fucking 20s alone. Maybe pushing
right.
29, pushing 30. I say okay, I totally get that. So I don't know. I like this. Yeah, it ain't nothing to windmill about. To me, that's common
And
sense.
right. And I even said when I was addressing the age gap thing, men normally do go younger. My parents are 8, 9 years apart, right? And I see people doing 10, 12 years. It's when it gets to the 40-year gap almost that is
But them
weird
niggas
as
ain't trying to
hell.
have babies.
30,
They just trying to
30
fuck
What I
years.
was
around
just about to
Exactly.
say.
So when I say men, like men, absolutely, right? Of course, 9 times out of 10, they are gonna choose younger, and I'm not mad. It makes sense. But to these men that are choosing, you're 57 and you want to go for a 19-year-old, and like they say, it's legal, have at it. But in my personal opinion
But
is
is it
it is
moral?
weird, and I think it's a sick, perverted mentality.
Yeah,
That's
it's
just
just
my
not
take.
highly appropriate in my opinion.
Right.
But again, it's just my moral standard, and I understand that
Right.
that changes. But even to that point, these motherfuckers, okay, because they some of them literal motherfuckers, okay, they are not building families.
At all.
Honestly,
They're
if
just trying
dudes
to
was
get it
more
off.
focused on building families, because some people like to try to say, "Oh, the older women hating this shit." Man, I don't give a fuck about that because I don't relate to half of that fucking young shit anyway. You know what I'm saying? But if they were truly focused on building families, honestly, I wouldn't side eye it so much. I truly wouldn't, because there are people that will go get them a younger woman and they will start a family. I fuck with it. You
Right, me
locking in
too.
with this person. You not sitting here ruining her and ravaging every fucking hole in her body and throwing her back out to the streets.
Like a
To me,
lot
Right.
of
that's totally
people
different.
do. Right.
Taking
Well,
them
what is
to
what is the
Women
y'all
want
definitely
security and men want coochie. So what? I don't know. I'm confused.
what is
I
the
appreciate y'all response, to be honest.
what is the average age gap between people, man? I'm pretty sure somebody got the numbers because from what I've
It
seen my entire
varies. I
life,
don't know.
no, that's not. What I've seen from my entire life is people just being close, very close when it comes to age when they get with each other. Like I haven't seen nothing crazy. And if I had to take a guess, I would say 3, 4, no more than 3, 4 years.
Right. To me, it's
I think
usually
it's
no more
about
than 5,
5 years
in my
at the
opinion.
most.
From what I've seen, it's usually
It's
no more
roughly
than
5.
5.
It's roughly
But
5.
you
Yeah.
do have those group of people that go outside of that shit. But yeah, I get you,
Mhm.
Poppy. That's definitely relevant.
2
Hey, y'all.
years.
So that lady, she was 53 and she was an assistant principal, made 13 years old. Man, I would have knocked this bitch block
What
off.
did you say,
She needs to
KG?
be in
It
jail.
was it. I looked it up. It says 2.2 years
2.2.
There you go.
Okay.
I
in
was
the
close then. I
U.S.
say 3.
Okay,
Right.
so yeah, we get that, but we see, but that's the thing though. We keep getting off of the topic of deviancy. It's about the fucking deviancy, and motherfuckers want to keep talking
Exactly.
about deviancy ain't illegal. And da, 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 da. People don't want to talk about this nasty ass dark nature that people feed. We all have a primal nature, y'all. If I sat here and I went to swinger parties every week, trust me, I'm gonna be getting into some dark shit eventually.
For sure.
So it's
Jesus
Right.
about the
Christ.
shit that we
Do
feed.
you?
No, I sure don't. I sure don't. But hey, y'all, that lady, it was an assistant principal. And said she made 13-year-olds through to rub her feet, quote unquote, like he loved her. Man, I would have beat that bitch
So
face
she was a
in.
principal?
Me too.
It's a
Me
assistant
too.
principal in Polk
Oh.
County, Poppy. She was in Polk County.
Oh,
53
she
years
on
old.
your backyard.
Not my motherfucking backyard. I'm from Dade County. Don't play
It's close enough, nigga. Close enough.
Yeah, can I have a go?
And you have a go. Is that what you just said, Riaz? Go ahead, Riaz. I can
Okay,
sound with the
I
wisdom.
get what you're trying to say though. I mean, for me, so if I had to choose older, I don't mind staying in the same age range, but I'd go someone older if I wanted to. If I choose to go older, I'll go like that. I'll go like somewhere 30s though. Nah, because to me, that's a maturity thing, man. I'm attracted to maturity. If it's younger or older, I'm going with it, you know? That's just what I feel. Maturity. That's what I want, though. I don't feel like I can relate to my own age, though.
Yeah, that's what's up. But I think y'all have explained that
Yeah.
the age gap is not just predatorial. There is
Mhm.
some circumstances that make sense, and
Right.
I think that allows us to have a genuine conversation, which is going to
Right.
happen rarely in the coming days and in the past days that this conversation came up. It's not just predatory. There's some situations that make sense, and I appreciate y'all for bringing that up because you have young women that are looking for men that don't just want to play around.
That's
Men
right.
that want to settle down. So they may be 23, that guy may be 31, 35, 34. And I think we're
Mhm.
not in an ideal situation where we can exclude, like they say that the dating pool got piss in it. I don't think
Yeah.
we in the ideal or catbird seat to really exclude an avenue where you find the person that you want to be with. Because I think when you starts to talk about children and whether you want to have them, you kind of narrow your list. Then if you into BDSM, you narrow your list even more. Then if you like a certain skin tone, that narrow your list even more. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So then the add age gap thing, that narrow your list even more. And I think at the end of the day, everybody wants to see the relationship situation get better. But
Yeah.
I think when we don't have genuine, because when I seen this conversation come up, oh, when they older, it's predatorial. When you put it on my child, and this is the thing about the questions, right? We bring, if it was your child, I am going to be ridiculous because it's my child. Parents are going to be extra because it's your baby. People, you shouldn't be hypocritical. I'm going to be hypocritical when it comes to my child because it's the only child I brought in the world. Well, these are the only children I brought into the world. They're mine. I'm responsible for them. I'm not responsible for yours. And I'm going to be extra. Is it right? Probably not. But that's what parents are going to do. Where I'm going to be extra about mine. I'm going to be inconsistent about it's. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what's going to be. I want better for my son, my child, than I want for like the average general conversation because it's my child.
Well, I
So
think that's definitely realistic, because that's how people are. They black out when it come to their kids. But I think that's part of the problem, and that's why I make the comments that I
yeah,
make because people. When I see children outside, of course, I'm still gonna have a bias to my child because I birthed my kids. You feel me? But when I'm outside and I see certain things going on, listen, I don't stop fights outside with kids that I don't even know. I
Mhm.
still rock with kids the same way I would cover
Right.
my own. I still look out for them in the same way I look out for my
Right.
own. Not the same exact way, right? Because I'm not their parent. But when I'm outside and I see kids doing stuff, hey, y'all knock that off. Why y'all doing that? What y'all up to? You know what I'm saying? I check on them the same way I take
Mhm.
mine. And so that's all I'm saying.
Mhm.
People don't care enough about other folks' children.
Right.
Mhm.
I
We
agree
talk
with
about
that
the
too.
community stuff, and don't get me
yeah,
wrong, I
that's
understand
correct.
that the community is fragmented and et cetera, et cetera. It ain't even just black community. We could just talk about America in general. You feel me?
That's
People
true.
usually
Well,
don't give a damn about the neighbor. A lot of times we don't even know our neighbors no more, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, that's the problem. People don't care about their
I,
children. They don't care about other folks' children, and so
I agree.
that's the part that I get. And so I wanted to ask the ladies, how many of y'all or how many dudes have approached y'all that was twice y'all age easy and did you date or did you not date them? Because I guarantee you, damn near every woman that had a man twice their age approached them on GP, and she wasn't looking for no security. She was minding her business.
Mhm.
Right.
Because I
Often.
dated older men.
Mhm.
I would say several. And not just to way older, but way younger too. I don't know how many times I've been like, and I've heard the situation. Age ain't nothing but a number. Boy, please.
Right.
And
They say
so,
that because they want them young.
no, you know, you're the same age as my nephews. Please go ahead.
Exactly.
But and older too, like way older. It's like, no, you know what I mean? You might be nice
Mhm.
or cool, but I think we have all, and through the course of our years have had a man that's way older try to talk.
Mhm.
Well, I can't speak to all women, but a lot of us have.
Right. I honestly would prefer someone older, but not too much, because I feel, and I know women say stability is a huge thing, like, but men are normally more mature the older that they
Mhm.
are. So that's another reason why I
Yeah.
would prefer someone maybe 5 years older.
That's a part of stability, in my opinion.
It is.
Whenever I speak to stability, that includes that, if we're gonna go there, right? A lot of times
Mhm.
women might shoot for an older dude, especially a woman that want to go ahead and settle down and get married and stuff like that, because he already done did whatever, he already done been outside. See, because this is what
Exactly.
I mean
Yeah.
about the whole, and I'm not saying that a man uh I don't know what the word is, but him going on that conquest is necessarily deviant. See, I'm not saying that, because it's so many layers to this conversation, y'all. Because as Black
Mhm.
It
people,
really
right,
is.
we have been over sexualized, fetishized, and our sexuality has been demonized. That's a whole nother conversation. You
Mhm.
feel me? This
Mm-hmm.
is why people will only generally, right? The people on the outside look at Black women and just want to look at our ass and we sluts and, oh, let's bust that thing open, whatever, whatever. And I'm
Mhm.
not gonna say that
And
culture hasn't
flirt.
perpetuated that, right? And this is why people can look at Black men and all they see is a big Black dick. You feel me?
Right.
Think
Yeah.
about
Right.
it. Why do people say weird shit,
Exactly.
right? When people want to insult folks, because I be around plenty others, you feel me? Why, when they want to insult somebody, they'll say, "Oh, I hope you get raped by a big Black D." Why?
Mhm.
Why are you even saying that?
Right.
So even when
Exactly.
it comes to Black men, they
Mhm.
have been fetishized and over sexualized. And a lot of Black men, when other people look at them, and even people within our group, because that's a part of the lateral violence, we just look at them as dick.
Mhm.
They
Mm-hmm.
just a dick. And then it's perpetuated when some of these same men just buying coochie. And then they be like,
Yep.
"Oh, y'all don't value men. Y'all only value us for a D in a wallet." Okay, but all you're doing is buying coochie. You value
Mhm.
coochie. You
Mm-hmm.
don't value woman.
Right. But a
So
lot of times the
it's so
ones that
many
are
layers to
saying
this
that don't even
conversation. You
have
feel
it.
me? But I think some people be hypersensitive because, let's be clear, right?
No, that's
They are
real
double
though.
standards, and men are demonized for some behaviors that women are not demonized for. We know this. Double
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
standards are never fun when they don't work in other people's favor. So double
Right.
standards exist on both sides. And I do think that some men have a hypersensitivity to criticisms when it comes to certain things because they are easily demonized. We know that if a man decided to date a woman 3 times younger than him or some shit like that, he will be demonized quicker than a woman. We know this.
Mhm.
But I think people get caught up in that, and then so like the other day they got on the panel and got the windmill, and oh well, why are we sitting here getting on the men when Tracy Ellis and they start bringing up everybody
They,
else?
I
That
hate
has
them.
nothing to do
I
with the
get it, but
situation.
that's the double standard. But people don't want
Mm-hmm.
to sit there and be honest. These things exist, but we got to start by being fucking honest. But people be wanting to windmill because they have to defend whatever the shit is that they be feeling they need to defend. You know?
Mhm.
Or whatever they're feeling inside or what they're doing.
Right. And that's what it usually boils down to, because fear
It
number one,
does.
I've been in this space, as you heard, I've been in the space for some years. This
Mm-hmm.
conversation, this whole barely legal conversation has come up a many times. And baby, when I tell you how many men you see windmilling, baby, listen, it was times where I just
Mm-hmm.
sit back and watch. Cause
Okay.
to me, you telling me what I need to know. I'm gonna sit back and I'm gonna watch you. See, because even when I use
Mm-hmm.
that example of R. Kelly, we know what the fuck wrong with R. Kelly. The real question I be having is what the fuck is wrong with the people that's windmilling for the nigga? I know R. Kelly's sick. It is, listen,
Call it
I
out.
No
know
captivity.
that R. Kelly not gonna be able to come pick up my children in a motherfucking van. I already
I'm
know that.
telling you.
But you over there putting gas in the van, and I'm trying to figure out what the fuck wrong with you.
Mm.
So that be my thing. I know when I see somebody that's a little off based on my thinking. I already know
Mm-hmm.
when I see somebody that's a little off. The ones that concern me be the windmillers, because now I'm trying to figure out what the fuck wrong with you.
Mm-hmm. Hide your kids.
And since it's quiet, do anybody know how young Tracy Ellis Ross was talking about dating? Because that's what I still want to know. Because if y'all notice, when Homegirl was up here on the panel, I kept putting in the chat how young. That's what I need to know.
She said something about 20s.
Yeah,
But
I think
Tracy need to sit the fuck down too.
yeah, I think it was the 20s.
If
Yes.
it's 20, she need to sit her monkey ass down.
I
too.
mean, I'll be listen. I find it interesting because most of my girlfriends I done had a big age gap with, right? Like my last girlfriend before my wife, she was like 13 years older than me, 14 years older than me.
Mhm.
Like, and that's most of my life. I done had older women. I mean, I don't know. I think it's what y'all saying, right? You do got to look at it for like how because me personally, well, everybody done told me I'm not trying to be weird or nothing. They've always told me like, yeah, you really mature for your age. So I've always been the type where like, the women my age, they really wasn't on me like that. But all the older women was like, ooh, my mama named Madonna. They like, Madonna, boy, your son handsome as hell. Boy, he handsome as hell. I'm like, oh shit, and that's really who started. It's His World was saying earlier, that's kind of who taught me the game. I don't really feel. Now I'm not gonna say I haven't had some where I said, all right, this motherfucker just trying to take advantage. You know what I'm saying? She's trying to get some young meat type shit.
Okay, so you was able to differentiate between those who was genuinely possibly interested in you versus, and let's be clear, I wasn't laughing at you saying the one like the oh so handsome or whatever, because we perpetuate that bullshit when we see
because you know what it is. That's why you
or boy,
laughing.
oh, you gonna be a lady killer, etc., etc. So
That's
just
what
be
it
out
is.
there, I wasn't
And I see
laughing
that
at
with
that
my
shit.
son now. That's what I'm saying. It's scary.
Yeah.
I won't deny it. Like it worries me because I see a lot of women like, ooh, you look just like your daddy.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
like,
problematic in communities, and I think it has to be addressed
Yeah.
sincerely. So I appreciate you talking. Go ahead, keep doing your thing, but definitely you ain't on no weird shit, because I do think right now it's an energy where people are open to having a conversation without windmilling. So I definitely appreciate you sharing. But go ahead.
But yeah,
Can I ask you something? So is your wife close in age with you now,
yeah,
or?
she's actually younger than me.
Oh, okay. Okay.
About 2 years younger than me. But at the same time, yeah, with the women I did have, and I hate to try to make it sound like I'm maybe justifying it, I will say the first about 2 or 3 older women I had, they genuinely was like, because that's the one thing they said you mature, but they also seen how like ambitious I was. I always wanted to be a business owner. Like I always wanted to, and they really liked how proactive I was about it. So I always understood these older women don't just like, most of them, even the ones who did just want to fuck, it's because they really seen like, oh, that nigga might be something. Like I need to throw it on that young buck. You feel me?
Right.
My mama now, my mama and my grandmother was married at 16, right? Her husband was about 30, I think, 31.
Right.
So she told me, look, Brandon, I ain't gonna lie to you. People is out here trying to take advantage. But here's the things you could watch for. I came up in a family with mostly girls anyway. So, I kind of got to see how women react with men and things of that nature. And my grandmother was just always honest enough to tell me, like, hey, don't everybody that ain't your friend. I mean, everybody who say they trying to give you help, not your friend, and everybody who shit on you, not your enemy. You get what I'm saying?
So with those older women, right quick, the ones you were saying that saw you on your grind and stuff like that. And so again, y'all, I pray, I know I have my convictions, but I pray I'm not coming across harshly judgmental, right? Because I think all people judge, but I ain't trying to be harsh, right? So those older women that was approaching you, do you think they saw a young man who possibly, because you've been around women, so you have and some people don't agree with the term emotional intelligence, but you have a level of intuition that could tap into how women move, and you can speak to the female experience in a different way, right?
Yeah.
Do you think they saw that, and because they possibly did not have success within their age group, they said, boom, I could fuck with it?
Oh no, I agree with you too. That's why and if I'm not gonna go over the whole thing now, right? But I'm gonna just get to the end of what I was gonna get at. That is why I was saying I don't know who exactly asked me how it was my wife, but that is why I've come to the point where I'm more or less in my range, right? I do see a lot of them, not mental problems, but as you might say, like I feel like it was either one or two things. Like you said, they didn't relate to people with their age group because they were kind of immature for their age group, right? Or they had more, I'm not gonna call it even immaturity, but they did have more like childlike.
It's immaturity. To me, it's not always a bad thing because I'm immature in some areas. You know what I'm saying? I think we all
And
have
that's what I'm
different
saying.
ways
I don't
about
want to
us
make it
that
seem
aren't
like
as
all
mature as
immaturity is
others.
terrible. Yeah. I guess some of them, I say, being with a younger person made them feel as youthful as they feel themselves. You get what I'm saying? So, yeah, but I will say for the most part, I genuinely feel, besides maybe, and I never counted like this, because I will say, even to the beginning of my life, I will admit I did it because I was raped, I guess you could, not even I guess you could say I was raped, right, by an older woman.
And see, that's a whole nother can of worms.
That's a different
Because a lot of
conversation.
times, young men, a lot of times they experiences with somebody older. See, that's what I'm saying. And so
And listen to me,
Yes.
hear what I try to tell people. I never stopped doing that until I got, well, not older. For me, it felt older. But when I'm like 27, 28, right now, I'm starting to get in my mind, because my whole life, when I'm trying to tell somebody, like, bro, man, I was young, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm in a foster home. I'm about 6, 7. This girl about 30. She my foster mother's daughter. And she
Okay,
got
so
me in
that's a
here
whole
licking
different
on her.
aspect right there.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah, I was high.
But
You know what you were saying?
sorry to
Oh,
hear
my bad,
that.
Coach. You didn't finish,
No,
KT. Go ahead.
I was finna say, is it is it a double standard when it comes to like predatory behavior between men and women?
I say yeah, just because men also, because the men I'm telling, like, hey, man, I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, I don't know how to feel about sex. Like, I done literally told my homies, like, and that's the thing, since I was mature, all my friends, everybody in my city thinks I'm probably about 10 years older than I am, if not 5, because all my friends are that old, right? So even school, I graduated early. You feel me? Like, I always been smart, but I was street smart too. So when I'm telling people this, they like, shit, nigga, you talking about you got touched? Boy, that's grown pussy. You better beat that. Nigga, I wish I could. Da, da, da.
Right,
So
that's
it,
the culture.
yeah, it made me feel like, what you crying about? But
That
then I
is the
had my
culture.
son. See, now I got 4 kids. I got a daughter on the way also. And like I said,
Congratulations.
one day I seen a girl say, ooh, he handsome as hell. He look just like your daddy. And it hit me instantly. Like, nah, this bitch a predator.
It hit different when you have kids. That's why I say
Word. Like
everybody's not gonna have kids, but I think it's important for us to have a concern, a general concern for other people children, the same way we would for ours if we had them, or for the ones that do have them. To me, that is what speaks to community. And I know everybody don't value community the same, but that's what it's about. When you see that type of shit, it hit way different. This is why I keep saying it over and over. A lot of these men are not okay with a nigga squirting all over their daughter face. They don't want to imagine that, and it sounds cringe as fuck, but that's why I said, yeah, think about somebody skeeting all over your motherfucking daughter face and throwing her to the side like she ain't shit. Yeah, you wouldn't, the average person would not want that for their daughter. But to what Black Lexicon said, he made a good point. He said, I don't think at least a single man grew up with the thought of, I can't wait to become older so I could go after younger girls. I agree. I don't think that that's the case. But what I do think, y'all, and this is just a thought, these ain't nothing but opinions over here. I ain't nobody. But I do think a lot of men, as they get older, right? For the people that read up on psychology and shit, you have different archetypes and shit like that. I think as we traverse through life, the archetypes and how we embody them change, right? So in my opinion, when it comes to men have a warrior phase that they go through in life, right? Where and to me what that looked like is, they just constantly on their grind, they getting their money, like they on, whatever the talking points, they vision, they purpose, all that shit, right? They got blinders on, you know what I'm saying? That's that warrior phase. A lot of these guys are not transitioning from that warrior phase, and this isn't necessarily an archetype, but you have the phase of like you switch into that archetype of being like a quote unquote elder, or now you are becoming a servant, right? Because as we traverse ours through life, and we get older after we gain experiences, right? We take all them experiences, how things ought to go, at least in my mind, when it comes to community. Now it is a time for me to serve and give back all that I've learned. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
People do not make that transition in the best way. And I ain't talking about, you know, I ain't all like, you know, I got my shit together, but I'm just saying people don't necessarily make that smooth transition. So you have these men constantly in their warrior phase and they don't want to let up.
Yeah. I mean, and I don't want to change the conversation.
And they don't want to pass the fucking torch. You know what I'm saying?
I think the problem is they don't know how. Nobody ever passed them the torch. Most of these people, most of these people here now, they accidentally became leaders. Like, no offense, like I'm gonna just use them because I know everybody up here probably know him. Angry Man, right? How the fuck this man became a leader? It wasn't on purpose. Like, it wasn't like.
And people in the chat don't need to speak on nobody skeeting in their daughter's face, because people done said plenty inappropriate comments about teenage girls. So I think people should stop in the fucking chat, because I got time today. Don't bring your ass out the motherfucking clouds, throwing that ass in a circle. Just let you know we having a good conversation. Listen, a lot of you niggas be forgetting the shit that come out of y'all motherfucking fingers and the shit that listen. A lot of people forget. Don't play with me. I'm sorry, you got it, baby.
Now get them right. Get them right.
I'm just saying, I get tired of that shit. Motherfuckers like that. That's what I'm saying. People be talking about having a genuine conversation, but you can't come having a conversation with your dick tip bleeding everywhere all the fucking time. I mean, I understand it's gonna happen sometime, but ain't like all the time, man. Get the fuck on, man.
Just don't look at the chat, ma'am.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I think I was on mute when KT was talking, bro. I kind of echo everything you said. I think when you were talking about some of them, that's why I posited what I posited. Sometimes you have men, you have younger people that 19, whatever, 18 up to 21 that are exceptional in terms of they're mature, and then you got 30 and 40-year-olds that are immature, that are not where they need to be. And I think that's what I noticed. I know it's the same thing that you was noticing. Is that they kind of be like the squares, they kind of be like awkward in their own age range. Very rarely was I running into a woman that was like exceptional in her age range that was kind of, talking to me, because they would be married, right? And then because when you meet those women that's like on up, par with the women in their age range, they'll say the same thing you supposed to hear. Boy, you damn near my son age. Boy, you my nephew age. Boy, you my cousin age. You know what I'm saying? And they'll send you on your way respectfully. But that was the reason I was bringing that up, because that happens often. Because like you, most of the women I've dealt with was older than me. Probably like less than 20% has been younger than me or my age. Most of them been older, and you kind of
only 3 girls. If I've had 15, only 3 have been my age, or only one's been under me. 2's been under me, and one's my age. The others,
older, because they're the same thing. Like when you, it makes so much sense, because like for me, right? I'm 39. I never drank. So if I'm 21 and 21 years old, they like, well, I know you be going to the club. Yeah, I don't know. I don't go to the club. You don't drink? No. What? You don't smoke? No. What do? You don't do nothing? Oh, you're a good boy. Meanwhile, I'm punching people in the face and shit. But in their mind, they like, you're good. So they realize you're not like everybody else. So this is shit that used to this is the one experience, not the one experience, the one constant that happened with dealing with older women that used to blow my mind. Very quickly, they would take me to see their mom.
Thanks.
Really?
Am I lying? That happened with you? Very quickly.
I know all my ex's family, like personally. Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah. You would see their mom. Yeah, very quickly. Like you would wait for, well, I'm going over so-and-so house. You want to come with me? Okay, cool. And they cook for you. You get wife treatment really quick. And that's what I'm used to. Wife treatment.
I could see that coming from an older woman versus a younger one. So I get your point on that. Yeah. And do you guys think that it was just because the younger women in your same age group, they just weren't mature enough in your eyes, and you just think that you were just naturally more mature than them, and you just gravitated to older women?
I think it was a combination of because girls my age still flirted and they still wanted my attention. They're younger, so they don't know what to say or do to let me know that it's okay. So it was not really no fault of their own. It's just that if an older one, I guess that'd be the issue of people thinking, you know, if you want somebody, the older person is predatory because the older woman would know what to say. They would get to the point.
Facts.
You want to go hang out. It's not that the women in the young women, the young children in my age range when I'm 13, 14, 15 years old. Because this wasn't just when I got 18. When I'm 13 years old, it's 19-year-olds in my face. It's 20-year-olds in my face. You know what I'm saying? So they just know to do things that the ones in my age range didn't. I'm still attracted to them. I still think they're cute. You know what I'm saying? Some of them, and you know, when y'all healthy, when women or sisters are healthy, you damn near can't tell. Because some of the young girls look older and some of the older women look young, and you don't know till you have that conversation, till you really sit down and talk to them and realize what I'm talking to. You ask. So when you are a type of male that is mature, that ain't out doing, I still was cussing, I still was playing the game, I still was hooping, but at the end of the day, that's kind of where it stopped. I wasn't hanging out in the club. I wasn't on BS. I knew how to cook, all of that different stuff. You know what I'm saying? So they like, oh my God. So yeah, to your point. My fault.
And for me, I say it was the same thing y'all saying about young girls wanting older men, but it's a different type. It was stability. See, I'm not going to deny it, a single parent home. And my mother, like I said, my grandmother's who raised me, right? So my mother and she's not that much older than me. Everybody in my town think my mother's my older sister to this day. That's no bullshit. So like, yeah, like when it came to a female, I was already mature enough in my mind state because my mama, like I said, she doing her thing. She getting in jail. My mama getting locked up, got warrants, all types of stuff. Like I'm helping my grandma with bills from an early age. So before I'm even 18, I'm already a person know how to pay bills, know how to move, know how to navigate. So when I'm talking to girls my age, it was just like, y'all don't need, you know what I'm saying? You just trying to fuck all day and drink and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you ain't really got no goals. And when I got with the older women, like World was saying, they were immature. I will agree for their age group, maybe.
Yeah, for their age, yeah.
But they still understood the basis of what I'm saying. Like when I'm 17, I'm literally already getting on my own crib type stuff. So I'm literally, by the time I'm 19 fucking with women, man, hell nah, man. She gotta be at least 30. That was my mindset for a very long time. Even the only reason, and I'll be very frank with you, the only reason I said I'ma stop going above my age range, because now I'm 31 myself. So I'm like, okay, you know, every girl at this point pretty much mature. Just gotta make sure she maybe a little bit advanced for her age or not, you know, whatever from there. But yeah. For me, yeah, it was a good stability point. Just showing me how to properly navigate in life, like experience. I make music, and one verse I said was experience is deliverance. I seek the mecca of life, knowledge is pilgrimage. So it means like for us to have the experience means everything. And I'm trying to seek how to get that experience. Go for me, being around people who went through more than, maybe not even more than what I've been through, but different things from me, it gave me a different perspective.
Yeah.
Right. So let me ask y'all this then. Okay, when you're young and you're a young man, let's say you're 18, 19, 20, and you're talking to these older women, do you think for you all, not just you were attracted or you thought they were more mature or on your level more, or maybe you could learn something more than from the younger girls in your age group? Do you think that it was a sense of, well, they already have a place, they already have this and that, you know, they could help me out with this and that? Was that ever a situation? Because I just, you know, I know a lot of people at that age, they don't have it together. So, you know, I've seen a lot of situations where younger men get with older women and move in with them and everything. They ain't got no place of their own, or they don't really have it together, or, you know, they could be working or whatever, but they really aren't on their feet like that. So the older women helps them get their life together, or helps them get, you know, their priorities straight or on track more.
So I have an older cousin who's like I think 3 years older than me, and he's in my mother generation because my aunt had had him late, her only child. So I used to watch him basically do that. And what I decided to do was not be like that. I didn't take stuff from women. I didn't take gifts as much as possible. But so for me, that situation came up, and I watched other dudes do that. Because when you in that dynamic, when the male is younger and the woman is much older, those women are like sugar mamas. They really do like shower you, cater to you. It can be just the way they treat you was enough for me. The gifts, they give the niggas the cars, they give the niggas the card, they give the niggas the keys to the house, everything. So if they got businesses, it'd be crazy the stuff I've seen. I mean, with my own two eyes. It's I'm like, what the fuck? So it's alluring, but luckily I had a cousin and I didn't like the way he moved, so I decided to not move like that. But it's beyond there. Yeah, it's definitely a situation.
For me, I say I agree with World, but I also like to point out that when we talk about somebody mature, a mature person ain't being a bum. Let's be very frank. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
By the time you're a certain age, you already got shit going for yourself. So for me, what it really was just making sure the person I'm with got some shit going for themselves. Because by the time, like I said, by the time I'm 19, I'm talking about like I probably start seriously dating, like actually putting in work, buying stuff, paying for things by the time I'm 15. I'm not going to deny it. I grew up fast because my mama had a lot of kids. Like I said, I had to help my grandma. I'm selling dope. I'm just be honest with you. So I'm running the streets with them type people. But I had good OGs who was like, man, don't be out here on the corners, this, that, and the third. So they was teaching me how to navigate, and I navigated appropriately. So when I got to that age, it was never about, oh yeah, give me what I'm lacking. More or less, add to what I got.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's definitely that.
So let me ask y'all something. Well, I guess you guys are kind of on the other, end of it because you guys said that you mostly date older, or you have in a lot of your experiences, except for I know you said you're married now and your wife is a couple years younger, but in most of your experiences, you have dated older women. So would you guys say that it was safe to say in some of these instances, whether it's male or female, but I guess I'd lean more towards men that when it comes down to it, sometimes I guess to Just Jay's point when she said that the men are kind of in warrior mode and they're trying to handle their business and everything else. And then I believe, and I can't see the name, is it K?
K to go.
Okay. You kind of said that some men don't know how to transition to that role where they're trying to teach or give their wisdom to other people and stuff like that. So would you say that sometimes you guys think that sometimes men, they might go for the younger woman because they're just stuck in the same mindset where, whether it was like, I don't know, a midlife crisis. I want something younger on my arm. I need to feel like I'm validated, or I need to feel like I'm back in the glory days, or you know what I mean? I just need like an ego boost or something like that. Do y'all think that that could play into it as well?
I think for sure. I say personally, I think it's a bigger problem though. I think the problem is like nobody can make much progression because the lack of social aspects we have. Like us socializing now is getting on the internet and saying some shit and getting some likes, right? You don't really talk to people. So like people don't get the chance to learn how to do these new things. Well, what will be new to them? For somebody like me, a World, right? When you a mature person, the main thing about maturity is probably at an early age you had to take on some step of leadership.
Yeah.
So we've never had maybe nobody taught us, but maybe me personally, I'm gonna just say I'm great at being a vicarious person, right? Like when people teach me shit, I really listen and then I watch and then I either add or throw it away, right? But regardless, I do that well. So for me, it's not really learning and it's applying it to the next person. But see, when you're trying to teach even people now, like, okay, this is how you be a leader. like people don't really want to take on the leadership role because we're in a place where like it's about being cool, you know. So
Yeah.
like you said, I do believe, yeah, like you said, midlife crisis, things like that happen where they just want to look a good way. You get what I'm saying? Versus
Right.
what we should be doing.
Yeah, that's true.
Um,
What do you think, World Class?
I think on the part of the men, I think naturally men's impulse is health. When they see younger women, they see healthier. And I think a lot of it, generally speaking, is just they want somebody more fun. Because young women are, you know, more spry, more bubbly, happy, and I think they equate that to more cooperative. But you want a pleasant environment with the person you with, and but I think naturally, physically, you want a woman that's young. I mean, that's healthy, and then that kind of equates to younger. But when I see women that are older and they're healthy, men drool over them just as much.
Right. Yeah, because I wouldn't, I wouldn't so much say that because some of these younger people these days they doing more drugs, more stuff than than the older people was doing. So I don't know, and they're even out there bad getting it in even
That's why I
more
said
than
equate.
So it can it can go both ways.
That's why I said equate, like associate. You younger, she healthier, meaning
Yeah, like
you
what they would
likely.
think.
That's what
Yeah,
that's what they think.
yeah.
It ain't
That's
facts.
assumption. Yeah, it's an assumption where that she ain't been the body ain't been let down after she's like 30 or whatever. Even though I've always said this is when women hit 30, y'all everything just get thicker. Everything, everything. I love it. That shit is amazing. I didn't watch chicks like they look like sticks. They hit 28, 29, 30, 31. They just
God, the glow up be serious. Hey, I
Like,
seen pictures of my ex.
That's true.
My ex, bro, she looked at wild sticky. The one I'm talking about, like 13, 14. She was wild as stick. I was so happy I met her at that point in life because, good Lord, I'm telling you, he blessed me. Sheesh.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I
that does
think
happen.
dude, I mean, the manosphere, you can, although they have explained, what men want, generally speaking. The men that are exceptional and the men that don't fit into the what I would say average to unattractive range, kind of like a consistency. You want you want somebody that's more when it comes to marriage, like we was talking about earlier, and having children, like you would if you older women don't want to have children. They're quote hitting the wall unquote, and you will want a woman that's more akin to that. But if we talking like freaky niggas, if we talking like the deviancy that y'all was talking about, you want a girl that still want to have fun. I think that's like the basis that still want to play.
Right. And I will say that to your point is a lot of you're right for the men that let's say there's a man 40, he doesn't have children, he still wants to have children, he wants a family and everything like that. That's fine. But in hindsight, I find that the majority of men, once they get 40, 45, they already have kids. And a lot of them have grown kids already. And a lot of those men don't want any more kids. You can see, in the talking points online and everything, but I don't know any males that I know that are over 40, over 45 that want to start all over again with a new baby, especially if their kids are grown. So when you say, okay, they want someone younger to have kids, yeah, if they want to have kids and they want to do that, then yes, I could see that definitely. You know what I mean? Because we know as it gets older, it's harder for women to have kids, and if they still can have kids, with a lot of them can, there might be more risk or complications. We know that, and then some women just don't want to have kids or have already been fixed, so they can't have kids. So I definitely get that aspect of it, realistically. But a lot of these men are, like you said, are just out. They're trying to have fun. It's all about the fun. They're not trying to raise a family and start all over with a new baby. They're just trying to have fun. And, get their rocks off and everything like that. So, but then they'll go and say, oh, these hoes this, these hoes that. But you're not adding to, a family dynamic either. They'll talk about this and that. You're not adding. You're out here messing on the hoes, but then you'll talk about all the hoes. So, it's just, I don't know. It's
that's
really hypocritical.
I want to say something real quick because I got to go in a little bit, but I'll say to that
in a second too.
Most dudes are, no offense, I don't know how to say this like and not sound fucked up because I was trying to think about how to say it. I don't want to say they ugly, right? But most dudes kind of lame. Like a lot of dudes don't really actually have honest female interaction, like can talk to women. You know what I'm saying? So for most guys, they playing around because that's all they can do. Like women to meet them and talk to them and be like, I'll let you fuck, but you know what I'm saying? That's why most of these kids we having,
But there's nothing else after that.
Yeah, I mean, no, because most of these girls, that's why most of the relationships and kids being born aren't in actual relationships. Because they may fuck on them, then they say, you know what, I'm pregnant, we'll try to work it out. Then they like, hold up, you a weird motherfucker for real, or you this, that, and the third. Like you just, you ain't that. You know what I'm saying? So dudes are playing because that's the only option they have. Like a lot of these dudes can't even find women who would say like, yeah, I marry you, and I guess like it's different strokes or see a lot of this stuff I ain't know about. Because I didn't know, like me personally, I've been a lucky guy in life, right? When I was socially awkward, women would still approach me. I guess it was what they would say is how I look or just like the presence I had, right? So they would approach me and from there would make it easier for me. But most of my homeboys is like, what you doing? You eating booty? Like, why you getting all the bad shit for real? And this, I'm talking, this is before booty eating was cool, right? Like we talking about 2000s and shit.
Back when it was tossing salad.
This nigga gotta be eating the cheek.
Right.
But it wasn't. It was just like I said, I may not have known how to approach them, but I knew like, okay, once the conversation is started, I know how to go about it and not do awkward shit, trip over my own feet. Most dudes don't because they don't even have experience with women. So they kind of just getting in where they fitting in. And a lot of these dudes on the internet, they're talking this bullshit because they're that group of guys. It's the worst. I hate to admit it like this. See, I ain't got no YouTube channel. I come on panels and stuff, but I don't personally have a YouTube channel because like that's just not my thing, right? But regardless of that, these guys coming up here talking, they're doing this talking because they don't actually have women of that nature. The ones who are married, they're probably mid-tier looking women, no offense. But I'm saying like they're women who are submissive into what they wanted, and then even in that turn, they probably had to take some flaw with it, right? So these guys are speaking from, like we were saying, everybody speaks from their experience, not the overall or how we should apply things in an overall nature.
Yeah. Well, I don't think one person can speak to an overall experience because everybody's experience is different. Like you two gentlemen just said that you dated, older women. You weren't interested in the younger women. You know what I mean? But then there's a lot of men who I'm looking for the young ones. You know what I mean?
Oh, don't get me wrong. No, I took down the young girls. I ain't gonna lie. I smack them. But
I get what you're saying, but for the majority of your experience, and then it might be, like say even with women, it might be women that have younger men trying to talk to them and older men, people in their age group, and then there's some women that they might not get hollered at as much. So I don't think we can all just speak to an overall experience. You know what I mean?
No, I agree. I would like to say real quick, thank everybody for having me up. Salute to everybody on the panel. Salute to everybody on the chat. If y'all guys are still on in a couple hours, I'll probably return. If not, great day to everybody.
Thank you. You had good opinions.
Sure. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button, subscribe if you're new to the channel. Share it to your mom and they don't know. Clear he is.
I was going to say that fair enough with you. I've never dated before. I had opportunities to date, but I was the one to say no. Basically, the girls in my school, though, back then, though, went to a Catholic mainstream school, and white girls, pretty much they're the ones who approach me. They were literally more advanced than me in that type of thing. I did not grow up with dating culture though. I was taught that you're supposed to wait till marriage, be a virgin, and just focus on yourself though, and lower your gaze though. That's what I was told. They don't mind, my fam don't mind if I express the feeling, or just basically I can express my feeling but don't act on it, or basically flirt it but don't act on it. So basically like that. That's what I was like though. I've never dated before, never, but I know a lot though.
So, do you want to date Riaz?
No, I want to get married though.
Okay. So,
I got 2 years till
you want
marriage though.
do you want some type of arranged marriage, or do you want to date and get to know somebody so that you can marry?
I could do it like that, but I want to go the arranged way because that's what my mom is more comfortable with me doing. It's not that I don't want to do everything to please my parents, though. I'm just doing it because it works for me, though. It's better and more safer, and it's like a customized way, though. It's not like arranged match like how it was back then when they were doing it. No, I literally explained I'll be the one to decide who I get to marry. You just basically do the searching process for me, though. I just give the details of who I want, what I like, and whatever. They can just do the searching for me, and I can decide if I want to marry or not.
Okay.
Like Uber Eats? It's crazy.
Wait, but I
Yeah, I
mean, the
understand what
world
you
class,
mean,
I know
Riaz.
what you keep asking me, though, but the answer is still no.
Bang,
I have no
bang,
intention.
bang, 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 bang.
Right.
Nah,
So, is that custom for your family and you all and your traditions?
Probably I'm the one going for the traditional route type thing, though. I mean,
Okay.
everyone in my family is different, though. For example, I think my dad's sister, she married a Bengali guy, though. And basically, I got one cousin who's half Pakistani, half Bengali. I think my mom said one of her brother basically did the love marriage type thing. So basically, everyone in my family is different. I'm just going more traditional because I have that type of mindset.
Yes, Reggie, wake up.
Yo.
Next level.
So
Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button, man.
Okay, but I don't think there's nothing wrong in getting arranged marriage to me, though. That's better for me, actually.
Okay. I understand that.
Okay, but you know who I told my family who I want to get married to? I told my entire family, literally, not just that my family. I literally told everybody, though, that I want to get married to a black woman, though. Literally, I told everyone. Everyone literally knows, though.
You're attracted to black women, Riaz?
Yep. Yeah, you can
What does
tell,
your
though.
family think?
My family is cool. They respect my feelings. They don't mind though. It's just the only thing they care about is faith, not race. They care about faith. Faith, as long as she's a good woman, she's practicing Muslim and fits the other criteria, it's okay though. They don't care about race because I know my results is the same no matter who I choose though. It can be any race though, but I know my results is the same either way.
Okay. So they just want you to be of the same faith.
Just the same faith, and if she's Sunni though and she's practicing, that's the important thing though. I don't care about the race thing though. Anyway, I think my dad said one of his family members on his side though got married. What he married white though.
Oh, okay, okay. And the family was okay with that?
Family's okay with that, but also sometimes I'm like this though. If you don't care, if you don't think you're okay with that, I don't care. I'm gonna do either way. So gotta respect it. So they just respect that.
Okay.
Because I said, look, I'd rather get married to a person I love, not basically a person though that makes them happy. Okay, I get my family involved, they cool, whatever though. Of course I want that relationship with the fam though. But I wanna pick who I want though. I'm not here to please anyone. I'm only here to please God.
Oh, I understand that.
Bang,
So,
bang,
TWC, let me ask you a question. Do you think that um, a person's faith or religion has a lot to do with the partner that they pick?
It's supposed to. It's supposed to. And uh it's sad. It's supposed to, but it doesn't. It see, answer your question is I don't know how to answer because it's the way
Mm-hmm.
things supposed to be and the way things happen. The way things happen is that it don't, but I don't want to make it sound like I'm not saying it's supposed to because it's supposed to.
Right.
Because niggas just be doing what they want to do and go to next level point in terms of people just being led by their reproductive systems.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, people pick who
Would
they.
you date somebody that didn't have the same faith as you?
Yeah, because of what mine's is. Mine's Islamism incorporates all these different religions in terms
Okay.
of or accepting or tolerant of it. You know what I'm saying? So whereas
Yeah.
other faiths, it you know what I'm saying, it's not optimal.
Okay. Wait, but the only other interfaith though for a Muslim to get married to is either a Jew or a Christian because the Jew and Christians are people of the book. So it's okay to get married to a Jew or Christian, but outside of that, no. We're not allowed to get married to Hindu, none of that though. Has to be someone who has the monotheistic faith. So like a Jew or a Christian woman though, it's okay for the guy to. I'm not saying it's kind of hypocritical if a girl can't do it because you want to know why. I'm not trying to be funny or nothing though. It's basically, if they do that, then basically the girl has to become that faith and basically though what is it though? Oh wait, the faith starts with the mother and everything like that. Mother starts your faith though. Who's the one to bring in your word? Your mother is the first person to bring in the word, to introduce you to your faith, everything, man. So not trying to be hypocritical, nothing, man. Just how it is though.
Okay, I understand that. Everybody has their preference and their standards and boundaries, so I totally understand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but actually, you want to know why I'm attracted to a black woman because like, there's too much though. It's just a special type feeling I get though.
Damn.
Literally special feelings though.
What
I
kind of
literally,
feeling you get?
nah, pretty much though, like literally something about her
bang,
aura, her,
bang,
her
bang,
spiritual
bang,
aura.
bang,
The spiritual aura though brings me towards her though. Like she's tapped into a different type of energy though that brings me into it. It's not just the looks only. Looks is a part of it. Her intelligence, basically how she's committed to doing whatever she needs to do. I can respect that though.
Okay, Riaz, I'm not mad at you.
What?
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. So, have you always been attracted to black women?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm actually attracted to many races though. I'm not race confined. I'm cool with going outside the race. I don't care about race. She could be white if she wants to be. As long as we fit together, we cool. But when I actually started to feel more attracted to a black woman, I can actually see the different aspects though that I literally feel like literally my heart though literally, it's not like it beats though, but it just beats in a way that, like, man, I actually feel something though.
Oh wow.
Oh,
Okay.
he needs some milk.
Bang, 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 bang.
Riaz is gonna make a good husband one day when he gets
So
there.
have you ever like dated a black woman, or are you just like interested in it?
I'm interested. I've actually never
He's
dated
never dated.
anybody. I've
Oh,
never
okay.
dated though. Just, going off how I feel though. And I just basically, based on the experience, I've actually been around, hanging around them and stuff like that. Basically, not just here though, but basically offline as well. It's like when I'm in my real life and stuff, when I've been around them in school, like basically though, like literally I started to feel because the way they treated me though, that's why I literally felt like, man, that's something. Literally on a deeper level though.
Okay. Okay. That is wonderful. I hope you
Not on
get
my property.
everything.
Not around my niggas, he can.
Leave Riaz alone. I'm not mad at Riaz.
So let me ask you this, fear no mortals. To swing back to what like KT and what World Class was speaking about, like far as the older women,
Mm-hmm.
do you think women get as much flack as men, or because from what I see, I think it's more like like it's okay, like it's
I feel like
almost celebrated, if you ask me.
to be perfectly honest, I won't say that they get as much slack as the men, but I think it depends on, of course, with any situation, who you talk to, because there are some women that frown upon that too with other women, you know? I mean, I knew somebody, old neighbor of mine, and we were close in age, and she always talked to and dated and dealt with younger guys. She actually married a 22-year-old when she was pushing 40, I think. And I just be like, girl, what are you thinking? You know, what are they doing? And then, but she would go, it was crazy because she would go through so many relationships with these young dudes. It would never last. It would just be some fun. Even the marriage only lasted about 4 months. You know what I mean? Like, he's 20. What do you expect? I mean, he wasn't on that level. So, you know, it just, to me, it all depends on the person's perspective. Like, what kind of women are you around, you know, that are going to be okay with that, you know?
Mm. Yeah.
Okay, so when you see women like Tyranny,
I'm back. Oh shit.
who say like, hey, you know, long as you got a GED, you good with me. So like, nah, let me stop. But
That's one way of putting it.
nah, but like I'm just saying, but you have some like she said, like I prefer them young, like I think that's where you shows the difference when y'all was saying like, oh, the 20 to 30 to 40, because I think that's like the route what she was saying. She was like, long as they like 22, 23 or 23, 24. So is that the same number when you get 60? Is that the same number when you get 50? You know,
I think it's weird. You know, for me, I just think that once you're over 30, then it is what it is, right? I mean, like I said, the human brain doesn't develop all the way to after 25, you know, and some scientists are now saying that it's even older than that to get to its full peak, you know. So at the end of the day, I just think that as we've all been young, you know, and in that same age group, I don't think the same way I did then. You know, I'm pretty sure you don't, and a lot of us don't. We would hope that we would mature and think a little bit different and gain more wisdom as we get a little older and have more life experience. So for me, I don't, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I don't find that is something that is acceptable for me. But if that's what they want to do, fine. But once you get over 30, I think it's much more acceptable. The bigger age gaps and whatever, it might look weird, but it's much more acceptable because you're not a teen, you're way over, you're not in your 20s, you know what I mean? But when you're like, you know, the 20, 30-year gaps and they're, you know, 18, 19, 20, I think that's different.
but here's the other thing I want to throw in too. Fear no mortals.
Uh-huh.
can these young guys in those situations, just like this 19-year-old girl in the Shannon Sharp situation,
Right.
that they saying, can those young guys be taken advantage of?
Of course. You see it all the time. I mean, didn't we already talk about how Deion Sanders had Brittany Renner come and speak to the young players about, these women are out here, whether they're old or young. Yeah, they're trying to take advantage. You know what I mean? So of course they can anybody in with a younger mind, they can be manipulated. It might be, the older chick put it on them like, oh, this is the best I ever had. And you know what I mean? Be trying to take them for everything, or you know what I'm saying, just really manipulate them. Let's say it's not about money. Maybe she's a sugar mama. You know what I mean? Maybe he ain't really got nothing, but it's just could definitely be a form of manipulation. So yeah, it does. To me, it doesn't matter whether it's a young dude or a young girl. They can both be taken advantage of.
So why do when it comes to like women, there are like nicknames for like the MILFs and the Cougars and like it's
Now,
more
next
so
level,
like
I
kind of
didn't make them up. I
accepted.
can't answer that. I don't know. I don't know why they named it a certain thing for women and not for men, or they just call the men sugar daddies or tricks. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's good on either way. Either way, I think it's could be, manipulation on either way.
But could some people say use it as a preference? This is my dating preference.
I mean, that's what people, regardless, they say that that's their preference, whether, whatever reason that it is their preferences, which we kind of minded out earlier. I think that speaks to the bigger issue or the bigger question.
But with that being your preference, could that open the door for much more things?
Like, what do you mean?
Like how could people start towing the lines of, a 16-year-old is my preference, or whatever the case may be,
Well, I think what we spoke to earlier, like if the 16-year-old is your preference, we know in most of the time that is not in the standards of the law. So with that being said, I mean, I guess it blurs the line whether if you'll talk to an 18-year-old that looks just like a 16-year-old or a 16-year-old that looks just like an 18-year-old, you know what I mean? It's really about morality. We know some things are against the law, some things are not. But I think it's the morality is the bigger issue.
But can we speak to morality when there's not like a moral standard? See, there are laws that people have to follow or you'll break the law, but there's like no moral law, like, so people gonna do what they want to do.
I get what you're saying, but like I said, we just said it's a difference between the law-abiding age and having a moral compass. Hey, Freezy, did you get some rest? You're on mute.
Nah, crazy on me.
Yeah, I got a couple of hours. Yeah, I got a couple of hours.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah. I'm trying to catch up with the conversation.
Yeah, we've been speaking still to like the age gap and things like that, and kind of took a deep dive into the whole nature of it, and then even Tyranny came up and was speaking about how she is interested in younger men, and things like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, next up, I'm open to exploring an older woman. However,
Who was interested in younger men? You talking about Tracy Ellis Ross?
No, Tyranny.
Tyranny.
Tyranny says she was interested in younger men.
Mm-hmm.
She
She came
say
up and
she
said that.
she say she if she's 40, the lowest she'll go is like 22 or something like that.
No, I think she said 23, 24. Not really
Well, that's
22
what
though.
she came up on the panel and said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was kind of a little back and forth because some people agreed, some people didn't. Some people
I
said
think
that
that's
women don't have the same energy for other women that have the same sentiments as men, and so it kind of took a turn for a minute, but we got it back on track.
Oh,
You have to watch
wow.
the playback.
Wow. That
okay.
mean that's crazy.
Wait, how can I say, God damn it, sorry. My
No, that's
mistake.
hold on.
Mm.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Riaz. Go ahead.
Sorry, my mistake. So I was saying those I'd be open to exploring someone who's older than me, you know? Like if I did get married in the future and if it's an older woman, I probably got like probably like, 2 to 3 years older, or probably someone who's 30 years old or something like that. I wouldn't mind doing that though. Wouldn't mind going for someone a bit older. I'm attracted to maturity though. It's not that I'm not saying not every older person's mature, and I'm not saying every younger person's immature though. I'm just basically attracted to maturity, and I connect with an older person more, based on my experience though. Like I can have friends my age though, but when I'm around older people, I feel there's more of a connection there because it's a mindset thing.
Yeah. Well, I'm seeing that more and more women start. Maybe there's some truth to what Tracy Ellis Ross said. Do y'all remember what Tracy Ellis Ross said?
I didn't see it.
Um, yeah, Tracy Ellis Ross. Maybe I could just play the video. Let me see. Hold on. Tracy Ellis Ross actually gave a specific reason why she dates younger men, considerably younger men. Because I think Tracy Ellis Ross is, if I'm not mistaken, either she in her early 60s or late 50s, one of the
I
two.
think she's probably 60s now. I'm not for sure. How old is her mom? Like 80?
I gotta look that up.
Yeah.
Let me see. Where is that video at? Yeah, well, to make a was this it? No, to make a long story short, she was saying that she likes to date younger men because she's tired of toxic. She doesn't want to be around toxic masculinity men anymore. She said what she tends to find in older men that's older, not even around her age, but just older, whatever. She says she tends to find more toxic masculinity, and she doesn't want to be around that anymore. So that's why she prefers younger men. And I was like, wow, I ain't never even thinking about that. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Let me share it. This is the video right here. All right, let me mute up.
That often I mean, we've talked about this, that often I date younger men.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of it is because
Let's stop on that, folks.
Oh my God, we had a great dinner. We had a great dinner, by the way, where across the table, your husband goes, but why? And I said, well, maybe because I can.
Yes. This is what I'm saying. Tales from Tracy's.
It's fun. It's very fun to share.
Tracy tale.
But
I'm sorry.
But one of the reasons, though, that because I had to ask myself that question, I was like, what is this about?
Yeah.
Because I want a partner. And so often, and it's not just that I'm older, I'm also very embodied. I am a full, very whole person who knows myself, who is in charge of my life, and who lives a very full, just robust life. So
it's not just age, it's like life experience and sort of a difference. But I had to ask myself the question, why? Why does this keep sort of coming up other than they're hot and gorgeous?
There's that.
There's that. But a lot of men my age are steeped in a toxic masculinity and have been raised in a culture where there is a particular way that a relationship looks. And anything that starts to smell of that for me, I did enough of it where I was controlled and felt like I was a possession or whatever those things were, or prize I have no interest in it, and I will not do it again. Because, I mean, we've talked about this, that often I date younger men, and a lot of.
So yeah, she basically came out and said that's why she liked dating younger men, because she doesn't want to be around any toxic masculinity. And basically she's attributing that to older men, probably men that's closer like to the 40s, 50s, 60s. I'm just guessing, because she didn't really give an age range on what she feels like is older men. Right. But she said she likes younger men.
Right. But she didn't say how young she'd go, did she? Or did we just not see that?
But she said she don't like toxic masculinity in men. She's tired of that. She says she's tired of that. So I'm guessing she will go as far as I'm guessing she will go as far as 20s. You know what I'm saying?
I think that for me, that's too much of an age gap. I don't think that's, I don't like it either way, whether it's a man or a woman that's, pushing 60.
Yeah. I think that it's more forgivable when women do it, because women are looked at more as less of a threat, less harmful, less overpowering. Like, men are looked at as more of stronger creatures. You know what I'm saying? Like what the Bible say. Like, because even think about it, Tracy Ellis Ross, she's an older woman, but she could date a younger man that's in his, let's say she could date a 25-year-old man, and he could still be stronger than her. So I think a lot of people will still forgive that union more so than like an older man dating a younger woman. Like, when you think of Shannon Sharp dating that little white, dating that little white girl, it's like people gonna automatically paint this picture of this big ass black dude hovering over, this young white girl. You know what I'm saying? And plus he's strong, and then he hollering about, that's my Michelle. Like, he don't even have sex right. You know what I'm saying? So what do y'all think about that aspect? Do you think that could be a big that could be a big outlook too? Even if an older woman dates a younger man, the younger man still could have more of a physical advantage over the older woman.
Physically, yes, because we know that men are stronger. Now, it's more of the mental aspect for me. You know what I mean? Because we know that naturally, the man's going to be stronger, unless you're with some female bodybuilder or something or other. But or you're just a real fragile man. So, at the end of the day, yes, stronger physically, but mentally, with that age gap, that's a different story.
What you think? Next level is our world class there? Oh, okay. What you think, next level? Oh, he on mute. He probably stepped away for a second.
No, what you saying?
Do you think that could be a big factor on it being a double standard Like if older women such as Tracy Ellis Ross prefers to date younger men, people would look at that as less of a threat because even with an older woman dating a younger man, in most cases, people are gonna still feel like the older man could still overpower her physically. The younger man could still overpower the woman physically.
That can play into it, but I think when it comes to sex, generally people look at it different between the two genders.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, like when it comes to like being taken advantage of, abuse and everything, like people look at it differently when it's a man, like and even the men sometimes would even look at I mean, like it's a lot of men that took sexual harassment and everything, but I mean, but I mean, it's not it's not a common thing for uh for for it to be talked about like when it comes to men. If anything, like I was talking to Fear about, it's more so like celebrated, especially like with men. Men celebrate like younger men talking to older women, like it's celebrated.
Yeah. Um, do you think it's celebrated that older women like when do you think it's celebrated that younger men is messing with older women?
Oh no, that's not celebrated at all. Like I mean, for the most part, you hear how it's frowned upon. How
Oh, okay.
people would say it's creepy or it's weird or things like that.
It's
That's why
celebrated
I
in high
brought up the
school.
whole. That's why I brought up the whole double standard thing.
It's celebrated in high school when you do it.
Or
Yeah, how
probably even in your
Mhm.
20s, in your early 20s. I could see that.
I think okay, when a younger man is I ain't even gonna say dating an older woman. When a younger man is having sex with an older
It's
woman,
smashing. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay. Okay.
Hmm.
it's almost looked at as taboo. You know what I'm saying? Um, yeah, it becomes like a kink almost. You know, like that's even a. I think I played a YouTube video where this young black boy is going around hitting on older women, and he's getting their number and everything, and he's showing that the older women are actually interested in younger men. You know what I'm saying? Uh, this kid is like going off. He's going viral. He's getting a lot of views,
Oh yeah,
right?
I think you played him before, didn't you?
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
I think it's because
That's crazy.
secretly a lot of these younger men they fantasize about that, fantasize being with older women. Um, that's like the movie How Stella Got Her Groove Back, right? And was also I do think a lot of these younger men when they search for pornography and everything, that's in their search engine. They you know what I'm saying? They probably searching my older teacher, older teacher and a young boy or something like that. You know,
But but that goes to
What's going
the
on?
to what I was speaking of earlier, like how they have a such thing as a teen fetish.
yeah,
You know, even with like you say the teen fetish, like you have the whole cosplay where you have some people want girls to put on little schoolgirl outfits and things like that. Like I mean, I don't know. It's just
You say some men. Okay, some men want. Well, here's the deal. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay, no, let me ask the panel this question. When just from thinking about it in your mind, what seems creepier? An older man having sex? Because really, all of this is about sex. Let's just be honest. Let's just cut to the chase. An older man having sex with a younger woman, or older woman having sex with a younger man? Which one is creepier?
Older man having sex with a younger woman.
Why do you think it's creepier, World Class?
I'm gonna say that because I already experienced the other one. And
See what I'm saying? Yeah.
I was in control of that situation. So I'm thinking if I'm in control of an older situation, an older woman, what type of power he got? And I think that'd be the issue, like the power dynamic of sex.
Exactly.
For me, though, freezing, nah, man, I've not experienced none of that, though. I'm still a virgin, to be honest. Just based off the way I was raised, though, I kept it.
You still a virgin? Okay, it's good, man. Cover your ears.
Yeah, that's
Shout out.
Muslim culture. Thank you.
Shout out to Freezer. Shout out to Freezer.
Bang,
Thank you, Freezer, for
bang, bang.
your $10 super cap, Freezer. Thank you. I think this is the first super cap of the day. Freezer said, Freezer, my YouTube cousin, aka Mr. Cooler, said, congrats on the 6,000 subscribers, Freezy. No cap. Man, thank you, Freezer, man. Thank you for your $10 super cap, bro.
Cap-tivity.
Listen, this is the second shift. Well, this is the third shift. This is the third shift, and I just knew my dog Ruthless Truth was gonna come in on this conversation. He has a lot to add. Listen, if you would like to support the show, support this 6,000 subscriber celebration live stream. Right now I think we're going on 17 hours. So listen, I appreciate y'all. Thank you for everybody that's participating. Thank you for everybody that's been hanging in there. I'm pretty it's probably some people that's been going the whole 17 hours. I appreciate y'all.
Good God.
So if you would like to support the show, or if you would just simply like your comments read and highlighted, you can either send a super cap just like Freezer just did. I think Freezer was the initial super cap of the day of this live stream, or you can send a cash cap, aka Cash App, to $ no cap Freezy. That's $ no cap Freezy. I appreciate y'all in advance. And,
No captivity.
Once again, shout out to the sponsor of today's show, the initial sponsor of today's show, Mr. Fantastic, with a total of $60. Thank you, Mr. Fantastic. I appreciate you, man. To be a co-sponsor, it has to be $60 or more. $60 or more. I appreciate you. Ruthless Chew, what's up with you?
What's good? What's good?
Chilling, man.
So I see black people still ain't learned they're not bigger than the program, huh?
Wow. What do you mean by that?
Everybody worried about what everybody else is doing instead of worried about their own situation.
Well, we know you like young girls, Ruthless. Come on now, there ain't no military secret.
Well, I like all types. I like older women, younger women. I like them all.
Well, okay, so
I ain't got no type. Bad bitches.
You the perfect person to talk to. So, do you think it is a double standard when it comes to older men being criticized for dating younger women or having sex with younger women versus older women being criticized having sex with younger men? Do you think that's a double standard?
Of course. We know niggas don't simp for women forever, right? Women, they can damn near do no wrong, right? They can divorce a man, take all his money, hold his kids against him, and everybody will say, hey, you should have chose better, right? Everybody's going to say, it's just, in this society, nobody really wants to, everybody gives women this unseen pass, right? To kind of, they might say something a little bit about it. Hey, girl, you wrong, right? But nobody really goes in on them, right? Even the girl that's Shannon Sharp, that we know that she set him up, right? It's clear, it's not even debatable that she's setting him up. You know what the first day homies are saying? Shannon Sharp, older man mess with younger women. That's what the gift for not getting all this old stuff, right? So yeah, it is a double standard. But the standard is for women, it's a little different than it is for men, right? But it's the same, it's kind of the same. For women, they date younger men because they want more control, right? They can manipulate them more with them because what don't younger men have, right? Money, right? So therefore, she's going dating down. It's a power, right? It's leverage. It's all about, and then get her some youth. You know what I'm saying? She getting her itch scratched, and she's able to, have a little bit more power dynamic, right? Because when you date older men, right, they have money or more, toxic masculinity, right? Because he's going to be more, well, this is my way, well, this is my demands, right? And you ain't going to be going out with your girls' trips. You ain't going to be wearing those lashes, right? If you're going to be fucking with me. So it's, of course, there is a shift, right? The evolution of what women are going for now, right? Because back in the day, too many women didn't go with young men, but for the sake of the power dynamic, right? Because women are more like taking on masculine roles in their lives.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of starting to think like men, act like men, right? In so many ways, not necessarily trying to become a man, but naturally, right? And so what? That means if they think like and act like a man by taking on these masculine roles, they're going to naturally want what? Younger guys. So that's just that part of it. Because now for the men, that's always been forever, right? Older men always have been dating younger women. Matter of fact, parents prefer their daughters to be with older men back in the day because for more financial stability, right? A little bit more wisdom, more mature emotionally and all that shit. So it's more desirable if dad, covering, if he's to pass his daughter off, he's going to most likely, he would rather pass her off to a guy older and more established.
So what do you think about what do you think about what Tracy Ellis Ross was saying?
About the toxic masculinity?
She said that's why she doesn't like to, she's tired of dating older men because she's tired of the toxic masculinity.
Yeah, power.
And she doesn't find that too much in younger men.
Right, because when you're coming down to the younger men, right? The younger men are mainly they're more so looking for because the younger women are way more superficial. They're probably not really dealing with these young men like that, so they probably don't have access to these, at least to the younger women they want. The older women are swooping down, and it's becoming more of a transactional setting. Like, okay, look, I'm gonna give you this. I'll take care of you. Hit your hand everywhere. They're basically the same thing they do with a man do, right? They take care of the one guy because he's still finding his way, right? She's picking him up, taking him to school, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
But she also has the power, right? She has more, right? She has more. She doesn't have to worry about him trying to check her or trying to tell her what to do. And women, this is a big problem in relationships, right? Is the because of the equality factor of feminism, a lot of women can't seem to get along with their older men or ex-husbands or who are older because they want to share the power dynamic and it was just a conflict of interest. So now they go into the younger man ain't gonna say nothing, right? He ain't finna check her. As long as he get a little money in his pocket, he getting him some coochie. He Gucci.
So I'm just be honest with you. I think that Tracy Ellis Ross kind of threw that out there on the podcast because it just sounds better to the ear. But I honestly think that Tracy Ellis Ross, she likes younger men sexually. I think she just wants to be with younger men sexually.
She said that.
She
She admitted
she
that
said that.
Because not sexually, but she said it's the reason is because they're gorgeous, of course.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. See,
I've seen it on Sexy Red channel Saturday.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah. So what about that? What about that? And also, Ruthless. What about the dynamic of older woman's? Even if an older woman gets with a younger man, and she's starts being intimate with a younger man, a lot of time, 9 times out of 10, the younger man would still be stronger than her. Like, let's say Tracy Ellis Ross is in her 60s. If she gets with a younger man that's in his 20s, 9 times out of 10, he's still gonna be stronger than her physically. And this is why people still would not look at Tracy Ellis Ross as like a I don't know, like a victim or something like that. I mean, no, they would not look at the younger man as a victim, because 9 out of 10, he's still stronger. He can overpower her if he wants to.
Well, that's not really a sentiment. You can look at it like that if you want to, but most relationships we're talking about that, like dating down or whatever, dating younger. It's all about the psychological part, right? So everything. Let's say an older man dating a younger woman. Let's flip it back to that, right? The psychological part is the older man is more stable, right? More emotionally intelligent, more able to mature, and when I guess conflict comes, able to, balance out.
Tracy Ellis Ross is only 52. My bad. I don't put her in her 60s.
So
she's only 52 years old. My bad.
Now let's flip it back to Tracy, right? Same thing. Right? It's psychological, right? It doesn't really matter. Yes, because she's dating these younger guys who are stronger than her, physically. But what she's getting out of it is the psychological impact of her being able to be more comfortable in a setting. Nobody, like I said, she doesn't have to deal with the shaming that maybe an older guy would shame her for. Like, you got attitude, you run your mouth too much, you do this too much. I need you to be more, feminine. Where the younger guys are more just happy just to begin some, and they also look at her as a prominent, successful woman probably, and they're like, oh, I could get ahead in life. So yeah, they're more submissive.
I think a younger man, I think a 24-year-old boy or young man would get props from his peers if he was fucking Tracy Ellis Ross.
It don't really matter for men. Whether you
I think he would get props.
Whether you're dealing with older women or you dealing with or you're dealing with an old woman who's a bad bitch or a young woman's a bad bitch, you're gonna get props, right? It doesn't really matter for men. As long as she's bad, right? And especially if you get a lot of them, then yeah, you're really celebrating. But an older woman, niggas ain't gonna be like, man, I wish I was you, because you're out the way, right? They're getting all the younger ones, the younger, pretty, new, hottest women coming in. So you don't necessarily get more props for dating older women, because, like I said, for men, the bad bitches is that, if you listen to music, it's all in the music. Listen, if you got a bad bitch or access to bad bitches, period, you're going to be celebrated. You niggas gonna be like, damn, how you do it? How you do that there? What Yellow Beezy say? Yellow Beezy, how you do that, right? So
that was Master P.
Oh, okay, do that.
Yellow Beezy.
That's what you came back on.
So yeah, so it doesn't really matter when it comes to that. But I will say this for your point, Freezy. Why is it looked different when women do it than men? Because when women are more held to a high regard in the eyes of men and other women as more righteous, right? Men are held in more regards and more evil, right? So when an older man that's younger, people look at it more like you can't get an older woman. What's wrong with you, right? Where women more righteous, more they get, oh well, she, maybe she's looking for something. Stella got a groove back. You know what I'm saying? Like she's looking for whatever, her happiness, right? So this is the path that they're going to give a woman.
Okay. Shout out to Just J. What's up, sis?
Hey there, I came back because I want to scratch Ruthless face.
Yeah. Hey, Rufus got an answer for it all. Go. What do you think, sis?
We had a conversation a little earlier while you was gone, so with
Okay.
these long streams, we repeat stuff, and that's cool because people tap in at different times. But
Yeah.
I think that you help articulate it a little better because I try to be mindful when I say stuff because I do think that men and women can be predatory, right? But I do think that because I said it before, men will be demonized for dating younger before a woman is demonized, and that's the double standard, right? But
Yeah.
you made a good point about the physical strength, right? And I think
Yeah.
that speaks to the dominant nature of men, right? Even if a younger man isn't psychologically mature or has this level of maturation and experience, there's still a level of dominance that he could exert over a woman if she's older, right?
Right.
But the woman has the advantage of life experience, right? If he isn't as experienced, right? Because
Yeah.
some younger dudes could be experienced, but if she's more experienced, she has that advantage, and because of that power dynamic, that leaves more room for um exploitative shit. You feel me? Like she'll be able to manipulate a lot easier if she is more savvy as far as life experiences is concerned, but he can exert a level of dominance over her still. So I think that's one of the reasons why. And to the point, historically, men have been more predatory in that regard. And so we already said earlier, we conceded to the fact that all age gap relationships aren't necessarily predatory, you know what I'm saying? But I do think that people ignore that factor. It's about, for a lot of people, leverage on both sides. It's about leverage. Like I don't think that the average person thinks that relationships that have a huge age gap is truly about connecting, you know what I'm saying, with that person. What supersedes that is that person's need for leverage and control.
Would you say usually when you see a huge age gap in a relationship between a man and a woman, uh, most of the motivation is sexual?
Yes. And so I had hopped off earlier, but I was making a point about the archetype when it comes to men, like when men are in their warrior phase, you know what I'm saying? They they on their grind, they getting it, they got their blinders on, et cetera, et cetera. And these older men are not wanting to pass the torch, you know what I'm saying, in a societal communal stance. They not wanting to pass the torch to younger men, so they stay in that phase. And then them being with these women. Because what I think honestly, if people are starting out, boom, I want to build a family. There's nothing wrong. Like I get that, you know what I'm saying? But that ain't usually how it go. When we start seeing this type of stuff, it's usually because this man is getting older, and I'm speaking in general, y'all. The man is getting older, and men want to have that validation that he still got it like that. Because we even heard men on these panels in different spaces be talking about how they pull these young bitches. They use it as a flex, like because they still want to know that they got it. And to me, it's more so about stroking their ego.
So I would like to just add to this, right? I believe also women, I believe young women chase older women as well. Older men.
Well, we've already had that discussion. When those young women seek out stability, it's not
I like
because
to
they
say,
love you.
Good job. Good job, my sisters. I like to
Here
say
you go with
that
this dumb shit phases. I'm not in the mood because we've had very productive
I like to say,
conversation. Don't get up here bouncing your ass.
I like to say that that women, women in retrospective, right? They look for different things earlier ages, right? They look for a different thing, and the things that they mostly attract to and want are found in older men, right? In most cases. So I do believe women are more attracted are more prone to go after older men that will give them a more meet their standards, meet their expectations, right? Because the younger men in their age group most likely won't meet their expectations and their standards. So even though they might have the good sexual experience, but that's only for a time, right? They want something, if they want to get ahead in life and level up. So that's why they chased older men, because they feel older men can help them level up.
Well, a lot
They
of
can
times
get that
they ain't gotta chase them because
experience.
they be coming. And so to the point, women seek out stability. Women have sought out stability since the beginning of time. Women adapt in regards to survival, right? And I don't take it back in the day when the men pillaged the village. You know what I'm saying? What they do, they grape and they pillage. You know what I'm saying? Them women that wanted to survive, they laid down and let them do what they wanted to do so they could survive. So even in this sense, right? Women seek out stability. So yes, the older man will be able to provide more stability. So it's not about just simply trying to demonize men, but if we're gonna be honest, those men seek out a lot of times those young women for specific things. It's not because, oh, I want to find a young girl to connect with. Let's be clear, Ruthless. All this old stuff that people talking about. Listen, I have my limits when it comes to age gaps, but a lot of them men was still locking down them young women and marrying them. That is not what is happening in
Right.
mass now. These men are running around and just fucking on these girls, these young women, and just leaving them by the wayside. These men not trying to build families like that. If a man is trying to build a family, I totally get it. But truthless, you know good and hell well that ain't what a lot of these men doing. They just fucking on these girls. All I'm saying is, if you want to get a younger woman, at least lock
What you
in
say about my
and build
mama?
a damn family.
So I'm gonna say this, Judge Jay. I'm gonna say this, right? And I'm gonna just give it to the
Oh,
raw, uncut. Most, first of all, it depends on what level of woman she is. Number one, right? Let's get it right, right? So if she, let's just say, for the most part, right, she's a bad bitch, right? And we know that they typically date older men, and they get older men. And is reason why it used to be? You're right. I do agree with you, Judge. That men used to marry these women and lock them down, right? But women also have changed, right? They're not letting them get locked down. I don't agree with the sentiment that men control the access to marriage. I just think that's a foolish ideology to push, right? Because how you gonna control the access when you got to ask and somebody got a grant? If you control the access, you just say you just control the access. You just say we get married. That's it, right? And there's no negotiations.
Who
So,
say that?
That doesn't make any sense.
I know that. I understand. I'm just making. Don't say I'm not pushing it. I'm just saying there's a sentiment out here that men control the access to marriage, and I'm saying, how can you control the access to marriage if you have to ask for access?
Ruthless, you gotta stop it, baby. We know at the end of the day, the average woman, times have changed, and women are no longer interested in sitting around waiting for niggas to come around. But we know that women wait for men to propose, and some women will back men. Hold on, you gotta stop. Some women will back men into a corner and give them an ultimatum.
I'm almost there.
Y'all have to agree to that.
Have patience with me. So all I'm
I don't
making,
want to have patience for these remedial talking points, baby. I'm sorry.
Women, will the old man still marry a bad bitch? Of course, but they're not letting the men marry them.
And at your age,
and they're
you
letting
can
the
use
men
a
know
bad bitch. It's crazy.
I'm just use that as
It
an example.
is.
No,
Rufus, that
that's
do
all you
have
say.
context
It gives
to it,
me an
though.
idea of your
Let me just
mindset.
finish.
It's not,
Let me just
Rufus,
finish.
it's not that simple to say.
I'm gonna let y'all rebut me. Let me finish, and I'm gonna give back to you.
Rebut you.
Give a few more minutes. Give a few more seconds. All I'm saying is, women.
Someone didn't love you enough when you were little, did they?
Women control the access. Women control the access to marriage. Let's keep it real, right? Because they the one that got to say
They
yes.
control the access to sex. See, this is what I'm saying with the remedial talking point.
Let me finish. I'm almost
I
there.
know y'all talking
I'm
points.
almost there. Listen, woman has to say yes or no. She can say no, fuck you, I'm not marrying you, or yes, you may put this ring on my finger, right? So who controls, right? Exactly. So therefore,
exactly.
If a woman is telling these older men, look, I'm not having no kids, I'm not getting married. Look, I'm living my best life. I'm gonna give you some coochie. We can kick it and have a good time on these yachts or in these restaurants, all this shit. But I'm not looking to get married anytime soon, and that's why the older men aren't marrying them like they used to at the rate they used to.
That's a goddamn lie. A lot of
Women
these niggas ain't
are
getting married because they scary as fuck.
women have full autonomy, right? And they have fought for these rights, and they have these rights have been granted them, and they are using them, right, to their full advantage. So they're not letting the men run the show no more, because you know why? They really don't need man.
They learn to say no.
Man. They don't marry. They don't need to marry a man to get the resources anymore. Those days are over. So
You
therefore,
just said that the women say no. So what are you talking about, Faith?
No,
This is what I mean. Y'all just want to bounce that ass.
I'm just saying is men do not control the outcome. That's
You said, go
Amen.
ahead, Just Jay.
So to the whole point about men not controlling marriage, like I said, I just hate them stupid ass talking points. I hate to be intolerant because I be really trying to have patience. But I thought the talking point said that women control access to sex and men control access to marriage. They be all over the place. It's full of confusion, and at the end of the day, it's just because motherfuckers is scary and they really don't want to commit to family. I'm sorry, but when a man wants to lock down and lock in with somebody, he will. The average man, when the average man, I don't care if you dealing with a shy dude or whatever, when he motherfucking wants somebody, he go after what the fuck he want.
But if she
So
says
I'm
no,
tired of hearing all these damn excuses. And I'm not saying, excuse me, I'm not saying that there aren't valid reasons nowadays for men and women to be apprehensive about relationship. I totally get why people are apprehensive, but to sit here and act as if men don't control making that move is ridiculous. Since the beginning of time, men had to propose. Women want not. Now you got women out here fucking proposing to men and getting on their motherfucking knees. This shit weird as fuck out here. Listen, if I have to see, this is what I'm saying. People don't pay attention to. Well, some people seem to like not understand how the dynamics work. Say for instance, if I was with a dude, right? And I'm worried about whether or not he want to lock in with me, et cetera, et cetera. What I look like him and him up against the wall talking about, okay, what it's gonna be, et cetera, et cetera. If you ever notice women that pressure men into getting married, if you notice that marriage or that connection will be tumultuous, the whole fucking connection. Why? Because in her mind, she gonna be sitting there trying to figure out, did he really want to marry me, or did he marry me because he just wanted me to shut the fuck up? So it ain't about, oh, women control access. No, women could sit here and give some dudes ultimatums, and some dudes will actually fall for it, but she will question that relationship for the remainder of that relationship, however long it lasts, because he did not initiate that. So we're not gonna sit here and act like, like, I don't even understand why we get into them remedial points. We talking about these old
talk, Just
that
Jay.
want to fuck on young folks when they need to leave them young folks alone and let them young folks tend to one another. That's what I'm talking about.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think that like we'll have more genuine conversations if people just say what it really is. I don't think most older men in mass are dating. I mean, are with younger women or seeking out the younger women for conversation, like for conversation purposes or just long term purposes. A lot of it is sexual, right? And so when we tell the truth on that, can that be destructive long term, like down the road? Can it be destructive? Is that destructive or is it constructive?
So what kind of question are you asking, Freeze? Are you saying that the older man is turning the younger women out? Are the younger women already turned out by the time they come out of high school?
Not by the time they come out of high school.
Shit.
So you just made a point about men wanting women to have this standard, right? So y'all can talk about the Madonna complex. Why don't you get into the Madonna complex? Are you familiar with that, Truthfully?
I'm just saying what I'm saying is women are fucking in high school.
Well, I'm asking you, dear, are you familiar with the Madonna complex?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so I suggest
so women are not coming out of high school virgins.
Well, when they're in high school, they're not fucking women, and this is part of the problem. And this is what people are not addressing: the fucking deviancy.
So my point is this, right? My point is this.
They're not women in high school, sir.
All I'm saying is to Freezy is these women are coming out here not virgins. They coming out here been ran through or 5 to 6 bodies minimum, right? And they're doing their
Okay,
thing.
but you as an older man don't say, let me send this girl on her way because she already
Damn, I can't
decided.
finish
An
the thought.
older man say, well, let me go
I'll
ahead
let you
and
finish
sit
your
on
whole
over her
thought on,
face.
Just Jay. I'll let you finish your whole thought. These women are out here. Only way older women can get to a young woman if that woman grants him that access first. He can't make her do nothing. He can't make her talk to him. She has to give him the choosing signals. That's how it goes. Women control the dating scene. Whoever dates them is because they get open the access for them to date them, right? So whether it's a younger man, older man, the woman is on the most time going to dictate who's going to talk to them and who's not. These women ain't out. Men ain't even approaching women like that no more.
Okay, but you're conflating a lot of stuff. Because you're talking about young girls in high school mixed with women and stuff, and this be part of the problem. We know that it's people in high school and middle school that's fucking, and a lot of times they are fucking people in their same age group. That is different. Y'all be mixing
all I'm
up
just saying
shit.
is, when a woman is approached, she's dictating whose approaches her. Meaning, she's going to shut you down off the top. If she don't want anything to do with you, she's shutting your ass down immediately. Right? I mean, it's not even going to be
okay. That's what happens. What you gonna do? Take it by force?
So, damn, I'm just making a point. Damn, Just Jay.
Yeah,
I didn't say anything more. So when I came to Freezy, I'm picking the Freezy's point is what he said. Well, older men are only wanting women for access to sex or whatever. The women are the ones.
Is that not true though?
He asked the question.
Every man at every age wants to fuck women. Period.
But why they gotta fuck on younger ones though? So why they don't
because
fuck
the
on
younger
ones
ones,
in their age group?
the younger ones are giving them the action.
So the women in your age. So let me ask you, truthless. The women in your age group, they don't want to bust it wide open for a real nigga like yourself.
Yeah, they do.
So why you why you don't toss that money why you don't toss that money their way and let them bust that thing wide open for a real nigga?
I do.
Well, if we're gonna go there, truthfully,
it doesn't matter. Age is only number for me.
Hey, throwing down ain't nothing but a thing. I hear you.
If she's a college student or whether she's 50 years old, whatever, right? If I'm attracted to her and we got a decent conversation and she grants me access, I'm taking that, right? Like, okay, I'm cool. Let's do it. But I'm not going to sit here and lie and say that young women are the ones who make this happen. The younger women make this happen, right? They make sure they make themselves open to these older women. That's just the way it goes, man.
What does that mean? They make it happen? I thought you said that the older ones willing to bust it wide open for a real nigga like yourself.
The older women do it too, but I'm just saying to Freezy's point.
So why do you shoot for the younger women? Okay, because I'm gonna ask you this truthfully, because I'm giving you a hard time, but ultimately you ain't doing nothing that's unheard of. You feel me? So I ain't trying to demonize you, but based on your lifestyle, right? I mostly see you rock with younger women. So
but because I didn't show you everything, right?
I get that, but why you show us younger women?
I've had older women on my IG before. I took them off and replaced them.
Okay, but why you show us the younger?
So my point I'm saying is, Just Jay, is what I'm saying is the women, whether they're young or old, right, middle age, whatever, they're the ones who grant the access.
I want to see the old women.
Period.
Because you can't flex by showing the old woman.
All I'm saying, Just Jay, is you guys grant the access who y'all want to fuck with.
You can't flex by showing the old woman.
You know what I mean?
I'm trying to get to the root of it.
Yes, I can. But what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying, I'm not trying to make it about me though, Just Jay. I'm just making it about.
I know. I'm just using examples.
You keep making it about me though.
No, but it's only an example because of what we've been talking about.
You keep making it about
I'm not trying to demonize you. All right, we can use another example. You got it.
Gosh, you have no decorum, right?
I know. I told you I came to scratch.
Finish my thought is the women dictate the dating market. Period.
Okay.
Period.
Thank you.
Period. They no older guys
not
can
on
get
my
close to them unless
not around my niggas he can.
Men ain't running shit in the dating market. Period. Niggas out here simping. Niggas out here. Oh baby, please.
What?
Women are turning motherfuckers down left.
Brother, what are you talking about, man?
The women are dictating the dating market. Period.
Oh, okay.
It's simple. It's simple.
Okay.
Without doubt. The only way you get in a woman chase you, you're a rapper, entertainer.
Y'all want women chasing y'all? See, this is what I'm saying.
Of course we do. Of course we do.
You want a woman chasing you, first of all.
That's not the men is
All right, security.
I
Usher him out.
Nobody should be
Security,
chasing
usher him out.
I think that
Take his microphone and usher him out.
Women chasing us. Every man wants to be chased by women. That's desirable.
Chase?
Right? And something wrong with him if you don't. But the point I'm making is women ain't chasing.
Women, y'all heard that. Y'all better go chase.
women.
Listen, I don't think nobody should chase anybody. I do believe in, and some of my thoughts are conventional, and it is what it is. But I definitely believe in men pursuing what they
Those
claim
days are
that
over.
they want. I believe in pursuing. I don't think a man
Those
should
days are
chase a
over.
woman either, but I think a man definitely should pursue what he claim he want.
Those days are over.
Okay, so now women, y'all gotta
Why
pursue.
though?
Y'all throw some money on these niggas'
Because
ass while they toot that thing up, and throw it in a circle.
the women have changed the game, right? And I agree with Jesse. I'm not disagreeing with your sentiments, right? Back
It's
in
all
80s,
good, baby.
70s, yes, men we pursuing. Hey, girl, go get the number, call her up. You know what I mean? All that stuff that used to be a thing. But in 2025, if you go ask them for a number, you're 98.9% gonna get told no, even if she's attracted to you, because women they've changed, right? There's a different story. They like to control the dynamic of how the interaction is going to happen. They don't. If you're toxic masculinity traits showing that, they get turned off. They don't want nothing to do with you no more. These
I
are
think
the things
people missing that a lot of women nowadays really we just moving outside of the phase where there was so much control,
LA.
right?
You don't talk about LA.
No, we
The
don't. I mean,
control has
that's
been
honestly,
the
I mean,
control has
like,
been leveraged for so long. Hold on, let me say this. The control has been leveraged for so long that people don't realize that times are changing. Women having to stay with a man because she have no other option and because her survival is based on that.
Right.
Those days are over, truthless, and that's what people are not understanding. We are now in a time where women are realizing and women are more resistant to just dealing with shit simply to be a vagina. Women at the core simply, and I'm not saying that this every woman, but generally speaking, this is about women simply wanting to be valued as human beings and not just a piece of pussy. Really, this is what a lot of this boils down to. And men, a lot of these men not getting it, and a lot of these men so fucking regress that they're not catching up to that. A woman wants to be valued for her fucking mind as well, and as a person, not just as a fucking vagina. It's really that simple.
I hear
Wait, hold on, Ruthless. Let me get LA in there. What's going on? Shout out to LA. How you doing? First
What's
of all,
up, LA?
Congratulations on
thank you, LA. I appreciate that.
Yeah, we gotta start off.
What's your
Hey,
opening
LA.
thoughts on this conversation, LA?
Oh man, I mean, to me, it's just like it just sounds like the fact that since women have options, because women have always had to work, women have always had to help provide, but we wanted better options besides being maids and cooks. You feel what I'm saying? So when it comes to this whole equality thing, now since we actually know what we can do with our own lives, just in case something does happen and we starting to have standards and we're being taught to have standards. Why is that such a bad thing? Like, are we just supposed to accept any old body and then get blamed for having babies with the Pookies and Ray Rays? Like, we're supposed to have some type of filtering process, right? Some type of selection process. And it's like, if you're not measuring up, then it's like you need to look at yourself and be like, what can I do that's better? I don't understand what's so bad about that.
So just LA, all I'm saying is you guys, I hear y'all sentiments, man. It sounds so sweet. Y'all could be better. But most of y'all over sexualize yourself, right? So you guys obviously are dressing less clothes, right? You guys are wearing less clothes and less conversation to get what y'all want. So therefore, it's not about just the empowerment of, yeah, I want to be better. I want to do better, right? But that empowerment also comes with your leverage of what y'all want to leverage for. And y'all are leveraging your bodies and your sexuality to gather resources and gather elevations, right? This is all a part of the movement, right? So we give you, listen, you guys have a whole bunch of rights afforded to you. You guys have the Me Too movement. Y'all got all these things. Look at that white girl.
Going on and on about that stuff.
She's gonna get 25 years. Right?
You still listening. This lets me know that a lot of men don't listen. You said that's nice and that's sweet. You still dismiss it like most men. And that's the problem. That's why these young girls know that y'all don't really value them. That's why they just run in the fucking pockets because they know y'all don't value them.
Right. The women are the predators. Right? Women are predators. They're the predatory ones now. They're chasing the bag. And
But they know y'all been
Okay,
doing.
go ahead.
Listen, how many men
Go
have had
ahead.
a decent woman that was willing to hold them down? A
Bruh.
lot of listen, y'all gotta stop.
Let's
Most
stop
men
it.
have came
They're
across a
hardworking.
woman that was willing to hold them down and support them, and they were shitted on. People gotta stop. And there are women who had a decent man, and that wasn't enough. People have to speak to their fucking the insatiable desires that they have. It's an issue. It's a within issue. It has nothing to do with the people on the outside. We're not finna sit here and act like I don't care if it's any man on this panel or any man in the chat. Most men have had a woman that was willing to hold them down. It simply was not enough for them, and it is what it is. But don't act like ain't no decent women out here.
Absolutely.
Let me let LA finish your thought too. Go
Not
ahead.
on my property. Not around my niggas, he can't.
All right. Yeah, but I mean, usually when it comes to, like you said, this whole access to marriage, usually it's because the man decides he wants to take that to the next level. A woman is mostly just hoping that he will. You know what I'm saying? But most women I know are not just be like, you know what, we get married. That's not really how it works. But y'all got to start asking. We will build with y'all. You know what I'm saying? I know I personally have. I'm not sure if you're just running into a certain type or if you're going after a certain type, but it's about the priorities as well. And when it comes to this whole age gap thing, again, after a certain point, you have to know that the other party's got to know why you're there. It is not because they're a good person and you just love being with them. No, it's usually because of the sexual gratification and what you can provide in exchange for that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't know, it's kind of ridiculous. Like, conversation, because I've just been listening to it, and it's just like I don't think that people know really what they want besides what they want.
Okay,
Can I
go ahead.
elaborate on what you were saying real quick?
Go ahead, Trey.
I was about to say, see, this is how you know niggas don't get no pussy. This is how you know niggas don't get none. This is how you know niggas don't mess with no girls or nothing, right? Let me tell you what happens, right? Females will let you hit 1,000,000 fucking times and will not ask you, are y'all going out? First off, females are looking for you to initiate the relationship in the first part. Fuck the marriage. They not even asking you to be their fucking boyfriend, and they still gonna let you hit. They waiting for you to ask. You motherfuckers don't get no pussy. You motherfuckers don't fuck with no females to the point to where it's though your head just fucked up. I don't know what the fuck wrong with you niggas, but you niggas be sounding dumb as shit.
Oh, the next phases. What did you want to add to the conversation? Next phases.
Well, I think a big part of the problem is that people are not taking into consideration the different nuances that can be added to the context. To what Brother Trey just said. When you say that, what you just said, and it sounded like an absolute. It's also women that is not in spaces where they do want to even be in a relationship, and and they feel as need is they're not in a place where they can be in a relationship. So that has to be taken consideration. They want to just have fun, and to what Just Jay and
Most
I
girls
rock
that
with.
open up their legs for you don't just want to have fun. Most girls that open up their legs for real, they want you to motherfucking cuff them. You feel what I'm saying? It's up
Not
to
really.
yeah, no, for real though. I was about to say
Some are just
it's
having
like that.
fun, dude. They're not in a place where they want to be married. They're not in a place where they want to be in a relationship all the time.
I don't understand.
That's an absolute.
I'm sorry. I don't understand where this idea comes from that women don't want to be in relationships and we don't like good guys. Like, of course we do. What sense would it make for us to actually meet a quality man and be like, oh, hell no, I'm just trying to have fun? Like, if you meet that person, we trying to get cuffed. I agree with Trey.
But I get what you're saying. That may be the type of lady you are. But that's not always the temperature out here and for all women. So sometimes they just
85%.
I don't think so.
So
I
you
deal with a
think
lot of women
Next
I'm talking
phase.
about my friends. So it's who you associate and what you going
Yeah.
after. Because my
Phase
friends
is
are
legal.
all on the same page.
So next phase, you think there's just as many women out here that want meaningless sex as much as men?
Yeah, and they want to be in a good situation. They want situationships, and that could mean they also don't want to be in a relation. They don't want to be get married. They don't want to actually be in a relationship, committed relationship. They kind of like in the space where they just like building themselves, or they just enjoying life. You know, they're not really necessarily looking for that outcome. So you know, relationships are becoming a different dynamic when it comes to it's growing. So it's on an individual base on that though. But to what is it? Ruthless, ruthless.
Wait,
You saying? Mhm.
before you move to your next point, how do we match this up though? Because the information that we've gotten so far is most women aren't even having uh orgasm. You know, most women aren't even like really enjoying the sex. So uh how is that possible that there's just as many women that just want to fuck as men and have meaningless sex?
Well, the stats do read that there was more women having children than men.
That doesn't
So
mean that's
I,
coming from like
I thought
me.
you was asking me the question, but
Go ahead, world class, and go next. Go ahead, next phases.
um, well, when that comes to that. When I think Rufus was trying to say is that women control access to the sex and the relationship, meaning, but it's also other context added to that. When women set the standard for the market, they want that mutual uh organisms. They want a man that's gonna give them orgasm.
Oh, well,
Is
hold
gonna
on. They want what? What you said? They want a what? Organism. What that is?
orgasm or whatever it may be.
Organism.
Okay.
That shit sound
Okay.
like
Orgasm.
a damn. That shit sound like an exorcism or something.
It sounds like
Yeah,
it
that's
hurt.
the
The
position.
organism is wild.
God
Yeah,
damn.
that's what they want. They want you to blow their brains out a little
Oh
bit.
yeah,
Oh, wow.
yeah.
But
That's what I'm finna start shooting for. You know, the
Organisms.
organisms. You know,
What I want.
that
hell
sound
yeah,
powerful. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, just
I
real
may
quick.
be pronouncing that word wrong, but I'm trying to. I think everybody gets my point.
Yeah,
But
you,
I'm
you definitely.
saying
Yeah, organism.
I'm saying that they want it mutual, and they're learning to say no to because they want more than just, oh, you just lay on top of me. They want to actually get a nut too. They want to get multiple or whatever the case may be. There's some that don't want more than one. They just want to get that one and get on by their business, get back to their business, and get on schedule again. But you have to understand that it is a reform out here with the women when it comes to sexuality. Sexuality has transformed even more as we've seen the increasing of the different dynamics. But it just depends on the person because I have
You know
found
what this
that.
sound like? I'm sorry. You know what this sound like though? This sound like the dumbest shit I ever heard, bro. First of all,
Um,
right?
Well, that's
Let me
cool for you
let
to
me tell
feel
you
that
why.
way, but
Let me tell you why. Let
you
me tell
can
you
be
why.
ignorance is bliss.
Let me tell you
Ignorance
why.
is bliss.
Let me tell
Okay,
you why. Let
you
me
may
tell you
not
why.
you may not you
Let
may
me tell
not
you
be
why.
seeing it that way. It's
No, let
not
me tell you
dumb.
why.
It's
Let me
not
tell you
dumb. It's
tell
actually
you why.
happening.
What
Most
Let me
women
tell
what
you
we
are
why.
know
saying
pod
this.
mo,
You
what we
are
know
male, right?
podcast what
You
we
are
know
male, right?
podcast just became a new YouTube organism. I mean a YouTube member.
No captivity.
Shout
Shout
out
out
to
to JT.
JT, man. Shout out. Thank you, JT, for maintaining your or actually
He
renewing
became a
your
member.
well no, you
Oh
just
yeah, oh
became
yeah.
you just became a VIP member, man. Shout out to you, JT. I know he was one before, but shout out to JT, just became another VIP member. VIP Wednesdays is on every Wednesday. Okay, shout out to you, JT. And listen, I appreciate you. And listen, everybody with a membership, maintain your memberships because we go live every Wednesday. Only way you can view it is with a VIP pass. I think World Class was going to respond to
I was about
what
to
he
say,
was saying.
I had
Oh, you was
That was
Trey.
Trey, actually. Trey and Soup was going on.
So I was about to say, so we are all human beings, right? You got males, you got females, right? I'm sorry. Females get horny just like niggas. I'm sorry to tell you. I don't know what the fuck is going through you niggas' brains, acting like you the only motherfuckers that get a hard on. Like, no. They get horny
Niggas, this
just
is
like we
crazy.
get hard. The fuck is wrong with you niggas? You niggas are so fucking it get on my nerves, bro. You niggas is so goddamn pussyless and so desperate to get some. You feel what I'm saying? Like, y'all just, you don't even know how to think no more. Like, what the fuck? Like, it get on my nerves just hearing this shit because it's so dumb. Like, yo, what the fuck? Like, go get you some. Bro, listen, all you got to do, go to the strip club, bro. Take like $300-$400 with you. Fuck it. You feel what I'm saying? And get you some. Maybe that post-nut club hit your head or something. I don't know what to tell you. But just go get you something. Like, god damn. Like, it's just go pay for something. Fuck it. Fuck it. Go pay for it.
What is he talking about? Freezy, can you explain what he talking about and how it relations to what I just said? I don't know what is he talking about. I don't think niggas don't have an understanding of it.
He had relations with who?
How does it relate to what I said? I said exactly
you
that.
said
Women are want to be
relations.
sexually liberated. Women are sexually liberated. What are you trying to say? I
Hmm.
don't understand what he's trying to say. He said what I said was stupid, and then said the same thing I said. That
He wants
he
to go get
insulted.
organized.
I think what Trey was getting at is dudes just need to be honest. They just want to fuck, but they just don't want to just say that. They just,
No, dudes don't just want to fuck, man. Dudes actually want somebody. Most dudes want somebody to have a fruitful and fulfilling life with.
most dudes want to get married and have a fruitful, fulfilling life. That's what you said.
Yeah, I think dudes. I think it's to a point where a guy either he was raised that way and he has some traumas that he need to deal with. That would get in the way of
Do you
that.
see how confusing this could be for women? Though, I'm just
what's the percentage?
They love it. Women are loving this, right? Because
what you said, Fear Mortals?
What's the percentage?
Yeah, what's the percentage? Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah,
I would say in the upward 75. It's just the guys that they don't.
75% of men want fruitful, long-lasting marriages with
Hell
women.
no, fuck no, right? We just want some coochie. Let's keep it real, right? So
that's what I'm saying. Come on,
man. So let me help you out.
Take his microphone before you go
usher him out. See,
let
here's
me
the
get
thing, right?
World Class. I'm coming to you, Ruthless. World Class. What's
The same is no
on your
longer
mind
world
with this?
class, class.
I just want to blame Soup for everything that's happening right now. It's her fault.
Don't try to act like he just
That's
angelic
a
motherfucker.
fact.
I ain't do nothing.
He's a nigga too, world class.
All these things that y'all been saying.
I'm not a nigga. I'm the nigga. I'm the nigga. Listen, you world class or you outclass. Ain't no in between.
Damn.
This. I mean, I don't even know what to jump in at this point. So,
Just say you a nigga.
I said I'm the nigga. I'm him.
Okay, we good then. We good.
Always.
So,
but
let me let class. Class, what's up, man? Talk to me, man. Let's have a conversation. Because I'm thinking you're the way you're talking, you sound like you, because you have a certain lifestyle that you're looking down upon other men out here when they think.
He needs some milk.
Yeah. Why wouldn't I look down on niggas?
Well, because when you were on our level, right, not married, all that thing, you were doing the same thing, but then you found the one you gelled with and you hooked up.
You think I did what y'all did?
Nah, bro. I was about to say bro. I was about to say niggas was never on niggas level. Fuck is you talking? Niggas was always above your nigga. My nephew above your level. Nigga, fuck is you talking about?
Who's this talking? What are you talking about? Anyway, right? So let's keep it real. Let's call it a bunch. Let's keep it real. Men, no, every man don't look for happily long-lasting, fruitful relationships. But if one comes around that breeds that, yeah, he'll take it, right? Because ultimately, He wants his legacy to be sealed with fruitful, I would say, stability, right? But for the most part, men would like to have sex. Let's keep it real, right? Women like to have sex. We all like to have sex. Women want more than we do, though, right? Women want more than sex. Uh, I would be like this. Say, I give women the props. I do what y'all do, right? Y'all gonna keep building this lie that us burn ourselves down. Men, we just burning ourselves down to the ground, right? Because we got dudes like world class who think he's better than the nigga. Then you got dude like Trey White.
now? What are
You got Trey White over
you?
here talking about he's this elite motherfucker who drives trucks. Then you got the next X phases. He's pretty cool, but he's delusional. To think that everybody wants to look for long term, fruitful nigga. A lot of the niggas are understanding that women are not worth the investment.
Someone didn't love you enough when you were little, did they?
They're very unstable. Women are very unstable creatures, right? They're not dependable. That's why they lead the rate in divorce.
Nigga, you are unstable creature, nigga. That's why you lead in divorce. The fuck is you talking? This is wrong with you niggas. Always talk about
I'm very stable, Trey.
women are unstable creatures. Nigga, we know women emotional, nigga. So what? They emotional, nigga. Get the fuck out your emotions, nigga.
What we're saying is we're not asking not to be emotional, but what we do ask of them is not to burn down the house either, right? But most women are burning down the house anyway. So
can I tell you why?
Burning down what house?
That, when they divorce, when you divorce, that's what you do. You burn down the house.
Child, listen.
Yes. When you divorce your husband,
when I can get in there.
That's house burning. Go ahead, Freezy.
No, I'm gonna let LA go, and then I'll let LA and Inferno Motors go if they have some. Go ahead, LA.
All right. So I mean, heard a lot. You know what I'm saying? So I had to write some stuff. Y'all write some shit down, you know what I'm saying, if you need to. But
that's what you do on your dates.
I'm sorry?
That's what you do on your dates, probably.
No. I live life, you know what I'm saying, when I'm on my dates, But since people like to pontificate and go on and on, just so I don't forget my points, I like to write things down. Anyway. So when it comes to what was just said, I don't understand when you sitting here talking about using people's time, their youth, their body, something that they cannot get back. And folks sound upset because she's got standards or she wants to have a little bit more control of that situation. Sounds nuts to me. Going back to what Next Phases was saying about the whole casual sex thing, if average sex doesn't lead to an orgasm on average, why would you think that women are just wanting to just go around and just do that in general? Like, we do want relationships and we're hoping that you will go that way. Now I feel like it's out of order, you know what I'm saying? You should definitely get the commitment from the person before you give up the box, but people are impatient right now, right? And in that meantime, you know what I'm saying, the people not wanting to get married, because let's keep it real. When people come out of high school and stuff, they trying to get their money, they going to school, whatever. Marriage is not on their minds until later on in most cases. So they get into these relationships and do this whole trial period. You know what I'm saying? They'll expect their mate to do all the little, clean and cook and wash clothes and do all this shit. And they know that they have no intentions of marrying that person, but they will take advantage of what that situation or that relationship dynamic provides to them. You know what I'm saying? People, at the end of the day, y'all gotta just be honest. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to get married, let me ask the guys, especially Next Phase, since you say that most men, so you said 75% want marriage, how many women have you proposed to?
That was a good question.
You got to get to a certain point with women.
No, if you want to get married, the man asks, he takes that next step. How many people have you proposed to?
What I say to that is, I've been in intentional relationships where I've expressed where I wanted to be married, and I was waiting for the point where God called me to do that, because it is a spiritual thing for me as well. A woman has to meet the criteria of me being called to marry her. So it is a spiritual thing too. It's a choice of
Is
your
there a
own.
number?
Niggas
God,
just
God,
calling
God,
that word salad, bro. Come on,
God,
man. Let's be
God,
real, bro.
God,
Child, this shit
God,
is hard, bro.
God made a woman suitable to a
All right,
man's
security,
purpose.
usher him out. Security, usher him out. Take his microphone.
Well, Freezy,
And usher him out.
Freezy, can you explain how the scripture relates to that? I may
The
not be
answer
the
is
best
zero.
example of how to,
She just
but
asked
that's what.
you how many next phases. She didn't
Yeah,
ask for
Zero.
the whole,
Freezy ain't in this. Freezy ain't got your
soliloquy. She
back
just
going
wanted
against. Make
a
your own
number.
goddamn point.
I would say it's kind of hard to do that because most women are
just say
out.
none. Just say none.
Right.
I have expressed to women that I want to get married. I've be
So you
very
proposed
strongly
to a
with that.
woman before?
I ain't the partial rap.
I haven't been in a position where I could. I'll be honest.
Jesus
Okay,
It's
Christ.
so the
not a
answer is
good thing to
none.
say. It's not a proud thing. I'm
Zero.
saying it's really humiliating, and it's a sad situation to say. I'm just saying. I don't really. If I had an
Why would you
opportunity to
say
marry a woman, I
humiliating?
would. I would. That's what I'm
I ain't never
saying.
asked nothing to my
Okay.
nigga. What you mean? What are you
Well,
talking about? It's a sad situation. Nigga, I ain't asked nobody
Go
to
ahead. I
marry
want
me, nigga.
let
What
me
you
let
talking
Can
about?
she
LA
get
finish
back
her.
to her point?
Yeah, I'm gonna let LA finish her point. Go ahead, LA.
no, I was okay. So I was listening to what you're saying. Why would you say it was like embarrassing? Like, what was embarrassing about it?
Because as I see it is that my parents got married at 24. I'm here at 34, and the women are not presenting themselves in a situation where they're ready to be married.
I mean,
It's
I
not
guess,
encouraged.
but
It's not encouraged as the Bible says it is. The Bible speaks about how God encourages you if you have the desire. But if the women don't have the desire to be married,
Oh.
who could you marry?
And the
okay,
Bible also
okay.
So is
says
the answer
if you look up to
zero?
mommy and daddy for too long, you keep on looking at mommy and daddy, nigga, your ass ain't never gonna grow the fuck up.
I mean,
Is
I
the- is-
kind of understand where you're coming from, next phases, but at some point, like even me myself, I had to ask and take responsibility of what I was doing right, wrong, could be different, right? I was engaged when I was 19 years old. You know what I'm saying? To
Aw.
a person who packed UPS trucks. So I don't want to hear that stuff. We will build with y'all. However, we're not going to stay in limbo. You know what I'm saying? While you go out there and do your thing. Now, obviously, that didn't work out. I'm not married, but the desire was there. You know what I'm saying? But let me ask you this: if you saying that a person who has faith and you keep bringing up the Bible, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing, why are you not focusing on young ladies in the church or more church involved activities that you can, I mean, they have lots of
That's
singles,
worse.
mixers, and all kinds of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So if that's really a priority for you, you're not gonna find her in the club or in the hookah lounge or bar. You're not gonna find her there.
Or in
You
the
know what I'm
church
saying?
either.
Or it's gonna be like a needle in the haystack. If
Church
that's
would
what
be
you want,
worse.
then you need to kind of like ask yourself what pool of people am I looking or am I pulling from? You know what I'm saying? And just be honest with that shit,
Hey,
because you
LA.
can't just expect to walk into any old place and find an angel. You know, to find, like I said, that
You not gonna be able
one.
to satisfy these niggas. These niggas can't find a girl in the club. They can't find a girl at the church. They can't find a girl walking down the street. They can't find her in the supermarket. These niggas just can't find
Man,
nothing. You're not gonna be able to satisfy none of these niggas' needs. These niggas just scared.
all
I
right,
don't
I
know what to
tried,
tell
y'all.
you.
But no, let's
Trey,
just
Trey,
be
you all right?
honest.
You all
Let's
right?
be honest. Even next phases, I think he's being kind of disingenuous right now. Most men, when they approach women, the initial at the initial point of contact, the intentions is not to have a like to fuck. I mean to get married or have a long term fruitful whatever. What I think whatever next phase said fruitful long term relationship. At the initial point of contact, men are looking at women and they trying to see how they could conquer that woman and smash.
Man, Man, what? Man, what? I'm looking
You're
at that
trying to,
ass, them titties, them teeth,
yeah,
the
you're
face,
trying
and
to
all that.
smash.
I'm trying to look at that, man. What? I'm trying to see what I can do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just say that. Just say that. That's what
Just
I'm
be
saying.
honest.
But
And
next
don't
phase is,
complain about the hoes later on that you helped make.
Thank you.
but this is why the conversations can't materialize, because when next phase is said that, he kind of shaped it in a way where he was putting most of the blame on women, because he's saying that, yeah, most of the time when I meet women, my intentions is to get married and have a fruitful, long-lasting relationship, but the women just aren't up to par. I haven't found that they're not just a Proverbs 31 woman. So what ends up happening is I just end up getting my dick wet, but it ain't my fault. You know what I'm saying? That's basically what he
Yes.
kind of saying.
You got to blame the sister
He
husbands.
fell in.
I don't want to say I'm blaming them. I'm saying that's just where they at. I'm just saying that's where they at most of the time. It just depends, and
Nah,
then
nigga, that's where you at.
they want time
That's
they
where
want
you
time
at,
to.
bro.
Okay.
Where you at? The one thing I learned about life, bro, you win some, you lose some. You feel what I'm saying? You got some good ones, you got some bad ones. You going to hit on some good ones, you going to hit on some
So
bad
let
ones.
me ask you this: who sets the standard when it comes to fruitful, long-lasting relationship? What gender should be the one that actually set the standard when it comes to marriage?
The women.
Transgender.
I think the man should.
The women, men can't.
So we got polarizing answers. Ruthless said women.
Because
Next phase said men.
now, so let
I
me
said
let me add,
transgender.
let me add the context to that. Right? Is because the reason why I'm putting on the women because they have
Hold on,
been.
before you go, Ruthless. Fear No Mortars. My bad. Did you want to say something, Fear No Mortars?
I'm just gonna say, these conversations go all over the place because it's just like, what he just said and how in a shorter condensed version is, he's looking for a woman that's virtuous and everything else. So he hasn't proposed because nobody met the quota or whatever. We hear this type of thing all the time, even if they're reflecting on a woman that meets God's standards or not. They just, well, there's no good woman here. Back to what Trey said. You didn't find one in the supermarket. You didn't find her at the church, at the club, at the grocery store, wherever it is. So there's no woman that's good enough anywhere. So if there's no woman that's good enough anywhere out of all the women everywhere, then I think it goes back to we need to be reevaluating ourselves and seeing what's wrong with us, if that's the case.
And I
Okay.
I'm
Hold
sorry.
on, Riaz. I got you, bro.
Just really fast, and just also next phase, like I get it, you know what I'm saying, and I agree with Fear No Mortals because that kind of, I feel like that was something that I had to look at for myself as well, because like my parents were married at 17 and 19, you know what I'm saying, 25 years. So I get it, but as we are living in our ages, like we gotta, we want, what our parents and what our, the previous generation had, but that doesn't mean that that's going to be our story. You know what I'm saying? We can look at it for inspiration when it comes to like dedication for when you do get into that situation, but don't get tripped up in your parents' love story because it's going to kind of keep you away from your own story, if that makes sense.
Yeah, let me get Rufus.
Can I add to
Hold on.
LA real quick?
No, I'm gonna let you go because Ruthless said women should be the one that set the standard for marriage, and you said men. So I want to hear from both of y'all why y'all answered this way, so
Okay.
different. Go ahead, Ruthless.
So
Okay.
the reason why I say women is because they've been afforded to them this newly found power, right? These rights of equality and feminism has boosted their ego. And because they're the ones that leaving the most, right, are the most unhappiest, I believe they have to now set the standards too, right? Because if I, as a man, set the standard, right? Say, okay, I'm going to be with you no matter what and whatever, and then you divorce me. What the fucking point is that? So the ones who are leaving the most need to set the standard by not leaving and stand in the fight or in the journey that we signed up for to finish the job, right? So that's why I'm saying now, this is why I feel women should be now hold a standard because they seem to be quitters, right? They seem to be have this I would say reputation of quitting, right? Walking away, right? Or complaining and walking away, right? So they have to be the one to stop quitting. They got to be the one to maybe complain. Okay, I understand we all gonna complain, but that doesn't mean.
But hold on, the standard should be set before you get married, right?
So I mean, when we're just talking about in the marriage, right? I'm just talking about in the marriage, right? I'm just saying is, or even the regulations, right? Women are the most ones leaving, right? The reasons they're leaving for are not egregious most times, right? So what I'm saying is the only way it seemed like you got to go with the one who's leaving the most and say, hey, you got to be the standard now and not leave, right? You got to set a new standard for women to see other women can see that.
So we don't. I think I don't. We don't know why women are leaving, right?
We know why they're leaving.
No, I'm saying we don't know. Each situation could be different. Could be infidelity, right? So it could be anything. You know what I'm saying? When we talk about setting a standard, usually the standard should be set before you enter into an agreement.
That's my point, Freezy. My point, Freezy, is this: when you get married, right, you sign up to deal with all these things. Right?
So you sign up to deal with.
They'll do his part, right?
So you are a believer that.
Except when it comes to age, but sorry.
So you are a believer that if somebody is getting cheated on, whether man or woman, they should stick it out in the marriage.
They signed up for it.
Oh, okay.
They'll do his part, right? Good times and bad times. What the fuck do you say the wedding vows for if you don't believe in them?
So I mean, people have stayed together after getting cheated on, but what's the threshold? Is there a number of times you should get cheated on before you leave them?
I mean, how many times do you forgive the one you love? What's the number on that?
What? Boy, you're smooth, boy. You're smooth. Next phase is, why do you say the standard should be set by women? I mean, by men. Why do you say that? Next phase.
Well, if you acknowledge what the women are wanting, right? Unfortunately, men have to learn at this point, and they have to have knowledge because they don't want to have to be the teacher, and they have to be the person that sets the foundation for with the house because they're the leader. Because they gotta say, okay, this is what's the requirement in the home. I'm leading. I'm in a leadership position. I got to make sure that I'm providing the things that's necessary to make this relationship and this house a home. Uh, it matters because that's what women adhere to. That's what they value, far as what they look for in a man. A man that's being a man. When I say that, I mean it means that that a man needs to have knowledge and understanding and provide security for a woman to rest her femininity in. Um, that's what I'm saying, really. It's not really, I mean, that women set the standards for the market, and women don't set the standards for access to marriage, but they set the standards for what the expectations is from a man and what they looking for in the man. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm confused with what you mean by women set the standards for the market. What does that mean? I don't believe in all this, sexual marketplace about. I don't believe in all that shit. But what does it mean?
Well, it means that so if women are saying, "Hey, this is what's conducive to me. This is what's worth me being in this situation." Then that's what they're saying they want. You can't ignore it because they're not going to adhere to anything else. They're not going to be happy in the relationship. They're going to be happy with themselves. Meaning, I really mean they're not going to be happy with themselves. But it just matters. It just matters. And at this time, women start saying no. because they have, women are saying no. We just had Michelle Obama, one of the most decorated women in America, and most, far as has held one of the highest positions as a wife, I would say. And when it comes to status in the world, she said she had to learn how to say no. And we're hearing a lot of these different analogies from women where they're saying like, "Hey, I want what I want, and I want this for my life, and I want a career, and I want they want things too." And this didn't come about in the last and since the last 50 years. This is a new dynamic, and it has to be respected because it don't look like it's going to change.
But we are human. This is like, I'm not
Mhm.
sure if you are hearing yourself right now. Like, and I'm not trying to pick on you. I promise you I'm not. But like, we are people. Like, don't you think that people, and also, okay, I know you don't have kids right now, but I know you be damned if you raise your daughter the right way, invest in her education and all this stuff, and she comes home with somebody who is not up to what you taught her to choose, you have a problem with that. Like, there has been a big wave of that as well. A lot of these, our grandparents, they had these long lasting relationships, and we do respect them. But at the same time, those same women who are in those situations are telling the next generation, honey, get your education. Honey, take your time to see what else is out there. So it's like, I don't understand the fact that women have options and basically kind of want to reevaluate instead of just putting their whole existence into somebody else's hands that they might not 100% trust. I don't understand why that's a problem. Like, that's just all I hear right now.
I'm not saying it's a
Yeah,
problem. I think that men need to respect it.
Can I okay, so I was just about to say is what you put out is what you get back. That's your energy, man. You're the only reason you think the way you think and you got the results the way you got is because you've been manifesting that energy, man. That's what you've been manifesting. Yes, though there are people like that, though, of course, but what are you attracting, man? You're the factor at the end of the day, though. Of course, they have a role, no doubt, man. But just understand you are responsible for yourself. You choose who you choose, though. You gotta take accountability for yourself. I'm in the middle, man. I ain't picking no sides. I've seen it on both sides how they behave, though. So I'm gonna go with what you put out is what you get back.
Shit.
Yeah, shout out to that. Shout out to that.
So is it reciprocated those who if men have the same level of distrust? They go, well, I don't really want to spend this money or do this protecting and let you in the house and marry. Would that be fair too? In response to women saying, look, we got whatever, we got choices.
Of
We don't trust
course.
y'all.
I mean, I think that both men and women should take their time and stop being so, driven by their desires in general, man. Because, like, going back to it doesn't matter if it's Shannon Sharp or whatever, like, bruh, like, we all have these red flags that we sometimes ignore because at the end of the day, we're not really in it for the right reasons. You know what I'm saying? So, of course, like, we should all kind of slow down and just really pay attention to what the other person is showing us. However, that's not really how we choose to live, and before you know it, we in it too deep, right? But no, it's like, I know that there's trust issues, I know that there's not wholesome women, but what I'm saying is there's not always good dudes, but there are good men and there are good women, you know what I'm saying? But you got to take your time to sift through that stuff and have patience and have some discipline. That's what people don't want to accept. We're
That's
not
a fact.
saying that we're controlling you or telling you what to do, but like, come on, man. Like, if you're going, you're going to play them games, you got to understand what prizes are your options, and they're usually
Can I take a time
Oh,
off this
shit.
and
Oh,
just talk
sorry.
shop for a
My
second?
bad.
When somebody asks a question, the way she answered it, that's how you answer a question. This happened in like 95 times on this exact live. Like, that's somebody asks a question, at least answer it. She answered it perfectly. I love how super answer questions. Appreciate you. So I think I think when we kind of have conversations, we're not on either extreme, right? So our stuff is going to be, we're going to acknowledge the truth. Most of y'all say balance, I say harmony. We're just going to acknowledge the things that are important and not try to alienate each side. And I think that's what makes conversations, or make these specific conversations equitable. Let me use that word. When you can have, and it makes, just for it being equitable makes it a genuine conversation. When people want to get their shit off, it makes it irritating, because women got valid points on shit, men got valid points on shit. When you actually want to come to the table, which is what I agree with Kevin Samuels, coming to the table and hashing out a deal, coming to an understanding at least, is what we need to be working on at this point. You're not trying to gaslight each other and hear each other out. I think that if we want solutions, that's what I'm saying. That's on the assumption that we want solutions for women to figure out why men ain't doing what they perceive to be their part in the same shit for men. Why men looking at women like, why you not doing your part? Got to be some understanding. We got to listen to each other at the end of the day, or just stay the fuck away from each other. You know what I'm saying?
In relationships, who wants to be lied to the most?
I don't know.
Women.
Probably women.
Yeah, and here's like the reason why I asked that question is because earlier next phases said that there's just as many women that want to have meaningless sex as much as men. I don't think so. I think women seek validation, and sometimes they feel like, maybe I just gotta negotiate sex just, to get attention from this dude that I like. Maybe, I don't want him to go feel like he has to go have sex with somebody else. I really like this dude. I mean, we've been talking for a week now. You know what I'm saying? I don't want him to get away. So, maybe I just need, I just need to just, make him happy and have sex, and hopefully the sex is good. Hopefully the sex is good, once we start engaging in it. And I'm being honest, like I really think a lot of times that's women's mindset, after once they start having sex, it's like they feel like, they're kind of taking a chance, you know what I'm saying? But now I'm not saying there aren't women out there that just fucking, and their body count done got so out of control where they just feel like, okay, one more body ain't gonna hurt, let me get an orgasm. But you know what I'm saying? But I just think that a lot of women, they seeking validation. The biggest validation is marriage for a woman. I don't give a damn. I said this on a live stream. I don't care, because we went through this period where women were saying, we don't want to get married no more. It's not a big deal no more. I don't give a damn what women say. If a woman is talking to a man and she's grown attached to this dude, and she turn around and he's on one knee, she gonna bust out crying. I'm telling you, like if she really likes the dude. Because that's to me. Hold on, Riaz. I got you, bro. I'm gonna call on you. Because I think that from what I've seen, the biggest form of validation for women is getting married. That's a big honor. Women, they, to be a man's wife that they really love, that's an honor. Women don't just want to be out here fucking till eternity, and they, ambiguously, they don't know what the hell.
With no result.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
But I also think that's part of the problem, Freezy, because so many women are, despite of what they say or people say, women are out here doing it just as much as men. And yes, women want to have sex too, but I still think deep down a lot of women really want to be settled down and get married. And why I say that's part of the problem, because I think a lot of women could be looking at her homegirl over here, her sister, or whoever who's already settled down and married, and they might want to hurry up and rush just so they can be in that club as well. And then when the marriage, after the honeymoon phase, because we know there's a honeymoon phase, once that honeymoon phase is over and, you guys aren't getting along about this, or you guys aren't as sexually active, or, you're not doing things to make each other get those butterflies anymore, I think it can pose a problem because that's not what you signed up for. You just wanted to be married and thought everything was going to be all good all the time, but that's not what marriage is about. And I think people rushing into it just to try to keep up with other groups and other people just to get that validation is part of the problem.
I probably kind of agree with you on that though. I also say it's basically that's like what your values are, what you grew up with. I say everyone else is different though. Yes, marriage is important, but marriage is about compromise and sacrifice on both sides though. And for me though, yes, I'm pure though. I'm pure. So basically I'm still a virgin right now. But if I want my future wife to be the same, then I have to be the same though. That's why I'm thinking about my long-term future. That's why, most Muslims who are practicing don't date before marriage because there's a reason behind it. Not because of the arranged marriage or the culture thing though. It's because it's the soul ties though. And they also know that it leads to temptation though. So basically if you want to do that, just do it when you get married. And I also feel like this though, why some people just end up doing it though, is because some parents though literally make it hard for their child to get married because the child finds someone who they feel like though is good for them, or they find someone who's good but the parent don't agree with it though, and basically though the child keeps on trying to convince and it don't work. At some point though, both of them are just gonna end up just doing something that is haram basically though, because you made something that is permissible. Okay, I'm not shaming no one who do this type of thing though. That's up to you. Live how your life you want to live it. But based on what I'm going off of, it's basically you're making something that is really permissible and what God thinks is good for you. Some parents make it hard for their children to do that. That's why some of them tend to literally just end up doing it. That's why.
Okay. Class, you was about to say something, Class?
I'm stressed out. I'm stressed out after that just now. So,
Okay.
I fucking forgot what I was thinking, bro. That fucking shit fried my brain.
That shit'll be like,
Okay, so what?
I'm sorry.
Wait, did I say something right or did I say something wrong?
Oh, you got something else to say? That's gonna be amazing.
Oh, go ahead. You got something else to say, Riaz? Go ahead.
No, I was just saying the based off what's going off to me though. So I kind of agree with her in a way though. It's up to the person, just like what you value and the good communication and everything else. Though it's a lot of factors though.
Oh,
But
okay. Okay. You said that already. I got you.
Oh, sorry, I got a bad habit of repeating myself, so I gotta chill out.
No. It's all good. It's all good. What is the goal though? What is the goal, right? Like ever since even before Kevin Samuels, like Tommy Sotomayor and all that kind of stuff.
Payback. Nigga, the whole point was payback.
Payback.
Get back.
Expound.
What's wrong?
World class. Expound.
Nigga, if I'm not gonna be crude. If you got issues in relationship, right? What is going to social media supposed to do? It's not gonna fix the relationship. I got a problem with you. You got a problem with me. I'm gonna go tell people about our problems. It's not us fixing our problems. It's get back. It's payback. That's what it's about. It's just that simple.
Damn.
It's just niggas want some get back because it's like, so you got to look at. I know this may be seem tedious, but I'm the type of person to say it's better to measure 10 times and cut once. I only measure once. I had to cut 10 times. Look before you leap. Little boring things that you hear, right? You got to look at why are these people coming and having. And I'm not trying to limit it to YouTube or social media, but we're responding to the kind of things that's being said. Why are they coming here to say this? They're coming here to say this because these are the type of people that would specifically come to YouTube instead of going to whoever and solving the problem, or having that circle of people that can help you solve the problem in a relationship. Now, you do have people, once that core is developed and established, you do have other people that are coming for more nuance, and maybe they take the stage at some point. But at the end of the day, you're coming to tick for tat. Because you mentioned Tommy Sotomayor. Tommy Sotomayor wasn't coming to solve no problems. He was coming to let you know how bad black mothers are, and black bitches, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And now we're here. He wasn't coming to solve no problem. He wasn't trying to fix it with his wife or his ex-girlfriend. And that's what it is. You got to understand the intention of things. When purpose is not known, misuse is inevitable.
Right.
So that's why I think Kevin was more palatable for women, because he was actually trying to have a conversation and actually asking women, what is it that you want? Tommy never did that.
Good point. Go ahead, Fernando Morris.
I was just gonna say, and also, I think a big part of the reason why people have gravitated to coming on social media to air out their relationship grievances and how they feel about each other is because a lot of people are socially awkward, and in person they can't do that, or they don't have the people that they could let it out to, so to speak. And when they come on social media, if they're socially awkward, they can be whoever they want to be, and they can say whatever they want to say. So I think, maybe a lot of people haven't had good relationship experiences because they didn't know how to approach the situation, or they didn't know, or maybe they just been rejected a lot, or they're bitter about this or bitter about that. And so when that happens, these platforms, not yours to speak, Freezy, but just in general, are a good place to just come and just air out all the hate and disdain that they have, because in real life they're socially awkward.
Are we just saying that the women doing it more or men doing it more? What could that question be considered? Is it equal, or is it all people? Because I don't just focus on just the women. I think I focus on what men do, and a lot of the times the women get more of the conversation because more people care about what women think and what women are doing more than the men. But what's true reality, men do need to improve on, especially in our black communities.
Is
On
that true though?
Yeah, it's true. More the focus is on the women.
Wait, you saying more people thinking more about what the women think than what the men think?
Yeah, in a way.
Women
Yeah.
Like so why are in most of these relationship forums on social media, why are there more traffic on these men's channel than it is on the women?
It's more what?
It's more traffic. It's more like this. The men usually have a bigger audience when it comes to talking about relationships and everything. More so
Yeah,
than
because they want to talk about what women think, like or what they doing or whatever. It's more focused on the woman. It's not really talking about the man necessarily.
so where the talking points come from? Because most of the talking points is how somebody think, right? Talking where are most of the talking points generated from? From men or women?
Probably. I mean, I think it's from both sides. I actually think
Really,
it's from both sides.
bro. But if you don't stop this disingenuous shit today, man,
I don't know because I don't know. I mean, if you were to say, oh, this talking point, that point, and then we gotta go back over here. There's another talking point. Then I don't know the balance of it. I really don't know the balance.
how about we do this? Name a woman talking point right now. I'm interested. Just give me one. Just give me one. A woman talking point.
A woman's talking point.
Yeah.
This right now. This popular. Oh man. Shit, I don't even know. It's freezing.
Thank you.
I'm just saying.
Because you don't talk to fucking women, so shut the fuck
Yeah,
up.
yeah, I actually do. I actually do. Can you refrain from going and insulting me like that, man? Come on, look, I'm out here to have a genuine conversation, not be insulted, okay?
Oh, sorry. Hold on one sec. I'll lay here on
Hold
mute.
on, Riaz. Let me mind this out, please.
Sorry, I was trying to tell LA she was on mute.
Hold on. Yeah, wait. This might have been the first time that question has ever been asked. Shout out to the 6K stream. Name a woman's talking point. I really want to know. Like, I really want to know. You know what I'm saying? Like, because we talk about talking points all the time, and you said that most of the time on these platforms, they want to hear what women think. Listen, shout out to I'm gonna use DJ Hemp for an example. DJ Hemp, he actually has a show where he has mostly men, and he has a show where he has mostly women. Which shows get the most traffic on DJ Hemp show?
Probably the one with the women on
No.
panel.
The one with the men,
one with
men argue.
Mm-mm.
The one with men,
maybe
men
that's
argue.
his following. Maybe
Huh?
that's because there's more women that follow that type of platforms.
No, I think more women want to hear what the men think than more
Really?
men want to hear what the women think. And I think that's part of the issue. A lot of men aren't really trying to listen to women because they feel like, first of all, they feel like that's simp behavior, and is weak. Men and men
Wait.
shouldn't be-
Wait,
men shouldn't be
listen to the
sitting
sipping
around
now.
here.
What's going on? I can't hear now.
Y'all simping.
Yeah, so
Listening to simping is
so
crazy.
I just think that's kind of contradictory to what Next Phases is saying. I think a lot of people want to hear. I think a lot of women want to hear what men think. They want to hear what men think, and they're curious because women want to have long-term relationships more than men. They want to mine it out. Why you think it was so many women that was calling in Kevin Samuels? They want to, and even though, listen, let's just be honest, there were a lot of women with unrealistic views with the six-figure men, $200,000, $300,000, okay, but nevertheless, they was calling in for a reason. They was calling in because they was trying to figure out, Kevin, why am I still single? I look good and blah blah blah. They want to know. They want to hear from Kevin, and they're looking at the comments in the chat from other men. They're doing that. You don't see men in mass over on Cynthia G chiming in, trying to figure out what women is thinking in the chat and listening to Cynthia G and calling in, asking Cynthia G, well, what's the problem with me, Cynthia? Ain't no man doing no shit like that.
Fucking JP did though.
He probably did it. He probably did it for shock value though, to get some damn views or some shit.
Oh, shout out to JP. This
That was
nigga crazy.
Shout out to PJ Austin. Thank you, PJ, for your $20 cash cap, man. PJ said, congrats on 6K, big dog. Man, I really appreciate that, PJ.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you, man. Thank you. If you would like to support the show, support the 6K celebration live stream, you can either send a super cap, aka super chat, or you can send a cash cap, aka cash app, to $ no cap freezy. That's $ no cap freezy. Thank you, PJ. I appreciate you. Yo, so what do you think about that? Next Phases? Do you understand what I was trying to convey?
Yeah, I understand it, but I think whenever you put women on there and what they say, you get a lot of viewers. Because even if because we did leave out some type of podcasts such as like the Fresh and Fits and the whatever podcast. The man show up for that more than the level ups. The level up sessions with like the Fresh and Fit. That night show would get more viewers than the level up.
So
Talking about careers.
are these women on Fresh and Fit showing up in business suits and very chaste and conservative, or are these women showing up with a lot of their titties out? And is it more so men want to hear what they got to say, or they just want to look at these women and how they dress or whatever.
They showing up letting you know what you can get for $40 or the
Okay.
equivalent Miami price.
I wouldn't say
Yo,
that. I wouldn't say that. Some of them,
five questions. Hold on, wait. Hey, Freezy.
Yeah.
It's crazy how niggas say that. You feel what I'm saying? People want to hear what the females got to say. Niggas be talking for 50 minutes straight, and females don't be saying nothing, and then they sit there and say, but they care about what the females got to say more. Nigga, we ain't hear no female talking the last hour. What the fuck is you talking about?
Right.
Right. It's like we start to be like told pretty much like what we think, want, are, all that stuff.
Mhm.
Like, do y'all know like how that feels? It don't feel good. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
That's all that we hear. Like, well, women think like, well, you guys have to understand that women are like this. And it's just like, damn, y'all really don't care what we think at all.
Mhm. I
You're just
agree, though.
busy
Right. Like,
what
when the
we
last
are.
time did you have to pee sitting down? How do you know?
Mhm. Oh
Oh,
yeah, I
some of
kind
them
of
do.
agree with
What
Feet
you
and
see it on
Lane
both sides
though,
of
for
yours?
real. I say on both sides though. However, I kind of
Yeah,
agree
that's
with Lane on
okay.
that though. Well, I mean, I'm balanced though, man. I see on both sides. I've seen how men behave and I've seen how women behave. So I'm not on a gender thing. I'm universal.
But y'all know, I mean, it gets exhausting at the same time, right? Because
Yeah.
like, especially us as ladies, we trying to have conversations and we're being genuine. And then when we hear something that we don't agree with, I mean, like Freezy, I know that you weren't here, but like I was called a B a couple of times by one of
Yeah,
the
they told me about
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah,
and I'm
I
like,
heard about that.
me?
Wow.
No, like, so it's
Wow.
like it
They
sucks
say you
because
ain't even turned. You weren't even like.
no, I
He
Yeah.
just I asked
wasn't.
him, and this is another
Wow.
thing. He was saying some stats. Hey, Rush, he was saying some stats, and I would just ask him where he got it from because that's another thing. Women are told who we are, what the stats are, what the likelihood is. Can we see your sources? Oh, you ghetto bitch, and I'm just like, whoa, like it really came out of nowhere. I just challenged him, and that's what I'm saying. It gets to be exhausting because you're
Mhm.
trying to be yourself and this is no diss to any man that's on the panel, love my family, but y'all not my man. You know what I'm saying? We're
Okay.
here to have a conversation.
Right.
So in terms of what I owe you, you know what I'm saying? It gets kind of crazy when it comes to what is deemed as disrespectful and not disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? Because
Mhm.
a woman can just be up here just trying to get her point across. And she's just hit with it. So it's like you got to make a choice at that point. Like, do I let other people control me? So where it's just like, okay, I'm gonna tone myself all the way down to not be perceived a
Listen,
certain way, or I just say fuck it? You know what I'm
so,
saying? And
this
just
is a man
Right.
space, and
Right.
it's a man space.
Right.
So you know what I'm saying? It's a man space, and y'all women, he shouldn't let you women in.
it's
I'm
funny
saying,
That shit
though.
used to
like,
trip me out.
hold on,
I
hold
look
on,
at
wait,
my
no, you don't
analytics,
got
it's mostly men who come to
pussy
to
at
come to
all.
my channel.
Like,
So
you shouldn't have no opinion
y'all in my
at
space.
all. You know what I mean? Like, no, like I don't want to hear nothing that you got to say at all. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. These niggas be weird, bro.
Shout
Mhm.
out to Blaze, Rush, and Scam, man. Just hit the panel, man. Let me go to Scam now. Scam and Artifacts. I see you down there, bro. I'm gonna get you up. I'm gonna fit you in. What you thinking,
I'm probably
Scam?
about to drop in like 10 minutes.
Okay.
You can go to somebody else. I'm still listening. I don't know what the original question was.
Okay. Well, Rush, you been listening in. You see what's going on?
Yeah, I think I have an idea what y'all expounding on. I think y'all expounding on the dynamics between the male and female and what's the
Well,
topic.
the last thing that was said was Nick Phases actually said that he feels as though people want to hear women hear what women think on these panels more than they want to hear what men think, and I kind of disagree. What do you think about that? Do you think people want to hear more what women think more than what men think on these panels?
I think it's a mixture of both, and I might lean towards more female aspects because there's still a large percentage, well, a good portion of simps that want to crack the code on how to bag, a decent looking female. Know what I mean? So I'm gonna say most suckers want to hear from the female aspect of the game. You know,
Why they gotta
You
be
have to
suckers
be a
though?
sucker,
Damn,
Why
that
they
right?
was
gotta be a
so unfortunate, Rush. Go ahead.
well,
Okay.
I'm sorry to be so harsh, but it's
Are
just
you
the
good?
reality.
You good?
Because most dudes are suckers and they want to be subservient to the female, whether she's bringing anything to the table or not. That's just my perspective. Whatever I say, it's not the end all be all. That's just my thoughts on how the game is worked, the mechanics of the game. Know what I mean?
Nah, I
Okay.
mean,
Word.
Okay. You
Word.
know
So a
what?
man
I
of
mean,
substance can't have a decent conversation with a woman, like without trying to be a simp or subservient and trying to figure her out or whatever. Like people generally just can't know what each other are thinking or how they view things without being a sucker.
No,
Like,
I was about to say no,
Yeah.
because, no. Let me tell you why. Because if I'm having a conversation with you, feel what I'm saying, and a nigga like you, and he feel like he can't bag you for real, he gonna feel some type of way about me. Oh yeah, he got to be over there and something. Yo, I don't know what you're telling. Why she smiling so much? Oh my god. Hey,
yeah, they do
why
do
you
that.
like that?
I think World Class kind of said something to that point earlier. Well, yesterday or whenever it
Yeah,
was.
yeah. Earlier today.
Okay.
That's what
um,
they do.
Anyways, I kind of agree with you. Plus, anyways, I think what I think because I've had other men tell me though I sound like a girl because of my voice though. Be- Literally, I have a soft-spoken voice, but I've had some men literally tell me I'm a girl or basically I swing the other way. They
Bro,
literally
I ain't
question me.
gonna lie, bro. When
yeah,
I
yeah,
first
yeah.
stopped doing this, bro, I
We weren't
thought you
talk.
was
We
a
weren't
girl.
really talking about that, Riaz. We weren't talking about
No,
that.
but see, wow, man. I'm just telling you though, man.
No, it's all good. It's all you. We know you ain't no girl, dog. We got you,
No,
bro.
Bang,
I know.
bang, bang,
Uh,
bang,
let me
bang,
see.
bang.
Yeah, yeah. What
Anyways,
scam? I'm gonna go to Blaze. Blaze,
Yeah, I can
scam.
go
You ready?
next. Let's
Scam,
go.
scam. You
Like,
ready?
go
You heard?
big.
You did you hear the sentiment? Scam.
Yeah, I'm listening. You can go ahead and go to Blaze. I'll go next.
Okay, Blaze. So next phase is kind of introduced that he feels like um he feels as though let me bring artifacts up. He feels as though that most people on these panels want to hear the women, hear what the women have to say and what and how they think more so than the men. Do you agree with that, Blaze?
He's saying that they want to hear the men more than they want to hear the women.
No, they're saying more men want to hear the women on these panels and hear them talk and hear what they think about these relationship topics more so than the women want to hear the men. Do you think the men want to hear the women more?
Honestly, no, I don't, because
Mhm.
from what I can see, two things. One, you have a lot of men, and it's not everybody, but you do have a lot of them who basically, they have it all figured out. They have all the answers. They're the ones telling the women what the women should do and shouldn't do. Instead of letting the
mhm.
women, give their thoughts and opinions on whatever the topic is. The women can't even get a thought out without them being interrupted or getting bashed. So
Mm.
to me, it's kind of
Right.
like, all right, so you clearly don't have any interest in seeing things from their perspective, and they can't even get a word out. And second,
Mhm.
I mean, if if the goal here is to, close the gap and bring men and women together, then logically you should want to hear from them and see how and see things the way that they see them.
That's
It's not to
logic.
say that
Niggas ain't
I said,
logic, bro.
yeah, now he's right about that. He's right about that. But to me,
Mhm.
both I said to me, I don't understand why it's so hard to understand that both sides have value. Both sides bring something to the conversation. There's nothing wrong with hearing the man out. There's nothing wrong with hearing the women out. But for some reason, you got a whole bunch of niggas who just can't wrap that around their damn head.
They can't shut the fuck up.
Yeah. I think that requires an environment where both parties value each other. And
That's true.
I don't think in these environments that we've been in, there's been a lot of valuing going on. I don't think so. Oh,
That's because niggas ain't put their foot on these niggas' neck, man. I'm not letting these niggas have it no more. Freeze, hey, Freeze, you already know. I don't even really be. I'm not letting these niggas have it no more. Fucking time from now on. These niggas got me fucked up. I swear to God, you feel me? That's all I got to say. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I've been being too nice on YouTube. You feel what I'm saying? Like, that's all I got to say. Like, I've been being way too nice, and I ain't with it no more. Fuck it. Like, we just gonna have to let these niggas have it because these niggas ain't getting it. You know what I mean?
What do you think, Scam? Do you think more men want to hear the women mindset on these panels more so than the women want to hear the men? What do you think, Scam?
I think it's contaminated regardless because the mindsets aren't real. I say that because, okay, trying to make it simple. They talk about talking points that don't even exist, and mindsets and people that don't exist. They made up the fictional man. They're basing it off of fictional successful men, which is really only 5, 10, 20%. And they're acting as if 90% of the women are these defective products. And in the real world, the best of men are not dealing with the worst of women. But that's the narrative that they're basing it off of. So it's already a bad conversation. And if people are really trying to hear what women had to say, there's also a level of critical thinking and emotional intelligence that comes behind it. Just like with a man. You can't ask them, hey man, what type of woman you looking for? Nobody's going to say, I want a 400-pound bloated Wigosaurus and I got no confidence and I'll take anything. But there's a high percentage of men that's where they are. If you ask a woman, what type of man you looking for? It's going to be 6'2", abs, and it's going to be almost as good looking as me. It's going to be successful. So there's no form of reality where people are looking and seeing where they really are, what they're really dealing with, and how they can make that better. If you're a 2, be a 2. Ask people how you can get to a 3. But instead, you grab the mic, get on the internet, and say, man, I'm a 10, and everybody's a 10, and the women are all 2s. Or anybody who doesn't agree with the same 6 things, when 5.5 of them ain't even true, that they're simp, pandering, or whatever their artificial ignorance algorithm tells them to say, the same 6 things that were never true to begin with, just keep repeating them 8 things, 6 things, and start an argument, and then I got to come up here and troll. That's pretty much what it is. But most people aren't listening, and they want to hear what they want to hear. And I guess it does feel better to hear that you're right and someone else is wrong and it's someone else's fault versus, hey, how do I get from the 2 to the 3? And because you may hear something that reflects who you really are, and you got to get off that ass and go do something different. It's not comfortable.
So you're saying that's on both sides? Yeah.
More on the men's side, but it's more men in this space, and it's manosphere adjacent or spillover rejects from manosphere or whatever. I don't know what the manosphere was in 2015, 16, but by the time I came to 21, 22, it was a spillover mess to where a lot of the men are just mad and talking that stuff.
Did the black manosphere exist in 2015?
I came into space fall 2021, but I come for entertainment for dust. Yeah. But it is cool that that there are people in the space I can learn from and hear stuff, even if it's stuff that I don't want to hear. I've learned from World Class. I've learned from Tommy B. I learned stuff from you.
Appreciate that.
But 80% regurgitating bullshit. And then I just come for dust.
You be stealing all the stuff you learned from me.
Say what?
I said you be stealing all the stuff you learned from me.
Yeah, I stole it. Fair game.
What do you think, World Class? Do you think more men want to hear the women on these panels versus women want to hear the men? What do you think? What's your view on this?
The women definitely want to hear the men because women are nosy, and they want to take what we say that they don't like to the group chat and drag us real bad. That's what's going on.
You are scorned by this group chat. I swear. No, but at the same time, how do you explain like how, and I'm Fear No Mortals, I don't know if you've ever experienced this, but like the way that women are questioned, the amount of questions that we are asked, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like the guys, they want to hear from us, but it's not for a genuine reason. You know what I'm saying?
It's normally to get a got you moment or see if they could trap you up.
Thank
That's
you.
what I've seen.
Thank
In
you.
a
I
lot of
just
situations, if you're talking to someone who doesn't want to have the genuine conversation, then they'll start asking you all these questions to try to trap you up in a moment to prove their point or to make you look stupid.
Or to get you real uncomfortable.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, I don't really want to hear from the sister hoodlums and the baby mama terrorists and the feminists out there. I'd rather hear from again, a Just J, Fear No Mortals, a LA Project, or Mo Love, a Brownie Ellie. You know what I'm saying? Women that aren't ridiculous, not neutral to, human. Fuck it. That's the only word I got. Human. That, exists and go, that thing that's over there that's wrong is wrong. It don't matter if a chick do it or a man do it. I don't want to hear from the extremists because it's going to be a waste of time on either
Right.
side.
I feel
We're
the
not going to
same
get
way. I don't like to, I'm not biased. So either which way the wind blows, if it's a man or a woman, if it's wrong, it's wrong. I'm not with that extreme men ain't shit talking point either, so I feel the exact same way.
So I think when you go ahead, Chris, my bad.
No. Go ahead. I'll finish your thought.
So I think when a lot of the experiences that we derive from these panels have come from the extreme panels, extreme channels, I should say, that, that's where they trying to get their shit off, aka to get the lick back, get their hits back. And when we go, the men did this, that puts men that's not participating in that shit in that bucket, and vice versa. When you go to those same channels where women are going, all these men are this and all these men are that, it alienates the men that's not with the dumb shit. To the same point, when men say certain things about the women, you talking about the hoes, the 304s, or you talking about women with some sense. And that's why when you hear me say females, I'm specifically distinguishing the type of quality of chicks that we don't like, that do stupid shit, from real women that's not on the fuck shit. So I do the best I can, but they try to demonize that. So y'all just think we just human to y'all. We just a body to y'all. No, some of you hookers act like females because a germ could be a female, a roach could be a female. Do you act like a human being? And that's why I'll be asking women. It's a difference between the male and it's a difference between men. Yes, me saying this out in public, the niggas says fuck niggas can copy my language. I can't do nothing about that. But actions speak louder than words. And that's the only thing I got after that. You got to watch how these niggas behave and watch how these chicks behave over time to go, whether this is a person you can have a conversation with, reach out to, or be on panels. Look before you leap when it comes to these panels. So you're not having, I'm saying this because when we are discussing what happens on these channels and we take them as at face value, these are really y'all favorite word in the space, disingenuous experiences. Where this is you on a bias channel, or it's like going to a restaurant and going, dang, they never really gave no sides. Well, this restaurant only serves the main course only. They don't give no sides yet. And you feel slighted because you ain't read like how niggas hopped on the panel this live and the last live. You're not even looking at the title. You're not really knowing what you're walking into. That's why it's on people like Amia or Freezy who've been here a while to kind of let you know what's going on. So a lot of the experiences in the manosphere, in the space, take it with a grain of salt, as they say, because a lot of them it just comes from guys antagonizing and starting conversations because that's the only way they know how to draw attention.
Yeah, and I think that's at the heart of a lot of the issues too, what you said as far as actually paying attention to somebody's actions. If people were to tell the truth before they actually hit these panels and express their hardships when it comes to relationships and stuff, a lot of people don't really adhere to that. Like a lot of people don't really stand firm on actions and stuff instead of, that's the real standard, right? That's the real standard. Men don't like to hear that, when I say, man, listen, man, as long as she got her titties glistening and her she's showing some skin, you'll rock with her for longer than you probably should have. And then even on the women's side, as long as this dude is showing a little flash and materialism and stuff, you'll probably rock with him longer than you should have. I don't think a lot of these relationships are really based on sincere action,
Relating.
like actionable, like you were saying, world class. Right?
It's not substantive. It's like it's not about relating. It's everything. Relationship is they licks now. Like we watching with Shannon Sharp. A lot of people using relationships as licks or getting a lick back. It's just what can I get away with? And oftentimes you're gonna get away with anything you can get other than you. You're gonna leave too much of yourself in these little heists. You the one robbing you.
But what about this? Like we say, men say a lot of times, yeah, I want a wife. Like Next Phase said earlier in the live stream, he said, men want a wife. I want a fruitful, long-lasting relationship. I want a Proverbs 31 woman. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I'm finna get flack for saying this. I don't think most men want a Proverbs 31 woman. I'm gonna tell you why.
Hell no, I want to toot it up, boot it up, ass.
What?
Face down,
Please be honest.
Well, here's the thing. That Proverb 31 woman comes with conditions. You ain't finna just be entertaining this woman and talking to this woman and this woman just going with the motions. No, hell no. If you really want a Proverb 31 woman, she is going to require a certain type of treatment and all of that shit. It's going to be a certain level of responsibility that you're going to have to meet as well. See, here's the thing with a lot of these men saying what they want in women. All these years, they say, I want a woman like this. I want a woman that's quite, all the talking points. Kevin saying, let's just use Kevin saying talking point, right? Cooperative, kind,
feminine, friendly.
Yeah, all that kind of stuff, right? A Proverbs 31 woman, just any old man is not going to be able to keep up with her. She's going to require certain things. You know what I'm saying? And so what the problem is, a lot of men that say they want these qualities in women, I don't even think a lot of these dudes are even actually prepared to take on a woman like that and to actually care for a woman like that and for this woman to be under his tutelage. Because it's pressure. It's a little pressure that come with that. Now you got to be on point and you got to get off your ass. Especially a lot of these guys that be taking up for no knock, but I'm just saying a lot of guys that be defending, government assistance and everything. Listen, do your thing. But a Proverbs 31 woman, she ain't with that bullshit.
I agree. Are you saying?
Not
Are
at all.
you saying that a Proverbs 31 woman is not going to eat food if it come from EBT?
They do not want no damn Roman noodles.
I agree, but most people don't lead.
First of all,
most people don't.
Roman noodles is crazy.
First of all, she wants to cook. She wants to cook collard greens and all that good stuff.
No, she can noodles, bro. I ain't gonna lie, to Proverbs 31 woman know how I make that peanut butter jelly sandwich. Hit. What you talking about, bro? I don't know what you talking about, freezing.
No. What I'm saying is she wants a man that she can actually
she want that steak. She want them steak. Here's
the thing. She
want that salmon.
She wants the point I'm trying to make is she wants a man that requires a certain level of leadership. I wasn't really speaking to the financial aspect of it, but no matter what financial level a man is on, she wants this man to be assertive, get off his ass, show some type of leadership, and she
Give her
wants
an
this man
organism.
to
Have
be
integrity, walking
organized.
his purpose.
Yeah, she
I was
wants him to
about
be
to say, I like these
intentional.
good ramen noodles. Fuck
You know what
that.
I'm saying? She don't want him around here crying all the goddamn time, complain. You know what I'm saying? Like, no. And what I've seen from some of these dudes and what they're asking for, you don't qualify, my guy. And that's just the hard truth. The type of woman that
Thank
you say you want.
you.
And the thing is, Freezy, these niggas don't have enough heart to just, you feel what I'm saying, just go ahead and admit it. You feel what I'm saying?
But we wrong when we say
you
it
run into
though.
certain people when they be on certain levels, bro. When I know a female on a certain type of level, I'm like, bro, I'm not dealing with Shorty. Shorty going to try ask me all these other type of questions. I'm not even about to answer these motherfuckers. So fuck that. Let me go ahead on to the next one. You feel what I'm saying? If you can't handle it, dip, nigga. Fuck wrong with you. Go to the next one. It's way more fish in the bucket. These niggas be scared. They scared, Freezy. They scared. They need some heart.
Well, I mean, somebody speak to that too. I mean, Trey just spoke to it, but am I off? I mean, let me go to Rush, man. Am I off, Rush?
Nah, I mean, nah, you're not off because it's a lot, like the new wave of dudes right now are being raised in a single parent home. So that means like, yo, it takes a father figure to raise a man. A lot of these dudes are being raised by these women. I mean, these single mothers or whatever, and by the ripple effect of that, they're raising boys, not men. So a lot of times they might catch some flack, you know, dealing with the modern day male now. I mean,
bro.
so you know that's, you know what I mean, that's just
how you blame
something to factor in because a lot of these dudes are raised by single mothers. You know what I mean? So yeah, I do agree with
what
you.
that got to do with you? That's what I'm saying. though. You might be raised by what the fuck that got to do with you?
They always turn it around, don't
like,
they?
oh, fuck all that, bro. These mothers do the best.
Listen, man, I'm just answering the question,
First
man.
of all, I was
No
about
need
to
to
say,
be emotional,
I was about
man.
to say, God,
No
think
need to
about
be
it.
emotional
Most of
about
these
this.
the best that they can do, bro.
Nah,
For the
cause
most part,
dude, you a part of the problem, yo. How you communicate with them young dudes? Them young dudes ain't gonna be hearing that stuff that you talking right now. How you communicating? See, because it's not just about the women on the panel; it's about what what the
In the
young dudes
streets,
listening
man, a
to,
lot of the youngest deal with
and how
me,
you
man.
communicate with them, man, is a big
You
is
just
a
a
big
sucker.
part of that.
I mean, you mad emotional, man. Stop being a bitch ass nigga. Ah.
I ain't never been a bitch ass nigga. Nigga, use the bitch ass nigga. Fuck is you talking about?
Man, keep running some dick
Let me
sucking
go
lips,
to.
faggot.
Y'all
Let
niggas
me-
I kind of missed all that, bro. Your phone was going in and out.
Wait. Let's not say that. Let's not say the F word. You know, that's trigger. It's trigger word. Let's not say the F word. But what do you think, Artifacts? Am I too far off on what I said? What's your views on that?
No, I think you make a great point. A lot of these dudes that come in these spaces do be unqualified to lead a woman in that perspective that you brought up. For me personally, I had to separate from certain women because those wasn't the certain women that I deemed fit qualified to actually lead. And so some of us do have to separate ourselves, but it's not to make a young nigga feel bad because he not quite there yet. You got to just make sure that he understand that he got more work to do. But at the same time, we do lead, the women and men lead with false intentions. And so we got to mind ourselves out when we lead with certain things, the sex or with the money, you know what I'm saying? We got to mind those things out. And for me, I try to lead with good intentions. If you leave with good intentions, you can always leave with a great impression on a woman. And, that's the best bet for me. I ain't pressuring nobody to do anything, but I think it's a way that you talk to them young dudes for them to get that information. And so they can go back and, kind of act on certain things. And yeah, the way you put that statement, yeah, I agree with that.
I wanted you to speak to how the majority of men are requesting a specific type of woman and saying how they think a woman should be, a real woman should be on these panels. You know, they talk about how a woman should be less boisterous and to be more cooperative and to be on a man's page and to, I don't know, whatever, support his plan. It's been a lot of types of men that have expressed this. I'm talking about from the good leadership guys that you just explained, and you just described, all the way down to men that might not even have a lot of get to itism. You know what I'm saying? You know,
No,
every
that makes
dynamic of
sense.
men. Yeah, all these
That
men
makes
want,
sense.
all of these men want that type of woman. What do you make of that?
I think some men got their own different perspectives, and maybe they're using themselves as an example. If that's what you want to do, if that's what you want to be, they display themselves for who they are. Women going to look at it a certain way, and a mature man is going to look at it a certain way. I don't take no offense to it one way or another, but yeah, I do think men just come up here to troll and just to tell you that there may be another way if you out here crying, because there's a difference between crying and actually displaying the information what you want. And I think when dudes come up there and when they say specifically what they want, they don't really explain themselves, why they in that position, and why do you need to do what they actually saying. You know what I'm saying? So for me, you can dissect that in two different ways, but I try to make a distinction because I understand now, the more I'm learning, the more I'm studying, it can come off as if you crying or if you up here complaining about certain things, when really I think the people that I interact with, we looking for answers. We're looking to learn and educate ourselves, because speaking with certain people that are not there financially yet, we're just learning and we're trying to figure out what this relationship thing is all about. Because at the end of the day, somebody said it earlier, yeah, we need each other. I mean, individual wise, we're not strong enough than what we're going to be if we are together. And every human being knows that. And so it's not cool for me. It's not cool to just reject something just because, they don't have certain things or certain qualities that you don't think they got now, because we still developing. There's some people at my age, we got enough time to figure out certain things, go through our mistakes. And you got to understand that life is a progression. You're not going to be where you at that moment. You're not going to be where you at 10 years from now. But you can take some mature man to understand that. You're not going to be where you at right now 10, 20 years from now. And so it's about endurance. And you got to respect the dudes that's doing it consistently, because somehow they got the magic trick. Somehow they got whatever they got going on, whether it's the hustle game going on, whether it's the podcast game going on, they got something going on that's working, and you need to look at what's working and figure out how you can apply that to your life. Because I know plenty of dudes that got a great hustle. They lack relationship though. They lack in relationships though. They lack at certain things, but they got other qualities that you may like, but you got to understand what comes with that. And so it's just a healthy balance we need to look at when it comes to these relationships. A lot of us, we come from certain parts. We come from the gutter, and we trying to get out of that situation. And really, it's really a mindset. It's basically a mindset, how you carry yourself out here. And I just don't want to throw away the young dudes and their progression, because they're the ones that have to go through that emotion. And it's smarter for us as men to be able to control our emotions, bro. It's just that simple. Women naturally respect that. When you can control your emotions in a certain environment, how you carry yourself. Now, some women like ignorance, nigga. Some women actually like for you to be as arrogant and as cocky as you want to be. But guess what? To me, I've always seen that backfire. Because the emotions of a woman is different than the emotions of a man. I can deal with you emotionally. You know what I'm saying? I can deal with all that hooting and hollering and cussing. But for a woman, it's different. Their emotions are internally different than ours. And we have to take heed in that. And it's not simping. It's just us learning the female nature and understanding what we can take from the information they give us as well.
I appreciate
That
that.
was good.
Shout out to Poppy. Join your boy back up here on the panel. Fear No Mortals.
Mm-hmm.
I know you've heard it all. You witnessed a lot of conversations.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems to me, and you correct me if I'm wrong, like from the bottom of the scale to the top of the scale of men, most of these men want the same woman. They want that cooperative, kind, feminine, fit woman. All of these men want these women. We've heard the notion of the Proverbs 31 woman.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about every aspect of man that you've seen? All these men want the same woman on their team, cooperative, all that kind of stuff, right? Traditional. What, as a woman, what do you make of that? Like, what do you make of that? Like, is there isn't even like a tier. There isn't like what. And here's the deal. This is where a lot of these conversations get lost with me. And Kevin Samuels was a big reason, a big cause of this. We think we placed a lot of value on men with a lot of like money and networking power and all that kind of stuff. Right? Like, are we saying that's the man that deserve a Proverbs 31 woman? Is that the requirement? Like, I want you to speak to all of it. I know it was a loaded question, Fear No Mortals, but like what kind of man actually is qualified for a Proverbs 31 woman? And I feel like you're qualified to speak on that because you're heavy in your Bible. So
Well, first of all, to the first part of your question, I think half of them are lying. I don't think that's what they really want. I don't think a lot of people are in even the headspace or the maturity to even want that type of woman. I think a lot of people just want the easy woman, the hoe, so to speak. I think they say that to make it sound good, like I can't find a good woman. Everybody's a whore. I can't find a good woman. So they put that up as a facade, like, yeah, we are all looking, but no, they're not. I think it's a lie. That's one thing. For two, to your second point is, in order for, if that's what you really want, if you're really not trying to be out there and get with the hoe, so to speak, or, also I think some people are just toxic and unhealed. So they want that type of traumatic or toxicity in a relationship. They like to argue. They want to go back and forth. They want the drama, even though they say that they don't. We can see that displayed on even some of these panels. We can see that in real life. We saw toxic relationship. So it all goes back to everybody's not telling the truth about what they want. And thirdly, I think that for the guys that do actually want that, I think that those are the men that are on their purpose. I don't think it has to do down to a dollar amount, because let's face it, it cannot possibly be true that every woman is looking for this six-figure high-earning man, because there's not enough of those. Most relationships are 50-50 or not down. If it's not down to 50-50, they're both working, they're both putting in. So that is just a lie too, in my opinion. That just cannot be the case, because there's just not enough. The percentage of that is so low that it can't possibly speak to all the relationships and what all women want. It's just something that sounds good. Oh, I can't get a woman because they're just looking for a six-figure earning that's high value and all this. It's not true. It's all a lie. There's plenty of women that are able to work with you. You know what I mean? You guys, you have your own stuff coming in. She has her own. You guys put it together and build or whatever you're going to do. You know what I mean? Just average working people. So, if for the men that do really want that, like I said, it's not down to a dollar amount. It has everything to do with your integrity, your mindset. Are you willing to put in the work to have that type of relationship? Are you willing to step up and display your leadership skills in the relationship so that she can be underneath your leadership? Are you ready to take on that responsibility as a man? You know, are you walking in your truth? Are you healed? Those are the type of men that want that. The healed one, the ones that know what they want in life, the men that are walking in their purpose. It's just half of these guys that just say that it's just lies. And that's the simple truth about it.
Thank you for answering that loaded ass question.
Freezing.
LA,
Freezing. I got a talking point for you
hold
real
on,
quick.
phases. I'm coming to you. I want to try to get through the women first. LA, what do you think about? Are you there, LA?
Yes, I'm here.
What do you think about that? I know you've heard it a lot too. Most of all, like from all sorts of men that we've seen on these panels, most of them want that cooperative, traditional, feminine, rest in your femininity woman. I'm talking about from the bottom to the top, men. There's no end, there's no limit to it. What type of men? All these men want that woman. What do you make of that? What do you make of that? Do you think that men just feel like no matter how they are, a woman should just be like that in general?
I mean, that's kind of what it sounds like. You know what I mean? It seems like that's what they're inferring to, but to be completely honest, that is a very foolish thing for the average woman to do. It puts her in a very vulnerable state just to do it to any and every. You know what I mean? Now, I'm not as heavy in the word as Fear No Mortals, but Proverbs 31 is something that my father highlighted to me before he passed away. And also something that when I graduated from high school, my fiance wrote in my yearbook. So it's something that is very, that was like something very important to us. However, I don't understand how, and I get it, you're with your woman, but like they want their woman to be their whore, their slut, their this, their that. And to me, that's not virtuous at all. They will run, pillow talk, as soon as they get upset and tell any and everything that woman has done in order to please, that person or whatever. So I don't think that they're really looking for it. But if I was to say like, the person or the man who is looking for it is, first of all, like you said earlier, Freezy, it goes back to what do you value? You know what I mean? Where do you come from and what do you want for your life? What are you doing to work towards that? And how consistently are you sticking to what you say you're going to do? You know what I mean? Because that's pretty much like there's a lot of things that we can't control, but at least the things that we say that we're going to do, we should be able to control that. You know what I mean? To a certain degree. So those are the men that I feel like deserve that virtuous woman, that actually values the structure and the institution of marriage and the benefits of family, not just sitting, come into the situation with their hand out and their palm up asking, what do I get out of the deal? When inevitably you like women. So let's get to the bottom of why you like women. You know what I'm saying? But that goes back to the value system. So a man who, I'm sorry, I don't mean to ramble, but the man who, like I said, values family, values being in the position to cover a family, and also a consistent man who does what he says he's going to do deserves that virtuous woman.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll come to you next. Next phase. Shout out to Poppy on the panel too. But yeah, and I see you down there, Scam. I'm gonna get you in there as soon as possible, Scam. But yeah, so, I don't know, like Proverb. I think this is what's missing too. A Proverbs 31 woman, because I want to stay on that. I want to stay on that. A Proverbs 31 woman. If you don't know what a Proverbs 31 woman, just read Proverbs 31 in the Bible. But doesn't she already know what kind of tutelage she wants to be up under, what kind of leadership she wants? So at first glance, when a man approaches her and she say, let's just say if she, likes the way he looks, whatever, she decides to exchange phone numbers or whatnot, and they talk. Most of those type of women, do you think a lackadaisy man who's very lackluster in his life, you think she's going to actually entertain her for too much longer, all the way to marriage? Or you think she's actually going to accept this type of, like, a lot of men want that type of woman, but I don't think a lot of men understand, like, yeah, I kind of need to tweak my life too, like, because that type of woman requires a certain type of man.
Right.
Like, she might entertain me, she might go out to eat with me, she might go to dinner with me, she might go to, she might go to Applebee's, a couple of times, but I think here's the thing. This is gonna be hard to swallow for men, no diddy. I think a lot of men, it's just hard for men to admit, man, I might not be good enough for her. That woman that I want. I might not be good enough for her. I'm telling you, that's very hard for a man to say. Because most men present themselves as, it don't matter how I am. She just need to listen to me. She just need to, she just need to be a feminine. She just need to rest in her femininity and be a woman. I don't care how I am, where I am at in life. Right. You know what I'm saying? It's her job to look at me as her, as like, it's her job to respect me no matter what. No matter what, it's her job to respect. I think men, a lot of times try to assume that position instead of actually admitting, man, I might not be on point. For that type of woman that I really want, I don't think I'm on point for that type of woman right now.
And Freezy, just really quick, like it just, to add what you were saying, like it kind of just seems like, they want, they focus on certain things, like first is the, the husband is the head, then the woman and the children. How important do you think a woman's connection with her creator is? Because it seems like they want that, almost like the Catholic priest, where no, like you need to go through me in order to be absolved. You know what I mean, or whatever. And to me, it's just like kind of crazy because, God could be telling the woman something and he could be telling, or the man could be hearing something totally different. So I was just wondering, how important is the woman's connection with her creator?
Let me go to the next phase. Shout out to Mr. Fantastic back in the building. Mr. Fantastic, we hit the link, man. Try to get you up on you and Scam on the panel. And shout out to Fantastic. He still is. He's maintaining the being the official sponsor of today's show. I really appreciate you, my brother. Thank you, man. And if anybody wants to support this 6,000 subscriber live stream celebration that we've been having going on, what that is? It's 7 hours with Disney Tour. That going on 19 hours. You could do so by sending a super cap, aka super chat, or you can send a cash cap, aka cash app, to $NoCapFreezy. $NoCapFreezy is scrolling below. Go ahead, next phases, then I'm gonna go to Poppy. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I believe. Oh, I was gonna say one point. Well, when I think who was it? The lady that said, I'm not correct of who said what. It wasn't L.A., but I think it was it Fear No Mortals? I think she said that most men want to get the sex, right? Right? But there's also women that set up perimeters for men to gain access to sex with them. And it's an equal accountability in that. And it's an equal
Wait.
desire for
What were
that.
you responding to? Say it again.
She said that most men just want sex.
No, that was me. I said no. In regards to, because Freezy asked me
They
like,
don't
or
want
asked us,
wives, right?
he had asked us like, what type of man like deserves that virtuous woman, and I said, well, the truth of the matter is, and this is just from what I've been hearing, that most men want their woman to be their slut and their whore. That's what I said. Is that what you were talking about?
That's what you were
Mm-hmm.
responding to?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead then. Go ahead.
But I don't disagree with it, but it's also an aspect of women that want men to do certain things to gain that access to them to have sex. So it's a burning desire for men to go out and do certain things to get women. That's just my idea, my
But
opinion.
that wasn't the question, next phases.
So uh and to answer to LA, I think what you said is really good. It does set a good standard for men to that fit the narrative of what women are truly seeking. And I think that's a good principle and discipline of standards for vulnerability for women that are Proverbs 31. Um I think I think that what she said, she asked the question, I think women should remain in their obedience to God through their husband. Once they accept him as as her covering under the covenant of God, I think that would be a good part of the answer. I think she should remain in obedience, and a man should value that. A man should absolutely value that because that's going to bring you all the things that she can be encouraging, and she's going to be valuable to him by her actions as well. A woman can add much value. Most men see an increase in their earnings and their life grow substantially by having children and other things. You know,
But that's kind
it's
of
just
assuming that they're equally yoked, though, right? Because like if y'all not on the same page on that spiritual level, then you on the wrong foot off the gate. You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
Like if you're on that same page, I can see like inside and out, and that's why I was asking you like, where are you going to meet these young ladies? Because it sounds like this holds like like it holds precedent to you. It's very important. It seems that way. So if it is that way, then I think that that's where you should be headed. You know what I'm saying? Like all of this other stuff. I mean, even come on now. Okay, let's get shallow for a second. Even if it's not somebody who is that quote unquote baddie, do you not know how affordable Sheen clothes are? You know what I'm saying? How you could just pay to get her hair done. You know what I'm saying? You can find somebody to teach her how to do some basic makeup. Like that stuff is like that's a quick fix. It's that internal stuff. You know what I'm saying? That you cannot find on a shelf or in a catalog. You know what I'm saying? That's what
Absolutely.
you need to be focused on that if only if that is your focus. If it's not your focus, then the complaints kind of fall flat, if that makes sense. And I'm like, again, I'm not trying to attack you because I know you've been having a rough time. I'm really trying to just give you my advice.
I'm
You know
all
what I'm
good.
saying?
I'm used
So
to it.
so
It's
All right,
all
so
good.
so
cool.
so fantastic. Shout out to Fantastic. Let me find this comment. Fantastic in the chat earlier said, what did Fantastic say?
Probably what women are we
'Cause
talking about?
well, no, I don't want to paraphrase. Fantastic said earlier in the chat. What is? Oh, here it is. He said, there are definitely more men in position to have expectations than women. Do y'all agree with that?
In position to have expectations, meaning like having something to quote unquote like lose. And so they kind of expect women to be on a certain code, or is that what he means?
Well, I think he's saying, like what we've been talking about, men expecting women to behave a certain way, be a certain way in a relationship, versus women expecting men to behave a certain way, be a certain way. He's saying that there are definitely more men in position to have expectations for women than there are women in positions to have expectations for men.
I mean, I guess that's assuming that more men are living righteously than women are. Because that's kind of like what we were talking about, who deserves who, right? Because yeah, you can think that you that dude, you know what I'm saying? But if in actuality you not, you know what I'm saying, to society or to the counterparts, and it's like, or to the person that you're talking to, then it doesn't really matter. Like if there's certain things that you're not checking off on their list, and it could be character, it could be developmental things or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Of course, everybody should think highly of themselves, but we should be realistic. You know what I'm saying? And if somebody does not choose you or doesn't get on your page, then it doesn't necessarily mean that, like, maybe it's just not the person. You know what I'm saying? That's just an early sign. Pick somebody else.
It
I
comes
agree
down
with
to what are
fantastic.
we basing it
Hold
on.
up.
Hold on. Next phase is hold on. I'm gonna go to
I,
Poppy.
I,
Let me go to Poppy.
Oh
Go ahead,
damn! I
Poppy.
didn't get to finish my statement, Free.
Man,
I agree with fantastic. By the way,
Hey, Freezy.
Okay, I was trying to understand
not okay.
exactly what he meant.
Go ahead and
He
finish the
put it in the
statement.
chat what he meant.
Yeah. Go ahead and
Okay.
finish the statement, but you know damn well. Hold on. Mr. Fantastic said the men have more to offer than the women, and women are dependent upon men. That's what he.
So we're basing it on money.
That's what it
Yeah,
sounds like.
it sounds like it. Sounds like it. Probably, yeah, a lot of them. Yeah.
Oh.
But see, this is why this particular conversation that we're having is so important. You feel now? You see what I'm saying? This is why. And listen, I'm not as far as how fantastic meant it. Listen, I can understand how he meant it if it's based more so on like financial status, yeah, that type of stuff. What is financial status and what is it called when the man stability. Stability, right? Go ahead, next phase is finish your point because I want to get Poppy in there and I want to move around. Go ahead, bro.
All right, cool.
And your ass
Thank
was finished too. You just try to run
No,
game, but go ahead.
I wasn't. No, I
Go
wasn't.
ahead.
I wasn't.
It's okay.
I wasn't finished, Freezy. What I want to say is that even in these situations that women speak on, it's not it's a lot of not a lot of women don't acknowledge what men say they do want, right? And she said when they say that, oh, I want a man that's righteous, but but we still see women dealing with the consequences of not dealing with a man that's righteous, right? And they continue to put the blame and not take accountability for when they do make mistakes, right? So we do have anomaly of women that that would say, "Oh, I don't like what I'm seeing out here," but for the mass majority, we see that only a few men are actually having the children with the women in certain cultures, and then they go out and they say, "Oh, well,
Lord, here goes the talking point.
yeah, it's a talking point, just like the talking point that all women want. All women think all men want is sex. All women think that that women think that man just want a woman he can control. All men want is to be praised or whatever the country please y'all take from what we say. I wouldn't say it's all, but I would say it is a certain demographic of men that may adhere to that. But I would say if women wouldn't get into situations like this and show exemplary situation where they respect those type of men by doing things like having children for them and being in relationship with them and saying, well, I'd rather be with this for this one specific aspect, such as like money or for sex dick, whatever the situation be, or for social status, because the path to heaven is narrow and the gates to hell is wide. If we see that women are taking the approach to that, then what do you expect most men to do? Because they're going to do whatever it takes. Because you see men in a high rate coming to these spaces to find out how do they get the women that the men they see other men are
Jesus
getting.
Christ.
Okay, let me go to Poppy. Let me go to Poppy. Yeah,
Wow.
so the last question was actually a good question. How do they get the women? How do they get that woman that they desire, right? But let's go to Poppy. What do you think, Poppy?
Hey, Freezy, man, you trying to get rich out of this bitch, man. I left, brought my kids, man. I got invited to a car show, took my kids and my nephew to the car show, bro, and you are still alive. I did all that shit in 3 hours. You crazy, man. Shout out to you, bro. This nigga trying to break the record and shit. But about that, bro.
Did you hear my initial premise, my initial question that kind of sparked
Yes.
this? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, and it's the way I look at it, bro. Nobody deserves nobody. Okay? In life, you get what you negotiate. Simple as that. That's why you never hear me saying that a woman with 2, 3 kids by like 75 different niggas don't deserve. No, you're never gonna hear me saying that. What I see, if a woman that got 2, 3 kids, fat and ugly, whatever she might be, get with a guy that making good money, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna congratulate that, bro. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The same way, the other way around. If you guys if a girl that is doing good in life get with a bum ass nigga, I'm gonna congratulate that nigga too. They both negotiated that deal, right? The thing is that, Tracy, if you grab a bag, right, and with $1 million and you put it in the corner of your house, how fast do you think that bag is gonna get snatched up?
Oh, probably within minutes.
Exactly. A good woman is $1 million, right? Do you think that these bras they quote unquote they call themselves being good bras and shit like that? Do you think they're out here in the market right now like that? Do you think they are the majority or the minority?
That $1 million broad, what are you talking about? Probably the minority. Yeah.
That's facts, right? Right? And that's the way it is, bro. I think most men are simple. That's the way I look at it. You see what I'm saying? Most men, that's why you see men with some ugly ass women outside, bro. Go to Walmart, go outside, go to Target or something. You see some men with some big old fat bitches and shit like that. They are willing to drop their standards to the ground, bro, just to pretty much have somebody at home. You know what I mean? Cook them a warm meal or something like that. The thing that I would tell most men is, as a man, bro, you gotta have a set of standards, bro, that you will not break them for nobody. Because in life, bro, winners do what we want, losers do what they can't, bro. You see what I'm saying? When you start kind of going outside of your own boundaries and rules, bro, that's when you start losing. Because I know the kind of nigga that be trying to listen. I don't listen to females too much like that. When I get with a girl, I tell her what I want her to do, A, B, and C, right? Is she down with that? She gonna be down for your boy. But she ain't down with that, I let her go. It's no hard feelings. Because at the end of the day, Freezy, it's way more women than us, bro. It's way more than us. You see what I'm saying? It's way, and then women are the one with the standards. You see what I'm saying? Men got standards too, but women got these crazy standards according to social media. Because in reality, women they don't got no standards. They just got standards when you put a camera in their face. You see what I'm saying? They all got these crazy standards for the internet. That's it, bro. That's it, man. Guys, man, of course, bro. Most of these females are getting ran through, bro.
Yeah,
I agree, Poppy. There is no way around it, bro. The way me and my people run through the quote unquote good ones, nigga, it's not that hard. You see what I'm saying? And listen, ain't got nothing to do with social status. Ain't got nothing to do with she from the projects of Beverly Hills. Most of them get down. They get down the same way, bro. It's not that complicated, bro. Go get your a girlfriend that work at the library and see how fast you want to crack her.
I have a
And you
question.
don't.
Go ahead. Yeah, because I want the women to bounce off the men. Pause. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, it's for Blanco. How would you describe the majority of men?
And you next, fantastic. Go ahead.
The majority of men are simple, average guys that they would be okay to having. She don't have to be a baddie. She don't have to be this great looking woman. As long as she's a okay, cool woman, they would be okay with it because in the real world, it's a small portion of men fucking the majority of women. That's just how it is.
But would you
Because
say, okay, I'm sorry, just really quick, would you say that the majority of men just, are just trying to treat the woman decently and have her best interest at heart?
yes, yes.
Yes.
That's not even close. Yes, that's not even close. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. Men are far more fair with women than women are fair with men. I mean, men have to be to protect and provide in the first place. So
Yeah, so just so I can finish, yo.
Yeah, sorry.
I know miserable niggas in relationship right now, right? They won't leave. You see what I'm saying? Because they know they're in a lose-lose situation, right? Because they lose if they say, oh, I'm gone, they know what's gonna happen. He's gonna lose his career. You see what I'm saying? Matter of fact, he's gonna hold on.
Okay.
Right? On top of that, you know what's gonna happen after that. Guess what happened when the woman is not happy? She gone. You see what I'm saying? It's two different things. So obviously, by your own question, a man is willing to endure way more pain than a woman.
All right. So just in regards to what you just said, because it sounds like, I just heard what you said, pretty much like you have certain things that you're looking for that you gonna go for that you ain't gonna go for if she's gone. You know what I'm saying? It's easy for you, right? Sounds like you got a healthy set of self-esteem. So is it fair to say that some of these guys that stay, even though they get treated badly, are suffering from poor self-esteem?
No, because usually, for the most part,
It's not fair.
No, I'm gonna tell you why. A man usually usually is looking at the bigger picture. You see what I'm saying? He'd be like, "Damn, this
it
bitch
has
get on my
nothing to do with
nerves."
self-esteem.
Hold on, what you say?
It has nothing to do with self-esteem. I'm agreeing with what you're saying. Right?
But if a woman stays during bad treatment, what? Okay,
Can I finish?
Yes.
Usually, a man going to be obviously not. I don't have to say this, but we gotta say it for the people in the back that are slow. Nothing is 100%, right? But usually, a man, right? He looking at the bigger picture. He be like, "Yo, this dumbass bitch getting on my nerves and shit like that. She makes me sick." But guess what? He got a mortgage to pay. He got 2-3 kids. You see what I'm saying? He got Junior in the football, basketball team, whatever. He got baby girl and then dancing little things, something like that, right? I got to swallow this pill in order to take my family to the next level. That doesn't work the same when a girl is unhappy, when the woman is unhappy. She's going to break up her shit and be gone for the most part. So it's two different things.
Okay, I respectfully disagree.
Go ahead, fantastic. What's your thoughts
Yeah.
on this, man?
Hey, shout out, man. Yeah, listen. So what I was saying was to the original point. Y'all immediately made, so you're talking about money. Well, do you want a man without money? Women don't even understand the stuff and shit that y'all do in saying it. Like, the most important part of a man is provision, especially at this point in time where protection is, very few and far in between. Ain't nobody got to get out here and, be Superman or catch no bullets and none of that stuff. So for the most part, protection in 2025 and beyond is just something we say, okay? Y'all, and we talking about the Bible. So what y'all said Proverbs 31, right? So I don't know what the scripture is.
Example, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the scripture is, but it's this infamous scripture in the Bible that says money solves all things. So I don't understand how women want to immediately dismiss and make providing and money a small thing when it's literally since the beginning of like civilizations and shit been what made the world go round. Money has always made the world go round. A man can have everything in the world. If he ain't got no money, more likely than not, their relationship not gonna last. Because the women don't. The women right now complain about all the time. What? I ain't trying to be the man. Women don't even want to go half. so you mean to tell me women don't want to go half, but you're willing to deal with a man that has no money at all? No, money matters. A man can be all this virtual shit and all this great shit, but if he broke his shit, 9 times out of 10, he not getting chose. A woman's not gonna stay with him.
But fantastic,
We
fantastic.
could.
But to be fair, fantastic. All of them. That's why I don't take them serious. Like I don't. The thing that they do does never match with what the thing that they say. You see what I'm saying? Most of them are paying 50-50 anyway. Most of them are paying 50-50 anyway, bro.
Yeah, I
Most of
know
them.
that.
Because
Blanca, I understand that. We know that by the numbers, but that's what I'm saying. In the most successful relationship, that's the way it works. But you have the women that, clearly by the numbers aren't that well off financially, being the fucking progenitors and the loudest yellers for, you know what I mean? Hey, we not doing 50-50. So that's all I'm saying. We know they lie. You know what I'm saying? We know it. A lot of this
That's
stuff
a
is a
true
joke.
statement. That's a true statement. And men like me have to take what we get until we get to a certain establishment. And even men fall in line with that concept. An average man can fall in line with that concept of we know who's at the top of the chain and we know where we need to go at to get there. But I think we can equate this also to nature. We can equate human nature to actual nature. Right now, we manipulating nature. If you put a plant in the ground and you don't tilt that soil, that plant is not going to grow the way you want it to grow. So every day you have to work on your relationship. Every day you have to tilt that ground in order for you to get to where y'all need to be at as a couple.
Let me go to scam.
I thought
Before I go to
there was somebody
scam,
going to say one of the females
Fantastic.
was going to say something.
Before I go to scam, I want Fantastic to finish his
Well, no, one of the ladies was about to reply. I guess so I was just waiting on her reply.
Okay, go. Yeah. That's how I want it anyway. Go ahead.
No, it's all good. I honestly kind of lost my thought. Good.
You lost your thought. Okay. You wanted to finish saying finish your
No,
thought,
I was pretty
Fantastic.
much done, man. Like that, it's just funny to me how women dismiss the money part when again it's the most important
Oh,
part.
oh yeah. Okay. Thank you for jogging my memory. Honestly, well, because like we were just trying to get honestly, I was trying to get clarity on what you meant. So we kind of went back and forth. You know what I'm saying about what you meant, and me in Fear No Mortals was like, is he referring to finances? Like, you know what I'm saying? We were just trying to really get an understanding of what you were talking about. So thanks for explaining that. But yeah, of course, money is important. I mean, I was always told that it's a tool. You know what I'm saying? So even when it comes to education, we were talking earlier. I mean, if you want your significant other to have more options than being a domestic worker, a maid, or something like that, then she is going to need some type of education. You know what I'm saying? In order to add to the pot. You know what I'm saying? So you got to find somebody who wants to be on that plan, in order to do that. But, black men and women have been working side by side ever since we've been here. So, we don't know nothing else.
Go ahead, Fantastic. You want to respond to that?
Yeah. I was just gonna say, well, the money part was more, but it was more along the line with what Poppy went into the details with. The original statement I made wasn't just about provision. Men have more to lose. So when I say the women are dependent upon men, it isn't just from a provision aspect. It's like everything. You don't want to fucking
Yes,
change your own tire.
psychologically.
Yeah, you don't want to change
It's a
your own
lot of
tire.
pressure.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But you don't want to do the things that a man has to do. A woman depends on a man to make her life easier. So outside of the money, just having somebody to take the trash out, having somebody to know how to fucking, change the tire or fix something around the house, it saves you so much time and so much energy. So when I say dependent, it's not just from financial aspect, like the brother just said, it's psychological to make your life easier and you not to be as stressed out, and societal, because again, society is built by men to make it easier for women. So that's the full, end and beginning of it.
But at
I
the
can
same
kind of
time,
agree with that.
yeah, but like at the same time, like when it comes from the psychological aspect, isn't it like important for men to feel needed by their spouse, not necessarily like for every little thing. Of course, you want somebody, and hopefully you find someone who is competent. God forbid, something was to happen to you, you need to sit down for a little while or
Right.
whatever, they can pick up the ball. But like, what I'm saying, like, I don't know. I just feel like sometimes
Yeah.
we get a little bit too fixated on, you know, saying what the other person needs to do and this, that, and the third, when there's great benefits for both individuals to have, these qualities and assets that can translate, because we shouldn't be fighting each other. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? And that's
I don't
I'm agreeing.
disagree.
Yeah,
I don't.
yeah, I'm agreeing
I
with
don't.
not having to fight, but thank God, like we're different.
we just
Men
gotta
are built
find
for
that.
it. Well, that's what
I
I'm saying.
feel
So,
I feel what you're saying, you know what I'm saying, but I don't know. I just maybe it's like I'm looking more anecdotal. Like I just know a lot of women in my family who, like, when they had to, like, it's whatever. And even me, like, it's like I have a more of an initiative spirit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not sitting around waiting for somebody to do something for me. If I need to do something, then you ask me. You know what I'm saying? If I need some help, I'll break it down what I'm trying to do. You know what I'm saying? And then you can chime in. But I don't know. Like I
yeah,
don't
but,
know.
so imagine all of that with you not having to do it, with you having someone there to be proactive for you. Would you prefer that? And we have these conversations. I think, like you said, we take the anecdotal and the whatever, or the whatever, but ideally, ask yourself an honest question. Like most men, like one thing that we don't get credit for is, like, men are honest. Men want women for sex first. Everything else is later. Somehow, some way, women are offended by that shit, but I've never heard a man, for the most part, 99% of dudes, like, no, we want her for a person that, no, we want. Men are dealing with women for access to
That ain't
sex,
what
right?
Ness Phaser said, but
Yeah,
yeah, thank you for that, fantastic.
yeah, we
Yeah,
just
no, I
don't
mean,
want
That's
to.
why.
We just don't want to hear you
But
complain about it when you get it. You know what I'm saying? Like when you get it,
well,
just let me.
the only way he
Like who
complaining about it
knows?
once you get
Like
it is if it's bad. If it's bad, that's on you,
it's
baby.
bad,
nah,
If a man
right?
saying that
Exactly.
hard
these
sex,
hoes catch these bullets. You feel me? Like every
woo,
day.
if
Y'all
it
need
listen,
these
if
hoes.
it,
Y'all love these hoes. Ha
well, yeah,
ha
of course.
ha.
Hey, Outcast, see, look, Outcast told you that a long time ago. You know, we love these
Hey,
hoes,
from the
No,
but
no,
from
no.
the fake
you
eyes
The
to
know,
the
thing
hoes serve a
is,
fake
purpose.
bears down to the
We
toes.
talk, we talk, we talking about the Bible. Hoes is in the Bible. Everybody forget that. It was
Yep.
hoes in the Bible.
no, no,
I
no,
know, so that's
fantastic.
what I'm saying.
You
We just
you
need to
falling for
stop.
Yeah,
the
Like,
trick,
we're
fantastic.
talking
She's
about a
trying to.
specific
no,
She's
I'm
passage.
not trying to.
implying that you will wife a hoe. No, niggas would
No,
play
that's
with
not
a
They
what
say
I'm
hoe
wife a
and
hoe.
saying.
She
wife.
didn't say wife a
I
hoe.
just think that it's fun to talk about this
Yeah, she
stuff,
gonna
but it's
wife a
like
hoe.
the anger is like misdirected on both sides.
Hey,
But
niggas wife hoes every day, B.
They do.
it,
They're born
and
Yeah,
again.
but
Jesus,
That's crazy work.
they get but they get bamboozled to wife in a hoe because a bitch know how to hide herself for the most part, bro. Like she ain't gonna come out and say,
Absolutely.
hey, Tyrone, you know I got a train run on me 3 years ago,
Yeah,
right? She ain't gonna
That's
some
say
men
that.
that's what I was
know.
going to say. That's what I was going to say when it comes to
but
trust. Women typically they know how to hide something, and then later on it gets revealed. They don't. When it comes to that trust thing, it's like both parties got to open up. And like
And
Fantastic said, the majority of men are honest when it comes to relationship.
think about it, man. And think about it, bro. Like I say, the thing is that I believe men are more honest, right? I believe so, right? Because the game is the game, bro. You see what I'm saying? You can never catch me complaining none of that bullshit. I understand what's going on. You see what I'm saying? If you gotta know women nature. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't have to be because I don't believe women care about money like that. I just don't. You cannot make me believe it. You just can't. You see
You
what I'm
don't believe
saying?
women care about money like that?
No, they don't. The majority of women, that's a story they like to tell, but they don't even believe that themselves because their baby daddy be broke as fuck. That's how I know,
That's
right?
true.
They,
That's
right.
true.
So look, bro. Women, the number one thing about women love is attention, bro.
Lord.
Attention, fam. How you make them feel? Why do you think every time they open their mouth is everything a feeling? Oh yeah, it's not how you say, it's not what you say, it's how you say made me feel this way. It made me feel that. It made me it's every when you talk to a girl, everything's about feelings. You see what I'm saying?
So men don't care about
No,
tone.
we don't care about time. No, we
Tone?
don't.
Oh
No,
my
But we
goodness.
get
no, we
everybody
don't.
in.
Child.
If I tell Freezy,
That's funny.
if Freezy come to me with a problem, if I tell like, hey, my nigga Freezy, you fucking up, man. Stop being a bitch ass nigga, man. Get your shit together. Do you, Freezy, will you be offended by that?
Man, we about to get cussed out.
No. Not if you
No.
no.
Yo, if y'all understand how we talk to each other when y'all ain't around, man, y'all will be surprised.
No, but
We
if
talk to
we
each other
say,
crazy.
but if we say the same thing, then we finna get cussed out. And that's
What?
just
Yeah, because
facts.
that's not a Proverbs.
We're
That's not
about
a Proverbs woman cussing a man out like that. That ain't a
Oh yeah,
Proverbs
because
woman.
we should treat every man, every random man like our husband. Correct?
Nobody
Well, you have
says that,
moments. You have
man.
moments, though.
I
You
wasn't
have
talking to
moments where
you,
you get upset.
Rocco. Damn, calm down.
We
No,
all have moments where we get upset, yo.
you're supposed to show people decency. And you don't
Of
even have to go all the
course.
way to
But
respect.
but if somebody says something crazy to you just because I'm a woman, if a man says something crazy to me, then I'm just supposed to be like, well, what I meant was, no, you're gonna kind of get, it's gonna be
You,
matched.
you know what I tell I would tell my mama, my sister, my daughter, everybody, just remove yourself.
I don't
I
hit
don't
no.
I
And
don't
yeah,
I
I
don't
used to
want
go
you more going back and forth with no man. That's what I tell all the girls around me. Hey fam, listen, man. Just remove yourself and give us a call. That's what you
Well,
should be telling your daughter. Don't get back and forth with no man.
here's the thing.
You don't
Here's
know
the
what I tell
thing.
my daughters, but
Not say
We
you
talked
should.
about.
I'm not saying you. I say everybody should tell that to their daughters.
Oh wait,
but we're
but you
online. It's
but you
different.
might be onto something though, Poppy, as far as the money goes, because does that prove that that's not really the most important thing to a woman when possibly entering into a lifelong commitment such as marriage? Is it true that women do value money and stuff, but they value other things higher than money in a relationship?
They value how the man makes them feel. That's number one, bro. That's number one, right? Money plays a part of it, but I don't think it's the main part of it. You see what I'm saying? Of course, you need money, man. If you're gonna put a couple of babies in her guts,
You saying a woman will be broke with you if she like you or not?
yes, yes. Most of them are anyway.
They
Most of
are,
them,
yeah.
bro.
Majority,
If
yeah.
we need to go outside, bro. Listen, most of the men is average, making average money, and most of these women they even broker than the men.
So which one
Most of them
is
are.
it? But which one is it? Because just like maybe 45 minutes ago, it was arguing that, oh, women won't, mess with, especially young men because they don't have enough money and this, that, and the third. And now it's women will deal with broke dudes. Like, and then it was women won't build with you what we told you that we would. And you just said it basically, we will, so
Did I say?
which one is
Did I
it?
say all of that?
No, I've said in the conversation that
All
we've been
right.
having prior to when you came up.
Okay, that's for them. Well, listen, in the real world, right? I live in the real world, right?
I'm just trying to figure out which one.
Most people. Okay, I'm gonna tell you which one it is, man. Take notes, all right? Take these notes, right? Most people are average people. Most people gotta work with each other. You see what I'm saying? If you ain't making that much money, y'all better make it happen with each other. You see what I'm saying? The thing is that I think the men start believing the women when they come they on TikTok, Instagram, even YouTube, right? They start coming up like if you watch all these dating shows, they all say the same exact thing. Oh, you gotta make this much money. That doesn't reflect in the real life because it's not realistic. Okay, it's not realistic. So therefore, you got to work with whoever is close to you, and the money part I think is like secondary, maybe third. The main part, women want when they say protection and provide, right? Let's say this man don't make no money, right? Let's say this man is average, right? However, the man can fix the house. You see what I'm saying? He can put some sprinklers around the backyard. He's an electrician, so you know what I mean. It's that he bring a service to your life. You see what I'm saying? That's what a provider is. It doesn't have to be about money. It's kind of like a back in the day when the guy that used to go hunt the goddamn animals to bring you food. He ain't had no money, but guess what? You know how to hunt. By default, they're making a provider right there.
And for the family as well, like everything is not just for the woman. Hopefully, and this goes back to what I was saying, to just if you say that you're going to be able to do something, meaning if you ask a woman for a child, if you say that you want her to be a certain way, then hopefully that he would be able to stay, to be able to provide that for her, to do
But that
just
goes
follow
back.
up on your word. That's it.
I agree with
If
that.
he
I agree with
providing
that.
for
But
the
that go.
family, is he providing for the family? Isn't he providing for the women too and the kids? Because you fall under the man. The man is the
Doesn't
head
the
of the
woman?
crib.
I mean, of course, the woman helps provide you. Like I said, all I'm saying is, for the people that we're talking about, you know what I mean, who have a problem with this concept. We're just saying, if you are saying, you know, if you're like you just said, if you're going to put a couple babies in her, then yes, money matters. That's all it is.
Yeah,
What's the problem with that? Like,
and I
it sounds
and
like
I
that
agree.
position is like resented in a
No,
sense.
no, no, and I
Like,
agree with
y'all
that, right?
resent that
But
y'all have to provide.
no, I do believe that the man got to provide for the woman. Make no mistake about it. You see what I'm saying? I do believe that the man got to take care of that woman and whatever come out of that woman. You see what I'm saying? I believe on that. I'm heavy on. Well, that's me. That's what I do in my career. You see what I'm saying? However, most people cannot afford to have a broad in the career like that, not having nothing. You see what I'm saying? I mean, don't working.
Okay, so doesn't that mean that that person needs to take a beat from relationships and trying to expand something that they can't maintain in order to build themselves up?
Like their priorities
No,
together.
No.
it's still on the woman. No, it's
Oh
still on
my.
the woman to be the helpmate because
Oh, you
naturally you guys chose each
trolling.
other, and so you gotta stick with your partner. You gotta stick with what you chose,
You have to
and that
stick with
goes
what
back
you
to
chose. And then we were just
let's
talking
go back
about
to the young
age
men.
and young
Let's
women
go
and
back.
swapping
Let's
them
go back to the
out. Oh
young
my
men.
gosh, y'all be all over the
Let's
place.
go. Let's go back to the young men that's going through this trial and error thing, right? So these young men are going out here seeking relationships and getting rejected by certain women. But it's how you guys reject men is a part of the problem as well. You know what I'm saying? It's how we maneuver out here. Women have just as much power as men, and how you guys choose to interact with men. There is a consequence to a certain action. But I don't. For me personally, though, I don't think that you should move the way certain men move. Like as far as retaliation, as far as when a woman do something to you, you need to get back at her. I don't believe in that.
All right, we
I
are
don't
on
believe in that.
panels. I am speaking about on panels when we are grown adults and we're having conversations that potentially affect our children, our surroundings, all that stuff. This is not the
This shit's
place for
stressful.
the submission bullshit. I'm so sorry to, if I'm being disrespectful, but that's not the time or place for that. That's what
That's
I
not what
was
I'm saying.
But that's what I was speaking upon. I'm not talking about in real life. I'd never encourage women to to be physical or even antagonize a man. That is dumb. You know what I'm saying? It is not necessary. Like you said, walk your ass away. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about in these environments. When we're just having conversation and a woman can say something that a man can say and it's totally fine, but oh, check your tone and bitch, this, that, and I mean, it gets crazy. And that's what I was referring to. I'm not talking about outside real life. I'm talking about these panel situations. So I hope that clears that up.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
Let me get through some of these super caps. Let me see. Shout out
Thank y'all for
to
listening, though. Like, this is a great, respectful conversation.
oh yeah yeah this no captivity with Freezy. Yeah. Shout out I'm just playing. Shout out to hashtag run. Hashtag run. Thank you for your $2 super cap, bro. Appreciate your hashtag run. Thank you. Shout out to Bandit Romello for your $5 super cap. He said dropping some support for your milestone. Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate that.
No
Let's get it.
captivity.
6K and rising, man. Keep me in your prayers. Shout out to Bandit again, Bandit Romello for a $5 super cap. He said, women looking for a man to have sight behind sight. Money is a buffer. That's what Bandit Romello said. Thank you for your $5 super cap once again. Also, Quafinino, aka Natters and Dollars, for his $5 super cap. He said, even a white college female at UC Davis told me yesterday she rather take the simp guy with money rather than be with a solid working dude. Shaking my mother effing head. Thank you. Appreciate it. If y'all want to support the channel, especially if you want to support the 6,000 subscriber celebration live stream, you can stream. I'm sorry, that was my hood came out. You can either send a super cap, aka super chat, or you can send a cash cap, aka cash app to $ no cap freezy. There's $ no cap freezy. Once again, thank you to the official sponsor of tonight's show, Mr. Fantastic. Go ahead, y'all.
Hey. I'm sorry. Can you
Support the
go
channel.
back?
Support the channel, man.
Can
Shit.
you right support the channel for sure? Make sure that you like, share, and subscribe. Can you go back to Romelo's super chat, please?
Yeah, no problem. Which I think you're talking about this one here.
And
Women
thanks for the
looking for
support,
a
babe.
man to have sight behind sight. Money is a buffer.
Okay. Like I said, we kind of keep bouncing around in this conversation because I had just asked the question about, how much personal connection should a woman have with her creator. So it's like, I'm not sure if it's a combination of society and religion or whatever that's kind of setting stuff up this way. I've definitely done a stream on my show about societal pressures and how it's kind of crushing everybody because of what quote unquote they say. We both need to be, hey, I know that's right. What you got, some tacos? What that? With some
Nah, it's
pepper
some
on the side?
Breakfast.
it's some jerk chicken and some
Oh my God, I'm
chicken
totally off.
pasta, some corn.
Shouts out to Miss Freezy. Okay, so I was when I asked that question, in terms of like who should, the woman be connected to in terms of like, should she rely on her husband for every single thing? So when I look at this comment, it says women looking for a man to have sight beyond sight. No, we actually that's kind of what part of this autonomy, beef is that men seem to have. We kind of want to take some of that off of y'all, you know what I'm saying? Because we do have our own thoughts and our own insight, intuition. Women are extremely powerful. I don't know what dynasty did not have, or what kingdom did not have a somebody who was they consulted with who was not a woman before they made a decision. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have to really look into that type of history. So no, we don't really expect all of that from y'all. But society is saying that we should, and some people are falling into that trap. I'm kind of out of touch with the younger generation. Ladies, I'm not sure what y'all are experiencing with the young women and where their head is at, but no, we don't expect y'all to know everything. That's why we wish that y'all would trust and listen to us a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? If it's somebody that you feel is competent, but you got to choose right, baby.
I don't know where the initial question was when I went on mute for a little bit, and so now I'm kind of confused.
No,
I just said that,
I was
not
responding
you,
to
LA Project. I just mean people were going back and forth, like 3 or 4 people for a minute, and then I kind of got lost in the sauce when I came back.
Oh, no worries.
There's no love for.
I had asked Freezy to pull up Romelo's super chat, and it was saying that like women expect men to have sight beyond sight, and money is the buffer. And so that my response was, I think it's a little bit of, we want to contribute, but you guys, I think that men, both sides, men and women, but in this situation, men need to kind of like understand that women do have a lot of things valuable that we can contribute to a relationship, situations, or whatever. And we don't really want to put all that on y'all. Yeah, and that's what we were just talking about previously. That's why I'm just like, it's kind of crazy how much this conversation bounces around so much.
I think he put in the chat, sorry, you misinterpreting my super chat. So
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not for sure what exactly
All
that
right,
he
sorry,
meant. Do
Romello.
you want to expound on that or leave another message? Because I think we don't know.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm like, y'all stop being scared to hit the panel, man.
Hey, Ella, you mind if I chime in with you real quick? And you
Hold on,
asked
before
me the
you do
question
that,
earlier. You asked
next
me the
phases. Shout
question
out
earlier.
to
You asked me the question earlier
hold
what
on,
I
next phase.
experienced.
Hold on, next phases. Let me get this Bandit Romello. Shout out to Bandit Romello for gifting 5 new membership, 5 new VIP passes for VIP Wednesday. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. Shout out to Romello.
No Cap-tivity.
Let me see. I think it was let me see. Shout out to Just Jay was gifted a membership. Omega Dreads, B Sammy, Yuma Layla, Louisiana, Succulent, Michael, and Conservative Supreme. Yeah, 5 new memberships. Thank you. Shout out to everybody that actually got a membership and a VIP pass. You are now able to attend VIP Wednesday. Appreciate you. Shout out to you, Romello. Thank you, bro. Go ahead, next phases.
Just what my experience was and where I find the women and the things like that, right? So I would say this respectfully. I've actually dealt with women that were like trying that I thought would be conducive to me. They were trying to go in directions that I thought I was going in. Far as like they were in college, they wanted to have kids, they wanted to have a family, and all these different things. But unfortunately, sometimes in the nature of this situation, the men may not always have all the tools and the answers for what they're expecting, such as like uh he's trying to be the man, he's trying to lead, he's like trying to navigate the situation. But the negative connotation with that is that most women go to the extremes of control. And in my situations, I even was at one point I had a surplus. Maybe I was in the bank with, 80 plus, 80,000 plus. And I might not have been doing it the way they wanted me to do it or whatever the case was, but I provided what they wanted. I provided what they wanted, and it was a case where I wasn't able to provide exactly what they wanted financially. And when I came out of college, I was dating a young lady, and she was in cosmetology, and she still wanted to go back to school and be a nurse. And I was like, okay, like look, let's try to do one thing at a time. Like let's get one thing going. Look, let's just try to work together, do this, whatever. She was still asking for things that I wasn't even capable of. It was beyond reality. She wanted me to buy her a car, and I just got out of college. And I got the job yet. I had no idea what was going on, but I was working. I was working at Walmart. She wanted me to buy her a car, and she ain't got a dime in the bank. I'm like, yo, how am I gonna buy you this car? This 35. But in that time, Altima. She wanted an Altima that was 3,500, and I was like, yo, I got plenty. I had 3 cars myself at this point. Just drive this car until you get to that point. Like, stop worrying about getting that car. Like, just be good with what you got. I'll let you drive the best car I got. So
Is this a
that
girlfriend
situation
or
happened.
somebody you was messing with?
It was my girlfriend. I have pictures with her, me in my graduation, when I graduated from college and everything. We went out, we dated and everything. Um, Now, the second situation I'll say was with a young lady. She was in college. I was like 28, maybe. She was like 19, going 20. And she was she was so focused on doing it on her own that she forgot that hey, we combine together, we can be great. She was worried about if I was going to stop her from being able to do this because we was expecting a child, right? And she's so like, oh, I'm gonna go drop the kid, I'm gonna delete the kid. Then we kept going and we did it again, and we was expecting the kid. She chose to still walk away from the situation, and because her whole point is I want to build myself. She was so hung up on doing that instead of doing both. I would have the resources at that point at 28 to do that. I bought the young lady a car. I took her on the date she wanted. She even said to me that she loved me first. And she said she said it's never had a guy that treated her as such. And she still walked away from the situation based on the fact that she still wanted to build for herself first. And this is what I'm saying. Even though in the situation you say, oh, you need to go to the church. Well, I had a woman in church that I was going to church. I was going to 2 or 3 sermons a week every Sunday. I was there. And I did make a bad choice. I went to a woman's church, and I was accused of doing things for the appeasement of others. That's what the woman.
Wait. Let's just stop.
Pastor says.
Wait, let's just stop. Everything that you just like, what you just told us and shared with us.
Stressful.
This is the problem. Like, this is why a lot of y'all don't need to be talking on these panels, because not saying you don't need to be talking next phase, but I'm just saying
This is
you should
He
have
definitely don't
stopped.
need to be talking.
You should have stopped at she wanted you to buy her a car and y'all was just boyfriend and girlfriend and y'all young. Like, why would you even last that long with a woman like that? Like, bro, that don't make no damn sense. That don't make no sense to me. And y'all be stressing over shit that y'all shouldn't even be stressing over. But y'all stick with these women because you get tender dicked. And y'all don't just want to admit that shit. The pussy be good and all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't want to admit that y'all put a lot of the onus on the women. No, that girl did exactly what she was supposed to do. Try to get your ass to see what you was gonna do.
That's
right?
what I asked. If it was a girlfriend or somebody was talking to. You know what I mean? That matters.
And then y'all come up here then start complaining. No, you just supposed to left that woman alone, and you weren't even supposed to complain about that. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, I walked away as soon as she asked for it, though. Freezy, I walked away.
You went to
Yeah,
church
I
and
know.
everything.
But the thing is,
That's why a lot of them have these mindsets when they get up here, because
Exactly.
they're
But
still
the-
bitter about what happened
We
to
don't
them
have
in the past, and they feel like they got suckered. But
Yeah.
just like we was talking about Shannon Sharp, you got to do better than that.
And
but
exactly.
the
And it has
thing
nothing to
is
do with
that
what's going on in the moment. It's
And
about
then you're
what they've
mad at
been
all
through.
women, not you
but
necessarily, phases, but a lot of people.
but the thing is, bro, right? Like that happens to Buddy, right? Bro, I'm pretty sure it was some red flags before that you let that shit slide. But you didn't thought it was that important. So now until she actually asked you for the big ticket. Again, bro, you gotta understand the nature of women, man. In order for you to know a lot of these bros, my nigga, you gotta be with a lot of these bros, man. That's how you get good at it. They don't pay attention what they say, pay attention to what they do. It's simple as that, bro. Because those two things never coincide with each other. Never.
Why do you have to be with a whole lot of people to know what you ain't gonna go for and what you is gonna go for?
Right, I don't
Like, how come you don't know
Yeah,
that
I don't
shit before
believe in
you
that
even
either.
step into the whole situation? Like, I do not believe that people need to spread themselves so thin, because it's not just the man
I
that
ain't say
needs
that for a woman, I say that for a man though.
okay, I'm speaking in general. How about that? This is not about Blanco. Okay, you guys, my disclaimer. But it just seems like, like regardless, it's like even if men can, imprint a woman, what do you think happens to a man? There's soul ties on both sides. So when you
Oh Jesus
spread
Christ.
yourself so that whatever, like I said, I'm not talking about you. So
You
let
come
it
with this
fly.
whole type
Let
bullshit.
it fly. Anyway, like I said, I believe when men spread themselves so thin, they do take on the residual of all the bullshit and all the care, like the meaningless whatever. So when they do see somebody that they want, they don't know what the fuck to do.
That's not true
They don't
at
know
all.
what to do. You don't. You're so used to
Um,
meaningless encounters just to get your experience up. You don't know
I'm
good things when they
pretty
hit your face.
sure everybody in here have meaningless encounter in this panel. Let's not trying to
When
act
I
like
said when
that's
you make a habit out of it, when you're
okay. How
encouraged to
you
do
have
that,
you ever had a
it's a difference.
meaningless encounter with a nigga?
No.
Oh
Meaningless?
really?
No. No.
Yeah.
I know
Really?
you're skeptical because you've been around.
Yeah. Okay.
Shout out to Bandit Romello for your $5 super cap. Bandit said, "Men, not males, want a woman as an advisor, and men will cherish your insights." Shout out to Bandit again, Bandit Romello for another $5 super cap. He said, "People want to learn calculus without graduating multiplication." Well, damn. Well, goddamn.
No Cap-tivity.
What's going on, game wise? What's up with you, bro?
Man, can you hear me, man? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Man, I'm just listening, hearing the different perspectives and points everybody making. It's pretty deep talk. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot. It's a lot to break down and transpire. Like that why freezing when I be going in about the whole red pill wave and manosphere wave. I really want to speak to that because as far as like my generation, that's what they own, quote unquote. You know what I'm saying? Like that's they apply them type of mindset to the way that they live and the way that they interact with people, the way that they socialize, the way that they go about, making decisions and their actions and all that. And it's like, you know, I know because I was one of those young niggas, on the internet searching for different ideologies and mindsets that I can put myself to, in hopes of bettering and protecting myself, from all the game goofy shit going on, not just on the internet but in real life with people and their intentions and all that type of stuff. But I had to I've been had to depart myself away from all that from all these dudes preaching about the high value man, and they put a more emphasis on looks, money, and status. You know what I'm saying? And trying to equate that to the reason why everything happening to them, and trying to define they level of the game or what they at based on they looks, money, and status. Like all that shit is bullshit. And I'm gonna
Mhm.
keep saying that. When I talk to people, like when I really think deep about it, like like I always say, sexual attraction has no face, time, status, fashion, or dollar amount attached to it. But a lot of people ain't gonna understand that. They mind can't fathom. All it is that shit just being a feeling.
Right.
In a moment. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people don't even like they can't even understand that. That's why you got some men. They always, damn, hey, bro, ain't no way you got three, four different women with you, and you ain't trick off and pay for it. Nah, nigga, you had to trick that money off. You had to, yeah, you had to lie to him. You had to do something. Nah, nigga, hot nigga, you can't blame the next man because you were simp disguised as a womanizer, or like
Mm-hmm.
they don't really they don't really understand how deep the game go. That's why when I hear conversations, a dude explain their stories, on these panels or these live screens, I be laughing my motherfucking ass off. I be like, damn, like you can't even see the problem and the flaw with what you saying, or if you
Right.
do see it, you trying to make it like you trying to cope with it, or trying to create your own loophole through your own
Mhm.
bullshit. Like nigga, tighten up. You feel me?
Um, so
That shit good.
I think I think the heart of the problem lies in what we've been hearing. Shout out to Mo Love. What's going on with you, Mo?
Hey.
Hey, Bo.
And
Hello.
I want
Hello, hey,
Hey.
I want to say this
what's
too,
up?
Mo. I want you to get in on the conversation too. Shout out to Next Phases, dog. Right.
Yeah, you're a good sport, man.
Shout out to Next Phases because the reason why I'm gonna give him credit, most men wouldn't sit up here and admit no shit like that, right?
Right.
It
But
really does add context
mhm.
to why he feels the way he feels.
Mhm.
See,
Absolutely.
the problem wasn't the woman. The problem was lack of male leadership to tell him,
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
nigga, what the hell wrong with you? They're
Right.
just like what Poppy said. Freezer, would you get offended if I said, man, Freezer, you acting like a bitch ass nigga right now, blah blah blah, right? No, because men do communicate differently to each other. The point that I'm trying to make is I believe what lies at the heart of a lot of these problems is men spent too much time with the wrong woman,
Absolutely.
and they grew resentment because of they was expecting more out of the woman that they were entertaining, and she just never was the one that was going to give you what you was expecting out of her. She was never that woman,
at all.
right? So
But Freezy.
we gotta understand, like, this is the problem. Men having discernment, men making good choices, men being able to understand what is a good woman. And here's the problem: a lot of men don't even know what is the right woman. They don't even know.
Yeah, but Freezy, at the same time, but Freezy,
Basically, though, man.
hold on, bro, hold on.
I got you, Riaz. I got you, Riaz. Trust me, bro. Riaz, hold on, Poppy. Riaz, you ain't got to just barge in. I'm gonna call on you, Riaz. Trust me, I'm gonna call on you.
Okay, my bad, though.
No problem. Go ahead, Poppy. Go ahead.
At the same time, this actually like kind of like identify what I said earlier, right? What was the guy that had the girlfriend asking for a car? What's the nigga name?
That's next phases.
Faces, right? That lets you know right there that he was willing to work with that hoe, right? Right? And that hoe still was trying to run game on the nigga. You see what I'm saying? That's you see?
But why
And that
would
lets
he
you know,
work with her?
and that lets you know, right there what I tell you, that most guys are willing to kind of like bring their standards down to the floor just to have you see what I'm saying? Just to work with somebody, right? That's all I wanted to say,
Was
please.
he willing to work with her, or was he naive? It sounds like a
Yeah, because he
naive
had to do, like, she didn't need that shit.
person.
Like, that's when
Right.
y'all need to sit down again and be like, babe, look, we talked about this, remember? You know, I was gonna do this. You working on this. This does not fit into our plan right now. We gonna need to take a beater. Just give me a second. Y'all have Facebook Marketplace and everything, young people.
He
Like,
said
let's stop with the bullshit.
you wasn't
Y'all could
listening.
have found he didn't
He
have to
said
do
that he
that.
had three.
That's my point.
You wasn't listening. He said he had three cars. He was willing to give one of their cars. That's my. Obviously, you wasn't listening.
Right. I heard
Are you
all
sure?
this, right?
Like I
The
said,
whole story.
Was he just naive and he was blinded by how much he liked her? It sounds
Right.
like
He wanted
somebody
her.
that was naive,
And he
just
wanted her.
completely green for
Start over, Mo
whatever
Love. I
she
ain't hear you.
said.
What you said, Mo Love? Start over.
Sorry.
It sounds like he was naive. I don't know if it was so much that he was willing to do whatever. He was naive. He was ignorant to what was going on. Now, somebody like you, Poppy, who's more experienced, right? I get it. But next phases sounds like he was genuinely interested in the girl and she was using him. And he didn't take heed to it.
I think most men are net faces. I think most guys are like him.
Most, I don't think so. I
Yes,
do
they
think
are.
that.
Yes, they are.
I
Freezy,
kind of agree with you, Poppy.
what did you say, Freezy? You said something about men. What did you say a few minutes ago about men? I forgot the statement you made.
What?
Something about the way
Most
men.
men don't know what a good woman is.
I think that they do. I think some men just choose the not good woman and then they complain later. Just like they tell us to choose better. A lot of times they don't take heed to the red flags. And then when the whole Shannon Sharp conversation was going on last week, that shed light on a lot. Like it was a lot of men up here promoting whores, right? And making it sound like it was the ideal situation. And then they'll come and complain about the lack of good, genuine women. So it's such a contradiction.
Yeah, Mo, and
Mm-hmm.
honestly,
Because both of them can
out the
exist.
gate
That's why.
and out the gate, Mo, we're told pretty much like women, we know what we're doing. We know what we're getting ourselves into,
Mm-hmm.
even though we just came from our parents' house. You know what I'm saying? But these 56-year-old men can be deceived. It's funny.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Tierney said earlier
That's
today.
the same
Go
thing.
off.
Doesn't apply
Yeah,
to
go
them.
off. You know, it's
Mm-hmm.
crazy. Like, how can women be be expected to be behind the person who can be so easily deceived.
Mhm.
I don't think you like 40 years old should be getting deceived out here. Like
You
that's
shouldn't
crazy.
be. And that's the
Hey,
You
whole
you're
point
too
though.
old for that.
Now the extortion part,
Yeah.
because like I've said before, the whole BDSM realm, that's a very slippery slope, and
Mhm.
that's why people keep bringing up morality, because it does matter. You know
It
what I'm saying?
matters.
Like me personally, like, and not TMI or whatever, but that's for exit only. You know what I'm saying? Like
Mhm.
it's you supposed to use your body for functionality, and it's just kind of weird to me how straight men just ask for backdoor action. Like what do you get out of that? You know what I'm
And
saying? Like when the vagina I'm sorry.
No, no. A lot of these
Here's
women
I'm gonna tell
ask for
y'all
that
something.
past time.
No,
Uh,
stop it. Oh
let
God,
me
I
say
swear
this.
to God, I ain't even
hush,
playing. They be
please,
asking for this
God,
shit.
please
Let me
hush.
let me say this. Pussy will deceive a 90-year-old man. I don't give a
Mhm.
damn.
What? Okay,
Lust is a
break it down
really
for me, Freezy.
strong.
Cause
It's a really strong spirit. Lust is a
yes,
thing.
I mean, it
People
yes.
will
is.
Yeah,
It
risk
if
is.
the
it
man doesn't have
all.
discipline,
That's what I'm saying. They will risk it all in the name of
All
lust,
of it.
and
The
it is
whole
sad.
thing.
But that
It's
goes
Turn it
back to the
all in.
value system, though. I mean,
absolutely.
are y'all really seeing? Oh, okay, for the people who are saying that it's just like almost inevitable, because some people have taken that mindset in this conversation that this
Mhm.
shit is just inevitable. Are you saying that you don't have any,
Yeah.
like, discernment,
The
like
A lot of men
not
are
just
that
discernment,
weak.
but just like,
right,
Yeah,
damn, you don't even value yourself that much to protect your personal
right,
vessel? Like,
they
what is
don't.
going on,
right.
bruh? Like, and it's just like, oh,
but
I know it's the easy way out to be like, oh, well, these women, but at the same time, we know, especially when it comes to these lawyers, there are ambulance chasers in every
Right.
sector. It don't just come from the car accidents. There's for the SA people. It's for the people who are, who have to, who are linked to these high profile people. They are sought out. The lawyers tell them, hey, well, I mean, if these were the circumstances, then this is what your outcome would be. It's bigger than
See,
us. Like I'm be saying,
the
like
the thing is
we just need to
you
that
stop the
know,
bullshit.
But you
Like,
know what? To
because
her
we punching
point,
each
that's
other
the
and it doesn't
thing.
make no
It's
sense.
ridiculous because they go up here. It's just a man's nature. It's just a man's nature. Okay, that can be fine. Men
No
want sex.
control.
It's in a man's nature. But at some point, you can't negate the fact that you should have discipline at some point too.
Right.
You should
Mhm.
oh
have
god.
the discipline.
Lines. Where are the
This doesn't
standards
make
for
sense
that?
at any age. It's in a man's nature. Okay, that's fine. Have some discipline. Have some morale
Mhm.
about yourself. This is ridiculous.
Mm.
Because people love sex.
Mhm.
We can't help
The
We're not
ourselves.
negating
Have
the
some
that.
the the
But
the
come on.
thing is that men they can make shit happen, right? They can make electric cars, put people in the moon, all that shit. But their weakness is yeah, pussy. If it's simple as that. Nigga, the president of the fucking United
Mhm.
States was getting his
So
dick sucked at the White House. You see what I'm saying? With a whole wife in the
right,
crib.
it's okay.
Probably in the White House. You see what I'm saying? Shout
Exactly.
out to Bill Clinton, man,
Yeah.
right?
So,
Right? So
so
so my point is that go ahead, go ahead.
I was gonna say to Fantastic's point. He said it
Yeah, he want to get on the
has
Bible.
nothing
Yeah.
Sorry, your mic cut out.
to do with values.
Mo,
David
your mic
didn't
Is
cut
it,
call
out.
them
is
Going
it
out.
men
me
that
or
were
it's
destined
her?
to lust, and they were
now.
favored by God
No, I
Himself.
think
They
it's
also
hard though.
I thought it
Mo
was me.
Love, your mic
my
cut out.
mic, my mic. Um,
She on the Obama
okay, they
internet.
were favored. They were No, I'm not. I have AT&T fiber. It just tripped.
I'm
He's
fucking
joking.
with you.
He's
They
joking.
were favored. They were
I didn't
favored
even
by
know if
God.
Obama got internet.
Hold on. Mo
Let her
Love.
finish.
Mo Love, start over.
Hmm.
Start over, Mo.
Okay, so Fantastic said they were favored by God. Yeah, David and Solomon has nothing to do with values. It does have something to do with values, but they also went through a period of suffering for their decisions.
You
Oh
keep
yeah,
going
that
in and out. Is it
So
me or her?
It's that value system. No, she said
she
No,
said that.
but
they
you
still
get what I'm
suffer
saying? It
because of
matters.
their decision.
Yeah, she
mm,
said they
Shout
also
out
it's
to
still.
free. Is it
Fantastic.
okay if I have my go,
Yeah,
please?
they suffered. They were favored, but they suffered. Like,
Hang in there,
let's not
Freezy.
forget
Got you.
that part. Let's not negate that part.
Yeah. Go ahead, Red. Go ahead. Dog.
Okay, so I was saying I kind of get what Mo was saying, but to me, that's also about the energy the man attracts, though, because basically it's vice versa, though. But to me, though, it's like what you put out is what you get back, and the man is responsible for what energy he attracts, though. And these guys literally complain about their results because they are the ones who manifested it. Because we're actually conscious, we are conscious slash subconscious beings, though. So whatever you subconsciously think will literally come true as you wish it to be. If you think it and you actually act on it, it becomes true, though, because you're the one who actually brought it into existence, though. So the man is responsible for what he chooses based on that spiritual connection because it's a soul tie.
Okay, so
I love this
Fantastic
show.
said what I'm saying is the Bible pretty much warns that men can't resist women no matter how great he is. Do y'all agree with that?
Mm-mm. Nope.
No.
Yeah.
No,
No,
and
can
there's
you hear
No.
scriptures
me?
that'll
Can
say
you hear me?
otherwise.
Yes,
Can
Mo.
y'all hear me? I
Yes.
think it warns.
You keep going in and out, girl.
Damn it.
That's
So
the
I
that's
it
that
does
biting internet.
light.
That's the Obama shit.
It
Oh,
okay,
That man crazy.
golly. So I
no.
think it does shed light. Let me talk while it's working. I think it does
Right.
shed light on
Okay.
men not being able to resist women. It also sheds light on what will take place when you don't.
What?
Good point.
Mm.
What's the suffering that comes along with it? So it's not just it's shedding light on men not
Oh,
being able
Is
to
that my phone?
shh, shh.
resist women.
Yeah, you kind of cut
Yeah,
out
It's
no.
still
but I think we got the gist of
What
what you
what
said.
what
Yeah, I know.
what
I
what
couldn't
verse is
really.
that? What what verse is that? What verse say that? What book? What verse?
oh, you gotta ask
Uh
Fantastic.
Oh, I
what
gotta
book
look, baby.
what
I
verse
don't know
say
the
that
verse.
men pretty
That you
much
can't resist women.
can't
That's what he
resist women.
said.
Oh,
Yeah.
it doesn't say
Ah,
that verbatim. I guess it does hint at it when you see all the
Well, no, let's just be
Hint.
honest.
infidelity
Let's just be honest.
and
There's not
didn't the prophets have
It doesn't
multiple
say that.
wives?
Okay,
no no
Freezy,
no.
save a seat for her and
Well,
let her
Yeah,
here's
yeah.
the
out
deal.
back in.
Here's the deal. I think what Fantastic is going off of is all of the examples of men falling to
Yeah,
women's whim, right? But there's not necessarily a specific verse in the Bible that says
it's not.
men can't resist women or whatever.
right.
Mm-hmm.
Because
You gotta
if
say
that's
that.
the
You can't. I mean,
case,
that's
if that's the
you
case, then
gotta ask.
the order is all out of whack. Like,
Mm.
I mean, but no, but listen, because there were men in the Bible that didn't fall to the whims of women, right? There
Right.
was,
Yeah.
right.
Mm-hmm.
there was Job, there was Enoch, there was Jesus
Hmm.
Christ himself, there
That's
were
because we didn't have social media. That's why
And the
we didn't
Bible
find that.
speaks
Oh
against
no, it's not
lust
that one.
and fornication
okay,
on both the behalf of men and women, not just women. It speaks against lust and fornication all the way around the board.
That
Mm-hmm.
let you know.
There you
That
go.
let you know how much of the hoes the girls is my nigga. Because when they know that make out a wife, they still giving the pussy.
I know
That's only sex to me.
it's always easy to go for
no,
that.
but let's
No.
just be honest. To Fantastic's point, most men will be weak for pussy. I mean,
Right.
listen,
Yeah,
But
but that doesn't mean that they
uh,
can't resist it.
mo-
Like, are you
but the
Right.
thing, Freezy, I don't know about that because most.
shit, man,
I think.
stop
niggas
saying
Hold
tender
stuff?
on.
dick.
Fantastic, stop.
These niggas
Yo,
tender
Freezy,
dick.
I
These
don't
niggas
agree with that.
when,
tender dick. They is
but
tender dick. They is
but Freezy,
tender dick.
Freezy, if you want to be honest with each
Stop
other, bro,
pushing it.
if we are honest with each other, women cheat way more than men, bro.
Oh.
That's not
What
even
is your
close.
point of saying that? Like, what is your point of
Right.
saying that?
What
So
is I don't get it.
Y'all just like to
so
throw up
that let you
grenades just to see
that
what the
that,
fuck would
that,
happen. Just like when y'all was little and tied little like dynamite on GI Joes to see if it was
that
gonna blow up. Like y'all just like messing up stuff. What was the point of saying that?
the point is very simple. That means that the men will have more restriction. That's what it is.
Oh my
Mm.
God.
Nah, just lower your gaze. That's
Okay,
how you
but
have.
okay, so are the laws that we're living under, are these God's laws on earth, or are these man's laws that are put into place by the state, the county, federal? Like, what are you talking about?
We're the ones that
What that
make
to
us
do?
in our head.
This is
What that had to do with man? I mean, with cheating.
what? You were
What that
just
had to do
talking
with
about
cheating?
laws and all this other like,
I
come
ain't say
on, man.
nothing.
Like
Did I say
in
anything
society,
about laws?
in society, are men
Did I say
allowed
anything about
in
laws?
law in society are men allowed to have, like, to do pretty much whatever they want when it comes sexually with women,
Did I say anything
multiple
about laws?
people? I said society because I said we're not dealing with God's laws. Most people don't live by that. Y'all live by man's laws, and that's the problem. That's why
What?
there's a disconnect. That's why you're just like, oh, like you don't understand. We're talking about morality. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about literally like what's going to bring things forward in terms of like what's going to make the like your next door neighbor
That's
healthy for
part of the
you, your
problem.
kids, all that shit. It starts from the top. And it's like if we just we're all following man's laws. Period.
And that's part of the problem.
Mm-hmm.
They understand.
And that's why these conversations cannot be genuine and we get to the bottom of it because it's always, oh, well, it's the women, it's the women, it's the men. Like, we can't just stick onto a topic or the initial question because it goes all the way around the world and turns into something totally different, just pointing the blame, pointing the blame.
Well,
And
hold
we're
on.
all
Let me read these super caps and we can
That
continue.
wasn't no bling at all. That was just a simple statement. That's all it was.
Shout
So
out to
relax.
Bandit. Shout out to Bandit Romello. Thank you, bro, for your $2 super cap. He said habit equals
Mm-hmm.
routine. Habit equals routine equals rituals equals culture equals nation.
there you go. Yep.
Uh,
Yep.
yeah, that was a good one. Shout out to Bandit Romello again for your $5 super cap. Bandit said the path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the inequalities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. The battles are against other men. Also, shout out to Natasha for your $5 super cap. Natasha said, since men say they cannot control themselves, do you believe they should not be alone with
Jesus Christ.
God?
These people sick, yo.
Thank
These
y'all for
people
your
sick,
support.
bruh.
Thank y'all for your
Uh,
super chats.
hold on. Let me see. World class. World
Yeah.
class, you there?
You hear me?
Yeah. Can you moderate
I
for me? I'm
hear
gonna drop. I'm
you.
gonna let Fantastic come.
It's his
Moderate for me
fault.
1 second.
Okay.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
All right. Fantastic come.
It's all your fault.
Okay.
Go ahead, Riaz.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go get your
Okay, I get what you're saying. I mean, for me, that's why basically me personally, I was taught to lower my gaze because lowering the gaze is actually a form of discipline, though, because what you look is actually what you act on. So it's better to control your desires is to lower one's gaze, though. So men
Islam.
should actually. Yeah, I know it's a Muslim type thing, but I feel like in general, though, men should do it more. Men should lower their gaze, though, when they walk in front of in public. When you see a woman, though, it's not. It's out of respect for women, though, and it's not just for women. It's also for yourself, man. Can't control your desires, though. It's not just for the woman. Imagine yourself, man. Very much allowing yourself to do that type of thing, though. But anyways, though.
Yeah. Look at Riaz. He's a virgin. He's resistant.
Okay. He know what he need to be doing and what he can handle and what he can't handle.
Stop.
Hello.
No, that's just
Hello.
the truth,
It's
though.
about force, not choice.
Hello.
Oh my
It's
God.
about force, not choice. Let's not do that.
How is it by force fantastic?
It's about force, not choice. Stop playing.
why.
No, it is
He has
choice though.
resisted.
No, fam. Nah, fam. I have a choice though. I
That's
could
a
have
guy.
done all of this though
No,
in
that's a
the past, but I was like, nope, I'm not doing that though. Because I
that's a
actually
man.
remember.
I don't know who this
Yeah,
is. This a man or a woman talking?
I'm a guy though.
He's a guy.
My
Fantastic. I'm a
point,
guy.
my point made. No disrespect. My point is made. But you sound
This is
very
like
feminine.
I was on a whole different
not the
screen.
Me,
first
I
My
time
bad.
got
that you
I'm
said
not even
that.
feminine though.
I'm
I
not even
got a
trying to
soft
do. I
ass
don't know
voice
him,
though.
but I don't
All right,
know you.
next,
But what I'm saying is, what? My bad. Go ahead.
Miss, no more, fear no mortals. I just want to jump. I want to continue from what you were saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of what I was talking about. The convolution of these conversations, and we talked about it a little earlier, where you're talking about people about relationships when there's no common book, there's no common standard. How much do
Mm-hmm.
you think not having a religion on, or people not being on the same religion, basically the same page, factors into these conversations in terms of the disconnect?
Oh, so back to where we were earlier. I think it
Kind of
can
what
have
I
a
was getting
lot
to.
to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it can have a whole lot to do with it because, if you don't have the same moral code or belief system, um, I don't think that someone who doesn't believe in sin or doesn't believe in a marriage, the man should be the head underneath God and whatever, however you want to frame it. I don't think that two people will be able to come together without having some kind of contention and a lot of disagreements because they both believe something different.
Bang, bang, bang,
Well,
100% agree.
Oh God.
well,
Let's just go on the line, like soup, and then love, and then fantastic, poppy, game wise, scam, Riaz, and next phase.
All
Okay,
right.
no problem, fam.
I'm sorry. I'll keep it brief. What was the question one more time?
How much do you think these not having religion or people having separate religions factor into the separation in the conversation about relationships?
I mean, if it, because a lot of people prescribe and claim faith systems, but there's only like a certain amount of people who actually like are fundamental about it, right, and actually follow it. So if you're talking about the fundamentalist, I think it can be is very important to be on that same page. I think that it could cause rifts. I'm not really knowledgeable about the different faith systems and how they might differ. You know what I mean? But I know with certain faith systems, it's way more important. I guess for both the man and the woman to be of the certain faith. You know what I mean? So,
Gotta
um,
leave.
huh?
No, you good. My bad. I
Oh,
was yelling at my son. You
oh.
good.
Okay. So I think that if it's like on that level, like I said, if that's something that's important in your life and that it can be a big problem. But if you're a person who just says, "Oh, I'm a Christian," but that's only on Sunday, but Monday through Saturday you just doing whatever, then I don't think it would cause that big of a problem.
Indeed, appreciate you.
Mm-hmm.
My love, you there?
Mm-hmm. Here.
You heard the question? My bad.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're seeing the results of it. It's ongoing conflict, conversations that lead to no resolve.
Indeed.
That's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was evidenced by the last, I say 20 minutes.
But
Fantastic.
Right.
but at the same
Oh,
time, world class, like the people who are disagreeing, it probably would both say that they were Christians, right? I don't know. I'm
see,
just
that's
assuming.
What do
what
you mean?
That's
but
like the
even
with the I guess with the like the clashing opinions.
Even
yeah.
without that title, though, like I know a lot of people that don't have the same belief system, and some things you just, I don't know, like.
Well, I guess
So
most people, I think that this is simply if they say that, oh, well, Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, they would you know what I mean, like prescribe to that. But like I said, everything else is kind of loosey, you know. But that's what they would categorize themselves as. I know that there's difference, there's faux Christians and there's real ones. And unfortunately, a lot of the faux Christians, mess it up for everybody else. you know, um but yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut in.
you good? Because y'all actually touched on the point. Is there enough basis in relationships outside of religion? Basically, is what I'm getting at. To have it work, at least in a conversation, for us to have a cordial conversation where we can agree. Mo, you was done.
I think titles like the how I'm this, I'm that sound cute, but everything is based on action. I think
Right.
your behavior should speak for itself more than what you say.
Absolutely.
Right. I agree.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So the problem is, I guess now I'm understanding the issue here. If we're basing all this on one religious belief, and like I said, I don't have a problem with that. It's going to be extremely skewed, and I guess it's only one way and one answer to the question. The problem is now we get to the fact of how many people are actually practicing what's being preached. Do you think the majority of Christians are living in a godly Christian Jesus-like manner? I would think most people would say no, right? So if you're basing something off a premise that we know doesn't exist in the majority, you're kind of setting yourself up for failure. Even Christianity in itself is not to be God, not to be Jesus. It's to be as close to him as possible because you're human. The only person without fault to ever walk the earth was Jesus himself, correct? So as human beings, we're already flawed. So to say that, oh well, you got this and you did this and you did that, so that's what I'm saying. You're already starting off in a losing situation if you're judging men by God or Jesus himself. The reason I brought up the people I brought up was the Bible. Take it away. Take the religious aspect of it. It's an allegory, right? It's warnings and it's stories to tell you, hey, these are the greatest men to ever walk the earth. Solomon, smartest man ever. God said it himself. What Solomon do? He fell because he had too many hoes. Okay, David, a man of God's own heart, had personal conversations, and God knew these people. God's favorite. So this is what I'm saying. When y'all say us regular schmegular, everyday men, they ain't been nowhere near God. Okay, I never lived in the time of Jesus Christ, and now because you can't resist temptation, that's ridiculous. Now I'm not saying you should just be out here. And again, y'all had this. We keep having this conversation like most men can take advantage of sexual access to women like that. We already know this. Women say this all the time. Women think that maybe 20% of men are attractive. Those 20% of men, even though those 20% of men are attractive, those men still have to work for it. They still have to pursue the woman. There's very few men out here that stands up in a room and it's like, hey, have sex with me, and the women line up. It don't work like that for men. We keep overcomplicating this thing and making it seem like, well, the men need to be better. The men need to be better. Men need to be disciplined. The men. Okay, I understand that, and men are cool with that. The problem is, where do the women come in at? The woman's role is always not even a supporting role. It's she made a mistake, but hey, let's not even talk about that. That's the problem here. That's the problem.
But the question was, are two people of different faiths, can they align in a relationship? That's the question he was asking.
Right.
Well, hold on. Well, before y'all got up here, I'm addressing what was said to what I was said. But that we can roll into that. That's not a problem at all. That can very easily. But still, my first statement before I made the last statement considers that if you're basing it on Christianity, you're failing already. Even when we know the majority of Christians of the same faith aren't even practicing or aren't following the principles. So whether it be the same faith or different faith, my point still stands.
Yeah, I don't.
So your point is they can or can't.
But I just subscribe to the Bible, and I understand that people will fall. All of us, have different flaws that we're trying to overcome. I think my biggest issue is promoting degeneracy. That's one of the biggest issues here. And as far as like women not being accountable, I hold all parties accountable. I don't just, beat the men down. If I see an error with the women, I speak on that as well. But I can only speak for me.
Yeah, exactly. And look, that's what I'm saying. Love. In the majority, society doesn't do it. Men nor women.
Mm-hmm.
Women have excuses made for them. Women have safety nets. If a woman trips up and falls, a man's supposed to come out of the blue and save her, put his motherfucking drawers on the outside of his pants and save the day. So society, government even has things set up for if a woman isn't doing what she's supposed to do, there's things to take care of her and the children. So that's what I'm saying. The problem is as to where we've made it too comfortable for women, and we have absolutely no moral standards in general. That's what I'm saying. Is the Bible, the way the Bible worked is because, like you said, everybody was on the same cultural, moral values and standards, and it was upheld by both parties, extremely strong, right? But now we've gotten so far away from that, it's kind of unrealistic when you're judging modern people by old standards that we're clearly just too far removed from.
And I think that's part of the problem. That's why so much confusion now. But that's just, my take.
That's the reason I was asking. Poppy.
The thing is that more in America, man, it's like people follow so many different religions, bro. So for the most part, man, it's not like in the Middle East. In the Middle East and Africa, most people it's going to be literally. It's only like 2-3 religions for you to choose over there in those countries. So it's easier to actually have most people following one thing. You see what I'm saying? However, I do believe that men got enough power to whatever man that woman is dealing with to kind of turn that woman to whatever he believes in. I think that all the time. I got a couple of homies that are Muslim.
So she never really believed.
What?
So she was actually just following a man in a religion over a relationship. That's
It's got in and now.
Different.
You breaking up my love a little bit.
Following a religion and tradition versus actually having a deep-rooted relationship difference. Yeah,
okay,
if you can just switch it like that, you were never truly connected, in my opinion.
Well, I don't know how they do it, but this is what I see. I got a couple of partners that are Muslim. They get with a girl, guess what? She start believing. She become a Muslim. We are looking at it right now with what's the rapping ass nigga from Louisiana?
Yeah, Kevin Gates. And
Kevin Gates. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? So I think everybody got to believe on something to have a bit to like as a baseline. You have to follow a code of morals and ethics as a man, and then that woman's supposed to follow that man. It's in the Bible. And I think no matter what religion you practice, I think they would tell you the same thing. Whatever man you decide to open up your lane, bust it wide open, that's the man you're supposed to be following. It doesn't matter if he's rich or poor. I think that's the issue big.
See, before it was busting it wide open, it was the man that proved himself to your father and your kinfolk. You feel me? Like, oh my God, we've gotten so far.
That's fair.
We've gotten so
That's
far.
fair.
But
game wise, DJ, you there? My bad. Suit.
Yeah.
No, you're fine.
You got a little bit on the question, or you need me to restate it?
Yeah. Go ahead. Restate it again.
The question is, hold on, Briaz, I got you like two people, one person in front of you. The question is, in these conversations about relationships, do you think us having different religions or having no religions is what's causing the disconnect?
Shit, really?
Or can we have a cordial? Go ahead, my bad.
No, I'm gonna say shit. It can be. It really just depends on, you feel me, like how that person view or they perspective on not only their religion but how relationships supposed to be, how relationships supposed to the dynamics supposed to be between a man and a woman. You know what I'm saying? Like, you feel me? Like you can't get in a relationship with a woman who like feel like she's supposed to be above the man. You know, in certain aspects, or like retain the control of power inside the relationship to make sure you doing what she wants you to do in a certain way that's benefiting her more than you. Like, if a man agree with that, then he gonna go ahead and get in that relationship. If a man don't agree with that, or that ain't what his religion align with, then the smart thing for him to do is not to get into a relationship or committed serious long term relationship with that woman, or marriage, or whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying? But for me personally, like, I ain't taking no woman serious or getting in no type of committed relationship if her religion ain't me. You know what I'm saying? Your religion got to be
Mm.
me. Like you got to look at me like I'm the closest thing to God. If it ain't that,
Wow.
then we ain't. You know, we can't get to that next level because I ain't got that major influence over your life like that. That I'm gonna need that. You know what I'm saying?
That's it. Okay. That's where you at. That's where you at. I feel you. Appreciate you. Can you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you heard the question?
Yeah. Key thing you said was in these conversations. In
Yeah.
these
You
conversations,
can
it's
expand
never
past that
about
if
a.
you want. Everybody else did.
Okay. In these
Yeah.
conversations, religion's only used as a weapon for the men to beat up the
Oh
women
wow.
and say what they ain't doing, women to beat up a man. So I'm gonna God-fearing man, knowing they don't. It's used after the relationship was already sabotaged or never should have started anyway. Relationships, man,
Mm.
woman being connected on some kind of same page, attraction and all that. After it fell apart, or after these two people hate each other, grab a Bible or grab the Quran and start beating the other spouse or beating everybody to death. Yeah, it's just not working in these conversations because it comes in bad faith anyway.
Appreciate you. Riaz,
Yes,
you want to say something, Ola, before Riaz go?
sure. But
I was
basically,
gonna
could
say
you
I absolutely agree with him. Like when intentions and motives matter. Absolutely. A lot of people just use the word to tear down, and that's another huge issue.
Yeah.
And that's why it's
Yeah,
really
that's a
not
valid.
honored like it should be because intentions are not pure.
That's valid.
okay?
I can't
So
hold
I
you.
guess since
He
it's
spoke the
my
truth.
broadcast, can you repeat the question back to me though, so then I can give you an answer?
Absolutely, Riaz. I'm saying in these conversations that we have, do you think religion, our inability to connect in these relationship conversations, do you think having different religions or not having religions is one of the main causes? And
It
you can
can be
expand it
though
past the
if you
conversation if
take
you
it
want.
to heart though. I'm probably gonna go off like to me though. It's like you can be cordial when you have two different religions though, because no matter how different we are though, at the end of the day, there's still some similarities in it, and how the two different faiths, say Christianity, Islam, we basically share similar values and stuff. Yes, our beliefs is different and everything like that. Yes, basically the way we approach stuff is different. However, at the end of the day, there's still similarities there because it's one father, and basically it's the bloodline though where the faith descended from. Like Christians and Jews is descended from the Israel line though, and the Islam line is descended from the Ishmaelites though. So basically though, that's the differences there. So my point is though, yes, religion, you know, can make it harder, but at the same time it don't have to be. It's just if you take it to heart that way, just find common ground, and that's it. That's my whole point though. Find a common ground and we can be cool with that.
Yeah, actually you said something that religion can make it more complicated. You're right. That was actually
It
accurate.
can make a
Appreciate that.
what? I didn't hear it.
He said religion can complicate it though.
Oh
It
yeah.
can.
I
It
think that's fair.
can though. Yeah, I guess to me,
Yeah,
no, I said it can though, but it don't have to be. Just gotta find common ground
Yeah.
though, like what you
How
actually agree
how
upon
re-
and build upon it.
how religion will make it more complicated when they follow in the same book?
No, they follow the same book, but it can though. Like I'm not saying it can't though, it can because the people the way they approach it and how it's not about the same book though. It's about basically the way people are raised, the way they believe things, and they have some differences though. And basically though, it can lead to a little complication though, because the way people approach it though, they approach one way and the other person approach the other way. Yes, we can respect others' belief or whatever, but at the same time, though, you get some people though who struggle to do that though, and they don't agree, and that's what basically creates that type of environment though. So basically, what you're supposed to do is just find common ground and just build upon it though.
I was talking about two people believing on the same religion. Yeah, you shouldn't make it more not complicated. It could. I don't go by that. I'm talking about for the most part, it's not gonna go down that road.
Okay, but that's just a very simplified answer, though, because I only know about this much knowledge. Though. I know a lot, but I only know a simple, type of approach to it. Oh, so I gave you a very simple answer.
All right, next phase is you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Hold on, Sam. Did you hear the question?
Yeah,
You ready to
I
answer?
did.
You know. Okay. Go ahead. Then we'll be
I
free.
think
Everybody can do what they want to do.
I think that a lot of the problems is especially in the black community, it's not really understood that we really we really haven't been like a lot of our grandparents. If you look at it, they didn't even complete high school, right? So a lot of our grandparents didn't even complete high school, and they didn't have the full capability to translate and um, articulate what and to be able to prepare us for what we dealing with in this time. And a lot of them actually made bad choices, and we saw it. And they weren't able to um, communicate effectively what they learned from Sunday school. They weren't able to articulate, and there's been a lot of tricks in the game when it comes to relationships. Most black people are Christian, Christian based, right? And now, me growing up in the Bible Belt, if you just look at it, we're not that far removed from the generation that didn't have the, they didn't finish they didn't go to college, they didn't
What does that have
finish
to do
high
with
school.
anything?
The topic, please.
So what I'm saying is the interpretation of the Bible may not be the same for most people, right? So there's different understandings of the translation of the Bible. It may not be correct. And people have learned things that were incorrect, like such as I would hear a lot of
God
guys when
didn't
I
go
was
to
growing up.
Jesus didn't go to college either.
Yeah, but he's not comparable. He's not comparable. He's different, okay? I'm
So
not
you,
gonna
you think
use Jesus
so?
as an example.
To make it simple, you saying religion it probably complicates it more, is what you're saying?
Yeah, especially when people don't actually understand the full context of it, meaning such as things like I heard this an example, so you guys can be more understanding of what I'm saying. A lot of guys in high school, I would hear them say a woman is supposed to be submissive, a man ain't supposed to be submissive. I heard this a lot. I'm like, wait a minute, but I never fathomed to actually read the Bible to understanding myself, right? And there were women hearing this, so they're experiencing this trauma that they feel like this is what's going on, or they're hearing it as well, right? And guys will be telling women this stuff, right? And it is absolutely wrong. It was absolutely wrong. That's the wrong context. That's not full context. And it creates these toxic environments where religion crashes. And when and I think this something that should be acknowledged. How did people get to this point? How did people get in these spaces where they think the way they think? And I think that is a big issue when it comes to religion based things, is people not understanding the full context. If you ask people have they actually read the whole Bible, I guarantee you the mass majority will say they didn't. And if they did read it, did they really actually understand the context of it?
Well, I'll say this in response to like basically what y'all been saying. I think it's valid to acknowledge that a lot of people don't follow the religion thoroughly, right? But I think that my intention for asking the panel this question is that when you have a Bible or Quran or a religion where you can go and literally physically get on the same page, interpretation aside, if that is difficult and that convolutes and makes it difficult to have conversations on a panel or in a relationship about relationships, then how much more difficult is it to free fall or the free form or freestyle having no basis, right? Coming from multiple different religions or no religion at all. Or I kind of deal with the Bible or the Quran, or I kind of don't. I think, and the reason I was asking, I brought this up is because from your conversation, I'm hearing we're doing this virtue angle of who's more virtuous in relationships, men and women. But if I'm coming from a religion where my what you associate to be lack of virtue is supported by my religion, then I there's no basis for us to talk. There's really no basis for us to come or have a consensus when it's like free agent principles. Like anything can be a principle at any point type shit. And we depended upon colloquialism in modern culture. That's why when y'all was talking, I didn't say anything, because I don't see no basis of us, even if you're right. If this person's religion, like you all know, Islam differs vastly from modern Christianity. Some things you do in Christianity is dramatically different from Islam. And then in Islam and Christianity, a lot of things with people that are atheists, dramatically different. So I did agree with Riaz when he says religion, even if you're dealing with the same religion, can make things difficult. Not specifying where the difficulty is when, like C-19, when you had to get the shot, the family may not want to get that shot to that baby. And that could cause a rift, and that can cause a issue in the relationship, even if they believe in the same thing. They can go, well, my spouse, yeah, I want to do it, but I don't want my baby to have this untested thing in. Well, he still got to go to school. You know what I'm saying? So these things can come up, and I just think it's difficult to have relationship conversations where there's no basis. I'm not going to be petty and say, oh, Christians should just talk to Christians, Muslims. We're adults. We know that don't work like that. But I just think it becomes difficult to have a real conversation when there's absolutely no basis other than it just becomes a nitpick. Well, I'm going to point this point, and then you're going to pick this point, and then you're going to pick this point. It gets tiring.
Isn't the man the ultimate decision maker anyway?
Allegedly.
So where would be the problem? If the man is the decision maker in the whole family, what's the problem? Well, he says she'll go.
Decision maker. Just being honest. No, I'm saying allegedly.
What did you say? Okay.
No, we're talking about should men be the decision maker? If two people, it's not agreed upon, then he ain't the decision maker. Because people are going to do what they're going to do.
So most
kind of my point.
I appreciate your class.
No problem, bro.
So is it safe to say most men and most women are they're not exceptional? They're not what you would call like exceptional to the point where it would be ideal to marry this person, ideal to marry that person with. Is that what y'all saying? Most men and women are not described as such.
I don't know if you heard the question.
The way it's explained. Go ahead.
I was just the question. I phrase it in a lot of different ways. Being that we have these relationship conversations, and you can expand it to relationships. When we don't have the same religion, or we have separate religions, or one person has no religion, is that the basis of the disconnect in the conversation? Because if I can't physically get on the same page, right, with you, what standards are we using? So the question that was just asked, isn't the man supposed to be the one? Isn't the man supposed to make all the decisions? And this colloquialism and this culture today is supposed to be the women. So in religion, in Islam, yeah, in Islamism, yeah, in Christianity, it's supposed to be. But if you atheist, you want Section 8, or you make $200,000 on the job, you fucking free agent shit. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? So I think that'd be the disconnect. That's what I see.
So when you say religion, can I translate that to like belief system? Like,
indeed.
Yeah. So
you said that earlier.
Yeah. So according to what people believe, I think that's very vital what do you believe? How do you believe? Right?
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Because belief is everything to me. I mean, so and the Bible says, how can two people walk together except they agree?
Yeah.
So here's the deal. Here's the deal. Like, I don't know. Like somebody said it earlier. I want to say it was More Love. A lot of this has more to do with actions than it does you know, how somebody thinks, right? But to your point, class, how somebody thinks is at the core of it, because most of the time, the way somebody moves and walks and everything, they have to think about it first, right? Think the thought is the first thing. The action is usually subsequent after the thought. So yeah, the belief system is very important, man. And
Right.
this conversation, what that question that you just rose, don't nobody get. It's so important, but don't nobody give a fuck about that.
I was saying
Nobody care about that, dog.
what you
Hey,
believe.
Freezy, belief system, religion is a part of belief system. Belief system. Go ahead, whoever's speaking. Go ahead.
That was More Love. Go ahead, Mo.
Yeah, you just on delay. You just on delay, Cam.
Okay, I was saying
Yeah, I'm driving, my bad.
Your belief system, whatever you say that you are, that's fine, right? But your actions should align more so with that. Anybody can claim something, but what does your behavior say? That speaks louder than anything to me.
Go ahead, Scam.
Yeah,
I would say belief. Religion's religion. Belief system includes religion, but is also outside factors, which you actually personally believe, including the interpretation of religion. Because you and your woman can have beliefs that you can have beliefs on how you're going to incorporate religion, as well as just basic things. But religion should be a basis, though should is kind of a rigged word. Should have a basis on religion and agree on it.
So do we all understand what religion really is, though? Okay, so anytime you do something religiously, you could kind of pretty much say that's your religion.
Tradition.
Hey, Liberated. Hey, Liberated, you listening?
I'm saying because we make it complicated, but it's really not that complicated. I'm telling you, like anytime you do something religiously, that's basically your religion, right? So a lot of people have a religion. A lot of people have a belief system and a religion that they don't even know that they have. Like they do it religiously and don't even understand that's their religion. They don't even know they're in a certain religion. They don't even know it. You know,
Yeah,
to your point about belief system, right?
Religion.
That's a fact, man.
You see what I'm saying? That part. That to your point, right? Let's say fraternities or sororities, right? Or you have a man and a woman that goes to, I guess, sister, brother, sorority, fraternity, whatever, or y'all go to the same college.
Yeah.
The point is, it's not just religion. It's like, what is the basis for us having a conversation on the panel about virtues, two, the basis for a relationship, how are we going to agree? And I being in this space and watching these conversations and being in these conversations, I see this what I'm bringing up as the problem. If we can't agree, even if it's 3 fundamental principles, if it's 7, if it's universal law, if it's the 7 hermetic principles, if it's laws of Ma'at, or whatever the hell you want to bring it up, there's no consensus. I got a random guy coming from Louisiana saying something. It's a random chick from fucking Dakota saying something. I don't know if you Christian Baptist. You know what I'm saying? And then it's like, because then it's left, all that's left is who's hurting, who's not.
Right. Can I say this? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm done. Go ahead. Y'all got it.
So when it comes to like when people say, "Oh, you're religious," right? I think that's making light of what it really is, like versus you having a personal relationship, because religion is you doing something just out of routine. And I feel like when you have I know when you have a personal relationship with God, like that's something that you take very seriously. It's nurtured. That makes the difference versus you just doing something because that's what you do out of habit, you know. So it's much deeper than just saying, oh, this is what it is. I'm this, I'm Christian, I do this, I believe in this religion. No, it takes more, in my opinion.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, first of all, I don't even take people that just say they go to church or
Exactly.
they catch the
Right.
Holy Ghost on Sunday. I don't care. I don't take them people serious.
They
I
be
don't
the
know.
main
Right.
difference. Right.
That shit is anybody that give credence to that shit is foolish. It's just foolish
Mm-hmm.
as
Yeah,
hell.
the church is like the club, bro. It's an extension of the
It
club.
really is. And it's sad.
Right.
Yo,
And
the
I
pastor
agree.
the pastor is laying all them holes in there, man. And the niggas
Hey,
are next to the pastor, bro.
hey, Freezer. You
Yo,
heard you heard about the one pastor named Marvin Sapp. You
yeah,
seen
Close
that
shut
the
the
video?
doors.
door. Close the damn door.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
What you think about that?
That was
He made a
crazy.
song called "Close the Doors,"
I'm,
y'all.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you what their
Who
religion
did?
is.
Marvin
You
Sapp.
gotta be
It
lying.
came out
Uh-uh.
Man,
like
stop
2 weeks ago.
playing, Mo.
I need that money.
I
I
said, I
need
know
my
you
money.
That's
lying to
crazy.
me.
But hold on, hold on. Guess what? So we know they do that a lot. Guess what their religion? Guess what their religion is? It's money, dog. That shit be
Money.
money.
Yeah,
Correct.
indeed.
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
they believe in. They ain't gonna outright
Yep.
tell you that, but they believe in that shit. They believe in it so much to tell you, hey, the usher, close the fucking door.
Yeah,
Lock,
then try
lock
to
them
Hey,
doors. Lock them
manipulate the
doors.
situation and come back and say,
I like Buddy style. I ain't gonna lie, my nigga. That nigga was like, "Fuck it, I ain't gonna ask. I ain't gonna tell."
Yeah,
No,
cause you
he's
like
not.
money too, Poppy. You like money.
No. At
Right.
least the nigga is upfront with it. You see what I'm saying? I like people to be upfront, right? He
but
was
he
like, "Man,
wasn't
I ain't gonna give you this long ass sermon and shit like that, man. Close these motherfucking doors, nigga. Let's get to the wireless. What's happening? You know
That's
what you're here
crazy.
for.
But he
Hey,
You
didn't
hey,
know what
stand
you're
on
here
Freezer.
it
for.
though, Poppy, because after the fact he came back and
Yeah.
said, "Oh, it's a very sacred time. I wanted to make sure, you know." Now,
Yeah,
what
he made an
in case
excuse.
somebody tried to rob or people? Man, you knew what
Hmm.
you
The
was
church
holding those
Hey,
people
hey,
church
hostage.
Freezy,
church is
Freezy, I'm
nothing
out.
but like a
Appreciate you, bro.
What you said, bro?
I said I'm out. Appreciate you, bro. Y'all be
Oh
safe.
no, I appreciate you,
All
dog.
right.
Thank you, bro.
All right.
Always.
All right, world class.
All right.
yeah.
Y'all be safe.
Your church is nothing but like a extortion of the poor. Only poor people go to church like that, bro.
Hey,
So
hey,
you
hey,
they can
Freezer.
I don't think
so they can
What?
so people can hear some bum ass hopes to get them back onto next week. It's
I think
simple
it
as that,
depends
bro.
on where you go. No, now a lot of these mega churches are absolutely only based on
It,
business money. Yeah.
most church is a bunch of crooks. I never
Oh,
seen a poor pastor. I never seen that, and I trust me. I go out of my way to look for them too. I have never seen a pastor that is broke. So obviously he's selling you hope. That's all he doing.
I
He's
don't
selling you a
know.
bunch of hope.
I have if they're
Yep.
just
And I
starting
said,
out.
and I said this, like my church that I go to, they actually have like houses in the back where they nurture like battered women, people that are homeless. They don't beg for money. My pastor still works a full-time job. So he said
Take
this
it
is something
away from your church.
really
If you
positive. But I
if
know
you put if you put
right.
100 church, if
He's
you
different.
have to if
He's
you
different.
have to diagnose, if you go to 100 church, how many of them going to be a bunch of crooks?
A majority. I agree with
All
you.
right,
But
that's
there
what I'm
are
saying.
a few that are
I
still
actually
decent.
disagree.
And
I
I said
disagree.
that's why a lot of these churches are falling. Like it even says in Revelation, like God is going to reveal all of those people are going to be held accountable. We understand that a lot of it is fake and foolery and based on money.
Right.
Like duh, that's obvious.
Because
Yeah,
they're
most of
the
them are a
world.
bunch of crooks. Most of them pastor niggas is pimps, so obviously translate. You see what I'm saying? If
Hey,
you a pimp, if you pimping hoes in the streets like back in the 80s and 90s, now I'm 55 years old. Now I'm pimping your dumbass people in the church in the building. It's the
I
same.
see
It's the same thing.
I would
some
definitely
same
say
In
that.
some
pastors.
cases, yes.
I see
I
them
would definitely say
suffer,
that.
like they suffer for real, like that the wrath is coming. We just don't know when.
So
Cause,
so
cause, cause
so
see,
so
cause see,
scam. What you say you disagree with scam?
I won't say most. Most churches are so small you won't know.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say the biggest churches and the ones that get the most publicity, yes, they got these problems, and people only focus on the negative.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yes.
most of them are just churches and they have problems. And if you're there long enough, you'll see what the problems are. Some of it is tradition, some of it's putting on a show, some of it is pastors knocking down the chicks. Some of them are working through the problems. Some of them is, hey, this is how we do, because this is what brings the people in. So it looks like the show, looks like the other church, and they get blamed for being that. Like, hey, this is what it is. Now let's try to make it right. It's just organizations that have problems.
Right.
But I won't say most. But there's
No,
so much
most I would
negative
say.
media on the big and the whatever that you won't see the actual small regular church sitting
Mm-hmm.
down and having conversations with regular families and people with problems.
That's true.
Right.
Yeah, yeah,
Go
yeah. You
Most are
can
so
believe that if you want to.
most are so small you don't even know where they are. They got 15 people and they
That's
will talk to
true.
you and get all deep and try to help you out. They just can't build and ain't got the charisma
Yeah,
like Pastor Jenkins over there.
they still
And
That
he
is
making
so
pimping, and
true.
he, and
they
he,
still making them 500 a week.
exactly,
See,
and
I
he preaching to the 15 motherfuckers, and he pimping all 15 of them. Man, y'all need to stop with this bum ass shit, man.
I don't think so.
Church
Hey,
Because
people
the
that
church
go to
that I
church,
attend,
I can't say every
people,
church.
guys, they
No.
literally
people,
lie. And
people
when
that go
I
to
tell
most.
you, I have grew so much, not that I need, but God says in the
Okay,
Bible,
cool.
like there are pastors that are called to preach and to enlighten, right? Because I can't be fed baby food at this point in my life. But there are preachers who are really aligned with the Lord. Like I don't play that pastor sleeping around begging for money. I don't do that. And a lot of why I also attend churches, I'm very involved with the youth
What?
in my church. So
Why?
that
So why it costs to go to church then? Like, if these
I know it
motherfuckers were
helps. Like
really,
God called
if,
me to mentor the youth. That's one of the main
okay,
reasons why I'm there.
okay, if these motherfuckers were really serious about the word, whatever the fuck they talk about, right? Why don't you preach to these motherfuckers like at the park or something?
They
Why
Some
don't
do.
you preach?
do.
My pastor, he
Why
does.
don't you preach to these
He
people
does.
at your house? Some shit like that. But they put you in the building. So now I got an excuse to pimp on you. I'm like, hey, bitch, give me 10% of your goddamn
Oh,
of your
goddamn.
check. You
Poppy,
see
you
what I'm
talking
saying?
about the big ones. I get it, but my pastor, they just went out last week and preached to the homeless and fed them. And they also have a house in the back
I
where
say take it away from your church.
they
I'm
better.
talking about most.
I guess I get offended because I know that there are a few, like Scam
Why would
said,
you get offended? That pastor ain't your
they're
cousin.
just small. They're just smaller because you're making it sound like you're speaking for all churches. That's why.
Jesus Christ. Do I have to
hey,
always say that I don't think it's 100%?
Well, I'm going off of what you're saying, sir.
Yeah, Pappy got church red pill rage. He's gonna go with the worst narrative. This is what all of them are
Right.
doing.
What you said. That's
Okay.
all.
He got church
So
talking
explain to
points.
me. So explain to me why it costs to go to church. Then go ahead.
I don't agree with that. I said that a lot of it is manipulation. I think you're missing that part. I understand that.
hey.
I've never been charged to go to church.
Let me get
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
let me
church
get
is
game wise.
free.
Let me get game wise DJ
hold
in
on, y'all.
the conversation. Go ahead, game wise.
Yeah. Let me just say that real quick, because the initial reason I brung up Marvin Sapp is because, like, see, people don't even be knowing. Like, see me, I do like to break things down from more of like a game perspective, since that's what I'm really into and like on for real. But like, nah, that nigga was in there in that room that day. That nigga was pimping. Everybody in that room, they agreed to get pimped because that's what he was laying down in there. Cause look. The man say, the man say, close the door. Like, hey, you see, anybody who know about some game, they know when you talk, you gotta speak with conviction to get people to, you know what I'm saying? Feel like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, he's saying something for real. Like that nigga know how to influence his voice to get people to bow down to what the fuck he's saying, no matter what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? So look, I'm peeping all that inside of the room that's going on. The man say close the door, nigga. That was that. Like he literally just psychologically bullied everybody in that room. Like and they ain't gonna catch that, but I know. I'm like, damn, man, look. It's somebody pastor. Like they know how to sell game. They got mouthpiece. They mouthpiece sharp because they preach for a living. They speak for a living. They run game
Right.
for a living. So they got man. Listen, the pastor. It's that nigga job. It's Mr. Pimpin. It's his job to know, nigga. I got a verse. I got a Bible verse for every situation and problem in your life, and
Right.
nigga, he gonna get a piece of this, nigga. Like look. In his mind, you can't ask me no question that I ain't got no motherfucking answer to. That's the motherfucking pimping mentality right there. That nigga pimping.
Yep.
So that's
Yeah.
not somebody that's been called by God. And I think a lot of times where people also go wrong is they're worshiping the man. They don't really have the connection with God, because if you do, discernment is a thing. God gives you that, and he'll show you when to walk away, and he'll
All,
show you who's genuine and who's
all,
not.
all I know is if I'm not touching a male in the next 3 years per year, guess where I'm going? I'm going to become a pastor and ping pong. Oh, you motherfuckers.
Well, you're part of the problem.
Okay, cool. I'll be a rich ass problem. I tell you that. I don't care what you think.
Freezer. Freezer. Some of them pastors get so good with what they do, man. On the Freezer, man, it's a cold game. Like some of them pastors, they know what to say, how to say it, and why to say it. You know, to you, like they know how to pick your brain to tell you, all right, like they can take themselves out the equation and put it back on God or put it back on something that's higher than their power to convince you that yeah, what you being fed right now is good for you for real. You know what I'm saying? They know how to do that.
Well, we talked about this in Bible study, right? We talked about what is it called? I forgot what it's called.
I forgot what it was,
It
but
was
I
like something
remember.
about translations or transitioning or
But
translate. I forgot.
isn't
Yeah.
that where like true discernment comes in again? I don't care how the pastor tries to manipulate. God will give you the spirit of discernment. He makes all things clear. He is not the author of confusion. And when you're truly connected, like it's easy to see who playing games.
Well,
Right?
here's the thing. Here's the thing. This is proof. This is proof that anybody can get God if you don't actually put forth a concerted effort, right, yourself. The
The
reason why
word
people
says
get
it.
the
Study to show thine own self
right,
approved. That's
exactly.
real.
The reason why people get got all the time in church, because let's just be honest, most people that actually attend church, they don't read the Bible. They really
They
don't
don't.
read. So the reason why they pay to go to church, to answer Poppy's question, they pay for the pastor to deliver the word to them so they can say they had the word for the week.
Right.
That's why they pay to go to church, so that they won't have to read the Bible themselves. They pay the pastor to go ahead and, for that. That's like a service. As a matter of fact, that's what they call it, church service. It's like a service that the pastor provides. You don't have to read the Bible. Don't worry about reading the Bible. I'm gonna give it to you. Just come and give me some money for my time and efforts. And so now, when you put that much power in when one person's hands, now you subject for any goddamn thing. You understand what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So all across the board, what was the moral to this whole conversation? The moral is you have to be, if you are a sincere person to God, to your husband, to your wife, or even to a friend, you have to put forth a concerted effort. You have to be actionable, right? You have to actually be about what you talk about. You gotta
Yes.
really be about it. You know what I'm saying? Most people ain't about, they're not really about what they talk about. You
There
know what
you
I'm
go.
saying? They're not
That's
really
true.
about that shit, man.
And
You know
I
what it is, Chrissy?
like
I
a lot
ain't
of the
trying to hurt.
people.
I ain't trying to hurt nobody's feelings. It's just the truth, right? It's
It's
just
the
the
truth.
Hey,
truth.
And I
hey,
say a lot of people that like say they're this and they are that. I know some of the people, some people know the word front to back, right? And they'll say that they're believers, but what's information without transformation? Transformation speaks so much louder than what you may know. But if you're not applying it, it's all in vain. You
That
know,
is
and that's why a lot
true.
of people that say they believe in God, people laugh because they can't tell the believers from everybody else. And even the Bible speaks about that being set apart. How are they supposed to know?
I'm gonna tell
So it's a mess to me, and
I'm,
I'm still learning and growing, right? But God allows me to see some change. I see, like, even my sister tells me, like, I'm proud of you. You don't respond the way that you used to. People should be able to see some signs, even if it's a itty bitty something. You know.
Right.
okay.
And
So
to
here's the
Poppy,
thing.
can I
Let me
say
say this.
something real quick? Okay, go ahead,
You,
please.
you can see you go right after me, sis. And shout out to
Okay.
Kasani in the building.
Hi
Just
everybody, how you
look at
doing?
TV. Look at TV and look at most advertisements.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the time, people do not get their money's worth. But how are people actually able to sell that bullshit to you? Whatever the product is. What's
Right.
the two things that it has to qualify for? You have to make that shit sound good, and you have to
Make it
make that shit
feel
look.
good.
You have to make that shit look good.
Right.
You got to make that shit look good and sound good. And that's the best way to sell something to somebody.
Right.
Everybody gets sold something. Everybody, like, that's the majority of the way products are distributed across the world. They make that
Mhm.
shit sound good, and that shit really ain't worth the money that you really paid for it. Trust me.
Right.
You're
You
being a
understand
good
what I'm saying?
salesman.
Yeah. So if you want uh a real product, or like a real reliable thing in your life, a real product in your life, like, it has to be, you damn near have to make that shit yourself, learn how to make that shit yourself,
Mm-hmm.
or you have to study and read up on that shit. Most people, when they buy shit
Absolutely.
from Amazon, motherfuckers don't be reading the damn reviews and shit. They don't read. They just buy that shit because that shit look good. Guess what Freezer do every time before I make a purchase? I read all the
Okay.
Me
reviews and every
too.
goddamn thing.
Okay.
Yeah,
I read everything
I
because
do
Me
guess what?
too.
too.
Because I'm tired. I got tired of sending shit back. I got tired of getting shit through the mail, and that shit was fucked up. But it
Mm-hmm.
was my fault. You know why it was my fault? Because I didn't do my due diligence. And that's why most relationships don't last. That's
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
why.
That's
Because most people don't do that. A lot of people just like to talk and say what is and what ain't and how shit should be and all that shit. That shit is not going to get you nowhere. Listen, the best way to know what a successful relationship is if you practice yourself.
Mm-hmm.
right.
For yourself, like, you have to be that walking example yourself. You have to know. You
Mm-hmm.
gotta know for yourself. How you know for yourself? You putting in the work for yourself instead of telling people what they need to be doing.
Man.
And that's what I had to actually um institute into my life, man. I'm telling you, man,
Mm-hmm.
that shit helped me out a lot because, like, I just got tired of being, getting duds and shit. And
Mm-hmm.
I got tired of my wife using that shit as an excuse about what I was doing in the street. Well, you
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying? Look at
Right.
what you're doing. Okay, you can't say that shit no more. You can't
Right.
say that no more.
Oh,
That
right.
is
Barbecue,
so
it's
good.
barbecue or mildew now. Yeah, cause
Mm-hmm.
freezer done changed.
Right.
Period.
That's good.
You
Yeah,
went
it's
to church,
barbecue or
Freezer?
mildew. Huh?
Church changed you? You went to
Hell
church?
no. Hell
God.
no. God changed me. That's a
I'm
difference.
fucking with you, though.
Hell yeah.
I
But
thought,
I'm just
I thought
saying,
you was
like,
gonna hit me with that church too,
no,
man.
no,
You're
no,
like,
no.
yeah,
Here's the
the
thing.
Lord
Here's the
save
thing.
you.
And I'm gonna let Phil
Yeah,
no more go,
God
and I'm gonna
does the
get
changing
Kasani in
of
there.
the
Here's
church.
the thing. This is why I say this, and I don't mean to be a
TDJ
negative.
change you.
I don't.
That's crazy work.
Man, go ahead with that shit. I don't mean to be a negative Nancy, but
Right.
this is how I know people be talking about marriage and relationship. Most people ain't gonna make it. because I'm just being honest with you. Most people are not gonna make it because the amount of commitment and effort that it actually takes, like that shit is. Don't get my advice. Please don't get married. Please don't get married if you ain't ready for that. If you're not actually ready to turn it in, turn that shit in,
Absolutely.
and actually, ready to be disciplined and all that kind of stuff. Like somebody was saying earlier, I forgot who it was, but somebody said women should be able to accept getting cheated on. They said marriage will start. I think it was Ruthless Truth. Marriage will start working when women stop leaving their relationship just because they get cheated on or something.
I'm
Listen,
so
man.
tired of that.
But what I'm saying, but see, that's just a cop out. That's a cop out, man. You know what I'm saying? So basically,
I believe.
what you're translating is what you're saying is, let me be able to stick my dick in whatever I want to stick my dick in. You just need to be loyal and stay with me. If you say you're gonna be with me, stay with me.
That's not the way it works.
Go ahead, Phil No More.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say a few things now that you said that. I have something else to say too, but before I want to say, at the end of the day, when we're talking about why the churches are so bad, the pimps and con artists and everything, well, we have to remember that Satan knows the Bible more than any of us do.
Exactly.
So of course, these people are going around with evil intentions and using the church as a front, and scamming the people and getting all the money from the people. Not everybody is really called. You know what I mean? So that's the big point of it all. Yes, we're going to see that. Do I think there are still some church that are really preaching the word and really love God? Yes. But are there a lot of churches that don't, that they are just for the profit, just for the gain? Of course, because they're not preaching or holding services from a genuine place. They might say a few things that sound good that come out of the Bible, but like I said, Satan knows it more than any of us do. So that's one thing there. And two, just for what you just said, Freezy, that's why I don't get into the fact what you just said. Ruthless said you should stay with the man whether he's cheated or not. I don't buy into that, because at the end of the day, they can sit here and say it's in a man's nature, it's in a man's nature. But you know what? At the end of the day, you have to have discipline.
Absolutely.
If you don't have discipline, you're not walking in integrity, then that's on you. Because at some point in your life, you should be mature enough to know that I have to train myself. I have to have some kind of morals. I have to have some kind of discipline. I have to hold myself accountable and evaluate myself.
Listen, I tell you what, let my wife cheat on me. It over with.
Yeah, but that's two different cheating. That's two different things, Freezy.
Huh?
That's two different ball games, bro. A man cheating and a woman cheating is like two completely different scenario, bro. Well, you know that.
Hey, Free, you say
can I say
over with?
Can I say something to that?
Yo, you should be over with. I agree with you, but a man, listen, man. I think a man should tell. A man should tell up front to this bro, like, "Hey, fam, man, every now and then I'm about to go play with homegirl over there."
Well,
you see what I'm saying? Don't worry about that. Hey, man, relax, man. I do what I want, okay?
That's why you
have
go
ahead. I think one of the ladies was trying to respond to Poppy.
Don't drag anybody into that. So when I hear people say, "Oh, I don't really care about cheating," or "just don't be sloppy with it, do what you want," it's not a big deal. Like, as long as I don't find out about it, it's cool. No, it's a problem. I don't understand.
The thing is,
how people can be so. Like, how is that not an issue? And people say, "Oh, long as I don't find out." And then I think we talked about it in Bible study, Freezy. We don't talk about the soul ties that you're bringing in your home. We don't talk about
that. Means?
viewing it from the perspective of, oh, as long as he not sloppy and he taking care of home, everything is paid for. But what about the soul tie and the negative, evil, demonic spirit that can the doors you open to that when you open up your temple to so many other people? We don't talk about all the other spirits you are taking in and taking on. That's the thing too. But people are so blinded by lust that we miss that aspect of it. And it is a big issue and it is so annoying.
That's a fact. Go
What
ahead,
they even
Poppy.
mean soul ties and shit, man? Like,
It's a thing,
crazy
Poppy.
shit, man.
You
Man,
know,
people don't believe in that bullshit, man. That's some
it's
shit
the
I just
truth,
create,
Poppy.
man. Y'all just create your bullshit, soul
No, it's the
ties and
truth.
spirits. No, it's not true, man. You can't even prove that shit, man. But let's
You
stop it.
can see it every day by people walking around bitter, holding on to old souls, old things they went through.
Really?
That's why people are traumatized and emotionally unstable today. What do you mean
Nigga,
it's not a thing?
they traumatized because the economy is fucked up and they poor, nigga. That's why. Get out of here. They ain't got nothing to do with no goddamn soul ties, man.
That
Stop it.
girl from high school, she broke my heart. I know I'm 30 years old, but she really did a number on me when I was 16. Like, yeah.
Exactly.
Out of here.
Who say that? You give me a name. Who say that?
Man, there's so many y'all bitter running around.
Okay. If it is so many names, give me a name. So I need to pinpoint that person. Who is it?
That's not how that works.
If you can't see
you
it,
know better.
Yeah, I don't give I don't give a fuck. This nigga got hurt. Everybody get hurt anyway at some point. So that should be coming.
No, men are the only ones claiming
I'm not
that they're
liberated. You're right.
That's bullshit.
Huh?
My
It's
time.
not for everybody to
The
see.
hardest of them all.
Right. Especially if
Okay. Listen, I don't care if they get hurt or not, man. That's life, man. You're supposed to get hurt and keep moving. Like who cares?
you on, Poppy? We got it.
Y'all crying.
What type of time I'm on? Go ahead, study me. Go ahead, Miss Soul Ties. Go ahead, soul tie me right now. Go ahead.
Ignite timing.
So that's the soul tie. That's what your soul ties told you. That's what your
I'm
spirit
just saying
told you.
that's what it boils down to. If you don't think that that's a real thing, people are bitter, resentful. A lot of it has to do with soul ties, not being able to let go of people, and it all starts with lust. That's the
That got
whole.
nothing to do with that, man.
That's the whole trickery of it. Yes, it is. Are you serious?
That got nothing to do with nothing, man. Yeah, he's talking with this bullshit, soul ties and spirits. Like, get the hell out of here with that, man.
It's in the beginning, right? But what is the end result of a lot of those things?
Somebody who wrote about it though.
What's the end result? A lot of people end up bitter, emotional, traumatized, arguing on panels all day.
Okay, cool. Y'all gotta give me names. I need to know. Give me one name so I know who you're talking about.
Are you serious?
Yes.
We want to see
Because when people jump in here, right, and start saying, I don't take it as quote unquote bitter, right? I take it as they just talking like, what's the guy name? The next face nigga, right? He just told his little story about how the bitch was trying to play him. I don't consider that nigga being bitter. That's me. So can y'all please tell me a name of a Negro that is bitter and heartbroken since high school and all this bullshit? Go ahead, give me a name.
Okay, I'll tell you. Well, not anybody who has never been married, but talk about, I'm scared
what I'm
of
saying
is
you don't see how people are
It's two people talking at the same time. I can't hear. I ain't hear nothing. Say one at a time, please.
Still connect.
What about the guys they call red pill rangers? What about those guys?
Yeah, them niggas.
Weird as hell.
Hey, please, them niggas.
Bro, but Fritzy, you know how Fritzy, I don't give a fuck about none of these niggas, bro. Listen, I don't need no goddamn internet to tell me how to fucking be a man, bro. To me, that sounds crazy to me, bro.
I'm with you.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I came over here as a grown man. The only reason that I even come into this because I like to talk my shit, nigga. You see what I'm saying? And I like Freezy a little bit, right? So me and him, when he got a couple of titles right here that I like, I jump on it. If it ain't something that I don't like, I don't jump on it. I don't need no Negro to tell me, hey man, you should do this with it. You don't give a fuck what the fuck you gotta say. I'm doing well in life, man. I don't care about none of that shit, yo. Now for y'all niggas, y'all retarded niggas that need it. Cool,
Do
go
you
ahead.
think most guys on these panels is like you,
Still
Poppy?
doesn't mean it's
But Freezy, that's my point. I don't see it. Okay, Freezy, you tell me, right? Okay, Freezy, I'm gonna give you an example, right?
And yeah, I want to get Kasani in the conversation too. Go ahead, Poppy.
If I tell you, right? If I tell you, like, if you start telling me a story, hey man, I was messing with this girl, my nigga, and man, you know this girl was trying to play me, this and that, man. This bitch is saying shit. I'm not gonna take it as you beat her and hurt. I'm like, yo, that happened to you. As simple as that. You see what I'm saying? Because at some point we all got fucked up at some point, my nigga. Nigga, I've been shot before. You don't see me over here crying about it. Man, you see what I'm saying? This bitch ass nigga. You see what I'm saying? Nigga, that shit's already taken care of.
Talk about
You see what I'm saying?
quick to set your ass up though, which is
Yeah,
not the
it's-
average woman. Like
It's more
It
next
wasn't a woman said me, man. Where you get that from?
stuff that
Listen.
they hang on to for whatever reason. Sorry.
Listen, dog, it's more next phases than we actually think. Trust me. Shout out to Bandit
I agree.
Romello.
But I do agree with that, Freezy, right? However, I don't take care of this niggas being. Okay, Freezy, do you think that the next phase nigga is that nigga's bitter, is hurt? Do you think he's bitter and hurt?
Hell yeah, that nigga want to kill a bitch right now.
For real? For real?
That man so damn hurt.
You know what? I take your word, Freezy. You know why? Because I only heard the nigga talk twice. But when he said that little,
you ain't heard shit yet. Then I can tell you
okay,
that.
I'm not familiar with the nigga, bro.
Yeah,
But by him telling that story right there, I wouldn't put the title of him. Oh, he's being bitter since high school, and you don't give a fuck, man. Listen, man, I'm a different animal, yo.
It take no cap logic. It take logic to tell you about that guy for real, dog. I'm telling them guys be for real. Them guys be for real when they come up here, dog. I'm telling you, they have a lot of resentment and bitterness, and they take that shit with them. You know what I'm saying? Let me read this super chat. Shout out to Bandit Romello. Thank you for your $20 super cap, Bandit. I already got you down as a co-sponsor. $49 plus 5 memberships right along with Mr. Fantastic. I gotta change that too. Woodard Wilson said our school system will be taught competary
education.
Competary education. Wood Wilson said our school system will be taught competary education, while the 1% will have liberal education. Learn the difference and understand in the country we have the knowledge of everything worth knowing. Shout out to Bandit Romello. That's a fact, Bandit Romello. Also, shout out to Brandon Nesbitt for his $2 super cap. He said, "Don't cheat. It's stupid, and you living in bad faith." Shout out to Brandon Nesbitt. Shout out to my brother. Grown men talking. What's up, grown men talking?
Cap-tivity.
Shout out to my brother, grown man talking, for his $10 super cap. He said, "Congrats on 6K, my brother. Big blessings." Thank you, bro. Thank you to Grown Man Talking. Make sure y'all subscribe to Grown Man Talking and hit that notification bell. Excellent content creator. If anybody would like to support the 6,000 subscriber celebration live stream, you could always send a super cap or a cash cap to $ no cap freezy. I appreciate y'all. Go ahead. Somebody was let me go to Kasani. Kasani, what's your thoughts on what you've been hearing so far?
Well, a lot has been said, and I understand why, like, some people might have issues with the idea of soul ties. You need to be like a bit more spiritually inclined to appreciate what it means. I don't mean any saying it that way. I'm just saying, like, if you're more spiritually sensitive, you would be more, aware of what soul ties are and how certain things affect relationships. That being said, I think that the worst thing that we can do to ourselves is to subscribe to that thought that says it's worse when a woman cheats because she is more this, and it's worse when a man cheats because or it's better if a man is the one who's cheating. I don't think it works like that. I think there's a level of sanctity that we need to ascribe to our relationships. And as a man, you say you want to lead in your relationship, right? A leader is somebody who sort of leads the tone, who creates the tone and the atmosphere of a relationship. So if you decide that you are going to go out there and you are going to disrespect your relationship, you're going to disrespect everything you've built with your partner, as the leader, that is the kind of tone that you're setting for your relationship. That is the kind of atmosphere that you're setting. And leaders are meant to be followed. So if you are leading by being a cheating person, a lying person, what are the followers or the other people in your relationship, your children, your wife? They learn from you. They learn from everything you do. So if it is your interest to have a peaceful home, a loving home, a home that builds character, not destroys it, I think you should make it your business to, even in that moment of weakness, say, no, I choose more for myself. I choose better. You understand? And it's really important that before we begin relationships, let's talk about it. If you feel that you'd be better off in the poly side of love, then let your partner know so that they can act accordingly. It also ties back to what you guys were saying about the church. You guys, it's all about information. Before you sit down and tie yourself down to something, get the necessary information. And everyone was saying some people get scammed by the church, but no, the church literally comes with a guidebook that actually cancels out most of these bad churches. And forget every other word in the Bible if you want to, but there is that one point where Jesus says, okay, I'm going now, but I'm going to leave you guys with Holy Spirit. He didn't say I'm leaving Bishop somebody with you. He didn't say I'm leaving Pastor somebody with you, or I'm leaving that apostle or prophet with you. No, he said I'm leaving Holy Spirit to guide you and teach you, right? Using that information, you can literally grow way beyond all of these scams and craziness. And I think if we were to apply that same logic to our relationship, get the basic information before tying yourself to somebody so that you don't find yourself in a position where it makes sense when someone tells you that, oh, men cheat. You should just get used to it because it's normal. Because no, it's not normal. It's really not normal. Hurting someone that you love can never be normal. Thank you.
Amen, sister.
Shout out to
Girl.
Kasani, man.
Yes.
Look, Poppy crying right now. You see what you did, Kasani? That man done caught the spirit.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Thank you for saying what I intended to.
Listen, man. Listen, man. Listen. Y'all want to be with these rich kings, right? I'm telling you what y'all want. Expect with the nigga to do a little cheating. I'm sorry. The game is the game, man. Listen, I ain't made the rules. I just know how to play by the rules. You feel me? If you, darling, listen, man. Hey, I'm listen. I'm just using what y'all say on this panel, and I'm not talking about yeah in these panels. I'm talking about in the internet pyramid. Freezy gonna back me up on this one. Freezy, when these queens jump on this goddamn internet, not the internet, the internet, right?
Yeah.
Why they all say they want from a man?
Money.
There you go, right? So you chasing the nigga with the bread, right? According to you, right? What you say, baby?
You said something different earlier, Poppy.
What I said something different. Go ahead.
You said it wasn't money. You said
no.
Oh, they fucked you up, Poppy. They just fucked you up, dog.
No. She thought she catch me. No, and that's what I use. That's what I say specifically. When they jump on the internet, they say they want a nigga with money. This is what I know. Women don't care about money like that. That's what I always tell men. To drop their nuts and stop fucking listening to these goddamn bros because they don't stand for nothing. They say one thing and do the complete opposite. I know for a fact that most women don't care about money like that. I know that. You see what I'm saying? I know that. But when you jump away, huh? How do I know? Because I'm a fucking prophet. That's how I know.
You don't have
look, but look, listen. Most women don't care about money, but when they jump on the internet, they tell you they want a man with money. Am I right or wrong, Frizzy?
Yeah, yeah, you're right.
Exactly, right? So you ain't got me on nothing. I'm telling you what Chad say when y'all jump on the internet, but what Chad do in real life do not correlate with that. You see what I'm saying? Because most people don't got money to begin with like that.
Right.
But
Yeah.
can we define what's meant by a man with money? Can we say like they not probably speaking of like the 1%ers or millionaires or anything like that? Could they possibly be talking about someone who can just merely provide?
Yeah.
They talking about they all because they always gonna say the same thing. I want a man that make the mark is 100,000. They all going to land there. Well, Kendra, he got to make 100,000. You know, I like traveling and expensive gift and all this bullshit, right?
Okay,
That's what they say.
but listen, we talk. Okay, that's online, but in real life, are they talking about some 100K or some 6 figures?
No, and that's what I told you earlier, bro. No, they don't. Nobody listen. When you're dealing with bros in real life, money don't come. I mean, at least for me, money don't come into the equation, bro. You see what I'm saying?
It doesn't at all.
What is that? No, a bitch ain't gonna get no money from now. My girlfriend, she can get everything she wants.
Oh, that's what I'm saying, like meaningful relationships. So you're just speaking on hookups.
No, I'm talking about when the woman like you, she ain't gonna like you for your money. She gonna like you for you. That's how it's supposed to be. You see what I'm saying? And that's what earlier I think Frizzy asked me. A woman is willing to be there when you broke, and I say yes. Most women are willing to be with a nigga that is broke. But when the thing is that the message is different when most women jump on the internet because you don't talk about the man's character, you don't talk about the man's value. All you talk about is bread when you jump on the internet. And when I say you, I know what?
What spaces are you in? Because
That got nothing to do, darling. It doesn't, man. It doesn't matter. When you watch the TikTok, when you watch Instagram, when you watch YouTube, they're going to say the same thing, yo.
Can I just play devil's advocate for a second?
Yes,
you said
yes,
that
you can.
women are
Yes,
like,
you can, Cassani. Yes, you
I'm
can.
tired of that though. Like every woman is the same.
Wait, I just wanted to ask a question. Do you blame those women who are always saying money this, money that, though? Because think about it. Nowadays, most men are not, they don't communicate about their feelings. They hide their character. They have to act all macho and all I'm this, I'm that, when deep down there's something different. We can never really tell who you're coming as towards us. But if you have money, that's something that's easy for us to gauge and see, okay, he has money, or he doesn't. You understand? That's something that is fairly easy to see, as opposed to what you guys are actually, your intentions. You hide that. Your character, you hide that. You hide most of the important stuff that would help us to
When you say
determine who you
feelings,
are.
what that means?
So do you blame them?
What you
I'm
mean,
sorry?
like men talk about feelings? That sounds crazy. Explain
No,
that.
no, no, no. I don't mean like talk about, get into the feeling stuff. No, I mean just to be genuine, to be real, to, if you're not happy about something, instead of saying, oh, I'm not going to let a bee make me act some kind of way, just be angry so that she knows that she did something that didn't make you happy, and then she learns. But if you're always going to be like, oh, bees are going to be this way, oh, bees are not going to make me feel this way, then how do we know? How do we learn? So it's easier to just deal with somebody who's throwing money at the problem rather than someone who's throwing mixed signals. No, do you
The
blame
thing is,
them?
no, I don't. If a man is leading with their wallet, lick him. I ain't got no problem with you licking that nigga. You see what I'm saying? I'm sorry. If he leading with his wallet, that's what he asking for anyway. Yeah, that's what he asking for. Hey man, I got this, I got that. Oh, I'm gonna pay your rent. Hey, I ain't gonna blame you. Listen, I'm fair across the board. I'm sorry. You see what I'm saying? The same thing with the female, man. I don't want to hear no. I don't want to hear no victim stories. I don't like that shit, man. I think that should make a nigga weak, actually.
But then you shouldn't say stuff like that because then it makes the men who are in difficult situations not reach out for help. And if you really look at the history like of people in general, back then when men were considered to be more aggressive, more manly, macho, you guys were killing beasts with rocks or whatever. There were times when men would congregate and smoke together. And obviously, I mean, I'm sure you've had some weed, haven't you? And when you were high, you said some stuff. You got some stuff off your chest. And I feel like in those gatherings, men got to be human. They got to have each other's backs. They got to listen to each other, share problems, get solutions. But then we don't have that anymore. We actually don't. Men have no room to be vulnerable anymore. They don't have room because everyone says, oh, if you're crying about this, you're a weak person. So then again, maybe we should not say that, oh, crying about this is such a bad thing. I mean, we were all children once, we were all born crying. Who then decided that it's now not okay for someone else to cry, for a certain gender to cry? So yeah.
I don't think men got. I don't think men got.
You've had some weed. You know, you talk to your homeboys, you know.
I mean, I tried it.
Yeah, that
I don't
what you
think men got.
you was on
I've
that
lived a
Zar?
little.
What you smoked that Zar? You was on that Zar, Kasani?
Yeah,
Is she like
it
from
knocked
England
me
or
out
something?
though. It actually knocked me off my feet. I slept. I slept for a while. Yeah.
Are you from the UK? Where were you from? London.
No, I'm from Botswana.
From where?
Botswana.
From
Is that like
Africa.
it's like a Taliban country, huh?
No,
No,
that's
Southern
Africa.
Africa.
Yeah, just fucking with you guys. We got a joke in the yo, man. We call you Taliban and shit.
Her voice is so cute, but she makes some good points.
But hold on, look
She
at what
does.
What is Poppy essentially saying though about women?
He's
Women
saying
really
YouTube talking points.
well he's saying women that shit sound good about money on the internet, but in real life, women just really they just want to be led, man. In real life, women want to be led. They really have they have a desire to be locked in with a dude that they can feel safe with and who's going to, take the lead on the relationship.
That's the truth.
That's
That's
the
true.
main thing, like proper leadership. But I think all of those play a factor, right? Because we know that it does take money to survive, but that shouldn't be like the top priority. I think that character, principles being aligned are the two of the main factors. If you want to have you have to have common ground before you can establish anything with the person. And I think that's a red flag if all you hear a woman talk about is money. You should run, in my opinion.
If you let me ask the girls something, right? How many girls is in here? Yeah, I'm
4.
on my phone. Four. Right? If y'all go watch 10 random videos of girls talking on the internet, what they want on the men, what do you think most of those videos are going to be like? What
Can
they
you
going to say?
repeat it? I didn't hear you.
If you go to the internet right now and search 10 random videos on YouTube, right? What do women want from a man? What do you think is the common thing they're going to say for the most part?
Yeah, you probably talk about young girls and shit, but they gon' but that's all that they give the most spiciest impulsive reactions to these types of questions. They gonna talk about provisions again. It's
Just
about
answer the question, please.
I said provisions,
What?
crow,
Right.
bones,
Okay.
provisions, providing.
And what providing it includes money in there, right?
Yes, but there
Dog.
is multiple factors, right?
Question.
like providing emotional support, providing security. Like it could be emotional security, psychological, all of those things. Everything is not pertaining to money.
No, Mo, this is just getting exhausting because
It
this
is. It's like to
this
no
whole
end.
conversation is like, oh my God,
Because
women
they're not
want something
subject.
everything else I'm requiring of her. Like it's getting so like ridiculous. I don't even want to talk no more.
It's annoying. Like
It
it's
really
almost
is.
like a fight, and it's
Well,
always
always
anything
it
you say
depends
is
on who
getting
you're talking to
What?
and who's able to
What?
right.
articulate the conversation. So, sometimes you just gotta
What?
check out.
Why will you like get irritated when it was a question? It's
Because
not that
I was
complicated.
even
don't
talking
see
about
women as human. Like, why don't you think as a human being, are you just gonna live and do all this shit for somebody just off of what, GP? Or just because you're a man and she's a woman? Like, what if the things were reversed? Like I said, here in America, we had to live underneath those constructs where another group of people was telling us that our birthright was X, Y, and Z. It just sounds stupid. Well, you need each other. Like I said, we've been working side by side, but we couldn't do this without each other this whole time. So now all of a sudden it's
That,
just like, oh, well,
that
I
was
forget about your life. You're, you know what I'm saying, everything, and just, do what I tell you to do. That shit just crazy. I'm sorry, y'all.
But
that
but
wasn't the
Poppy,
question at all.
Poppy, when you hear these women, when these women speak about when these women speak about money, do you think they are speaking about like a man just really just being able to hold this, to take care of things like himself and home and things like that, or do you think
Every Go
they
ahead.
mean like oh, like high 6 figure, like do you think they actually mean that?
They say it. They Most of this video is going to be based on money. Oh, if a nigga can do nothing for me, he worthless. Oh, he broke. You see what I'm saying? That's what they say. They kind of like they follow each other. They literally, if you hear one, you hear all of them, pretty much, or most of them at least, right?
why.
However, I know women's nature. I know what they're saying is not truth. That just They just say that because it sounds good. They heard that they heard somebody else say it, so now they're repeating it. That's all it is, bro. You see what I'm saying? In reality, when you go outside,
Hey,
it's
Freezy.
to average people getting with each other and trying to make it work. That's what reality is.
Go ahead, game wise.
Oh, hey, I don't know if my connection tripping or not. Y'all can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Nah, I was finna say like shit. Well, like I was trying to say earlier, like shit. It take a strong mind for a young man or a young nigga in the game to not only go through his symptoms, because shit. Don't get it wrong. Like every man that's about something or done grew up in this world, they had their stories and their experiences of, like, you feel me, them uh doing the wrong thing or moving wrong, not when it just come to women, but when it come to they self, and when it come to their mentality and the way and the way they react and act in certain situations and scenarios that gave them deadly consequences of player charges. You know what I'm saying? Like it's real, but you know what I'm saying, it takes somebody to know, like, dang, like for me, like me, for example, I know in my mind I'm gonna come across certain women, not all women, but certain women. I'm gonna come across certain women who just talk too damn much. They like to argue, you know what I'm saying, and they bought drama. They bought that toxic shit, you know what I'm saying, and or well, I know better now not to get in a relationship with that type of woman. But you know what I'm saying, if I ain't no better, I got into a relationship with that type of woman, and then when everything's said and done,
It's
that
true.
that's when the resentment and all that stuff come in there. But I know better not. It don't matter how this woman talking to me, or how that woman treating me, or how bad this woman trying to disrespect or treat me. I'm not gonna put that on every woman, and I'm not gonna allow that woman to influence me to treat uh, other women the way that she behaving and moving, or you know what I'm saying, like that type of thing. So you gotta
Right.
be like you gotta be on top of that. Like I'm not finna get on the internet and talk bad like build a YouTube, because a lot of these niggas got YouTube channels dedicated to just shitting on women all day. And that
Oh
shit
my
that
gosh.
shit look
Right.
cool. That shit seem fly for real. But hey, homie, if you gonna call out something about the woman side, that's cool, bro. But you know what I'm saying? Like the way them niggas be putting it, like man, hey, freeze it, fam. They gonna start having to put out incel laws in a minute, because these niggas, you know what I'm saying? Like it's getting crazy and scary for the red pill minister niggas, man. Like
You
they gonna be the ones who
It's
get fucked up.
disgusting.
You know what
you
I'm saying?
you gotta
Freeze it, look. These women getting smart now. Like they know what type, man. Freeze it. They know how to read niggas photo types and prototypes, because you know what I'm saying. Niggas always putting it out there for the woman to know and understand. Okay, you like that type of shit. Okay, you like this over here. Okay, man. These women to put a whole game plan on your ass and take you down, nigga, because you think, yeah, yeah, you gotta pay for what you did, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? For real.
So to deal with a woman as a man, you have to be strong-minded. You have to stand on something,
Yup.
and you can't be weak-minded, right?
Yup.
Exactly.
Because I'm gonna tell you something. A woman will try your gangster.
All day to see how
She
you're gonna
will
react.
she will see, you know, if you know what I'm saying, like if you gonna actually stand on something, or if you gonna fold. Most men will fold for the pussy.
Under that pressure.
Yep.
I mean, that's just true. Most men will fold for the, because they don't. Here's the thing, like, and I don't know. I could say this shit till I'm blue in the face, but dudes ain't gonna listen to me.
Yeah, but the
When
thing
you
is, like, oh, go
when
ahead.
you're okay, if you're in a relationship, this go for men and women. This ain't just for men. If you truly have standards, and you okay, your standards mean more than your standards is more important than the person you're in a relationship with, then you have arrived. You have arrived, because most people will not leave their relationship for the fear of seeing their significant other with somebody else. They don't want to see that. They don't want to go through that. They do not want to go through that. They do not want to break up with somebody who they've grown affections for, and see this person holding hands in the mall with somebody else, potentially fucking. Potentially fucking and all that shit. You don't want to picture your damn girlfriend sucking another nigga dick. You don't want to picture that. I'm gonna keep it 100 with y'all. But the reason why men and women will go through that punishment is because, for one, it doesn't feel good to be alone after you've connected yourself with somebody, and for two, you don't want to see that person with somebody else. You don't want to, you know what I'm saying? You don't want to see that person. People get possessive in relationships,
That's
but
true.
you got to get rid of that possession. Get rid of that possession mindset and actually hold on to your standards. Hold on to your standards, man. But that's
Yeah,
so
but
hard. But see, I'm gonna tell you something. Dudes be talking tough, but I'm telling you, man, it's a lot of weak dudes out here.
Absolutely.
Behind closed doors, these guys be crying. Oh, please, just give me, don't, please, just give me one
you're
more
about to
chance.
leave me, dog.
Please, don't leave me. That's how they be. I'm telling you. They ain't gonna tell y'all that, but I'm telling you, they be crying, and they'll go get some, even if they can't cry, like them actors do, they'll go get some Visine and act like they got to go shit for about 10 minutes, but in reality, they putting Visine in their eyes, hell, in the bathroom, and then they'll come out crying and shit.
Damn.
That shit
Yeah,
get
but
big, man.
yeah, but the thing is, Freezy, like, what's the guy that talked before you? What's the nigga name?
That was game wise.
Game wise, speaking facts.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he was saying like these niggas be with his channels and shit like that, bro. Do you understand that this is a business, right? I hope you know that. And the reason why I say that is to say this, right? Obviously, if I get a bunch of suck ass motherfuckers in my channel, I'm going to preach to whatever they want to hear. because my money depends on whatever they want to donate anyway. My point is, y'all need to stop fucking believing everything you hear in this thing, yo. Like y'all just need to, like, y'all too old to be like, my God, they degrading women, or they degrading men, bro.
Who's believing
What? Yo, Freezy, what's the lady say that all black babies should get abort? What's the name?
CNG.
Beaver.
Okay, CNG, right? Cool, right? Listen, she said like
somebody said another name. Don't say it, please don't say it again. But that shit made me
like that. I'm gonna use that lady for example, right? She said that because she wants to create the most craziest reaction ever, bro. That's not a channel. All you have to do is just not to be over there. Why you as a grown man over there trying to change that woman's mind? She don't even believe that because she got a kid. She got a kid herself, so she didn't even believe that. You see what I'm saying? That's how I let you know. However, when I heard that her channel was getting deleted, I was like, man, that's messed up, man. Because I understand it's business. That's messed up because she need that money to feed her kids or whatever, right?
You make a great point, dog.
I'm a great nigga. That's why.
Why would you even be trying to? Why would you be trying to debate this woman and change her? Why would you do that?
Exactly, bro. Because I understand that, Freezy. I understand what she's saying. She wants to say hellacious thing because she feeding her peoples. You see what I'm saying? Whoever followed that, right? When I heard her channel got took down, I was like, man, that's messed up, man. That bitch needed that channel. You see what I'm saying? She needed her money to be like, I don't have to agree to what the fuck she's saying, but I don't care because I don't fuck with it anyway. All you have to do is not to bother. The same thing apply with these niggas. If you think these niggas are, oh my God, these niggas hate women. They hate women all day. Who gives a fuck? All you have to do is not to watch. Simple as that. Life is very simple. This applies in real life. If you know in this street somebody is robbing and taking purses, maybe you need to walk in the other block. Leave this block alone. It's simple, yo.
Yeah.
We're gonna do a segment called Poppy's Simple Tips in Life. Just do little shorts, man. Like just say it's very simple and just go into that shit. It'll be fire, I'm telling you.
Go
hey,
ahead,
Freeze, you seen they trace the phone call?
Ooh. Oh, you talking about for
Shoutout.
Yeah. I showed the video.
Oh, okay.
The white boy that made the phone call.
Yeah, I was saying, did you see that they traced it?
Wait. So they traced how the boys got the number?
Yeah, it came back to the Atlanta Falcons coach.
Oh!
What happened?
Man, you got to be kidding me.
That's crazy.
Wow.
I mean, it's still early, but that's what people putting out, that it came back.
I wouldn't take that information as accurate, man. Like, just put it like that, man.
If it is accurate, that's some fucked up shit, dog.
But like we said earlier, it probably had to be something like that. Somebody had to probably leak that number. If I don't know.
Yo, man, listen, man. These people is so good at
Atlanta. You know, Dion is linked to Atlanta. If that is true, I'm just saying.
I ain't even think about that. Yep.
I will assume that would take days to even find that out. It's on a Sunday, so like I say, I wouldn't take that information as accurate.
I'm lost. What happened?
No, you know, Shoutout Sanders, he had got a prank phone call about being drafted, and like everybody know during the NFL draft, the number that the players have, the only people that actually have access to that number is the NFL. And so it had to be leaked from like whoever it showed the little white boys that actually pranked him, but they had to get the number from some NFL staff, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. So Next Level is saying they're saying that they traced it back to Atlanta Falcons coach.
So will they hold them accountable? I wonder when they find out the truth.
I don't know.
Hush,
Done about that one.
You and this accountability bullshit, man.
I
But
mean,
look,
that's a breach of that's a breach of information though. That's dangerous though, you know.
Yeah.
Freezy, we need to be. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I don't believe that part of it. I don't believe that because if you're going to lick somebody from, I'm going to assume that the quote unquote coach will kind of cover his tracks, bro.
Hold on, but look at what KT said though. KT said the kid was a coach's son.
What? Oh, so there needs to be. Yeah.
All this is alleged now, but I'm just saying, I don't know.
If it is, yeah.
So they tracked the coach and the son. So they came out and say, "We did it."
Right, Poppy just a negative Nancy today.
No, the
I need you to use logic. That's what I need you to do.
The dude was on video doing the prank call or whatever, so they probably traced it back to the coach who probably his dad. I don't know.
Yeah, he was on camera.
It was kind of funny. Shiesty, that was not funny. I hurt for him. You know, like it wasn't nothing funny about that to me.
Oh, let me ask a question. I don't want to switch it up a little. Let me ask a question. Somebody said it hurt worse when a woman cheat. Let me ask the women this. From 1 to 10, and when you in a relationship, how bad does it hurt?
What, like,
how bad does it hurt if you get cheated on from 1 to 10? A scale of 1 to 10.
I don't know that I've ever been cheated on, to be honest. Maybe I'm just dumb, but nothing ever came out, right? But I can only imagine how that would have made me feel. Because I'm so like I just say, let me go before you feel the need to do that. That's the worst thing you can do. To one of the worst things you can do to me. I would say 10.
What about you, Phil No Motor?
It hurts a lot. Did you say a scale?
From 1 to 10.
Just getting cheated on, I mean, hurts, but you can recover. You know, so
Your phone, your device breaking up.
Can you hear me?
I hear you now, yeah. What was the number?
I'd say 7.
7. Okay. What about you, LA? From 1 to 10. How bad does it hurt if you get cheated on?
Say a solid 8, man. At least an 8, you know. And I kind of understand where Mo's coming from, but it's so much. I don't know, like if you got people hitting up your phone or whatever, like it hits totally different.
It's me,
like,
man. It's me.
Okay. You got Club Shay Shay on your damn name. I don't know what the hell.
Man.
Oh my god.
So LA said 8. Fear No More said 7. Mo Love said 10 if she was to ever get cheated on. What about you, Kasani? How from a scale of 1 to 10, how bad does it hurt to get cheated on as a woman? Are you there, Kasani?
She probably away from her phone.
No, she just came off mute.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. Can't believe the Lakers.
You might have to drop down and come back, Kasani. I don't know, because we can't hear you. She gonna come back. And I'm doing this for a reason. I'm gonna ask the guys too, because I'm trying to figure something out.
Damn, Freezy, before you go, he might be. I think whoever said that, I think they were right at this point.
What's that? Oh, talking
because
about the Atlanta coach.
yeah, this it's on ESPN, and that's a
Oh,
billion-dollar company. They ain't gonna put no
oh,
crazy information.
oh, snap!
So it's for real.
That's some racist
They,
ass shit. Oh,
the nigga said,
Wow.
and I'm sorry to change it up, but I just want to, you know what I mean, everybody get the correct shit. The son said that he found the number he went to visit his daddy, which is the coach, and then he found the number on the iPad. It was open. This nigga must be retarded, bro.
okay. So the coach didn't willingly give it to his son. Okay.
No, he went to visit the parents, I guess, sometime this weekend. And when was the prank call was yesterday, right? Right? That happened yesterday, right?
Yeah. No. No. It was the day before
When the,
yesterday.
okay, on Friday then.
Yeah.
So he went to see his parent, I guess, and he stole it. This nigga is 21, little bitch ass nigga, man.
Hey, Freezy, check your inbox. I sent you the story on IG.
Oh, okay. I thought you finna say you sent me some damn money here. Hold on.
I'm reading it right now.
Let's see.
You gotta verify this shit, man. As simple as that.
Okay, there go LL man.
Olbridge, the nigga named Olbridge, Jeff Olbridge. That's their coach, defensive coordinator. Damn, this little bitch ass nigga, man.
Hold on, before I read the story, let me go to Kasani. Kasani, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you now. From a scale of 1 to 10, how bad does it hurt to get cheated on as a woman?
I would say a 10.
A
Because
10.
the truth is, we are emotional beings. And if we trust 100%. If we love with everything. So the moment you throw that away, it's like telling us that all of what we felt was a lie. Because it's like, if I love you, I don't want to see you hurt. And I like to believe you feel the same for me. But you're out here hurting and disrespecting me for everybody else to see but me. I can't trust what you say. I can't trust what you do. It's a very high mountain to fall off of. So I would say 10.
So this is what I want to know. Fear No Motors in LA. Why wasn't it a 10 for y'all? Why was it a why did you leave room? Like why was it a 7 for Fear No Motors and why was it an 8 for LA Project? You can go first, Fear No Motors. Why was it a 7 for you?
I'm actually inclined to maybe say 6, to be honest with you.
Really?
Yeah, I think, yeah, it hurts. Your heart will be broken. You might have your times of crying or whatever. You're in love, you're invested in everything, but I mean, there's different levels of pain. And to me, that's not at the top of the list, especially if you've lost loved ones.
Hmm.
That makes sense.
What about you, LA? Why wasn't it a 10, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, for me, it's like, of course, the initial shock and just, that depending on the circumstances will take you for a loop. It'll hurt because, you might not even see it coming. Everything might be great, you know what I'm saying, in your eyes, and then you just get blindsided. But I don't know. For me personally, I just always have just really just processed it as just like I know that I can't be everything to somebody, but I hope that if you choose me to be in your life, that I'm enough for you. So
Mm-hmm.
if I'm not enough, then I'm kind of honestly, it's like, shoot, especially if I know I'm doing what I need to be doing, there might be something else that's in you that just needs to get that extra validation. You know what I'm saying? That just needs that. And that's nothing that I can really control. So it's
Hmm.
like the initial shock would hurt, but the fact that, you know what I'm saying? Because I know, like, when I'm in relationships, I mean, yes, of course, I might get tired, you know what I'm saying, in terms of like my efforts, but it doesn't last for long, but I'm human. I have good days, I got bad days, but I'm pretty consistent. So
Mm-hmm.
I know I do as much as I possibly can. So, you know,
Your
everything
What's that?
your mic kind of your mic
oh,
started scratching and went out or
Yeah,
something.
that's
Oh,
the Obama internet.
no, it's not.
Okay, but Biden
Expensive.
internet.
Okay, and they charge too much for it to be acting crazy. But no, just
Yeah,
like this.
Biden.
Just can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
we can
ma'am.
hear you, baby. Go ahead, baby.
Yeah, just because it's like, there's certain things that you can't control, you know what I'm saying, from the other side of the person. That's why I don't put it at a 10. You know what I'm saying? It'll hurt, but hey, it's
Okay.
if I did
And
everything good, then that's what it is.
I appreciate y'all for explaining that. Let me ask Jess J since she came up. Jess J, from a woman's point of view, from your point of view as a woman, if you don't mind answering the question, how bad do you think it hurts to be cheated on from a woman's point of view from a scale of 1 to 10?
Thank you for letting a real ratchet hyena get on the panel right quick and get this
Ooh,
act.
Damn.
Let's go.
Liberty City.
I'm not from Liberty City. I'm from Opelika. But
Oh,
listen,
even worse. They walk barefooty over there. They don't
listen,
got no
stop,
shoes.
Poppy. You're being an asshole to me. Not the lady.
Okay.
For me, I don't. To be honest with you, I'll say like a 5 or some shit like that. Like, like we go through a lot of shit in life, and everybody internalize shit different. You know what I'm saying? I'm one of them people. I'm definitely gonna get my ugly cry on, and after I finish crying, shit, what the fuck? We finna keep it moving. You feel me? But the point I was gonna make though, for me, the worst pain I've ever experienced in my life thus far is losing my daddy. Right. Second to losing my daddy was my
Sorry to
divorce.
hear that.
Well, that
Yeah.
was 2015. You feel me, Poppy? And he had a full life, but I'm a
But still,
baby
man,
girl. You feel me?
I'm not prepared for that, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. But go
Yeah,
ahead.
I love my daddy. Listen, I don't play about my daddy. You feel me? I don't play no games about my daddy. But anyway, that was the worst pain I ever experienced. Like the worst ever. I'm talking about wailing like a fucking kid. Daddy, daddy. Like that is the worst pain I've ever experienced. Second to that was my divorce. You feel me? And yeah, like the cheating part wasn't necessarily the worst of the pain. You feel me? It's I think for me it's the betrayal and everything that goes with it. You feel me? Like so um and I would say out of a 10, that was a fucking 5. You feel me? So I figure if I could go through that shit and knock on wood, like God forbid I have to experience losing a child. But aside from that, ain't man, can't shit else in life touch me.
Real.
Wow.
I feel you. I understand that.
This is so good. This
It is.
I want to keep going with this. So I see you down in the world class. Let me ask. Let me start with Poppy. From a male's point of view, how bad does it hurt to get cheated on, Poppy? From a scale of 1, from a man's point of view, from your point of view, how bad does it hurt to get cheated on from a scale of 1 to 10?
As far as I know, I never been shit on though, so I wouldn't know.
Okay, imagine it hypothetically. What do you think it would be?
From the information that I got from all my homies, from my friends that went through to the couple of my homies that went through there, it sucks, and I'm going to imagine that it got to be a 10 because the women cheating is a big problem, bro.
Y'all gotta stop.
It put your security like in jeopardy. You see what I'm saying? Now it put your kids in jeopardy because now at that point now you don't know this is your kids or know that even happens. You see what I'm saying? So it throw you off balance completely, man. And that's what I told you. I said earlier: a man cheating and a woman cheating is two completely. Even though that is cheating, but it's two completely different dynamics, bro. It's two completely different things. Well, when I smashed a couple of hoes that were fucking married or they have boyfriend, bro, they used to tell me all kind of shit about their boyfriend and husband, bro. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They tell me what they have. They tell me they have they tell me the shit that they care about. They tell me so pretty much it put the niggas at a very, very crazy situation because if I wanted to go over there and take that shit, you see what I'm saying? I already got all the info. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And man cheating is not as that's not as dangerous like that. He just go over there, punch dick in her guts, and be out for the most part. That's it.
Men be pillow talking too, Poppy.
Okay, I'm going to give you that. even in their pillow talking, is not going to put you in danger as man as a girl want to put you in danger. She cheating because this is what I know. A woman cannot serve two masters. If you cheat on me, I know for a fact that the side nigga got more power than me. That's what
How
I
you
know.
gonna use something biblical for that?
Serve that master.
There, I mean, there's cases even where what I'm saying there's
What?
That's
a woman with
what?
acid thrown on her face, from
Uh,
the side chick. Like
let me repeat that. Let me repeat that one more time. A woman cannot serve two masters. That's why your dad is supposed to give you away to your husband. You go from one master to another master. Okay, that's just how it is. That's how life is. That's how it's supposed to be. Okay.
Get to that.
When you start
Now,
getting
Poppy said
dick
I said
down,
what I said.
when you start, hold on, man, y'all gonna let me preach? No, man, I'm trying to, I should be charging motherfuckers for this kind of shit, man.
I
Like for
don't
it.
care, Poppy.
No, I'm telling you the
I want to hear
truth, bro.
this
That's just
talk,
how. Okay,
Poppy.
I know because y'all hate the truth. That's the
It's
problem.
too
But this
much,
is the
Poppy.
truth.
No, stop it, therapy, please.
Hold on.
But
Wait,
hold on,
wait.
let me finish.
Yeah, go ahead and finish, Papa. I want to go to
Yeah,
hot sauce.
the truth is, when the queens cheat, queen cheating on the man, it gotta hurt more, bro. It gotta hurt more because it put everything at stake. It put you in a fucked up position.
I got
You're
you.
killing for position. Now, go ahead, man. This girl, y'all keep calling me off, man. Y'all hate the truth, I guess.
Yeah, that's a cutting me off and I'm
Hey,
whispering.
please.
What about you? What about you, hot sauce? From a man's point of view,
The name is
from a
Club
man's
Shay.
point of view, you done already beat me answering the question. Go ahead. What you for say?
The name is Club Shay,
Oh,
respectfully.
Club Shay. My
We
bad.
made
Club
it.
That
Shay.
dude, but hey, check this out. That dude look like 25K per cheek. That thing popping, and I can't really see it from here.
That's crazy.
Okay,
That's
Club Shay.
crazy.
From a man's point of view,
Yeah.
how bad does it hurt to get cheated on from your point of view, from a man? From a scale of 1 to 10.
Right. Well, I think it's a sliding scale based off of what you got. Like, if you don't have kids, it's whatever, right? Psalms 31:3. Do not give all your strength to a woman, so it's whatever. But if you have kids, then there's a problem because this paternity test. Now you're wondering, are the kids yours and stuff like that? And if the kids ain't yours, on top of that, it's a huge deal because for the most part, if your woman cheated, you're not really surprised that she cheated, right?
On the scale.
Can did
Oh
I interrupt
my!
you?
Don't
that
do
was
Club Shay. Let Shay finish. You know he got to make his point. He
Okay. How
bringing it
about this?
around town.
You ain't got no kids. Let's take the kids out of it. Let's just say
Right.
you and the woman, and you in a committed relationship, possibly. Let's just say even married. How from a scale of 1 to 10, from a man's point of view, how bad does it hurt? From a scale of 1 to
If I'm married, that's gonna be a hurt piece because I know I'm gonna lose money. I'm gonna lose some shit, so that's gonna be a hurt piece. Yeah, so that's gonna
How we
hurt.
got straight to HSV
Very weary,
too?
just Jay.
That's gonna hurt.
So
That'll
so
hurt.
so from a scale of 1 to 10, how bad does it hurt?
If like I said, not married, no kids, 5, married, 8, married with kids, 10.
there
Okay.
you go.
What
Yeah,
about game
yeah.
wise?
I mean, you know what I mean. I mean, like, but ladies, come on. I mean, like, the gentlemen did not interrupt you. Okay, we're not one dimensional thinkers up here.
No. It's okay. You said so. You gave 3 numbers in three
Like,
different
yeah,
contexts.
it's a sliding scale. Yeah.
Yeah. I respect it. Game wise, what about you? From a man's point of view, how bad would it hurt if your woman that you love cheated on you, from a scale of 1 to 10, game wise?
All right, hey. So when you say cheating, freezy, like break down to me what you mean by that. Feel me?
You found out that she was busting that pussy wide open for a nigga. He was taking her to Pound Town, and she
It's
was
only one cheating, man.
yeah.
Okay, I mean, everybody got their opinion and they perspective and shit like that. But you know what I'm saying? When I really think about it, like, I mean, when I think about it, see already see freeze it's hard for me to answer that question because
Oh my God.
in my mind, any type of relationship, it don't matter if it's a monogamous relationship, a damn poly relationship. It don't matter what type of relationship I'm entering into. I got it in my motherfucking mind. Ain't no woman just gonna be fucking on me and looking at me as the only sexual attractive thing around this motherfucker. So you know what I'm saying? I'm coming in already mentally like, you feel me, prepared for like anything that'll happen type shit. So if it is expected to hurt me, it ain't gonna hurt like that because I already know. I know how deep the nature can go. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to sexual attraction for real, like you feel me? Like niggas see niggas don't want to hear it, but you feel me? Like you got you an old lady right now. You got you a girlfriend right now, or like your wife or whatever. Like you don't think in her head she done already fucked like 3-4 niggas that you cool with or that you mutual with. Hey, freezing. Niggas ain't gonna want to hear that though, but you feel me? Hell yeah, nigga feel some type of way, but it ain't gonna be about the sex though. For me, it ain't gonna be about the sex. For me
So
feeling
so
like
so so from a scale of 1 to 10, if your woman cheated on you, how bad would it hurt?
not
Will it be a 1? Will it be a 0? I mean, will it be a 2 or 5,
well
7?
on the sex part, 0. For me, 0 on
What?
the sex part, 0.
Wow.
Jesus Christ. This nigga's low.
Everybody has feelings.
Well,
It's
here's the
different.
thing.
I thought it was different perspectives though. That everybody internalize it different.
Listen.
You got a freezy.
It's a reason why I'm going down the line and I'm asking these questions because I'm tell you something. This is showing everybody different. Everybody got different mindsets. I'm telling you, like
Correct.
a lot of people be treating these conversations like they cookie cutter and they not. You understand what I'm saying?
Freezy, do you believe that, bro? Like, come on, man.
I don't know. I'm just listening. I'm taking it. I'm taking it.
Poppy.
Here's the thing. I'm taking it at face value. This is a conversation.
This nigga's a 0, man.
Listen,
Come on,
I'm
bro.
taking it at face value. If that's the number, I'm going with it. Listen, I'm gonna go to world class. World class from a man's point of view. How bad would it hurt to get cheated on from a scale of 1 to 10? And you can expound after that. Go ahead.
You asking in general or me?
You.
So when what was it? My third girlfriend or second girlfriend? She had cheated, but I had cheated before she did. So it was like a 7. 7.2, 7.5. I think it was buffered a little bit because I had I had it coming a little bit. Other than that, yeah. So since I've been older now, I ain't been not that I know of. If they did it, they was slick. 7 out of 2. Like 7.2. 7.5.
Is it a reason why it's not a 10 or just?
Yeah, I had cheated already. I had it coming.
Oh, you had cheated. Okay. What if you hadn't cheated already? Well, I shouldn't have asked that question. That was an unfair question.
No. I thought about that day. Then I was like, yeah, I probably would have hit her. So that probably would have been like a smooth 9. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't have hit her, but I probably would. I wanted to. I was like, we was like 15 though.
15.
That's
Okay.
When you 15, you fight.
So the reason why I went down the line asking these questions, right? Yeah, I didn't even realize. Shout out to Brandon Nesbitt. Brandon Nesbitt, thank you for your $2 super cap. Brandon said, define soul tie. Is it in the Oxford Dictionary, soul tie?
So you have a tie with a soul on it. That's all.
It has to be in the white man's Bible. You want me to read, Freezy?
Shout out to McBoo. Shout out to McBoo for McBoo's $5 super cap. McBoo say super dope stream, Freezy. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that, McBoo. Shout out to #Run for $2 super cap. Thank you, #Run. Shout out to Brandon Nesbitt again for $5 super cap. He said, women with high body counts suffer less from cheating because of inability of pair bonding, according to the Institute of Family Studies. That's real science.
That is very true.
That's very true.
Amen. Right quick, Freezy. Rilla want to get up. He could come up. I could drop down.
You sure?
Yes. Let
Okay,
him
all
come
right.
up. All right.
No, let the hyenas in here. Let them here. Leave them here.
That'd be crazy. But
Man,
listen,
Just Jay, I was cooling back there. She tweaked it. She get her tail back up there, man. I was cooling back there.
nah, she good. She knows she come up anytime. But listen, the reason why I asked that question because I've been hearing that, oh, it hurts worse when a woman cheat. Shit, from the answers I got, it's just different. It was different answers.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I went through all that because it was different. Like I found out everybody is different. Like I don't think it's a matter of whether it hurts worse when one gender cheats or it hurts less when the other gender cheats. I think it's all anecdotal.
Can I ask a question? I think it was game wise.
Yeah.
You said that the sex part would be a 0 on a scale from like I guess 0 to 10. How so? Like how could it not bother you at all? I guess is my question.
Yeah. No, let me answer that. So when I say zero, in the context of what Freezer was saying about, okay, if you saying cheating is your old lady, your girl, or your wife going out and sleeping with another man, like submitting herself to another man, then so for me, like see, I know that you got some women that when they like they can okay, it may be a few women or I don't know the percentage, but some women they can sleep with other guys and they still want to be with a man, or they might have side niggas, they might have the side niggas that they rocking with, but it ain't like for older women, sometimes they quote unquote cheating or having a side nigga for the youth. It ain't because of something wrong with the sex in the bedroom, because her husband or main man can be having sex with her better than a side nigga, but she with the side nigga because he offer a different type of resource that she
Mm-hmm.
still benefit from. So you know what I'm saying? Like when I think about cheating, to me in my eyes and my mindset, like it ain't the sex that really have me fucked up or have me experience pain. It's gonna be her allowing her mind or a deeper part of herself to be influenced by the next man, and that sometimes sex is in that equation, sometimes it really ain't, but that's what niggas really should be scared of. See, niggas be talking about these women, having sex or stepping out on them. Nah, you really should be worried about the next nigga having your woman mind and being able to influence your woman mind in certain
But
type of ways outside of sex.
right, but can't sex influence the mind also?
It can. It depend on the person. It can.
He actually does.
Yeah, like that
All
can
right,
be.
I'm gonna keep laughing at it. Go ahead.
Let me
If
ask
you
Chicago Rilla the question. Chicago, what's going on with you, bro? You there, Chicago?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm at the gig, but I
From
just wanted to tap in real quick. Go ahead, brother.
from a man's point of view, from your point of view as a man,
Yeah.
specifically, uh, how bad would it hurt you for your woman to cheat on you from a scale of 1 to 10, hypothetically?
Man. Uh yeah, it's about an 8.5.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Why
Hey,
wouldn't it
shout out
be?
to all the cast.
What you gonna say, Rilla?
I think he caught off. We're getting a phone call.
Oh,
Shout
Uh-oh.
your mic cut out, Rilla. I don't know if you're in a bad area or whatever.
That's
Your
that.
mic cut out, bro.
Yeah, that's the pandemic. Your internet, bro.
Poppy
He's
said.
coughing.
Hold on, I have a question
Go
for the
ahead, Cassandra.
guys. Yeah, so I wanted to find out. You guys said that For you guys, you felt that it would hurt more because you wouldn't know if your children are yours. You felt, somebody else said that they felt that their ability to be safe because women would have gone about telling their side pieces about your stuff, how your life is set up. You don't feel like you'll be safe, that someone can come and get you. And that's all well and real. But one thing I noticed was the same. Your responses were the same in the regard that you felt that your ability to be the man that you are, to be the protector that you want to be, the leader, the one who stands above, you know, is compromised because if your child is not yours, then you're now operating outside of your realm of responsibility and all of that. Like you felt that was tested on your part. But but men, you guys are wired to think like that. You guys are wired to be more on the logical side of things. And it's true, it would hurt you in that regard. But we're women, we're wired to be moms and sisters and whatever. And we're wired to love. So when you think about it, the reason why it hurts us is because you hurt our ability to trust. And for us to love a, in a way that is perfect, we need to be able to trust. So when we get cheated on, that is being taken away from us. So my question is there a world, knowing what you know now, is there a world where you can actually acknowledge the fact that whether it's a man or a woman, whoever cheats, it's always going to hurt the same, or at least on the same gradient? Why? Because we're all affected in our core. It's just that our cores are different. So to you guys, it might look like it hurts less, but to us, it's everything.
But that's not true because even amongst the women, you all had different numbers. So that's just not true.
Yes, but you guys also had different numbers as men.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it's not universal. Everybody's different, like Freezy said.
Yes, yes. I agree with that. I mean, is there a way we can stop, like in light of everything that has come to light, is there a way, there a world where we can stop saying, oh, it's better if the men does it, or it's better if the women do it? Is there a room now that you
Oh,
know what you know? Because I'm sure you understand
I get your point.
that.
I would say no because of paternity issue. If we were married and you cheated and then the kid is not mine, that is not equal because that kid is yours and I raised a kid that wasn't mine for 18 years. That shit is not equal. So no.
Yep.
Wow.
There you
Yeah,
go.
the kids wasn't even in the question though. That's where it makes it kind of
No, but
different.
I
Okay,
mean, but
but then
there's
I could
people.
turn this around on you and say, what if we do have a child, then you cheat and your child looks like you and you broke my heart and maybe we'll break up, but I get to look at this child who looks like you and get reminded every day of that moment where you broke my heart. Is that not the same?
It's not the same because you have a decision. You told me this was my kid. You told me you know it's not your kid.
It
Gang,
was
it's not
still
the same.
hurt. It would.
It's
It's not
not
the
the
same.
same.
She said, "Would it?" She asked if would it be a reminder.
But it's her choice. She can say, "No, I'm out of
She asked
here."
if it was a
You told me
reminder.
for 18 years it was my kid.
I-
Then
i-
some
If you
medical
if you
comes
love
about.
that man, if you
I
love that
can't.
man, you should raise that. You should help. You should bring that. You should raise that boy too or that girl.
Boy, you don't
She
fucked
asked
up.
if
Boy.
it was
Wait,
a
God
wait,
damn.
wait,
reminder.
wait,
I
wait.
mean,
Hold up,
are we
hold up,
serious right
hold up.
now? Are we
Please.
No, no, no,
serious?
no. I'm
This is
talking
listen.
about if you cheat. If you cheat, right, with another woman, right, and that other woman get pregnant, and a baby comes out, you bring that kid to your house, and you and your wife raise that kid.
No. You're missing my point. Look, what I'm saying is this: I cheat. I have a kid.
Mhm.
She 100% knows that is not her kid. She 100% knows that. She cheats. She's afraid I'm going to leave. So she tells me that's my kid. And then 18 years later, 21 years later, I found out, oh, that's not really my kid.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
still going to look at the kid and seeing the cheat thing for the rest of their life. I'm still right there. That's just stressing me out. I don't even get that part.
I'm agreeing with you. I saw it's like it's two different cheating. Even though that is
Because
cheating,
her
but it's two
option,
different.
in her option, she gets to decide whether she wants to stay, right? Because she knows it's not her kid, and she can say, "Well, no, I'm leaving," or "Yes, I'm going to stay," even though it's going to hurt me. As a reminder, I'm going to stay. She has the option. You took that option away from me.
Isn't women more nurturers than men anyway?
All over the place.
You're supposed to have that man raise that extra kid, man. That's what you're supposed to do,
Damn, daddy.
Can we get back to the part of her saying that when she look at the child to look like you, she's like triggered? Like that's not crazy to y'all? That makes sense to y'all?
No, that makes sense to me, though. That makes sense to me. I feel her on that.
Okay, just to clarify, I'm not saying that it would be okay to hurt the child in any way because of that. I'm just saying it will be a difficult way to live. I'm not saying something bad should happen to the child.
Of course.
No, I
But
feel you.
would that be exclusive to the mom? If I mean if you a guy, you have a daughter, the mom cheat, the daughter look like the mom. Is that not the same scenario? Because I think we doing what? Who hurts more? Who does it hurt more situation? It would apply in the same situation, wouldn't it?
Oh, no. I'm not saying who does it hurt more. I'm just saying, can we
Okay.
agree that it hurts the same? It's just different. And the way that it's different makes it for the other gender to feel like, oh, because I hurt differently, then I must hurt more. I'm just asking, like, is there a room for us to come to an agreement that we all hurt similarly and none is above the other?
The only problem with this conversation.
No,
I will say this.
no. We keep trying to make men and women equal. Like we perceive different, we love different, we feel different, we emote different. Everything is different, so it can't be similar, the same, and then acknowledge the difference at the same time. When a woman cheats on a man, that man has invested, whether they married or not, or whether a baby's on the way or not, it's going to pierce the soul of that man more, especially if he's invested in that woman and been in a long-term relationship with that woman and committed to that woman, because it's the betrayal of it. Like men are for regardless of what people think, like men for the most part are loyal like dogs.
There
Like
you go.
loyal to a fault, like dogs. Look, if somebody betrayed, like when a man is, first of all, it's hard to get a man to drop his shield and pierce his shield anyway. Most women talk about that. You make it hard. You and when you finally pierce that arm and that man bears his soul and you betray that, oh man, it's that shit. You tweaking.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm right here real quick. It's just I don't know how you measure pain between two different people. I don't even know if hospitals know how to do that. Breezy was using a number scale, right? But let's just use real life and gauge whether somebody's pain by their reaction. I have never walked out in any parking lot ever in life and seen a nigga keying up a girl car because she cheated. I've never seen that. I've seen the chick stab a nigga car and do all this crazy stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. My offsuit, what you think?
Attention into their cars.
Well, you seen niggas roll up on another nigga and off him over that said female
or her.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So again, go ahead. Whoever's talking, go ahead. My bad.
No, I'm sorry. I was just like, I think the whole point is like
You sound really far away, Soup. It's hard to hear you.
Yeah, come closer to the mic, Lauren.
Now let me go. Let me go on mute.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, what you was doing? Spring cleaning?
Yeah, just a little bit. But no, I just think that like it's like I said, like just people like these days, I don't know if it's like the instant gratification, or what it is, but like I brought up a situation where it's like it was a side chick that got splashed in the face with acid. You know what I'm saying? Because it was a dude that had two like there's people who would do crazy shit on both sides. You know what I'm saying? But I think it's all just for attention. World Class brought up the keying up the car. If it's similar to like Left Eye. she just wanted to burn up his shoes because he acted like he cared about them so much more than the relationship. So she just wanted him to hurt in whatever way. So like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just think that people just need to understand that they forcing a lot of situations that just don't need to happen. If you're with somebody incompatible, get away from that person. Get away. Don't put yourself in harm's way and have your whole life fucking like altered because you want, what you want at the time. Like, it's crazy.
Right.
No, that part that you said is key though, right? Force the situation. You forcing a situation to happen that good and well that probably shouldn't be the situation, but you want what you want at the time. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry to interrupt
Mhm.
you as well. Really not.
That's key.
Well, anyway, I just want to say, Kasani, I can appreciate your pain and shit like that, but it ain't the same. That shit is not the same. But I can appreciate that you can hurt in that situation. The man can hurt in the situation. It's a fucked up situation in general. Cheating on both ends, I think that's a character issue when people cheat.
Mhm.
And at the end of the day, you just have to. I mean, you can't control people, right? You just have to accept it for what it is and move on, right? And leave it at that.
Yeah.
I actually agree with
I
you. All I'm
think
saying is that I'm not saying we're the same. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not sure who said it, but somebody a few minutes ago said that how do we quantify people's pain? How do we compare pain between two people?
That
And
was
I agree
world
with that.
class. World
Yes,
class
world
right
class.
there.
Thank you. Yeah. So I agree with everything you guys said. We're not equal. We cannot compare pain. And I am saying that, right? But I'm asking, in light of all of that we're agreeing on, can we also come to an agreement that we cannot continue justifying cheating between men and women by saying, oh, if it was a guy, at least it's better? Because
Right.
now we understand that we cannot say that, we cannot compare the pain or quantify it to say 100% there, 60% there. It's not possible. We cannot, speak to the long term effects. We cannot speak to all of that. So, can we come to a room where we can all agree and say, okay, cheating is bad, regardless who does it. It
Right.
doesn't matter what gender you are,
Mm.
what it is. It's just bad, and
No,
there's no way to justify
yeah,
it.
nah,
But I
no,
think
no,
Yeah.
no,
everybody
no,
would
no,
say
Absolutely.
cheating
no.
is bad. Like, right? I don't think as men, I don't think you should be lying to women. Right?
and I
If you
was
want to be with another
True.
woman, you should always give that other person the choice to stay there with you or not. I don't think you should like who are
Exactly.
you
Right.
yeah.
to stay with you to get what I want? I should just be able to say, and if you with it, cool, and if you're not, then I need to find another route.
Yes.
Yeah, really. And
Exactly.
I've been saying that since the beginning. I've been saying that for a long time, bro. You see what I'm saying? Like if you're gonna do your thing, bro, just still hungry. Hey, fam, I'm always going to have a little extra joint on the side every now and then. You see what I'm saying? You know what most girls tell me? Well, as long as you don't do it in my face, okay. All right, cool, no problem. Man. We ain't gonna have no problems then. You
So
see what
is
I'm
that
saying?
like a committed? So is that kind of, does that fall under the lines of an open relationship,
No, it's
or
not open.
No, she can't be with
Absolutely
nobody
not.
else.
Exactly.
are
Yeah.
you? So
I'm
why not
self
just stay single?
because I don't want to. How
As
about
hell.
that?
Okay, and
Why
selfishness
not
isn't
just stay
logical. I just want you to
single?
Uh,
know that.
That's
Hey,
weird.
No, it can be
Freeze.
up your mind or opening your and that. But listen, that's the terms that I decide to play. Like, you more than welcome to play with or leave. It's simple as that.
But
You want to play.
that is
You
in
will,
under the
darling.
lines of being open because you're not
Well, it
with
is
one
open on my
person.
end, not on yours.
That's what I'm saying. You're not with one person, so it's open.
Well, it's cool. It would be open on my end again. And whatever girl like want to play or dance with me, that's fine. We're gonna
No,
have some fun. But if you don't want to dance with me, hey man, I shake your hand. We keep it pushing. It's not a big deal.
there's
Hey,
poly relationships, right?
Just stay single,
Where the,
child.
it's poly, right? That's poly, but he's
That's
polyamorous.
not pot. No, that's not potty, my nigga. What
No,
about it?
if she's saying as
No,
long
that's
as you
not.
don't do it in my face, that's definitely not
No, that's
poly.
pimping. That ain't poly. That's pimping.
Right.
Yeah. Polly
I mean,
knows, like everybody knows everybody type
Yeah,
stuff.
that's coming into agreement.
well,
And
I mean, well, she has to agree if he said, "Look, this is how I'm rolling," accept it or not, and then she says, "Not in my face." I mean, whatever. She's still.
Poly is when everybody is in agreement.
They
She's not
know
in full
each
agreement.
other. Like
She
they
doesn't want
know
to
each other.
know who the person is and how he's moving. Long as she doesn't find out, so that's not poly.
Right. Difference. They're not
Hey,
Shout out
interacting with
to
each other, but they know each other.
hey,
But the
shout out
thing
to
is,
Brandon.
me
Shout out.
first. Oh,
I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
read this super cap. Shout out to Brandon Nesbitt for his $2 super cap. Brandon said, Kasani, I gave science. It hurts women differently because he gave science. Shout out to Brandon Nesbitt for the $2 super cap. Listen, we only got roughly a little less than an hour and a half on this 24-hour 6,000
God,
subscriber
dog.
celebration live stream. Uh, Only an hour and a half. If you guys want to support the channel, support this 6,000 subscriber celebration live stream, or if you simply just want your comments read and highlighted, please feel free to either leave a super cap, aka super chat, or a cash cap, aka cash app, $2 no cap freezy. That's $no cap freezy. I appreciate y'all. All
Yeah,
right.
send some money, man. Send some cash after sign, man.
Congrats
But
again,
listen,
Crazy.
Thank you,
I
sis.
believe that the real cheating from a man is paying another woman's bills. That's the real cheating right there.
That's crazy word. So
No,
you
that's actually a
inserting
real
your
bars.
so you inserting your penis is not part of the cheating process?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
I mean, can I ask the woman something?
I'm following your logic. I'm trying to do soul ties.
hey,
Why are you
Can,
following
can,
women when you're the leader?
wow.
That's silly.
What were you saying, world class?
Hold up, I got a thing for
Bang, bang, bang,
No, sis.
let me ask y'all this because this has been on my mind for a minute now. I don't know, y'all gonna be honest. I don't want to really do a scenario, right? But let's just say you got a husband, boyfriend, baby daddy, somebody that you with, whatever you want to call it, a guy that you're in a relationship with that you love. He at work or he has one of the stores he go to, and you find out that he's in love with another woman. He didn't have sex with her. He didn't date her. He didn't pay her bills. They never had any inappropriate touching. Him being in love with her, do y'all as women take that as cheating?
So how are you in love if you've never really truly engaged with her? Maybe he's in strong like.
It can happen.
Yeah, it can happen.
Well,
It can happen. You can love someone without being physically intimate.
Don't let us find out, Lord.
But you know
What
what's
what is
crazy,
the
bro?
question?
Love
but
at
you,
I
first
would
sight has. There you go.
hey
I
man,
would say that
can have a few times.
okay,
Go
I
ahead,
would
Kalani.
to answer your
Sorry.
question, I
Mhm.
would say that it depends with the kind of man you're dealing with. Because I firmly believe that in relationships, above everything else, the one thing that you have to battle with is someone's values. That's the one thing that will always come to a head. It doesn't matter if the most beautiful woman in the world presents herself to this man naked. If his values dictate to him that I am not going to do this, he's not going to do it. So even if he finds himself falling for somebody else,
Mhm.
if his values dictate that he is not going to be that kind of man, then you know he might just end the relationship, which obviously will hurt, but it will be the
Mhm.
respectable thing to do and the less messy option. He would do things right. So for me, I would say it depends on the kind of man that you're dealing with. Yeah.
Okay, so Clash said, if we found out that our man was in love with somebody else,
Yeah.
but he's
You
never
something
had
that's
sex with them,
yeah, you found out because y'all been in love and you realize or somehow some way you found out that he kind of does the I love you stuff with her. And and then
hmm
you ask him, he like, yes,
Oh,
I'm in love with her.
so he's like, "Yes, I'm
He
in
ain't
love with
touched her.
somebody else."
He
Is that what you're saying?
yes. But he
Okay.
ain't done none of those,
So what
normal
is the
deal breakers.
question? Are you asking how it would
Is
feel? How would?
is it no specifically is it cheating to you if a man is in love with another woman? Outside of all those obvious things.
Honestly, for a man, usually when he cheats, it's more about sex, especially if
Mhm.
he's in a relationship. So if he's developed mental, emotional, or spiritual connection with that woman, to me, I think that's worse. Like if she has like his mind and control of his mind, and it's just not about that, I think that's worse because men usually do not cheat, um, except for like sexual gratification. So if he took the time out to get to know another woman and is emotionally attached or mentally or spiritually attached, that could be worse in my opinion because it's not just about busting a nut and I don't care about this woman. It's you know I I love this woman. I love this other woman. So then that would probably make you think, well, what does the love that we have, like, how does he feel about me if he got close enough to another woman to be in love with her? So to me, that's a betrayal all in itself that he took steps to even get that close to another woman that he has those feelings for, and it's not just about busting a nut, which is bad too.
It's not as bad.
Sorry,
That's just a little.
did you say that the man would have told the lady that he loves her?
Yeah. So, but however, she would find out. Like she knows. You as a woman, you would know. He may have
Yeah,
told you.
that's
You may have find out.
cheating. That's emotional cheating.
So
So
me personally, so you're saying would it be a problem to the woman?
Is it specifically? Is it cheating to you?
Um, that's difficult. No, it's
No.
not really. It's not cheating, right? Because he didn't act on the things that he was feeling. But there's a switch that goes off in me. If you tell me you in love with somebody else, holla at your girl. Let me release you to the public. But
uh-oh.
it's not. It's not cheating, in my
Dang, but
opinion.
he still get the same consequences. Okay, okay.
Wow, I'm about to say
If
the
you don't
same
want
thing.
me, like
No
if
matter what.
you're in love with another woman, why wouldn't I release you? Like,
I agree with
why,
her.
why wouldn't I? Why would I want to
So,
stay with
so,
somebody who's being
so
very
the
transparent about being in love with somebody else? You're free,
so the
sir.
more so the moral of the story is you might as well get to the bottom of that pussy because you're gonna get blamed either way. Either way.
No, I actually
No,
agree with
I'm
her.
saying
She's
no,
right
be
because
with,
Blanco
if
ain't
I was
shit.
your,
be with
I feel
whoever
like
wants you.
personally, I feel like she's right, and I agree with her because if I was your
Of
choice
course you
for a
will agree with
time,
her.
and somebody else comes along and makes you question the choice, then I'll
Mhm.
give you the benefit. I'll make the choice for you and give you
So,
room to be
Kasani,
with the new choice.
you wouldn't work on that relationship. You wouldn't try to mend it. He didn't touch her. You wouldn't try to mend it. You're just going to end it.
He wants another person. Why not let him be free?
The questions for Kasani.
Dang. Okay.
All right, to answer your question, if I'm in a relationship with someone, I always maintain a very, very serious commitment to communication. We have to talk about everything. If it means setting aside the boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife cap so that you can talk to me as your buddy and tell me that maybe I'm not looking as attractive and we need to work on it, I welcome that. So if it has gotten to the point where, with all of the open lines of communication we have, with all of the just the friendship that we have between the two of us, if it has gotten to the point that you're out here falling in love with somebody else because you're definitely missing something that you cannot tell me about, then yeah, you should probably go
Right.
because it might be something I cannot give you.
So you
I
wouldn't
want, I
work on
want,
it.
I
And you
want,
see, and
I
this is
want,
why you
I want to soup the answer to Ellie Project, but I'm gonna be clear on my reason for asking. I wanted to put a boundary. Wanted to see if it was a boundary on what cheating is, because it's for
Mhm.
me it just seems ambiguous. Is it like in my experience? I'm 39. I've seen a lot. Oh, he cheated if he didn't what y'all call emote the way I wanted to emote, but he emoting with another chick. I've been in that scenario and I'm like, it's been confused me ever since I was like 20 something years old. I'm like, how the hell you think he's cheating on you because he understands another girl more than he understands you? So
Yeah,
I go ahead.
sorry. That's not cheating because that's actually transparency. He didn't act on what he's feeling. He's just expressing the way that he feels.
Yeah.
But you
Yeah.
said
So I
you would release him for that. You
I
said
did, but that doesn't mean that he cheated. I'm just saying what I would do, because if you're openly expressing to me that you're in love with someone else, I am going to free you. You're
So
telling me that you're in love with somebody else. What are we doing?
you
so
should
that
try.
kind of plays a part. So that means at that point, being transparent, being quote unquote real, is not really going to benefit this nigga. So
Well, I
keep
Yeah.
the
think
secret
it's
to
gonna
yourself, fellas.
benefit both people. It benefits both people, right? Because you get to go where you with who you love, and I'm also benefiting because I'm not left in the dark. You give me the opportunity to walk through the open door because it's apparently over anyway. Your heart is somewhere else,
Just
so
because
it's not a
you are,
punishment. It's
I
liberation, actually.
the scenario may be crude, but I think it's more realistic than people think because people still
Boy,
be
she macked
having.
the shit out of that.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
wait, you guys, as men, if that happened to you, would you
She
consider it
shit.
cheating?
That's
well,
the
She
well,
truth,
said,
though.
this was I was about to say. You have people that still are in love with their ex.
Hmm. That
That's
is
true.
true.
They,
It took me
you know,
years to get over my ex-husband. If I'm honest, it happens.
Hmm. And
It's
not only
because
So
that, let's say you keep
you,
on going on with him, right? And he's already told you
mhm.
that he's in love with another woman. You're going to
Mhm.
constantly be in your mind thinking, well, is he thinking about her while he's with me? You know what I mean? Is
Right.
his mind on her while we're getting down to business? You know, is he going to eventually
Yes.
go and be with her sexually? So, you know, it's going to be
but
all that regardless after you tell your woman that you're in love with another woman.
Right.
so
And I'm
you,
I'm
then
such a
you
deep
should
thinker.
work
Like
on it.
that's mental torture to me. For me to have
Mhm.
to
Hmm.
second guess, so I can just free you. And I'm free too. So we're two
damn, you
free.
like
Shouldn't
a slave
hold on, but
owner and shit. I free you
You
and
get what
shit.
I'm saying?
shouldn't you
Like I want you to be happy.
shouldn't you
hey,
work
look,
on it? Let's say
she
for
said
example,
she more candy.
let's say hold on, hold on, if you're
I
married,
release you.
touch, didn't touch her, whatever. Shouldn't you, as a good wife, try to work on that instead of just saying, "I'm gonna release you"?
Well, of course
Shouldn't
I would
he have not
absolutely
gotten
like
himself in that
talk
position?
I would talk about it in detail, but if you were telling me you are head over heels, you didn't say you were attracted to.
Yeah.
Baby, you
Just
said
because
in love.
just
Baby,
because I
Right.
love this person doesn't mean I should act on this person, right? It might not be a wise thing to do. For example, I have kids with you, we're married, whatever, right? So I'm not going to do anything. So wouldn't it behoove you as a wife to work on it with your husband?
again, when both parties are willing and want to, right? So it
Mhm.
depends. I would have to get down to the nitty gritty of that situation. Like, do you want to make this work? Or but at the
Yeah.
end of the day, I'm probably gonna leave because you have openly told me that you were in love with somebody else. It's
No, but
supposed
I want to work with.
it's
I
not
love
that
for no
complicated
mortals.
for me. I'm
Uh,
leaving and you're free.
I
Period.
love for no mortals, but I'm going to work with you. I want to work
Hey,
you out.
But as a
Yo, yo,
good
yo,
husband,
Fritzy.
hot sauce, wouldn't it have been your duty not to get that close to another woman to fall in love with her?
Yo,
That's
Fritzy, this
cold blooded.
remember Fritzy,
No, I'm just saying
remember,
it's
Fritzy, remember
cold.
an hour ago when I tell you man is willing to endure more than anybody than a woman?
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Here's an
That's true.
example right here. A
Yeah.
man was with your ass. He didn't fuck the other woman, right? He just told you he might, the guy, I mean, say might love it, whatever, right?
Right?
But he still stay with your funky, nasty ass, right? You know what she
No,
gonna
he
do?
said he's
Leave
in
your
love.
ass.
It sound
She
like
gonna leave
entitlement
your
like a
ass.
motherfucker,
Hey,
and
fellas,
that's why
she
that's
gonna
so
li-
dangerous.
she
hey,
gonna leave your ass, nigga.
Nobody giving
hey,
anything just because you are a
Because
certain
yeah,
sex.
yeah. Because
That's
I mean,
entitlement, and that breeds laziness.
What you
hey.
think, Soup? If you heard the scenario, Soup?
We couldn't hear you, honey.
Y'all
this is
can't hear
crazy.
me still?
Yeah, we can hear you
You
now.
sound
You heard
low.
the scenario? You heard the
I'm
scenario?
low.
Yeah, you are low.
All right, hold on. Let me try to fix my settings really
See,
quick.
yeah, see if you can turn your mic
Mo
up and
Love is going to
audio.
divorce her husband, and he ain't even touched nobody. Wow.
I've been since I've been in my 20s. I've been confused about what cheating is to chicks. I mean, other than the obvious, because it's like they just be
Paying other
saying
women is cheating. That's it.
It's too arbitrary. But that's why I wanted to ask them, because I know they're gonna be honest. At least you get a definitive answer.
I
Personally, I
believe if
think
you are a
cheating is
great nigga,
allowing.
if you are a great man, you are a great nigga, you deserve extra pussy. That's me. I'm sorry.
Oh God.
You got it.
I was just
That
gonna say,
entitlement
personally,
is
for me,
a problem.
I feel like cheating is allowing another person to occupy the places that only your partner should occupy. And if you're falling in love with somebody, that means somebody else is sitting in your heart in the place where your partner should be. So why?
Yeah, like it would have to be Can you guys hear me now?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, it would have to be kind of like reevaluated, because I heard earlier it's like, okay, well, if you met a woman that you can express yourself and be open with more than the person that you're in like a committed relationship, then like you got to ask yourself at some point, why are you in the relationship that you're in? You know what I'm saying? If that's how you feel, like, okay, I can't be myself with the person that I chose, but for this other person, I can actually be myself, then you might need to reevaluate some
But
things.
nobody said all that, though. Respectfully, nobody said all that. All I said is,
Nobody
here's the
said that.
scenario. Yeah, here's the scenario.
Nobody.
I'm married to Mo Love. We good on panels. We chit chat with Freezy all the time. Then over time, Fear No Mortals has the same kind of belief system as me. And I said, you know what, sweetheart? I'm starting to fall in love with Fear No Mortals. And then Mo Love said she's gonna treat me like a sea turtle and release me back into the goddamn water. I don't
You mean
live
like a
in the
sea turtle was hilarious.
right. I don't live in the same city. We don't live in the same city as Fear No Mortals. I've never even seen Fear Mortals
That
in real life.
that's not what he said the situation was,
Yeah,
though.
exactly. That's
She's
what
gonna
I'm just
That
release
is
me.
not
saying.
what he said.
She's gonna
Summarize
release
it.
me
I
in the
get
wild
it,
like
but
a goddamn sea turtle. And we have kids.
That's
okay,
crazy.
but
This
why?
scenario,
Like,
You keep
how,
throwing in the kids.
again, like right now, the
Like, come
goalpost is
on.
always moved. But I heard somebody else say it. Like, how did you let yourself kind of like get into the? I mean, unless you just spend an extensive time at work or something, and you're partnered up like as a police officer or something. Like, how did you get to know
well,
somebody so deeply to have these or to put that
Right.
type of title on it?
the, the
First
Was
of
you
all,
want
scenario
plenty of fish? Like, what are we doing?
the scenario I threw with it is like maybe somebody they work with, a store that they go to on a consistent basis, something like that, and they happen
and you
their
like
husband
their
happen to see,
customer service. So
where
now
it
you in love.
obviously, no, to your point, obviously some type of boundaries, no formality boundary will be crossed. You
But
know what I'm
if
saying? But
Right.
still the parameters are still like if you go to her place of business, of course she's not going to be acting like herself. Like you falling in love with a kind of like her representative. You know what I mean? Which is probably refreshing and fun and all those things if you have issues at home. But again, that just goes back to, what do you need to work out at home? Or what do you need to change at home? Because obviously something ain't working. If you have to be going outside, I mean,
but
because you already got your homeboy
that's
squad. I'll let you go in just a second, world class. I
yeah.
promise. You already got your homeboy squad. You know what I'm saying? But like, the extra women that you did not grow up with, you don't have any type of like, background with, like, what's the purpose, especially if you're in a relationship. I just don't understand.
So to you, is that cheating?
To express those feelings,
Yeah, you find out either he
it's
tell you or you whatever, you deduce it yourself. It's to you, is that cheating?
it would be devastating, but I have to agree with Mo. If there was no action that was put behind it, I can't really call it cheating. But it would be something that I know that, I mean, again, somebody else said it must be something. I think it was Kasani. There must be something that you're getting that I can't give you. And if that's the case, then you need to, if you need to take some time, reevaluate what the fuck you want. It's cool.
But why
And
not say that?
if it's still me, then great. And if it's not, then try to pursue it with her. It might work
But
out. Be happy.
why not say the words? Let's work on it.
why do you want women to compete and fight for love? If
Right.
a man, I mean,
That's
come
true
on,
too.
men are
Men.
logical, right? Y'all are logical. Oh my God. Like but at the same time, you're so malleable at the same
Right.
time. Like,
Why
how
don't
can
you
you
put
let people
yourself
just
in that
come in
position?
and change your mind when you know what you supposed to know what you want? You
Okay,
Right.
so
supposed to
So,
stand on that
so
shit.
do
let's
you
face
hear
the
the
fact.
contradiction? Like
All over the place. This
you're
whole
saying that you are in love, not that you like them, you think they fine.
Uh-huh.
You're in love with them, but you
Yeah,
also want to work it out with me. Such a
yeah.
huge contradiction. So
It
you
is
need
not
to
a
look
contradiction.
within. You need to look within instead of
It is.
look directing it towards the woman, saying, "Shouldn't you want to work on it?" What?
It's not a
Right.
contradiction.
most people
And
It's
want
you're
to
not
the
a
work
one
on
who
it.
contradiction.
caused
You
that.
don't want to work
It's
on it
not a
before you
contradiction.
stepped out in whatever,
It's
whether it's
Yeah, and
emotional or
then
Make peace
physical
around.
ways. You're supposed to work
it's
on it first.
right, and
Peace
it's such a
around.
contradiction. It's like, okay, I'm in love with this other woman, but I want you. You initiated the confusion. Make it make
Right. So it's
sense.
like, show me
So
how
Right.
much
so
you want me. Like,
so
that's
so
bullshit.
so so first
Are
of
you gonna
all,
fight for us?
so first of all, I didn't initiate the confusion. I was just being honest when women
Boy, they
say, "Yo,"
jumping your ass.
right? So they would
No,
just
it's
say,
all,
"Yo,
I
come
promise
on."
these are
Number
just
two,
reactions. I
number
apologize,
two,
y'all.
number two, right? If we're married, then this is a relationship problem. Don't y'all love the word counseling? Where's the word counseling at? Because all I'm
We
hearing is
encourage
divorce.
Oh
counseling
my
for
So
gosh.
sure,
so
but
And
it
so
starts
another
with
question
Oh,
I
self.
but
want to
but
wait,
that's
let me
like
why
let me
do
beating a
men
dead
say
horse, though.
why do
and let
men
me let
say
me
that they
say.
are so
So,
simple? That
Throwing
is a
in is
lie from the
irrelevant.
pits of hell. Men
and
are not
another thing,
simple.
and
They are
another
very
thing,
complicated.
They are.
and another thing
Actually,
is this. Like,
Nah,
first
minister.
of all, it's cheaper to keep her.
Not
You
these
got
YouTube
kids
folks.
together, right? You got kids together. Just because I'm infatuated with another person doesn't mean I should go with that other person. Like, we have to execute wisdom here.
But it doesn't mean that you
all
keep
right,
on just getting free samples
hot
at the
sauce. I have a
counter
question for you.
until you
If
figure out
it
what
was
type of
you
woman that
and
you're
your
with.
woman,
No, that's
sorry,
not life, bruh. I'm sorry, Kasani, go ahead.
I haven't touched her.
no, I
She's
wanted to ask him
Sample
a
it.
question. You said that we should use wisdom, counseling, and
yeah,
all of that. Would you do that? Your woman tells you, "Look, I'm in love with this man.
Yeah,
uh-huh,
y'all
I cannot
answer.
stop thinking about him."
uh-huh.
Would you do what you're asking us to do?
But that's
I
different.
drop you
Hell
off.
no.
That's different. That's
How
different.
is it different,
No,
hot
it's not.
sauce?
In your brain,
How?
Like,
They
again,
got
come
you're
your
making
ass,
it
on.
nigga.
sound like another group of
It's
people. Like,
different.
oh, it's
Just
just the way
stop
it
it.
is.
So
Like,
here's the thing,
that's
because I was
crazy.
listening, right?
hmm
I think that it's uh if the woman had already agreed to a poly lifestyle before y'all actually got married, yeah, I can understand how a man would expect the woman to be on board. But if a woman got with a man and, and y'all hadn't discussed this, this type of mentality before prior, you have to understand how it would be a shocker to a woman where you just coming to her like, okay, you just want me to just go for this.
Right.
We had
Yeah,
we
definitely.
we did not enter into this union with this agreement here. I did not sign
Yeah.
up for poly. I did
hmm
not sign up for that. You know what I'm saying? So we got to look at it from both sides, though.
Yeah.
But Freezy, let's be honest, man. Let's be honest, Freezy. Right? When a woman gets shit out, from what I see in my real life, and these girls caught the homies cheating, and everybody around me they got caught cheating, right? I have never seen a woman leaving. I've never seen that one. Only on the internet, they all of them get up and leave. You see what I'm saying? Now, from
That's
your
good.
from your experience, Freezy, from your I don't know how old you are, but from your entire life, every time that a woman caught a man cheating, did she leave?
Not every time, no.
For the most part, for the most part, do they stay?
Yeah. Yeah, for the most part, yes, they.
Yep.
Yeah.
See, it always
Yeah,
happens. You see,
So
real life,
I'm
real life, real
who
life.
values family and relationships more to even go to
It,
the, you know what, I'm gonna put that shit aside even though it hurts like hell. Like, come on, man. Like, we can't have it both ways.
it,
I'm
But
looking
to
in the
be
chat, and
fair, Patty, I'm just gonna say that of all of what you just said, when most men get caught cheating, they don't tell the woman that, oh, I'm in love with her. So I'm not sure that's the same. They're probably just denying, oh, it didn't mean nothing. Oh, I love you. You're the one for me. That's why some women stay.
But for the most part, when a man go fuck on another bitch, it's just enough. That's it. He doesn't go past that. For I'm talking about the
Right. But
high
that's a
majority of
different
time, yo.
scenario.
To the
Hey,
scenario, then
It's a
Now,
different scenario.
hey, Blanco, you
no,
don't
but
think
when
some
hold on. But when a woman shit on her husband, she likes the other nigga. So it is a different scenario.
uh,
Listen, a
no, hey,
man can
Right, but
cheat on
that's not the
on his
scenario
wife,
though.
right? And the side, hold on. Listen. A man can cheat on his wife, right? And the side piece die tomorrow. I promise you, that nigga won't even care. I promise you that. You be like, man, whatever. RIP, bitch. I'm sorry. You see what I'm saying?
But
That's the
that
far it's
doesn't
gonna
change
go.
the fact that if
RIP
you
hey,
still
means
hey,
he
want
hey,
the woman,
cares.
it's like you're making excuses for, oh, she doesn't mean anything. She just a side piece. So
hey,
That doesn't
Because
negate the
side
right
pieces are
feelings.
men's best. Okay, side pieces are men's best friend.
then have your babies with them. Then
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm
do
not.
everything with the side chick. You know what I'm saying? If she's so happy and content
Exactly.
and they're the
A,
best, then
a
please
lot
like
of
stop
side
saying
pieces.
that y'all want families and all this stuff. You don't want it.
I already got a family. But listen, a side piece.
I said,
Yeah,
well,
believe it or not, a side
generally
piece.
speaking,
A, a,
generally speaking.
a lot of side pieces keep a lot of marriages together, and y'all don't know that.
Again,
No, I
then
can't. I can't. I
he's
can't.
married
I
to the
can't.
wrong person. The fuck, like y'all don't, man.
No, but I will say this: most black men want a family, but women make it hard to have a family.
How, if this is the mentality of what of a
they try to
relationship
trigger
should
you.
be,
I'm
how
not
can you
agreeing.
have
Gotta
a
be.
family? I'm just saying.
I'm not agreeing with Poppy about side pieces. No, that's
Yeah,
cheating.
you a married nigga. You ain't supposed to agree with me because you cannot say it out loud, nigga. I said for you. You listen. I'm
Oh,
here for you guys, man. I'm
I
listen.
just
The shit that I cannot say, I said for you. Listen,
no, I
really.
don't believe.
You a
No, I
married
don't.
man too. Hot sauce is married, and my man Fritz is married. He know if they say this shit, that nigga Fritz gonna get a hit across the head. Like nigga, what you say? Pooh. You see what
No,
I'm
I don't.
saying? I'm telling you, I got the latitude to
No, but
say,
Freezy could
look, bro,
shade.
that's just how it is.
No, I don't. I don't
So
agree with. I don't agree with that. I think that's
so
cheating. I
so
don't.
so from what I'm hearing,
threw your ass
from
under
what
that
I'm
bus.
hearing is you can are you communicating hot sauce that it's very difficult to maintain a monogamous marriage.
No,
That's
no, no, no,
something
no, no,
very
no, no.
difficult.
I don't think. I know. I don't think it's difficult. I mean, what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is that when you want to have a family, a committed family, the reason why women make it difficult because they want to quit really easy. They don't want to put the work in. They quit really easy.
What?
That's what I
Or is it after months of the man kind of checking out of the relationship and us asking, babe, what's wrong? Oh, you're nagging me. 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months of that. Like, are you sure that men aren't checking out of the relationships first and
Well,
just
I
waiting
mean,
for the other person to initiate the shit?
if your husband is checking out, I have to ask, what did you do to make him check out?
Oh yeah, again on us.
Sometimes it doesn't have to be anything.
There's no point in
Are you
asking such
communicating what you
questions.
need? Are you
Ooh, that joker
communicating
on a suicide
Are
mission.
you commu-
God.
are you communicating what you need, sir? Obviously not. People are not mind readers. That would be awesome, but it would be scary at the same time because
All
you
all
wouldn't
I'm
have to
saying,
say nothing. You know what I'm saying? You don't want us to
It's
have those
stressful.
powers, but you
That's
do
for
have to
sure.
communicate what you need. And if you don't communicate, then you really y'all need to talk. I know y'all think it's silly to sit and talk but it's important.
no one has an issue with talking. What you're saying is reasonable. Nobody has an issue with that. That's very reasonable. But I'm just saying, like when it comes down to it, right? Like Chicago Rilla said, and I hate to agree with that nigga, but he said one thing that's very important: men are loyal to a dog, especially when they're vulnerable to you. And at the end of the day, women just
They just said that about women,
no. He
not
said it about
men.
men. He said that
No,
about men.
No.
You
Yes,
said
you
that
did.
about man. I believe it. Yeah. Yeah, I was saying that
No.
about
Just
man.
say
Yeah.
it's right. She
Brought
said
up the
people
whole
The,
comfortable as
You
F
just
in
said it.
and then they
dysfunction.
still
the,
staying and all this other stuff. Like, oh my
the,
Absolutely.
God.
People love
the moral of the story is, ladies, you gotta learn how to be a team player. Your sisters
Exactly.
deserve love too. I'm
To
sorry.
what
maybe
though?
That's
the
just
weak
how it
lady
is.
Somebody who
you
feels
mess with.
Well, no,
entitled
no, no,
to
no, 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 not that
and
shit.
do
Not that
whatever
The
shit.
the hell they want and
teamwork.
try to stay home.
Let me say this.
Come on
Let me
now.
say this.
Great deal.
Let me say this beautiful line right here. Teamwork made the dream work.
That's
If
it's a
the
crafty
man get
skill.
another joint, hey, just embrace her, man. You say, give her some tips. You see what I'm saying? Make the
There's
man
different
happy, man. And
there's levels to manhood, y'all. There's levels to manhood, y'all.
Yeah,
You
so if we're
And then
thinking
there's
like that,
that.
levels
then
to
if another man is
levels
making me happy,
I'm
teamwork
trying
makes
to
the
tell you.
dream work then,
that's
right? Yeah.
Okay, peace
Let's all
out.
be a team.
that
But then
that
you should have. But that no, no, you'd
that's
be
the wrong.
wrong. Then if
Hey,
you
wrong.
put
That's
shoes
the
up,
wrong.
girl,
Hey, that's
you'd
the
be
wrong kind
wrong.
of teamwork right there. You are
You'd be
cooked at
wrong
that
if you
point.
choose
That's
up.
the
If
wrong
you
kind of
choose
work.
up, girl, you're gonna be wrong. So yeah, see the hypocrisy. Like no, if
But
you
this is
just
what check.
chill with the Pookies and
LA,
Ray Rays,
listen.
and then we're going to blame
LA,
you
listen.
for picking the Pookies and Ray Rays. But if we don't give y'all
LA,
incentives
listen,
to
baby.
be better, then y'all will be complacent, and that's just human nature.
What are you talking
LA,
about?
listen, baby.
If
The
people
rule,
or people
LA,
are not
the rules
Yeah.
incentivized
are
to
the
do
rules.
better, then they will become complacent. What doesn't make
y'all get on my
sense?
nerves.
A lot of
The
that
rules
doesn't make
are the
If
rules,
people are
LA.
not incentivized to do better, then they will become complacent. What does not make sense?
Yeah, yeah,
well, the
It's the
that's
first
true.
third
thing that
time
That's
I've
doesn't
true.
make
said
I
it.
sense.
don't.
That's true.
The
What
first
does
thing that
not
doesn't
make
make,
sense?
I'm going to answer if you
You're
allow me
right,
to.
LA.
Well, I guess I'm not allowed to.
Yeah, but the initial one was like, what? Like I was
Yeah,
speaking a
because
different
it doesn't make
language. It does make sense.
for example, if you're going into a relationship thinking you have to give your significant other incentives, that's doomed from the start.
No,
That is utterly
oh my God,
ridiculous.
money is an incentive. What are you talking about? I'm talking about to do better in life. In
But
life.
we're talking about marriage, are we not?
So do you think that you
I
can
get what
just
you're
be an
saying, LA.
average, person, just, what I'm saying, okay, like I said, being a truck packer and that's all you want to be because you have a job and you deserve a woman? Like, no, that's
Yes,
what
he
I'm saying.
does. Yes,
No, he does
if
not.
yes, he does. Yes, he
No, and
does.
that's where he wants to stay.
If
No,
he is a law abiding citizen,
a law-abiding citizen,
go
then
to church,
you're going to
and
be,
he wants to be
So
a
we're
truck
going to assign
captain,
you a woman.
he absolutely
Help
deserves
you with
to
your
have a good
life.
woman.
so
Absolutely.
No,
so this nigga is a UPS
absolutely not.
driver. He doesn't deserve a woman. Is that what you're saying,
No,
LA?
I said for a
What
person
the
who is
hell?
just doing like something basic and does not aspire to do anything better.
But
If that's
I mean, y'all
that
sit
would
here
be,
and
hold on.
try to
That
discern
would be up
on this
to.
statement that I just made that the majority of the panel said made sense. I said it 3 times.
it doesn't make sense. It
It
It would
absolutely
be
does
up
does.
to
not.
whatever
It does.
Queen
It
wants to deal with
absolutely
him.
makes
It
sense.
does. I'll let somebody else speak. Maybe
It makes sense.
somebody else can be my translator.
That doesn't make sense at all. So if a man
Yeah, you ain't gonna
is
say no
happy
law,
with
G.
if a man
Man,
is
y'all
happy
just
with
be talking, man.
What
Because
I'm saying.
I bet most of your baby daddies are broke anyway, man. Y'all just be over here coming here talking, man.
exactly.
Man, how did you learn all this bullshit that you be talking, Poppy?
If
Did you
anybody
go
just be
through
talking,
it
it
or
be
did
you,
somebody
Poppy.
tell you about it? How did you learn? Might I ask?
Because I'm a prophet, nigga. That's why. Nigga, I'm that
Experience?
nigga. That's
Experience?
why I
No,
know.
experience,
Your
correct? You
own
had to
mom.
go through some shit, didn't you? You took some L's, didn't you? I know you're not going to
Knowing
share them with us,
everybody's
and that's
mind, baby. Get
fine.
it correct.
We're not asking you to
Mm-hmm.
share your L's. But as over time, don't you learn things? It's crazy how you just like, oh, I know these people said this
Some
at
people
one point
don't.
in time in their life. What, we supposed to stay there or we supposed to learn?
Some people don't, unfortunately, LA. It
Uh,
shows on these
And
panels.
then when you learn, oh,
It
y'all
sure
just
does.
just,
but he comes
just
up on
like I
these panels
told
to
you,
be with these
man.
Wi-Fi activists. You like to hear us. You like to spend
Yeah.
time with us. But you talk shit, so it's all good. We know why you here.
Yeah, I'm a
Some
shit talker.
Wi-Fi
I don't
activists.
get this. I don't
Like
get
Black
like
Face. We know
I
why you
don't.
here.
How can I say? I don't get like bothered or mad about it. You see what I'm saying? I don't get mad at it. I'm laughing the whole time.
But
I'm laughing
but
the whole
but
time.
But you're still doing it with
Said I
people who are
agree.
actually trying to like have like a progressive conversation. Like it's kind of maybe it's not really.
I'm very progressive.
Never happens
So
with
Poppy
Like
said
everybody.
I agree with Poppy. Most of y'all baby daddies broke. Uh, I would say cheap, very cheap, not broke.
right,
I think
right.
all
Because if they can't
I
be with
think,
you, then they don't want you to have shit.
so let me get this straight. So out of all the women on
But,
here
but, but,
saying
but
that,
hold on, Hassan. I'm the same guy. Hold on. That's 10 seconds. 10 seconds. That's it. You can have it. I'm the same guy that when we was talking earlier told you life is all about what you negotiate, right? So whether that man is broke or rich, if you negotiated that deal, that's you. You see what I'm saying? So that right there kill your whole argument. But go ahead, Hassan.
so
You got it.
this is what I want to clarify to all the ladies on the panel. So
Mm-hmm.
this is a question. This is not a condemning question. It's just I want to know where y'all at. So this is the situation. So a truck driver who's happy being with a truck driver doesn't want to aspire to be anything else but a truck driver, happy with his life. You're telling he's not a criminal, he's a God-fearing man, and he
Mm-hmm.
wants a family. Are we saying that he doesn't deserve a good woman?
Mm-mm. I'm not saying that at all.
Wait, what?
I know
He
where he going.
deserves a good
Drivers make
woman.
more than Packers, but
Yeah,
Okay,
What?
you know another false equivalency. You
bus
know,
driver, whatever. Just a average Joe Schmo guy. Just an average Joe Schmo guy. Whatever job you want to get him. The point is he's happy. He's not interested in going up the ladder. Whatever. He's happy where he's at. He just
that's
wants to be a
fine.
family man. So are we saying that type of person doesn't deserve to have a good woman to be married?
That's
That's my
crazy.
do
question.
you
Nobody,
want
nobody
your
deserves the good woman.
do you
Okay.
want your bloodline to be mixed with someone who is not trying to progress or take it to another level,
So
can't even take instruction or maybe or whatever y'all might got going on? Like what we talk about right now?
A hardworking truck driver who's a good person, I'm okay with that. You work hard every day. You're. I mean, it's not a big deal. I'm cool.
You
Personally,
think
I think
everybody
he,
deserves
Thank
I
you,
don't
good.
Queen.
think
Thank you, Queen.
I don't think it's a case of him not deserving somebody. I think it's just a case of him finding somebody who is comfortable with the kind of life that he wants to live.
Or someone that he wants. You're right.
Yeah.
He might have to
Because
settle.
you can't just decide that this is how I want to live, and then you pick someone who wants to live differently and say, "Oh, but because I'm a good person, you should just go along, even though this is not how you want to live." That's not fair. That's not fair at all.
your homegirl
Because I'm
said
a
he don't deserve
progressive.
anybody. Your homegirl
Because
said he
Homegirl,
don't deserve
your
anybody.
homegirl's crazy.
live my purpose
Right. But that's
regardless.
how they like to triangulate. You know, it's cool.
So I just want to
That
know.
sauce is hilarious.
I'm just saying, right? That I just want to know if that's everybody's sentiment or one person's sentiment. That's all.
If you're happy
No,
with your
I
job,
explained.
I mean, I'm fine with that. I'm gonna be my great self and continue to progress. And you can progress in other ways. If you
Right.
just
Everybody
work
should
the
just find
job,
somebody that's
fine.
comfortable with
You
them.
outside of the 9 to 5 or whatever you work, we're still gonna progress. I'll never align myself with somebody that's not gonna progress. But if you just happen to be comfortable working that truck driving job, cool.
So, so I guess teacher niggas can never get no good bro, man, because they don't make money at all, especially in elementary and middle school. So that means them niggas they don't deserve
So
no
now we're
bro.
talking teachers. We're going to be
No,
talking
there's a
about
lot of
McDonald's workers in a minute. I mean,
right. There's a lot
everybody
of
The
should just find
reason the
somebody
reason why I use teacher because teachers don't make no money. You
there's
for all the work that they do, they don't make no money. The elementary school, middle school teacher, he don't make no money.
you don't know that. What type of teacher?
You know that you can do a quick Google search and know, right? I hope you know that.
I mean, elementary,
Crazy, that's your fault.
it depends on the district. I mean, if you're talking about private schools, that's a different bracket. If you're talking about colleges, that's a
How
different
many
bracket.
private schools can possibly be in one city?
Google it.
Usually
Well, if
public
you
school
guys,
rule, man. What are you
if
talking
you
about,
guys,
yo?
Google it, like you
The,
said.
the
I'm
point
just
is
saying
very
there's different
simple.
levels, but there's lots of
No, it's
potential
not
and
different
ways.
levels.
Yes,
For the
there
most
is.
part, most
Not
teachers
one
that in the
mentality
public
for
are
all
in the
teachers.
public service. Okay, they don't make no money for all the work that they do, and those people supposed to be the most decent people around. They teaching your kids.
Well, then
A
again,
lot
if
of
you
times
guys
they're
are
negate everything
saying
else that
that
unethical
we just say.
though.
the
I just
best woman for him would be the one who looks at his job and decides, okay, I'll choose him anyway, then I would say he doesn't deserve that because his job is only going to be his job for a few years and he'll retire. And then what? Does that negate the love? I think what he deserves is a woman who looks at him and sees him. And if that woman is not any of the women on this panel, that's okay. It's fine. But he just needs to understand that he needs to find somebody who's for him, who loves him, for him, not for his job, not for what he makes, not for anything else but him. That's just it.
Right.
Let's not
Everybody should
complicate
just
this.
find whoever loves them. Like I don't think anybody, no matter what the job is like not good enough to have a someone to love them. I think that's
Mhm.
absurd.
Everything is becoming overcomplicated. Every conversation, it's not that difficult.
Hmm.
I mean, because I mean,
Yeah, I
we
agree. We
can,
don't need to complicate it. He
yeah,
should
and I
just
mean,
find, yeah.
Just because someone disagree, that doesn't mean it's complicated. It's just a disagreement. That's it's nothing that
Everything
but
we
big of
at
the
say
deal.
leads to like some type of disagreement.
the
Okay,
same
we
time,
know all of us are supposed to be agreeing to begin with. That's how you
Don't just
actually
think
get better in
everything
life.
is overcomplicated, though. It is, in my opinion. That's just my opinion.
Shout out to the Wife School podcast. Thank you for your $2 super cat, Wife School. She said, "Congrats, Freezy. Gotta go. My brain is hurting. LOL." Thank you. Thank
I'm
you, Wife
trying to
School.
say, oh my goodness.
I'm just so.
It's good.
It's a good mental exercise, though. You got to, get something out of it. But I just wanted to add, like, especially when it comes to these jobs, I mean, it's like, I mean, it's okay to, if that's your lifestyle, you want to just be one thing and just stay in one position, then you might have to quote unquote settle for what you qualify for. But as the times and years go on, the prices change. You're gonna need to be ambitious, man. You got to keep up with all the cost of living and all that shit,
Yeah,
man.
Some
I
truck
do.
drivers do
I
really
do.
well though. When they own their own trucks, they do well.
I
Yeah.
do. I do
My
abhor
brother
like
brings in over 200,000 a year. So
yeah, this thing when it comes to relationships and money, it irritates me a lot. 'Cause unlike most people, I've had licenses in financial services, and I just never none of these conversations. It never crosses anybody's mind to use the money you have to get the money you want. It never even nobody even says anything like that. And when you study every single solitary piece of retail information on financial literacy, that's 100% of what they tell you to do. Use the money you do have to get the money you do want. Everything else is make more money, get another job. And that is I think it's less than 15% of people retire that way, making more money. Everybody else invests their way to retirement if that's the goal of financial independence. So it gets frustrating because it speaks to a culture that has, like I said earlier, an insatiable need for consumption. They just
Man,
it's like keeping up with the Joneses is the foundation now, and it's I don't see it fixing when that's our reflex.
the vow said for richer or poor. So if you
right.
poor together, rich together,
Yeah, not for
whatever makes
older
sense.
or younger.
Oh wow, that was crazy.
That's true.
That
I'm
was
I've
just,
been
wild.
waiting for
that
that.
was
Thank
a
you
shot.
so much. Thank you. That was perfect.
Yeah, that seemed like you was waiting for that. I was saying it loud there.
Yo,
That was
like
sharp.
at least an hour and a
Who
half.
said that? Who said that? Who said that?
LA.
LA is the truth.
Touche, touche.
But you know what? That look, hot sauce. I know we're just getting to know each other, but I think world class can vouch for me. You know what I'm saying? Freezy knows me a little
Solid.
bit. I really do not have this attitude on my channel. Like that's why I get so frustrated with all
Me
this stuff
either,
because
girl.
my whole point is trying to find common ground. We are all we are all victims of not only social conditioning, but like y'all don't. I mean, come on, let's not forget how much advertising and marketing has been sold to us. I mean, you talking about keeping up with the Joneses, honey. Ever since Whirlpool and all Maytag and all these companies came out, that's what it's always been about. And they've used us. Come on, like I hate to have these conversations. You know, they're interesting and we get somewhere because we actually get to get a pulse on the area around us and even abroad. Because hot sauce, you in China, goddamn. You know what I'm saying? So that's amazing. So I don't know. I think we should just really
How you know
focus.
this shit?
I
I
listen,
mean,
made a
dude.
good
I
point,
be
LA.
listening. I be
uh,
listening, bro.
Yeah,
You
you
made a
famous
good
now, hot
point.
sauce.
You said
You,
I don't
you
act
on
like
clips.
this on my channel, or
I
I don't get this
don't.
upset. Me either.
But I don't like disrespect
yes, you do, my
either.
love. Yes, you
I
do.
don't
You
like
came
to
up
be.
off of your shit.
No, I don't.
Yes, you
I don't.
do.
Nobody likes to be miscategorized. Nobody
Y'all crazy.
likes to be misunderstood. So that's just mostly where it be
Mhm.
coming from. So I hope everybody understands. It's
No,
been a
no, I
great
mean,
conversation. Great 6,000 subscriber. You know what I'm saying? Edition.
But
I love it.
listen, I've been sitting back. I haven't seen anybody get upset or nothing.
yeah,
I
nobody's
just
upset.
I don't
Good.
know
I
what
was just
I get
shocked.
scared.
I
People
was
be
just
like,
shocked.
Lauren,
I was shocked. Like, whoa, like niggas don't deserve love at a certain
they
tax
do.
bracket. So I was just shocked. That's all. It's
They
Only
interesting.
do.
if it,
But at the
only
same
if they light
time,
skin.
no, but at the same time, hot sauce, all I'm saying is complacency is what is kind of like that's a problem in our community. You know what I'm saying? Like we should always try to strive to do something else, or try to diversify our talents or our position, period, because that's what we want for our lineage, period. So it's
Well,
like it's cool. I understand people have certain capabilities and there's a certain subsect for them but for the rest of us, let's let's be functional as much as possible.
no, but I mean, I hear you, but man, like
The butt
peace of
always
mind,
comes in.
peace of mind is better. I mean, like always striving and stuff like that. I get that. That sounds nice and all that, but man, you're having a family, man. You're not really trying to. For me, I'm not thinking about that shit.
I
I'm
mean,
not trying to think about like striving for excellence and I want to be complacent. I want to relax.
But you want to do better for
eventually
your
you can.
children, right?
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
When you want to do better for your children,
My children are straight.
But see, this is where the situation,
Eventually
my
we
love.
can
This is
rest,
where
y'all.
it gets weird because I'm not saying on y'all part, but y'all we keep getting hearing go do this, be ambitious, go
Yeah.
make extra money, make and then when a nigga is gone 18 hours a day, and then you in there 18 months
There you
straight,
go.
you're never here. These children don't even know you. And
And then
and it just becomes it gets weird. You're
well,
in a
I wasn't
lose-lose
approaching
situation,
it
you know what I mean?
from that standpoint. I get what you're saying.
Mhm.
I was just addressing. Oh, I'm okay. I want to. I
You
guess I
breaking up
can
right
see
now.
why you would make that comment.
because the thing about it is this, right? I'm happy to do, but I'm not happy to do to where you're gonna stress me out, right? That I'm not.
I,
No,
I agree. Yeah.
I'm not. You know what I mean? You ain't gonna kill me early. My kids, whatever I cannot do for my kids, they just gonna have to do for themselves. Fuck.
Right. I get it. That's fair.
Yeah. That's where
Right.
that's where it gets weird right here, right there in that space where you men keep constantly hearing women do more, be more, do like it's like, all right, cool. The niggas that gonna do it, you don't gotta keep telling us. We gonna do that
Yeah, I
anyway. It's other
wasn't.
niggas.
That's not where I was going with it, but
No,
I
no, no.
get what you're saying.
I'm saying the average guy is hearing that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And technically a lot of the times when we listening to these panels, we really, and people giving their perspective, we really listening to somebody else's relationship, not ours, but they'll
Yeah.
still take it and adopt it, right? And when women say this, when women say that, I might as well. It's like, all right, well, now the nigga know. He go, well, his response is, if I love you, I'm gonna be out here 18 hours a day, 18 months straight.
No.
Now you're
And
not
I want
home.
that. Yeah.
Now you're not home. Now she think, this, that, the third, the fourth, and the fifth. And
The
It
most
might
you're back
start
in square
that
one.
way, and that's cool. But again, that's where ingenuity or something else comes into play, where that doesn't have to be, your life like your forefathers. You know what I'm saying? Like as
no,
time
but
progresses, we want things to
So
get. So
now,
it might start that way, and that's cool. I agree, because either you have time or money. It's kind of
Mm-hmm.
like,
so
it's hard to
Yeah,
have both.
both. It
So
is.
yeah.
well, let me say this if
so
I could,
so so
because
now
like,
so
let me
now the man is gone
hold
12,
on, let me
16 hours
hold
and
on,
he fall
give
in
me 2
love
seconds.
with the girl at work. There you
Papa,
have it.
give me 2 seconds, because I think this is a real issue,
If he
and this
chooses
is what
to.
this works men into suicide. This works men into depression and stress. For I like Yes, work for your family. That's what you're supposed to do, right? The Bible said, if you don't work, you don't eat, right? Do overtime to get this and that do overtime to get this kid into that program, this program, whatever. But if if you're asking me for 80 or 100 hours a week, then no. No. Then if I'm putting in 60 hours a week and we still need more, then you need to put in 40, or then you need to start putting in 60. Because once we get to that 80-hour week, 100-hour week threshold, right? Now
It's a
that's starting to
dangerous.
wear on your body. Now that's
Yeah,
going to
get
wear on your
dangerous.
body. And no, we don't need it that much to where I have to start sacrificing my health for the family.
Mm-hmm.
That's a toxic
Yeah.
relation. So that's all I'm saying. So yeah, I don't like there has to be a fine line between working and providing than working yourself to the bone for
Mm-hmm.
want.
Yeah, and like
Right.
Puppy said, teamwork makes the dream work. We all have to put in the work.
Yeah,
But then,
yeah, everybody's doing 60 hours. Cool.
yeah,
More love you see Blazer's
teamwork
comment.
makes the dream work. Anyway, you guys,
Yeah,
it's
are
been
you about that
fun.
lifestyle?
Freezy,
Yeah.
congratulations on the
Thank you, sis.
6K, but I'm gonna have to bow out now. I will catch
Yes.
up with you guys at a different time. It's been lovely speaking with all of you. Have a great
Yeah,
Take care,
evening.
beautiful.
You too,
Take
Have a
care,
good
Nice
one.
it's been a
beautiful.
meeting you.
pleasure. It's been a pleasure, Kasani.
Absolutely.
Have a good one.
You be safe.
Yeah.
I like Tasani.
Is she calling from Botswana or is she here?
Yeah.
She's so
She calling from
calm.
That's
Yep.
what's up.
Yeah. That was she stay.
Yeah, so now y'all can't say all women. She
No,
was very
nobody ever speak that way or
she was
woman.
very pleasant. You saw a unicorn today. Yay.
She's so sweet.
Or is it a rare sighting? Okay.
Listen, man, I appreciate. Listen, we got
Yeah.
a little over 30 minutes left. Let's make the best of it, man. 6,000 subscribers. I told y'all we was gonna do it.
Yay.
I told y'all we was gonna do it at least a 24 hours. Mo, um, y'all, you going live after this?
I don't know.
And Mo Love about to go live for thought.
And somebody said that you was.
Mo said,
Child.
"Oh no, crazy."
You don't
I
know.
miss our sessions, but I know how you've grown so much, so I get it. I know you tired. But we did good last week, F&M.
Yeah, we did.
Well, I was gonna say if you do go live, I could come over there for a couple. You know what I'm saying?
Go to sleep, please.
Okay. I'm just saying, I love it.
He
I
said
love
that quick
y'all,
because
man.
he said,
He
okay.
gave it. He gave it
Right.
fast as
Okay.
fuck.
Breezy look like he's barely holding on now.
Your ass
Uh-huh.
died in the mud, boy.
Like, sir, be for real.
Yeah.
That's so
Baby freeze
Hey,
That was
time.
hilarious. That was hilarious.
get that damn jerk chicken here.
I'm trying to tell
Oh,
you.
that's what you was eating?
I'm
Oh,
trying to
okay.
tell
Yeah.
you. Had that
Oh, she made
plate.
jerk chicken taco?
Ooh,
They
that
said somebody
sounds
said you had a taco.
good.
No,
No,
I thought
I
it was. I don't know.
Hold
that
Maybe
on,
was
it
Mo.
was.
that
Mo,
was
are you
oxtail tacos I had.
Huh?
Mo? Quick
Ooh.
question:
Oxen.
if
It
you
looks
do go live,
good.
are you doing like a live, or are you doing a Bible study live?
Um,
Ooh.
I
Yeah,
don't
but
know.
Mo Love be
Normally
having
it's
them gender
Bible
war panels
study.
now.
I'm gonna put God in there somewhere. But if
Because
y'all
if you
just
do a
wanted to
Bible
do some
study,
regular live, that's cool too.
If you do a Bible study live, I'll swing by. But if you heathens gonna do some other stuff, I'm good.
Lord,
That's kind of what it was
are
lately,
you
but it
are
turned
you
into something.
determining who the heathens are?
Yeah,
Hot sauce.
he's crazy.
I can teach her the word. I can teach her the word if you want to.
Poppy,
No, thank you.
No, I think we're
Poppy,
good.
no offense, brother. But if I saw you
Good.
preach at the church, that would be the last place you ever catch me, bro.
That's
Yeah,
That's where you're wrong, my brother. You see, and that lets me know you like to get robbed on purpose. At least you're gonna know, at least I'm letting you know upfront that I'm gonna rob you. He doesn't get more honesty than that.
nah, bro, I'm good.
Blanco,
I'm
how
good.
many times you been raw, dog?
0.
Man, why you keep bringing
oh
it up
oh oh. Let
then?
me go on mute. My mom is calling
Okay,
Hmm.
me.
how many people?
Why I keep bringing it up?
Never mind. I'm about to ask a stupid question. Never mind.
Yeah.
You
But
get a
anyway,
stupid
Freeze,
answer.
congratulations, bro.
No, no,
I'm
that's
gonna
not
catch
my
you
stuff.
tomorrow.
Punk.
What'd you
All
say,
right,
Hot
I
bro.
be
Sauce?
fucking with you,
Yo,
LA.
all
You know that. I be fucking
Yeah,
with
I
you.
cut
know.
off
You
Austin,
like
bro.
it.
Y'all
I
take
love
it
you.
easy. Yeah,
Hot sauce.
everybody
You be
take
safe, bro.
it easy. And,
All
yeah,
right,
y'all take
hot
it easy.
sauce.
Appreciate your
All right.
All
sauce.
right, bye, hot
Preach
And
sauce.
shalom. Shalom.
Debate with you
Shalom.
later.
And
Right.
tell Miss Sea Turtle to
Stop picking on her. You be
Who's
asking
little
for
Miss Sea
sea
Turtle.
turtle?
trouble.
I
Oh,
picked
Who's
I
sea
told
turtle?
her.
he
Sea
said
Turtle.
he said because Mo said she gonna let you go. He said like a sea turtle.
Oh, wow. Wow. That's exactly what I
Yeah,
just got to that.
You be
shout
asking
out.
for it.
So anyway, y'all take it easy.
All right,
All right,
Take
thank
care,
hot
you,
sauce.
boss.
All
All
right.
right, security, usher him out. Security, usher him out. Take his microphone and usher him out.
Who is that?
You're
Is
out.
that somebody talking for real?
That
No, that's
Gino.
world
That
class.
Gino.
That's world
I know,
class.
but is that
Yeah.
because I know the pastor is Gino Jennings? But is that you mocking him?
No, that's world class with his little soundboard.
Yeah, that's his
All right,
sound.
Oh, I
security,
thought that was him
usher him out.
talking.
Security, usher him out. Take his
What you know?
microphone and usher
What
him
what
out.
Man,
what you
he
know
look
about Pastor Gino?
what?
Pastor
I've
Gino is
been
the
knowing
real
about
Oh,
him
deal.
he's your
I've
favorite.
been
That's
knowing
what I
about
Oh,
him
just
he is
heard.
my favorite. Listen, if Pastor
You like
2008.
Gino,
bigger. I wish you would
if
have never.
Pastor Gino come to the city with that man, I'm going to that nigga church. That nigga is the real deal.
Oh,
He goes straight from the word. I
he's a
love
trip. He's a whole
Gino
vacation.
Shalom,
Like
brother
Jennings.
trip.
Ash.
I
Yeah,
learned
Pastor
about him
Gino.
in 2018 before he
Yeah.
got real popular.
Yeah, he's not a trip, he's a whole vacation. Like goodness.
Yeah, I reacted to Pastor Gino stuff. I was dying on the floor. I was literally crying, laughing with Pastor Gino, yo. That nigga different.
He
That
Yeah,
is.
he's
nigga
definitely
different,
that's
yo.
a great word, Blanco. That's a great word.
That nigga's different, bro.
He's
I
Set the
love me some
record
Pastor
straight.
Gino.
Me too.
What do you like about him, Mo?
Oh, that nigga be violating
He tells
everybody.
No, I said
He
Mo.
he
violates everybody.
he
Oh,
tells the uncomfortable truth. He has even made me question some things. Like I'm like, oh wow, so I may need to study more in this particular area. Yeah, he tells the raw truth, no matter how uncomfortable it is. And he doesn't just preach a prosperity message like a lot of these mega churches and pastors.
So he's like a
He's
he's like
straight
a
Bible, and that's what people need to hear.
he's like
Not,
a
oh, if you do this, you gonna reap $1 million. And no, we need to talk about what's really going on, like Revelation, the tribulation that we living in now. And Geno Jennings is just the real deal.
We going straight from the word.
Period.
See,
I
Blanco,
like
you probably, you know
him.
what I'm saying, you gotta let me give you the alley oop, you know what I'm saying? She just slammed up that shit. She just
Y'all know who
validated
else I
Gino
like
for you.
though? Even though we have different belief systems, Farrakhan.
That's what I was about to ask. He sounds like because I remember listening to Farrakhan back in the day and even like seeing
He
some
used to be in
recent
the church.
clips. Huh?
He used to be in the church heavy.
Yeah,
He
I
used to
mean,
sing and everything.
we lived well when I lived in Chicago. Like my dad was like he was on the radio and shit. So like
Oh,
we would
cool.
actually hear him on the radio. So it's like a lot of things didn't like land, but when I go back and look at some stuff, he was kind of it sounds like he was on that same type of level, just with
Yeah.
that harsh truth. But I
Hmm.
guess maybe Pastor Gino is just modern.
I
he
like
because
Miles
he's
Monroe
Christian,
too.
right? He's Christian.
Read it. What it
Who?
say? Read.
Pastor Gino.
I
What
don't know.
about
Is he?
Is he
Yeah,
a Christian?
it sounds like it. I like Miles
That he
Monroe
teaches
though.
from the
I
Bible,
feel
should I
like
say?
what
yeah,
about
Okay.
crypto dollars?
no,
Ah! Oh my God,
not
I'm right
crypto
down the street
dollars.
from his church, bruh.
Oh wow.
I'm right down the street from his church. I
Are
swear to
Hey,
you?
God. Yes, I am.
yeah.
He
Hold
said
on, say that again, Lay.
I said
dollars.
I'm right down the street from his church. I ain't went, but
Oh
like
my god, yo, this nigga,
it's a
he
big
he's
ass
not
line.
he doesn't even try to hide it. This nigga named himself Crypto
No,
Dollars.
dollar and takes
Not
and
dollars.
takes a helicopter to his
Thank
other,
you.
church and then
Hey,
does the other service.
one
Crazy.
Creflo in the music video with Jay-Z and Jermaine Dupri.
Which one?
Talking about damn on.
Money anything?
Welcome to
Right.
Atlanta. Remember Welcome to Atlanta?
Oh
Was
snap!
he?
He might have
I did
been.
not know
Yeah, he
that.
was in that
I
music
wouldn't.
video
It
with
would have made
Jay-Z
sense.
and
I know that
Jermaine
either.
Hell
Dupri.
no.
It
Ain't
would have
no
Welcome
way
made
to
in hell.
sense
Atlanta.
Oh
because
Ain't no
Lord.
way in hell.
Hold on,
social media
Frizzy.
wasn't
Was he a
big back
pastor
then.
already?
Yes.
Yes.
He was in
Hey,
the music
hey,
Been doing
video
his
as
thing.
a pastor, as Creflo.
This nigga was born a pastor.
I think wasn't he throwing dollars? No, I'm just playing.
hey,
Listen,
Okay.
listen. When y'all get a chance, watch that music. Welcome to Atlanta. I think that's Jermaine Dupri song.
It
Yeah,
It
is.
is.
Yeah,
It is.
yeah.
I think it's like it's like a feature. No, isn't no. Hold
yeah.
on.
Jermaine
Isn't
Don't just be
Ludacris
Jermaine
supposed to be
ignorant
I
there?
think
about
is
it.
Ludacris.
yeah,
Yeah.
Might be
Yeah, I
off the
think it's
movie soundtrack.
Ludacris. Huh?
No, it's Jermaine Dupri
It's
featuring
Jermaine.
Jay-Z.
Okay.
So is that money ain't a thing?
Is that
No,
for
Yeah,
real?
Yeah,
for real.
welcome.
Why?
that's
Why?
who
That
But
was
artist
Chrissy,
just
is
went last
why?
with.
year.
Why JC will be in Welcome to Atlanta, son? Like,
Cause back then Jay-Z
He
was
had
still with Rockefeller. He was featuring on people like remember he
It's
was
the
featuring
Welcome
with
to Atlanta
Power.
remix. It's the
Yeah,
Welcome to
that's what
Atlanta
I was gonna say.
remix.
It's a
yeah, the
remix.
remix.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. I
It's
remix.
the
They
got
went
Welcome
to
to
you.
Atlanta
different
remix with they
places.
got Jay-Z, they got Snoop Dogg, they got Nelly on there. No, Archie Lee. No, Murphy Lee. Murphy Lee.
Hey,
Murphy
next
Lee,
level.
yeah.
Next level. That was his album, or that was from a movie soundtrack.
It
I
was
think
from
that was Jermaine Dupri
it was
album.
just from an
I'm
album.
playing that video right
Yeah,
now.
I don't think it
Jermaine
was
I
Dupri
gotta
from
see
album.
Chrissy.
it wasn't from no movie or nothing like
Man,
that.
Creflo in a damn luxury car or some
I'm
shit,
trying to
man.
tell you, he got a helicopter.
Years. He didn't he
Yeah,
talk
that nigga is crazy, bro. I don't even blame him.
behind the helicopter?
Huh?
He manipulated his members into funding the helicopter, I guess.
Yeah, because he's got like
That's
2 different locations or something, and he gives 2 different sermons. So he gives one, and then that's, I guess, the reason why he needs a helicopter, so he can, go ahead expedite himself over to the to the other locations to give the other
that's
sermon. Yeah,
that's what Marvin Sapp trying to be like.
and no taxes. Goodness gracious.
Right.
Hey,
The
folks,
20 minutes.
I know
We
we only
need some
got like a
support
couple
up in here. The last
more
20
minutes.
minutes.
Oh, okay.
I know we only got a couple more minutes. We'll get that support in. But I want to ask you this, Freezy. I don't know if you talked about it or not.
Yeah.
Like what's your thoughts on the owner of the turkey leg hut that set the business on fire and collected insurance money?
Oh yeah, I saw
He
that
said another.
too.
Have mercy.
He set another restaurant on fire though, right?
Another restaurant that he was a part business owner of.
Oh, he was. I
Right.
didn't know that. Oh shit.
He was a
Right.
part business. He
That's
was a part
crazy.
business owner of the
Oh, yeah.
club that was across the street from his restaurant. Like, and the guy that owned that business, he was a part owner of his restaurant. They was cool at first, but then they started beefing.
They
I don't
fell
know what
out.
He going to jail
Damn.
for arson.
See, I be wanting to try out places like
That's like
that.
30
But
years.
now
They
he's
be
Right.
messing
facing
around and doing
25
that
years.
shit.
Yeah,
But
that
it took
sound about
them
right.
I can't
10
even
years to
try it.
catch him.
Can't even spend no money.
You say that restaurant?
Well, they had the whole incident that's taped where you see guys that's masked spreading out gasoline on the place.
Yeah, I seen the
And
video.
then they end up catching those guys, and of course those guys talk like, yeah, he
They gonna
paid
snitch.
me X amount of money. They got the phone
Right.
calls, they got everything.
Wait, but the owner of the
Jesus Christ,
turkey
man.
You gotta
hut,
do your dirt by
he
yourself.
was actually in the restaurant pouring gasoline too, right?
Where?
No,
We
What,
hired some
he
people.
paid somebody.
what place
He
are
paid
y'all
Oh, he
talking
paying
about?
somebody. Okay.
Mhm.
Turkey Hut?
Is it
The
Yeah.
turkey
Is
leg
it
hut.
Yo,
It's in Houston.
Turkey
yeah,
leg.
Turkey
Gilly,
Leg Hut.
Oh, in
Yeah.
Houston.
I was
Okay.
like, I know
Gilly,
Texas.
Damn.
So he did that.
bring me some water.
He did
Oh,
that because
mute up,
he
Blanco.
fell out with the dude, or he wanted the
Yeah.
insurance money.
Well, they
It
say
was
him and
it
the
was
dude
both
fell out.
reasons. It was they fell out. He was like, "Hey, I can probably end this business, and I can collect from it. You know, I can kill two birds with one stone."
And you say that business was in existence for 25 years?
Wow.
Oh, nah.
Oh, I was about to say, what the
No,
fuck?
I said he's facing 25 years. He's
Mhm.
He
facing
faced 25 years for,
Oh,
for
okay.
motherfucking arson, nigga. He going to jail for a minute.
Man,
arson
if
and
he was
insurance
if
fraud.
he was
He's
my
facing
business partner,
25 years.
I'd tell the judge, man, give his ass life, bitch. Give him 50.
You
Fuck
fumble
him.
everybody's bag, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
Blew up the business.
Oh no, his assets
Bottom one.
is acquired. They going, yeah, he could get a business partner get first dibs on all his assets.
I hope so, because that's
that was so
ridiculous.
dumb. That was
But
stupid as
Niggas
hell.
freezing.
It's
Niggas is
selfish.
stupid. Freezing.
Yeah.
But they
Yeah,
had
that was
insurance,
stupid.
and the business
Freezy.
is back going and stuff. Is I mean, it like it didn't miss a beat or whatever, you know. So
The bottom is bottle for
it
water.
didn't really affect it. But I'm talking about, but he's being charged with that though, you know.
Yeah, you still got. Yeah, you don't got to burn down to get the full. Yeah, nigga, they don't play by arson.
That was
Done.
crazy.
No joke. Hey, Freeze, you ever see that video of the nigga who called in for court and on a suspended license?
Hell yeah.
And
The
he was
nigga was
driving.
drunk.
Dog, that shit had me crying laughing when I
That shit
seen
is
that
fucking
shit.
hilarious.
I was
Dang.
crying laughing
Nigga
when I
said,
seen it.
the judge was like, I'm confused. He's not, his license is suspended. And the attorney was like, yeah. And he said, but he's driving. And the attorney was like, yeah. He said, yeah, I'm going to put a bench warrant in it in for you. The nigga was like,
All right. Yo, Freezing, I'm about to bounce, man. Hopefully you get to 10,000 subscribers by, let me see. We are when? April what? April 20. God damn, this month almost over, man. Shit. Yo, hopefully you get about 10,000 by when, Freeze? July is a good, no. July, August a good mark.
Yeah, about to say
July.
definitely by the end of
10,000
the
by
summer.
July.
You get to 10,000. Yeah, you're halfway done, fast.
Don't put that shit on me.
All you need is one viral video, man. Trust me, man. You keep having me over here, we're gonna go viral, man. You see what I'm saying?
Crazy.
Yeah.
You don't want to get to 10. You don't want to get to a lot of subscribers.
No, he said by July. I ain't gonna do that
That's,
shit by July.
that's 3 months. That's 3 months from now.
No, man, that's just like tomorrow or some shit.
One video get you up there. Trust me, man. It just
Crazy.
Huh?
Hey,
I said you can get it.
You stream
Oh,
every
man,
day.
yo, man.
That's nothing but 1,000 subscribers from now on every month. Don't worry about it, man. You can do it, man. You know what I mean? I come over here, speak the gospel to the people, man. We want to go viral one of these days, my nigga. Trust and
No,
believe,
you're not
man.
gonna get it.
Yeah, I know. When we got queens that hate on your boy, that's how you know I'm right. When they hate on you, that's how made no wrong. When they all are against you, so I can tell you, man. If they agree with you, you're doing something wrong, bro. I'm telling you, man. Well, listen, Frizzy, man. Congratulations, my guy. I've been coming over here since you had like what, maybe 100 subscribers, so like that, even less than that.
Yeah, you've been coming.
You know. Yes, sir, man. I got to return the favor. You used to come on my shit. You know what I mean? So,
Damn right. Hey, I'm gonna tell you, Poppy, they don't know. Poppy was the first one I seen actually covering the court, like live court cases and shit. I was like, Poppy own that shit, man. Yeah,
man. Yeah, man. I don't be having time. What you say, baby?
Nothing. I was just playing. I said, "Was you out there with the camera?"
No, I was hell no, nigga. I was in my house.
That's why I was like, "Fuck it, yeah." Okay, so you was reviewing. I love crime.
No, I was doing it live. I was doing it live because I know these channels a bit. You know, when it comes to the states, the state they actually view the court hearings live. It is something like it's like a popular crime. a popular trial, they're gonna do it live. So I used to tap into those cameras and actually, you know what I mean,
What's the
kind
last
of like
court hearing you covered, Poppy? Was it Tory
Do
Lane?
that again.
I was doing Young Talk, but the thing I had to private those videos because I was playing music. If you send me like $10, I play the song that you wanted. So I didn't feel
Yeah.
like goddamn like editing all that bullshit. So I just like, man, let me private this bullshit. Because if you don't, they send you like copyright, not strike, but copyright claims.
Yeah, no kind of blocking
Right.
it. Yeah.
Exactly. So I don't be having, man, my business be taking half of my time, bro. Yo, I be gone. I be hitting these different goddamn car options and shit like that, son. I got my kids, man. I
No, but
barely got time for myself.
you pop so much shit. Like literally, you can just be like, okay, let me just pick a video and literally just go off the fly and just talk. And I promise you, it's gonna be good.
No, but the thing
It's gonna
is,
be good.
LA is like I don't be at the crib. I be outside the crib. I think that we have to do that in the house when in front of my computer and all the bullshit that I need.
You got a
Now, if you're
laptop.
telling me do it
Big
from the
money grip.
phone, I think it would be corny. I think it would be corny doing it from the phone.
Big money
I don't
grip.
know.
I know you got a laptop.
Yeah, man. But anyway,
Dang.
girls, is no listen. I was just playing with chat. I like to have fun with chat. Don't hate me. Love me. You see what I'm saying?
We're
Let's
encouraging
all
you in
soul
this very
ties.
moment. Shut
Hey,
up. Like I said,
hey,
y'all laughing.
y'all wanna
Look,
give me
y'all
some soul
laughing.
ties?
Nah,
No,
because
and that's serious. If
it's
y'all want to
something.
get married, talk to me, man. I get you married in less than 3 months. Sign up to my booking. I'm telling you.
Anyway,
I, whatever guy, listen, whatever
I
guy
know
get
that
you
y'all
after
gonna be
me,
talking about this in maybe like 3 weeks to a month. People gonna be talking about something. Just know that you heard that shit here first while y'all laughing.
listen, whatever guy get you after I train you, boy, that nigga gonna be a lucky man. A lucky man, yo. I'm gonna send you back. I'm gonna send you back as a wife.
Hey, listen.
Man.
I'm trying to put together a all ladies panel. Would everybody be willing to cam up?
Yeah, I mean, I was earlier. I just
Don't all answer at once. God damn shit.
I said, can y'all hear me?
No, I'm just
Yes.
joking because
Y'all silly. Yeah, I said, I mean, I was earlier. I don't have a problem with that. How long will you be thinking?
I'm scheduling it. I don't, to be honest with you, it's still in the works.
Okay.
I think me and you are friends on we follow each other on Instagram, right? I think so.
Yes, we do.
Okay, I'm gonna message you whenever it get close to that time.
All right, sounds good.
For love,
But
so she ain't
Yeah, I
coming.
don't have a
She's going
problem.
to
It's just like,
Brooklyn.
what?
Hmm.
Stop mumbling. Just like the 5-hour shows be like a little draining to see, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I was just like, I was curious.
No, the all lady show don't have to be that long. It could be like 3 hours or some shit like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ladies, y'all down? Hello.
What they sleep?
No, I'm here.
Oh,
Oh,
so I'm
there we
like,
go.
oh.
No, I already had told Freezy I'm saving my camera for monetization.
You said
Okay,
what?
now
What
she's
your
saving it
phone
for
phone
monetization.
went out. What she said? What Freedom Mortar said?
What
She's
she say?
saving it for monetization. Her camera.
Oh, that's right. She did
Oh,
say that. She did say that. Did Mo Love say the same thing? You told me the same thing, Mo Love?
Oh, she said you're gonna have to pay for this. I know that's right, girl.
Yeah.
You got
But
to.
no, I'm gonna do that because I think that'll be dope.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that'll be dope, man.
And then
I
the
mean, I
panel
think.
can
Mhm.
what you about to say?
No, I like mixed panels, you know what I'm saying? Like I really do. It's kind of tough sometimes. Like I know for me personally, like depending on the topic, if it's more of a guy geared, topic or panel, then I'm just gonna let y'all have it, instead of mixing it up because it might be a distraction, or things might just be the focus might be put on something else, instead of what you guys are talking about for whatever reason. So I mean, but I personally like mixed panels because that's where you get, like I said, the more like well-rounded, I guess, consensus of what's going on. with
Yeah,
both,
who's you?
men and women.
Who's you looking at your topic, man, Freezy? For the all women battle.
I don't even know, dog. I'm still brainstorming.
It's 24 hours. I feel you.
Yeah, I'm still brainstorming, man. But I know I want to do it because I don't know. Like, I don't know. I just want to do it. I want to do it because I think it'll be dope. And then like once we do like a couple of hours or something, we can invite the men up or whatever. But I wanted to highlight the women. I wanted the women to be center stage for at least about an hour or hour or two or something like that.
Hey,
Yep,
hey,
that's how
hey,
I had in mind.
hey, Freezer, I want to send you some like some conversation starters or like topics that a lot of people don't really tend to bring up. You know what I'm saying? To really give it a little more spice and taking it in another direction. I don't know how I can send it to you, but I got to send you some of that.
Yeah. Most definitely, man. Most definitely, man. You know I rock with you. Shout out to Blaze. Thank you, Blaze, for your $20. Thank you for the last minute support. Blaze, thank you for your $20 super cap, bro. Blaze said you're gonna get to 10,000 subs by July, Freezy. You ninjas gonna be the death of me. Shout out to Blaze.
No
Man.
Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Blaze. And also shout out to shout out to my sister, the LA Project. Thank you, Lauren. I appreciate you. You know I do. She said, thanks for having me up. Lauren, you don't got to thank me. Stop it. Shout out to Lauren for her $10 cash cow.
I just don't want to leave the comment section empty, you know what I'm saying? No problem. You do a
You're
great job.
always welcome, Lauren. Yeah.
One of my favorite channels.
Listen, I'm gonna say this before I do the benediction. I said we was gonna do 24 hours for 6K. This shit is becoming weird because I just felt I knew I was gonna do it, and this shit is becoming like normal now. Like this shit becoming normal now, man. I'm telling you, like
Get
on the
used
week.
to it.
Yeah, that shit is like a mind thing. That shit is crazy.
Get
Yeah.
used to it.
Yeah, I ain't never been on nobody live this much of my life. Last
For
3 weeks,
real?
the truth.
Me neither.
Freezy.
I ain't.
Yeah,
I'm
unless
not even
I
gonna
was
sit
a
there.
co-host. No.
Neither.
Man, you went live for a little minute. I think my
This
first time
last,
seeing you go live.
it's like it's this either this weekend or next weekend probably be the last I'll be able to be chilling like this because I'm about to go on a tear. But yeah, I ain't never been on nobody's shit as much. So you know what I'm saying. Only for you. It's just
Man,
cool
I
over here.
appreciate
So
your world class, and thank you for stepping in earlier too. I needed you. I
no
needed
problem,
you, man.
man.
I had to go outside and take the water hose and unclog my damn AC hose in the back of my house because my thermometer wasn't getting cold like the thermometer was reading. So I had to do something about that shit because I don't like that shit now.
I feel you. It was cool. It wasn't bad. You had a few people up on the panel.
Do it light skin face. Hey, do it light skin face. Hey, do it light skin face. Hey, do it light skin face.
What did it say?
Do the light skin face.
Oh my god.
Do it light skin face. Hey, do it light skin face. Hey, do it light skin face. Hey, do it light skin face.
Make sure y'all hit the
Lord.
like button, subscribe if you're new to the channel. If you want to replay, man, put a comment and let us know how your orgasms was. Because
Nah. Who said that? Who said that?
Guess.
Hey,
Guess.
man, I got to
I'm
get
not
that sound bite, dog. That was classic,
Oh,
dog.
that had to be phased.
Hey, Freezy, that's your viral. That's your viral video right there. Orgasm.
God.
Are you gonna clip this,
Nah, he
Freezy?
didn't say
Man,
that.
I got
He
to.
didn't say that.
God damn. That shit was
He did not say
hilarious.
organized.
Not
That's what I
just
was.
that part, but like clip the whole thing. like from both of the streams?
Oh yeah. Who said that? Somebody said. I think Sir Ism came on the first stream.
Yeah,
Shout
it
out
was
to
Oh,
him.
him.
he is hilarious.
I
Yeah,
think
Sir
he's
Ism.
funny too. I didn't find him offensive. I was just
No,
laughing. Like
Nah,
I
he was
heard way
funny
cool.
as
worse than
shit.
that.
He was cool. He just was trying to troll me about Anton. You know what I'm saying? But he cool though. He cool.
See, I didn't even hear that part, but I've seen him on other streams before. I'm like, wow, he has a I don't know where he from, but his little swag is just funny as hell.
Yeah,
I
shout
think
out
he's
to
from
the
Oakland.
Ah,
Macosphere. Shout out to the Macosphere.
shouts
Like
out.
I said. Like I said,
Uh, listen, this is the benediction for the night. This is 1 John, 4th chapter, 20th verse. It says, if anyone says, I love God and hates his brother, he is a liar. For he who does not love his brother or sister whom